Reverend Insanity Chapter 434 to Chapter 487. The process of crossing the Sea of Sunflowers was a close shave. Xiao looked back and let out a breath of turbid air. Her worried heart was finally at ease. To think it was so easy to cross the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. After calming down, the young girl looked at the grass puppets around her. There were only dozens of puppets left, forming a weak defense around her. Xiao had never seen such a goo in her life. Today was an eye-opener. These goo, although their battle strength is not high, they are the best cannon fodder. Xianxia really came prepared. Thinking of this, the young girl turned around and sized up the people around her. The more she interacted with Feng Yuan, the more curious Xiao became, and the stronger her desire to investigate became. What kind of person is he? What is his motive in entering poison grassland? Xianxia. I have really heard of this name before. Ah. The young girl's face suddenly turned red. When crossing the Sea of Sunflowers earlier, Feng Yuan held her hand. Those ghostly cries and the floating ghostly faces scared her, and she unconsciously got closer to Feng Yuan, gradually hugging his arm in her bosom, but she did not even notice it. Xiao quickly let go of Feng Yuan's arm, breaking free from his grasp. After pulling a safe distance, Feng Yuan slowly stopped and turned around to look at the sunflowers behind him. These ghost cry goo and ghost face goo are good goo, but I do not have specialized goo worms to capture them. Capturing wild goo worms also required special methods. These two goo worms belonged to Soul Path, and the goo needed to capture them were even more special. It is time. Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, throwing away the regret in his heart. He turned his gaze to the immortal goo on his shoulder, fixed immortal travel. The immortal goo's aura was too strong, it could not be stored in mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be stored because it was weak. Even though Feng Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel to lie on his shoulder and not move, the immortal goo's aura was still leaking. If a goo immortal sensed it, it would be a fatal disaster. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was prepared for this. He took out bright pearl goo. Go. He injected his primeval essence and bright pearl goo immediately turned into a ball of gentle white light, floating towards fixed immortal travel and covering it. Bright pearl goo was a rank 4 storage goo. It was specially used to seal goo worms and make them hibernate, making them easy to preserve. Feng Yuan expended almost all of his primeval essence before successfully sealing fixed immortal travel goo. Fixed immortal travel goo was shaped like a jade butterfly, sealed in a fist-sized transparent pearl. But it was an immortal goo, its aura was still leaking from this pearl. However, it was many times weaker than before. Feng Yuan was not surprised. This was just the first step. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Perhaps it was because of the obstruction of the Sunflower Sea, the poison-beard wolves did not appear again. As the two of them went deeper into the grassland, the poisonous mist became thicker and thicker. They could already clearly see the purple mist floating in the air. When the two started coughing, they stopped and took out their goo worms to clear the accumulated poison in their bodies. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog became. The two of them stopped more frequently as well. In order to avoid breathing in too much of the poisonous mist while talking, the lively Xiao also began to remain silent. Gradually, the purple poisonous fog started to block their vision. How much deeper do we have to go? Xiao could not help but ask. The depths of the poisonous grassland was a forbidden zone for life. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore died here, never to return. Among them, there were many rank 3 peak stage and rank 4 experts. Soon. Feng Yuan replied plainly, his footsteps slowing down until he stopped. Are we there? Is it here? Xiao asked excitedly. Feng Yuan did not say a word, he squatted down carefully and pushed aside the twisted poisonous grass on the ground, revealing a cave that was covered by the grass. This cave was as big as a bowl, the edges were smooth. The cave was deep and dark. Xiao saw this and her gaze froze, her breathing became rapid. This is the hole dug by the earth spike rats. There are thousands of them, they gather in groups and hide under the grass. As long as there is a slight tremor, they will attack from underground. Their heads are like steel, once they shoot out, they can pierce through a person's feet. Even the hooves of iron hooves horses can be easily pierced. we cannot go any further. Once we are surrounded, we have no chance of survival, we will be drowned by the countless earth spike rats. Along the way, we did not meet any poison-beard wolves. This means that the earth spike rats are the overlords here. Maybe the earth spike rat king underground is a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grasslands since young, she knew the strength of the earth spike rats very well. No, my destination is still ahead. Fang Yuan stood up. Xianxia. Excessive bravery is courting death. You won't be able to walk through it. In fact, if you take just a few steps, you'll be surrounded by the gophers, Yao hurriedly advised. But Fang Yuan smiled plainly, who said I want to go there? The moment he said that, pitch-black bone wings grew out from his back. This is... Yao stared with wide eyes. Before she could react, Fang Yuan had already carried her. As the young girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew off the ground. Yao felt her heart in her throat, the wind whistled in her ears, she felt like she was flying in the clouds, her legs were not touching the ground, she subconsciously hugged Fang Yuan's neck tightly. After a while, the young girl adapted and smiled in Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan, to think you can fly. Father has a soaring cloud gu. When I was young, he often brought me to play in the sky. Sigh, it is a pity that the soaring cloud gu is a rank 4 gu, it is not suitable for me. Even if I could use it, father would not allow it, he is afraid I would fall from the sky. Yao recalled for a while before asking curiously, Xianxia, what flying gu is this? Why have I never seen it before? Fang Yuan did not reply. The young girl was unresigned, is this the rank 3 eagle wings gu? This height and speed is about the same as the eagle wings gu. But it doesn't seem to be. Fang Yuan sighed, you have too many questions. Rather than asking questions, why don't you use your energy on the shadow crows in front of us? Shadow crows? The young girl reacted and saw 3 shadow crows in front of her, silently approaching them. The shadow crows were as big as eagles, their bodies were pitch black, they did not make any movements when flying, and were even more concealed in this dark poison grassland. The young girl's face turned pale, her voice trembling, Xianxia, how is your flying skill? If it is not possible, we can fly to the grassland and defend. Don't worry. Fang Yuan's voice was still calm, I am hugging you, I cannot attack casually. Now, let's see if your spiraling water arrow is accurate. What? Ah. Before the young girl understood, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to give Yao the answer. This is too crazy. He did not think of escaping, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Yao's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly shot out 2 water arrows. But of these 2 water arrows, one missed completely, while the other brushed past the shadow crow's wings. Too slow, again. Fang Yuan made a beautiful turn and flapped his wings, charging towards the shadow crow again. What? Hey, wait, don't fight them head-on. This is not the ground, the opponent is a shadow crow that is extremely fast. Yao shouted. 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air, quickly getting closer. Yao stared with wide eyes, a shadow crow was getting bigger in her vision, and as it got closer, the shadow crow flashed its blade-like claws. Seeing the sharp claws about to grab her, Yao's body turned cold from fear, her limbs were stiff, and she could not move. I'm going to crash, I'm going to die. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his wings, and his flying altitude suddenly dropped, brushing past the shadow crow's steel claws. Then he suddenly extended his wings, and after a strong flap, he made a lightning-fast turn in the air, and flew up, scuttling behind the shadow crow. Shoot! Fang Yuan shouted. Yao reacted, and instinctively pointed with her finger, and a spiraling water arrow flew out. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too good, and he directly flashed behind the shadow crow. The shadow crow's back was completely exposed to Yao. The spiraling water arrow successfully hit the shadow crow, and passed through it, drawing out a line of blood. The shadow crow instantly died, and like a kite with its string cut, it fell to the ground with a muffled thud. The grassland was silent for a moment, and in an instant, the ground shook slightly, and countless earth spike rats poked their heads out of the holes. The shadow crow's corpse was quickly divided by the closest earth spike rats, and dragged into the holes. The huge shadow crow instantly disappeared, leaving only a puddle of blood on the grassland, and a few pieces of internal organs. When the young girl saw this scene, she immediately became extremely nervous. If she really fell to the ground, she would immediately be attacked by the earth spike rats, and it would definitely be a dead end. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and shoot. Fang Yuan's cold shout broke the girl's thoughts, and she quickly shot out nearly 10 arrows to kill the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows fell to the ground, and were immediately torn apart by the earth spike rats, and Guiyao broke out in cold sweat. Your aim is too bad, hurry up and use the Yuan stone to recover your primeval energy. Under Fang Yuan's scolding, Guiyao quickly took out a Yuan stone, but she made a mistake, and the Yuan stone fell out of her hand, and fell to the ground. You idiot. I am sorry. The girl's voice had a trace of sobbing. Focus, calm down. Play at your normal level. There will definitely be a lot of shadow crows, and I still need to rely on you. Fang Yuan's voice softened. An hour and a half later. Fang Yuan carried Guiyao as he landed on the ground. Guiyao's legs were weak, her face was pale, she only recovered after taking a few breaths after landing on the ground. In the flight just now, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows, she had felt like she was struggling between life and death several times. The process of flying was filled with danger, not only did they meet with several waves of shadow crows, they even attracted the attacks of earth spike rats. When in danger, not only would there be countless shadow crows in the sky, the ground would also shoot out countless earth spikes. Under such attacks, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, he continued to turn, dive, and rise. Searching for a possibility in the impossible, he charged out of the rain of attacks and found a chance of survival. I was actually able to survive under such attacks? This was the first thought that appeared in Guiyao's mind when she landed on the ground. After the joy of surviving the calamity, the joy of disbelief, and the fear from recalling the past, Guiyao looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The latter was healing his injuries. Even if the young girl was ignorant, after this battle, she would recognize Fang Yuan's power in flying. Moreover, Guiyao was not an ordinary girl from the grassland, her father was the leader of a tribe. In her past life, Guiyao had been influenced by what she had seen and heard, her horizons were broadened and she knew much more than people of the same age. This man in front of me, his flying technique is actually so skilled and powerful. Is the soul of an eagle hidden in his majestic body? Such a flying technique can completely match Lightning Dong Pekong, Water Immortal Song Qingyin, and Green Bat Wu Yi. This is the first-rate flying technique of Northern Plains. Changshanin, what kind of person are you? Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. Under the torrential attacks, no matter how powerful his flying technique was, he could not avoid getting hit. Most importantly, the rank 4 bone wings gu was only equivalent to a rank 3 gu in Northern Plains. At the same time, he was carrying a person, the increase in weight affected his agility. However, with Guiyao's help, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If she didn't use her water arrows and water dragons to kill the crows, and if she didn't use her water armor to protect me, my Xingyuan alone would not have been enough. Fang Yuan thought. I am a southern border gu master, when I go to Northern Plains, my cultivation will be suppressed. But fortunately, as time passes and I gradually integrate into Northern Plains, this suppression will lessen. Man was the spirit of all living things. He could adapt to his environment and blend in with it. Of course, when Fang Yuan completely integrated into Northern Plains and recovered his cultivation, when he returned to southern border, he would be suppressed again, he would need to adapt and fuse with it again. Humans can gradually blend into the environment, but gu worms cannot. Southern borders gu worms would continue to be weakened. These guami consume the same amount of primeval essence as before, but their effectiveness is greatly reduced. Southern borders rank 4 gu are inferior to Northern Plains rank 3 gu. But after killing Guiyao, there was only a small chance that her gu worms would end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Only by using Guiyao like this could he display the greatest value of this rank 3 middle stage gu master. If not for Guiyao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her gu worms are good, I cannot obtain them. I need to change these southern border gu worms, other than considering my battle strength, they are also a huge flaw in my concealment of my identity. I still need to go to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and took out bright pearl goo. Bright pearl goo had fixed immortal travel sealed inside, it was like a pure white amber. In front of Gu Yao, Fang Yuan took out the dust goo without any hesitation. The dust goo was like a cocoon, it was dark gray in color and felt like sand in his hand. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence and the dust goo exploded into a puff of gray smoke. The gray smoke had its own intelligence and landed on the bright pearl goo. The bright pearl goo that was emitting a bright white light was covered by this dust and immediately became dim. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel's aura weakened again. This was the dust of the treasure pearl. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when he went to Central Continent and caused the 5 regions' chaotic war, some goo masters sneaked into other regions to fight and hide their identity and aura, so they developed this method. "What are you doing?" Gu Yao asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her, he kept the dark pearl and continued on his journey. The two continued to move forward, the poisonous fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker, the purple color was starting to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently and use goo worms to get rid of the accumulated poison in their bodies. Crack. A crisp sound came from under their feet, as if they had stepped on a dried tree branch. Gu Yao looked down in confusion, then screamed and quickly jumped back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here?" Her voice was trembling. "Because this place was originally a battlefield." Fang Yuan walked in front of her, he did not turn back and instead quickened his pace. "Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't walk so fast." Gu Yao quickly followed Fang Yuan's footsteps. The more she walked, the more shocked she became. Originally, the thick purple poisonous fog had blocked her vision, but now that she got closer, she saw that there were many white bones on the slightly rotten grass. There were human bones and also wolf bones. The ground was also filled with deep pits and trenches, it was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. So many people died, who was it that fought a life and death battle here? But the deep pits and trenches were already filled with poisonous grass. Together with the other traces, this battlefield has at least 20 years of history. Gu Yao landed behind Fang Yuan, seeing him searching as if he was looking for something, she immediately understood. So Chang Shanyan's motive for entering poison grassland was this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait a minute, there was indeed a huge battle in poison grassland 20 years ago. Father had talked to someone before, I was at the side. A memory surfaced from the depths of Gu Yao's mind. At that time, Gu Yao was still young, around 4 to 5 years old. Her father had invited a distinguished guest to a banquet and brought her with him. In the tent, the adults talked about the heroes of the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has produced a character this time. You mean Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path goo master that Chang tribe heavily nurtured. In his hands, the wolf group can move like the wind and attack like the rain, he can change the formation at will, he is truly skilled. Most importantly, he is a righteous person and is extremely filial to his mother. This time, his mother was poisoned and could only be cured by the snow-wash goo on the snow willow. He ignored the obstruction and entered poison grassland alone. Sigh, it was precisely because of this that Wolf King lost his life. That's right, this was a scheme from start to finish, meticulously planned by Wolf King's archenemy Ha-Tu-Gu. Ha-Tu-Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, but Wolf King is not someone to be trifled with, he killed Ha-Tu-Gu's group of bandits and got rid of a huge threat to the grassland. But it is a pity that Wolf King Chang Shanin, this hero, lost his life in poison grassland. Chang Shanin? You are Wolf King Chang Shanin. Thinking of this, Gu Yao opened her mouth in shock, staring at Fang Yuan. Oh? You also know Chang Shanin? Fang Yuan replied plainly, still searching for something. But Gu Yao shook her head, no, that's not right. Looking at his age, if Chang Shanin was still alive, he should be 40 or 50 years old. How could he be at your age? Moreover, your appearance and accent are all wrong. You are not Chang Shanin. He, if I am not Chang Shanin, then who am I? That's right, who are you? Why are you pretending to be a dead goo master? Gu Yao was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, wait. Although not long after Chang Shanin died, his mother also died from the poison. But he is already married and left behind a bloodline. His son has already grown up and is also an outstanding talent. Don't tell me, you are Chang Shanyan's son? Fang Yuan smiled and was about to answer her, when he heard a strange sound. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Along with this voice, a huge white bone wheel rolled out from the purple mist. It was as tall as 2 people, half a foot wide, and was made of white bones. The surface of the wheel was covered in sharp bone spikes. At the center of the wheel was a huge skull. The terrifying eye sockets of the skull were burning with blood-red flames. Be careful, this is Ha-Tu Gu's rank 5 Gu, battle bone wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel suddenly accelerated, rolling over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu, Fang Yuan pushed with his palms, the golden dragon roared and slammed onto the wheel. The wheel shook for a moment before easily crushing the golden dragon and crashing into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. Golden Coat Gu, Fang Yuan saw that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying and landed on the ground, his body covered in mud and grass. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 spiraling water arrows hit the wheel. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, raising a large amount of mud. It gave up on Fang Yuan and changed its direction, crashing towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly activated Water Trace Gu and activated her water armor, dodging and retaliating. Fang Yuan also rushed over to help. This was a tough battle. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu, the core Gu that the original owner, Ha-Tu Gu, relied on to become famous. After Ha-Tu Gu died, it became a wild Gu, feeding on the white bones on the battlefield. The white bone chariot's attacks were majestic and fierce, often crushing its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed and his battle strength fell. He did not bring a rank 5 Gu and could not fight the white bone wheel head-on. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and search for Chang Shanyan's corpse. But now that he had Gu Yao's help, he changed his plan and chose to fight. After fighting for over 4 hours, relying on Fang Yuan's tactic of restraining the enemy, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence. They took turns to breathe and gradually wore down the white bone wheel, finally causing it to fall to the ground. After the battle was decided, Fang Yuan immediately placed his hands on the white bone wheel and swept it with his will and primeval essence. The white bone wheel was a rank 5 Gu, thus even rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and Fixed Immortal Travel's aura could not help Fang Yuan refine it instantly. But the wheel was full of cracks and almost fell apart, it was in a terrible state and was on the verge of destruction. Fang Yuan had 100-man soul, he was full of vigor and his will was like steel. He poured his primeval essence into it and spent another 15 minutes before he finally subdued it. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture. After the white bone wheel entered the aperture, it floated on the sea of true gold primeval essence, floating along with the waves, looking lifeless. Gu worms would naturally get injured, destroyed or even perish. This white bone wheel is on the verge of breaking, it cannot be used anymore. Unless I can find the bone bamboo Gu and combine it with the ghost fire Gu to heal it. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. There were many healing Gu that did not target the human body. Some Gu, like wolf smoke Gu, were used to heal the injuries of wolves and jackals. Some Gu, like pig iron Gu, were used to heal the chainsaw golden centipede. Bone bamboo Gu, combined with ghost fire Gu, could heal the white bone wheel and allow it to fight again. Speaking of which, this white bone wheel Gu is very famous. It was created by the rank 8 demonic path Gu immortal Xianxia. This person was called Proud Bone Demon Lord. He had outstanding talent, and when he advanced to rank 6, he did not have an immortal Gu, so he thought of a killer move called White Bone War Chariot. White Bone War Chariot is made from white bone wheel and many other rank 5 Gu. It is very powerful, comparable to a rank 6 immortal Gu. Relying on this amazing idea, Xianxia cultivated to rank 8 realm, and brought the killer move White Bone Battlefield to greater heights, combining 3 immortal Gu to form an even more powerful killer move, White Bone Battlefield. He relied on this to move unhindered in the world, slaughtering countless Gu immortals. His fierce name spread far and wide, causing the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I cultivate to this realm? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had rank 6 cultivation, a crucial step away from rank 7. Afterwards, he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, but was besieged by righteous path goo immortals, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Every time he thought of Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, these characters, Feng Yuan could not help but yearn for them. A man should be like this in this world, unrestrained by the mortal world, fearless and unrestrained, killing whoever they don't like. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all living beings. When my heart is kind, I bless the world. The world moves according to my heart, I rule over everything, and trample on all enemies who dare to resist me. This is true freedom, a carefree life. Feng Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, taking out the bright pearl goo from his pocket. Bright pearl goo was already covered in dust, its light was dim. Fixed immortal travel was sealed inside, the immortal goo's aura was also weakening. Feng Yuan took out the dark throw goo. This goo was similar in shape to the dust goo. It was also a silkworm cocoon, but its body was deep black. Feng Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and the black cocoon wriggled. Dozens of threads twisted out like snakes and climbed onto the bright pearl goo. In a few blinks of an eye, the bright pearl goo was wrapped in a layer of black cocoon. This was known as casting pearls before swine. It was a method developed during the Battle of the Five Regions to conceal the aura of goo worms. As a result, the aura of fixed immortal travel became even weaker. Warrior Xianxia, you want to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually realizing what was going on. Feng Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and put the black bead into his pocket before continuing to search the battlefield. This battlefield was left behind from the battle between Xianxia and Hatu Gu over 20 years ago. Xianxia was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Hatu Gu was a rank 5 initial stage Gu master with a large group of subordinates. They were playmates who grew up together, but the woman they fell in love with at the same time chose Xianxia in the end. From then on, hatred was formed, and because of the subsequent events, the hatred deepened until it could only be washed away with each other's lives and blood. After Hatu Gu poisoned Xianxia's mother, Xianxia led his wolf group deep into poison grassland to find the snow-washed Gu. After that, Xianxia set up an ambush here, and when Hatu Gu charged in with the horse bandits, large groups of wolves came from all directions. This tragic life and death battle was fought until the heavens and the earth darkened. Eventually, the wolf group was annihilated, and the horse bandits either died or escaped. Xianxia, who was at the end of his rope, fought with Hatu Gu, who had exhausted his primeval essence. Both of them were in a frenzy, using everything they could. They wrestled with each other, using their teeth to bite, using their hands to dig, using all the strength in their bodies, before both of them collapsed on the ground, without even the strength to breathe. These two mortal enemies, once the closest companions, were only 2 to 3 steps away from each other, but they could only pant and stare at each other. They were both strong Gu masters, one was a glorious hero, the other was a notorious demon. But both of them had lost their strength. At this moment, they were as weak as children, even if a rabbit ran over and blocked their mouths, they would suffocate to death. After a moment of deadlock, Hatu Gu suddenly laughed loudly. He was after all a rank 5 Gu master, his primeval essence recovery speed was faster than Xianxia's. His primeval essence recovered first, it was enough for him to use the poisonous bone spear once. Seeing the bone spear shooting towards him, Xianxia's eyes opened wide, a miraculous trace of strength burst forth in this desperate situation. Using this bit of strength, he struggled to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear that was aimed at his head still pierced his chest. The intense pain made Xianxia roar in anger. Using the wolf strength Gu to amplify his strength, he broke the thin bone spear, holding it in his hand, he dragged his body step by step to Hatu Gu's side. Finally, Xianxia stabbed the green spear tip into Hatu Gu's eye socket, killing this mortal enemy of his. Although Xianxia won, the poison on the bone spear had already spread throughout his body. Using the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus earth burial Gu. This Gu was refined from 108 different kinds of pregnant female wolves, it was specially used to save lives. As long as there was a trace of life force, it would be able to keep them alive. Xianxia used this Gu and burrowed into the ground, falling into a deep sleep, struggling at death's door. After over 30 years, Ma Hongyun, who was still a rank 3 Gu master, was chased here by the wolf group. In a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found Xianxia who was buried underground. After Ma Hongyan saved Chang Shanin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolf group, he even worked hard for him and became one of the 4 great generals in order to repay him for saving his life. In the struggle for dominance in the grassland, he made countless contributions and pushed Ma Hongyan, who was originally a slave, to the throne of the lord of the imperial court. Chang Shanyan's life was full of ups and downs. He was a legend. When he reappeared in the world, his story was widely spread in northern plains. It was not a secret. Later, with Ma Hongyan's help, he cultivated to rank 7 Gu Immortal Realm and obtained the title of Sky Wolf General, gaining even more authority. Finally, he resisted the invasion of Central Continent and died in battle. His descendants wrote his biography. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan was so clear about the process. "Oh? I found it." After a long search, there was finally a result. Feng Yuan's footsteps paused as he found a huge wolf tail on the grassland. This wolf tail was covered in mud and was mostly covered by poisonous grass. It was almost invisible. If not for Feng Yuan already having a target and carefully searching, he would not have found it. Back then, when Ma Hongyan was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. After he pulled out this wolf tail, he saved Chang Shanin and himself. Feng Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and pulled it out. Immediately, the ground rumbled and a huge female wolf's body was brought out. Her eyes were closed, her body was covered in purple fur and her belly was snow white. Her body was huge. Even when she was lying down, she was as tall as a person. Gu Yao quickly ran over with a surprised expression. "What wolf is this? Why is it so big?" "Oh my, it looks like a female wolf. Look at her bulging belly, she must be pregnant." "This is not a wolf, it is a Gu," Feng Yuan said as he took out a sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup Gu. He stabbed the dagger into the wolf's belly and forcefully made a long cut. Instantly, the swollen belly split open and large amounts of amniotic fluid mixed with blood gushed out of the wound, drenching Feng Yuan's lower body. Gu Yao saw that the situation was bad and quickly jumped back to prevent herself from being implicated. Next, she opened her mouth in shock, shouting, "Why is there a person in the wolf fetus?" Along with the amniotic fluid, there was another person. It was the real Chang Shanin. His eyes were closed and his body was riddled with injuries, especially the half-bone spear that was stuck in his chest. His whole body was covered in sticky amniotic fluid, his expression was painful and his skin was pale green. Feng Yuan quickly squatted down and stretched out his hands, seemingly inspecting Chang Shanyan's injuries, but in fact, he was secretly pinching Chang Shanyan's neck. The pitiful Chang Shanin was a hero. He successfully killed his mortal enemy and used Gu worms to extend his life for over 20 years. Originally, in another 10 years or so, a fated monarch would have come to save him. But now, Feng Yuan interfered and killed this future influential figure, the famous Sky Wolf General, a future rank 7 Gu immortal. Chang Shanin was already at his last breath. He had no consciousness and could not defend himself. He only had a weak breath left. When Feng Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble. Not to mention using his consciousness to detonate the Gu worms. Feng Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture and immediately found several turtle breath Gu inside. Turtle breath Gu was a storage Gu, similar to bright pearl Gu, used to seal Gu worms. Before Chang Shanin entered the wolf's stomach, to prevent the Gu worms in his body from starving to death, he sealed them one by one in the turtle breath Gu. These rank 4 Gu were like oval-shaped rocks, slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the rocks was covered in veins, making people think of a turtle shell. Once spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out, Feng Yuan instantly refined these turtle breath Gu. He took out all these turtle breath Gu and under Gu Yao's curious gaze, he crushed them one by one, revealing the Gu worms inside. A total of 8 Gu worms, all belonging to the enslavement path. They were all rare rank 4 Gu. Among them, some were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 Gu. Chang Shanin used this set of Gu worms to make a name for himself in northern plains. He then used this Gu to kill a rank 5 enemy. Using spring-autumn cicada, Feng Yuan kept all of them for his own use. But just obtaining Gu worms was not Feng Yuan's entire goal. After throwing these Gu worms into his aperture, he looked at Chang Shanyan's corpse. He started to use Gu worms to detoxify the corpse. "Isn't he already dead?" Gu Yao asked with a strange expression. Detoxifying a living person was fine, But why did he have to detoxify a dead person? Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, instead requesting, "Don't just watch, use your cleansing goo to help." With Fang Yuan and Gu Yao's help, the poison in Chang Shanyan's body was gradually expelled. "Is he Chang Shanin? Your father?" Gu Yao suddenly realized something, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. But she quickly denied it. "No, Chang Shanyan's son is a Northern Plains native. From your appearance, you are an outsider." Fang Yuan snorted, saying expressionlessly, "I said, I am Chang Shanin." As the poison dissipated, the pale green color on Chang Shanyan's skin faded away, returning to his original skin color. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time. He called the girl to the side and took off Chang Shanyan's clothes, using clean water to wash them. You want to bring his corpse back?" Gu Yao guessed. But immediately after, Fang Yuan's actions overturned her guess. The girl saw Fang Yuan taking out a lump of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan used his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately dispersed, landing on Chang Shanyan's naked and pale corpse and starting to eat. These black ants crawled all over Chang Shan Yin's body, swallowing his skin, leaving behind a completely unrecognizable corpse with its flesh and tendons exposed. Gu Yao saw this and almost vomited in disgust. Fang Yuan collected this lump of black ants again, taking out a seed and planting it on the ground. As he injected his primeval essence, the seed sprouted at a visible speed, growing into a beautiful flower. The flower bloomed, but in the center of the flower was a strange and thick blood-colored membrane, like a person's mouth. Inside the petals, there were rows of tiny serrations. The black ants gathered together and climbed up the flower, burrowing into the heart of the flower. The flower closed up again. The sawtooth inside rotated crazily and rubbed against each other. The entire flower trembled and made a buzzing sound. Fang Yuan took out another goo, and before Gu Yao could see it clearly, the goo turned into a colorful flame and attached itself to the strange and terrifying flower. In the burning of the flames, the flowers twisted crazily, letting out squeaking sounds. The scream was so sharp that Gu Yao had to take a dozen steps back and cover her ears with both hands. At this point, the young girl also knew that something was wrong. Such a strange method exuded a sinister demonic aura. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a pale face, but the latter's expression did not change. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining as he stared at the flower bud beneath his feet. "Open." Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and he shouted. A small slit opened up on the corolla, absorbing all the colorful flames. Next, the entire flower bud exploded and a goo flew out. This goo was colorful and constantly changing colors, sometimes yellow-green, sometimes blood-purple. It was like smoke or mist, floating in the air. "Human skin goo, I have finally refined it." Fang Yuan saw this and let out a long sigh of relief. He then took out a clean and sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup goo. "The following scene will be a little bloody, you can close your eyes." He held the dagger and said to Gu Yao. Gu Yao's breathing was slightly rough. She looked at Fang Yuan with a bewildered gaze, not saying a word. But at the next moment, the young girl's pupils shrunk and she covered her mouth with both hands, but she could not hide her scream. Under her frightened gaze, Fang Yuan aimed the dagger at his chest and lightly cut it. Swoosh. He cut from his neck all the way to his abdomen. But the strange thing was, his blood did not flow out. He had already prepared the hemostasis goo. Next, Fang Yuan expressionlessly moved the dagger around his body, then he stretched out his hand and peeled off the skin on his chest. When the young girl saw this horrifying scene, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and willed. The colorful smoke in the air floated over and covered his chest. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with a strange sound, Fang Yuan's exposed bloody tendons were covered by a new layer of skin. But the strange thing was, although this layer of skin had just grown, it was not as delicate as a baby's, but pale and old skin. Next, Fang Yuan did the same thing, peeling off the skin on his arms and legs and growing new skin. Don't tell me. Gu Yao gradually realized something and was tongue-tied. Peeling off the skin on his back was a little troublesome. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort and finally succeeded. Finally, the most crucial part was the skin on his face. Fang Yuan stopped and rested for a while before raising the dagger and pointing it at his eyelids. Gu Yao's body trembled, but Fang Yuan's hands were as steady as iron, every movement was precise. He first cut off his eyelids, then along his eye sockets, the tip of the dagger went out to his ears, then along his cheeks to his chin. Turning his chin, he cut to the other side, finally forming a complete circle. Next, Gu Yao saw Fang Yuan peeling off the skin on his face, her heart pounded and she felt her legs go soft. The colorful smoke floated over, giving him new skin on his face. Next, Fang Yuan changed the skin on the back of his neck, behind his ears, and on his scalp. When he turned around and faced Gu Yao, he was a completely different person, he had turned into Xianxia. I said, I am Xianxia. He spoke with a plain tone. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Fang Yuan's voice was in the purest Northern Plains accent. Fang Yuan could speak in a Northern Plains accent, it was just that he did not say it before. You. She pointed at Fang Yuan, her body trembling and her face pale, her expression filled with fear. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. The human body is like a bag of skin, it is just a change of skin, why are you making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugliness are superficial and weak things. If it was on earth, it would be fine if the human strength was exhausted and the path to immortality was severed. In this world, only eternal life was worth pursuing. As for this human skin goo, it was a recipe developed by goo masters hundreds of years later, during the Five Regions' chaotic war. It could allow a goo master to disguise as another person, with no difference in appearance. Many Central Continent goo masters relied on the human skin goo to infiltrate the enemy's headquarters, assassinate and wreak havoc, greatly boosting Central Continent's offensive, causing the other 4 regions' people to be fearful and suspicious of each other. Ignoring the girl who was scared out of her wits, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, slowly raising his hands in front of his eyes. Now, his hands had completely changed. Every fingerprint and handprint on his hands was the same as Xianxia's. Then, he reached out and touched his chest. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now there was chest hair, extending from his throat all the way to his crotch. He touched his face, and the first thing he felt was the straight nose of the Northern Plains people, and then his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. His face was completely Xianxia's face, even the hair that had grown out was the same as his. Even the white hair on his temples was the same. Human skin goo was the main material used to refine goo using human skin. In fact, its transformation was comprehensive. Not only the skin, but also the hair, the color of the pupils, the shape of the bones, and even the old wounds could be replicated vividly. Gu Yao looked at the current Fang Yuan, it was like she was looking at a dead person coming back to life. You, who are you? She stared at Fang Yuan, her gaze filled with vigilance and alertness. Fang Yuan smiled, saying warmly, I said, I am Xianxia. Do you think I am a fool? I saw the entire process with my own eyes. You are an outsider. Don't use our Northern Plains accent to speak. The girl screamed, she could not take it anymore, her expression showing signs of insanity. Fang Yuan stared at her with a burning gaze, his face showing the vicissitudes of life. He sighed emotionally, little girl, don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I am indeed Xianxia, from the moment we met, I did not lie to you. Then how do you explain everything that just happened? The girl questioned. Fang Yuan raised his head, his gaze skipping over the girl, looking at the sky. His gaze was like smoke, he spoke in a reminiscing tone, little girl, have you heard of soul possession? Soul possession? Gu Yao was slightly stunned, her gaze flickered and her tone was uncertain, you are talking about soul possession? Fang Yuan spoke slowly, explaining with a gentle attitude, it seems you have heard of it. That's right, I was on the verge of death, and with no one to save me, I could only use this method and escape with my soul. Poison grassland is covered in dark clouds all year round, the sun cannot be seen, thus my soul can roam freely here. I roamed for over 20 years before finding the chance to possess an outsider goo master. When I used my goo worm to teleport here, I coincidentally met you. Is that so? Is that really the case? He. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you long ago, why would I let you follow me and even teach you how to fight? Although you say that, if I wanted to guard against you, I would not have let you see these things. You are a Northern Plains native. I, the great Xianxia, would not be so despicable as to lay my hands on a little girl like you. Why did I only succeed after over 20 years? It is because I am not willing to slaughter Northern Plains people for my own selfishness. Little girl, you won't attack me because of an outsider, right? Feng Yuan's smile was like the sun, his tone filled with righteousness. Biao gradually let down her guard. Your words seem to make sense. If you are really Xianxia, then you are the hero of Northern Plains. For an outsider, I will not make things difficult for you. But how will you prove your identity? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, his expression changing as he displayed the arrogance of a senior expert. I, Xianxia, will never change my name. I am me. Why do I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will not stop you. Feng Yuan's move of loosening the reins only to grasp them succeeded in shaking Biao's suspicions, causing her to hesitate. Feng Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Little girl, you are right to be wary of others. But think about it, on the way here, how many chances did I have to kill you? Let's not talk about anything else, just flying in the air. As long as I let go, you would fall into the earth's spike rats and die without a doubt. Did I do that? Meeting each other is fate. Since you have the courage to escape, why don't you have the courage to face me? Biao fell into silence. Feng Yuan observed her expression and knew that it was about time, thus he added, follow me, you are still young, it is not safe for you to be alone in the depths of poison grassland. Didn't you tell me before to find the snow willow? You want to get the snow wash goo from the snow willow and bring it back to the tribe to make a great contribution to offset this marriage? To speak the truth, this is not realistic. 1 or 2 snow wash goo cannot change the situation. Coincidentally, I also need snow wash goo. I will bring you to the snow willow and catch the snow wash goo, then I will follow you home and convince your father. What do you think? Really? Biao's eyes brightened. I remember that father admires you the most, saying that you are a great hero. Ba will definitely listen to what you say. But what do you need snow wash goo for? Your mother has already passed away. Sigh. Feng Yuan's tone was bleak, he had a lonely expression, he first lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I naturally know, 20 years ago, my mother died from poison. I was not able to find the snow wash goo and return in time, it was unfilial of me. Do you know, over these 20 years, snow wash goo has become my obsession. I must catch one, then kneel on my mother's grave and repent to her. Saying so, Feng Yuan's tears flowed down. The young girl saw Feng Yuan's tears and completely believed Feng Yuan's lies. She felt heartache and consoled. Senior Xianxia, this is not your fault. It's all because of that damned Hatu goo. Don't say any more. Let's go. Feng Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have doubted you. Biao felt a wave of guilt. She hurried to catch up with Feng Yuan and apologized behind him. Feng Yuan comforted the girl and succeeded in making Biao feel even more guilty. The two continued to walk deeper into poison grassland. The purple poisonous fog was getting thicker, even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison-beard wolves rarely appeared. After 200 to 300 li, Feng Yuan and Biao had no choice but to use their goo worms to detoxify the poison. After another 500 to 600 li, the purple poisonous fog was as thick as a wall, to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Biao's fog sparrow goo had already lost its effect in this situation. But Feng Yuan was prepared, he could still scout a radius of several thousand steps. Senior Xianxia, let's go back. Or if we change our direction, we might meet the snow willow. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Biao's face turned purple, she could not hold on any longer. But Feng Yuan shook his head and rejected this suggestion, insisting on moving forward. The young girl was not clear, but Feng Yuan understood, this snow willow needed to grow in a poisonous environment. And this poison grassland also had a great origin. In the deepest part of poison grassland, there was a blessed land where the rank 7 Gu immortal Ziyan Ran lived, known as Lady Poison Scorpion. In her Zidu blessed land, there were countless poisonous grasses and large swamps. There were large numbers of poisonous beasts living in it, and large numbers of poisonous goo were bred. When these poisonous beasts accumulated, their toxicity was so intense that even the blessed land could not endure it. Thus, every few years, the Blessed Land's entrance would open and release the dense poisonous gas inside. Most of this poisonous gas would turn into the purple poisonous fog in poison grassland. In some blessed lands, the lowest life forms would take this chance to escape. Thus, there were large numbers of poison-beard wolves in poison grassland. As time passed, the surroundings of the purple poison blessed land underwent earth-shattering changes. Dark clouds covered it all year round, no light could be seen. Purple fog lingered, tormenting life forms. Large numbers of poisonous grasses grew. On the slightly rotten soil, poison-beard wolves ran amok, causing this grassland to become a forbidden zone for life forms. It was called poison grassland by mortals with reverence. At the center of poison grassland was Zidu blessed land. And Feng Yuan's current location was at the center of poison grassland. In the inner part of the grassland, poisonous fog gathered all year round, and large numbers of snow willows grew. Feng Yuan was clear in his heart, at this rate, as long as he persevered and moved forward, he would definitely see the snow willows. As he expected, after the two moved forward for a few hundred steps, Feng Yuan found a snow willow. The snow willow was 20 feet tall, its branches were luxuriant and its trunk was black like ink, but the thousands of willow branches hanging down were pure white like snow. In the dense purple fog, it appeared noble and holy. Feng Yuan brought Guyao to the snow willow, and the young girl immediately let out a happy shout. The two began to carefully examine the snow-white leaves on the willow branches. Soon, Guyao found one of the leaves had already turned into a goo. This was snow-wash goo, a rank 4 goo worm that was priceless. Snow-wash goo's detoxification ability was outstanding, and was widely acknowledged by Northern Plains goo masters. The two searched for a long time and found 3 snow-wash goo. Feng Yuan only took one, and gave the other 2 to Guyao, making the young girl secretly grateful. After keeping the snow-wash goo, Feng Yuan took out a black bead from his bosom. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel was sealed inside, and at this moment, it was quietly emitting some immortal goo aura. This aura did not dissipate for a long time, and could be easily detected by goo immortals. It is time. Feng Yuan willed, and summoned a goo from his aperture. He immediately poured his primeval essence into it, and this goo turned into a crimson iron cabinet, firmly sealing the black bead. Immediately, the immortal goo's aura was isolated, and not a trace of it leaked out. This was a goo unique to Tai clan that Feng Yuan had obtained on Xianxia mountain, iron cabinet goo. Feng Yuan carried the iron cabinet, and returned along the path they came from with Guyao. After walking for 200 to 300 li, Feng Yuan stopped, and took out the Earth Treasury Flower King goo, placing the iron cabinet into the heart of the flower, and planting it deep underground. This goo was rank 5, and Feng Yuan had a hard time planting it. His primeval essence was not effective enough, and he could only absorb Yuan stone while slowly pouring in primeval essence. It took him more than 4 hours to complete the task. Feng Yuan had once opened the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance on Qingmao Mountain. The latter was to bury the Earth Treasury Flower goo, and hide the goo worm. The Earth Treasury Flower goo was only a rank 2 goo, and as it advanced, it would become a rank 5 Earth Treasury Flower King. When the Earth Treasury Flower King was in full bloom, it was 10 times larger than the Earth Treasury Flower. The dark golden petals were soft like silk, and the heart of the flower was dark golden liquid. But when the Earth Treasury Flower King's flower bud was completely closed, its entire body was smaller than a baby's fist. It was completely hidden deep underground, and did not reveal any aura. Feng Yuan planted the Earth Treasury Flower King, and carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this point, he could be considered to have truly hidden the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's aperture could not store fixed immortal travel, so he could only use this method, and bury the immortal goo here, to use it in the future. In this vast grassland, who would think that an extremely precious immortal goo was hidden here, but there was a flaw: the immortal goo left behind a trail of aura. These auras did not fade, and could attract goo immortals. Thus, along the way, Feng Yuan sealed the immortal goo intermittently, to prevent goo immortals from searching for it. But the possibility of this is not very high. Unless the goo immortal has an investigative immortal goo, and this immortal goo can penetrate the ground, and search hundreds of li underground. If fixed immortal travel was really discovered by a goo immortal, and was taken away, Feng Yuan could only blame it on his bad luck. but even so, he would not bring fixed immortal travel with him. Compared to the immortal Gu, he felt that his life was more precious. After burying the Earth Treasury Flower King Gu, the two continued to walk back to that battlefield. Here, Fang Yuan changed his direction, and did not follow the original path back. Instead, he went in another direction, and used Gu Yao's return heart Gu to guide him. The return journey was not smooth. During this period, Fang Yuan and Gu Yao were attacked by wolf groups several times. 3 or 4 times, they encountered 1,000 wolf group, and Fang Yuan could only carry Gu Yao and fly into the sky to avoid the disaster. When the two of them made it out of the poisonous grassland safely, the difficulties and obstacles they encountered were much smaller. In front of them, 100 poison-beard wolves pounced towards Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was not shocked, but happy instead. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, looking down and pointing. Wolf enslavement Gu, go. A rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into a lump of blue smoke, falling down and covering the 100-beast wolf king. The 100-beast wolf king struggled intensely, its soul emitting a strong resistance. But facing Fang Yuan's 100-man soul strength, it was quickly defeated. Hell, hell. When Fang Yuan landed on the grassland, this 100-beast wolf king wagged its tail like a puppy, circling around Fang Yuan's feet. The wolf group it brought also did not move under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's lackeys. This was the second wolf group that Fang Yuan had subdued. Like this, Fang Yuan's forces became stronger, and the wolf group around him also became larger. The fleeing journey had unknowingly turned into a leisurely stroll in the park. When the wolf group around Fang Yuan expanded to over 2,000, and with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With the capital to settle down, Fang Yuan started to deal with the Gu worms that came from southern border. Northern Plains people were xenophobic. With his original appearance, he would be ostracized and vigilant wherever he went, and it was not convenient for him to do anything. And these southern border Gu worms were the biggest flaw that exposed his identity. The cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these flaws to exist. The vast and boundless poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind whistled in their ears, wolves howled from somewhere, like the cries of ghosts. A bonfire was burning on the grassland. Gu Yao leaned against the bonfire, gradually getting rid of the cold on her body. There was a pot on the bonfire, inside was a fragrant meat soup. Gu Yao swallowed her saliva, feeling even hungrier. Finally, she swallowed her saliva, asking Fang Yuan, Senior Chang Shanin, is this pot of meat soup ready? Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl, the two were separated by the bonfire. No rush, this meat has just been put into the pot, it needs to wait for the water to boil. After that, when the meat inside is completely soft, it will be interesting to eat. Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup Gu as he said plainly. Oh, we still need to wait so long. Gu Yao pouted, her beautiful face under the illumination of the fire, together with the grassland's long robe and exquisite accessories, showed off her unique charm. But such a beautiful scene did not cause Fang Yuan's gaze to pause for even a moment. His gaze was focused on the moving perspective cup Gu in his hand. Moving perspective cup Gu was a rank 5 Gu. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. In terms of capacity, it was even weaker than some rank 4 Gu. In terms of feeding, it was extremely expensive, occupying the peak of rank 5 Gu. In terms of primeval essence expenditure, it was barely passable. But why did Fang Yuan not choose others, but chose it, spending so much effort and resources to refine it? It was because it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole from heaven and earth, he was the wealthiest venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first recorded in, Space Cave was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of Time Path Gu worms. And in the Space Cave, there were countless Space Path Gu worms. It connected the 5 regions, hiding in unknown places. Opening the door from the Space Cave, one could instantly reach other places in the world. The door that led to it was also called the Space Door. The Space Door was everywhere, it could be in a small crack of a finger, or it could cover the vast sky. As long as there was space, there would be a door to the cave. But since ancient times, very few people have been able to find the Void Cave, let alone enter it. In the entire history of the human race, only one person had entered and exited. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable researched the recipe of moving cup goo. He wanted to stuff this moving cup goo into the space cave, and bring out the wild goo worms inside the space cave. But he failed, and yet he succeeded. Over 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated by someone. Goo immortals from all over fought over it. The recipe of moving perspective goo was also widely spread. Its powerful effect quickly made it popular in the 5 regions. It was revered by countless goo immortals. Feng Yuan took out the golden dragon goo from his aperture. The rank 4 golden dragon goo had been suppressed to rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective goo. Feng Yuan poured a large amount of primeval essence into moving perspective goo. The cup, which had a golden top and a silver bottom, immediately emitted a dazzling gold and silver light as it slowly floated in the air. Feng Yuan retracted his palm, then slowly pushed the cup in front of him. The moving perspective goo moved forward, before it started to vanish, first at the edge, then more than half, until it completely vanished into the air. Yao stood up, her eyes wide open as she looked at this scene in amazement. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal sensed something. She teleported to a secret room in Dang Hun Palace. In the secret room, a moving perspective goo gave off a dazzling light as it floated in the air. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it slowly moved forward, before vanishing into the air. When the moving perspective goo completely vanished, Feng Yuan slowly spread his palm, and continued to pour his primeval essence. Suddenly, a speck of gold and silver light blossomed in the air above his palm. Next, Yao saw the edge of a cup appear in the air, followed by half a cup, until the entire cup appeared in the air. Finally, the light dissipated, and the cup-shaped goo worm slowly landed in Feng Yuan's palm. Success! Feng Yuan muttered, seeing this cup. He knew that this matter was not out of his control. Senior Chang Shanin, what are you doing? There is something wrong with this goo. Yao walked a few steps towards Feng Yuan, extremely curious. What's wrong? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, taking out a yuan stone and quickly recovering his primeval essence. Yao did not speak, she only stared at the moving perspective cup goo. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she shouted, this goo is different. It was gold on top and silver on the bottom, but now it is silver on top and gold on the bottom. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. That's right, there was not only one moving perspective goo, but 2. Of these 2 goo, one had a golden top and a silver bottom, while the other had a golden top and a silver top. Only when the 2 formed a set would it be a complete moving perspective goo. Before Feng Yuan left, he brought one with him and placed the other in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he injected his primeval essence, the 2 moving perspective goo entered the space cave at the same time, and completed the exchange in the space cave. The one in the Blessed Land came to Feng Yuan's side. As for Feng Yuan's cup with the golden dragon goo, it returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to use moving perspective goo to steal the goo worms in the space cave. He failed, he did not achieve his goal. But moving perspective goo, on a different level, was a huge success. Using the space cave that was everywhere, a pair of moving perspective goo could complete the exchange in the space cave, forming the transportation of resources. And more importantly, it was only rank 5, it was not the only immortal goo. In Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, moving perspective goo became a must-have goo worm for all forces. Even goo immortals were competing to use it. Feng Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective goo. The letter was naturally written by Little Hu Immortal. It described the current situation in the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan had only spent 5 to 6 days in Poison Grassland, but a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The letter said that other than Dang Hun Mountain, the Blessed Land was doing well. Crane Gate suggested another transaction, but Little Hu Immortal tactfully rejected according to Feng Yuan's instructions. If the transactions increased, the chances of Crane Gate finding out that Feng Yuan was not in the Blessed Land would be higher. Feng Yuan was in Northern Plains, but he was worried about the Blessed Land. Using moving perspective goo to exchange letters, he could manipulate the situation behind the scenes, and prevent people with ulterior motives from succeeding. Feng Yuan looked at the letter and immediately replied. Yao was puzzled, she did not recognize Central Continent's words. Along with this letter, Fang Yuan put in 3 rank 4 goo, golden coat goo, charging crash goo, and bone wings goo. The more things there were, the more primeval essence would be expended when moving perspective goo. In fact, the distance between the 2 cups had nothing to do with it. This was because moving perspective goo had a mystical concept. It made use of the space cave, a mystical forbidden passage. Fang Yuan's previous attempt was only a test. After confirming that moving perspective goo could work normally, he began to put the southern border goo worms back into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and let little Hu Immortal feed them. In the Blessed Land, little Hu Immortal was lying on the table, staring at the air with her bright eyes. The golden dragon goo and the moving perspective goo on the table had already been taken away by her. Suddenly, the moving perspective goo floated up and went back into the space cave. Next, it changed to another one, landing on the table. Little Hu Immortal quickly took out the item in the moving perspective goo, and seeing Fang Yuan's reply, she was overjoyed, shouting, "Master's reply." Like this, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was almost used up again. He had no choice but to hold the Yuan stone again, to replenish his primeval essence. Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually noticing something amiss. Her curiosity was aroused, and she asked a few more questions. But Fang Yuan only smiled, not answering her directly. "Humph, acting so mysterious, what's so great about it?" The young girl pouted, angrily returning to her original seat. She sat down, frowning as she stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored her, making Gu Yao even more furious. She had been doted on by her father since young, and was the beauty of the tribe. No one had ever dared to look down on her. But Fang Yuan ignored her along the way. Many young men pursued her passionately, fueling her arrogant temper. Gu Yao stared at Fang Yuan for a while, but Fang Yuan recovered his primeval essence, and continued moving the perspective cup again, still ignoring her. This Northern Plains girl's sullen mood gradually dissipated. He is Chang Shanin after all, he is not someone those foolish and superficial guys can compare to. What kind of person am I in his eyes? I am just a junior that he met by chance. Thinking of this, Gu Yao could not help but feel disheartened. Looking at Fang Yuan's side profile, she could not help but fall into a daze. Fang Yuan used human skin goo to change his face, the unique appearance of a Northern Plains man. It was more in line with Gu Yao's sense of beauty. When Chang Shanin was young, he was one of the few handsome youths in Chang tribe. His facial features were regular, his nose was tall, his brown eyes were deep, and his thin lips were pursed, silently showing his strong personality. His hair was already slightly white, showing the vicissitudes of a mature man. It was a strong attraction to the young girl. The bonfire swayed with the wind, the light of the fire illuminated Fang Yuan's face, showing his firm and steady aura. Gu Yao's thoughts gradually drifted. She thought, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? The shock when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the wisdom when he gave her pointers, the unparalleled bravery in battle, and the coldness when he peeled off her skin. These scenes flashed in the young girl's mind. The impression was so deep that it was carved into the depths of her heart. What about his past? Gu Yao could not help but think. Chang Shanyan's past had already become a legend of a hero, widely spread in Northern Plains. Countless people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, he was the future hope of Chang tribe. He became famous very early on. His top-notch wolf manipulation skills made people look at him in a different light. Most importantly, he was upright, fair, generous, and friendly. He never bullied the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped his tribesmen in trouble. At the same time, he had a strong sense of brotherhood, risking his life many times to protect his homeland, and made great contributions to Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but faced the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate was merciless, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and even almost lost his life. But he survived in the end. Relying on his own hard work, he struggled out of the abyss of death, creating an unimaginable miracle. This man is carrying endless pain on his shoulders, and hidden in the dark are countless scars. Gu Yao thought of this and had an impulse to hug Fang Yuan, using her warmth to comfort this injured lone wolf, the former wolf king. The bonfire flickered, the wood crackled. Gu Yao's gaze on Fang Yuan's face became more and more affectionate, gradually becoming unable to extricate herself. In the warm light of the fire, there was a kind of emotion brewing and growing in the young girl's heart. When Fang Yuan finished this round of exchanging cups and started to take out primeval stones to absorb the primeval essence, Yao inwardly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan! Be my husband!" Her voice traveled through the vast grassland in the deep night, going far away. "What did you say?" Fang Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he did not expect the young girl to suddenly change her mind. After reacting, he smiled, "Don't mess around, little girl, I am your senior. According to age, I am 20 years older than you, my son is a good match for you." "No, Changshanin, I want you." Yao's voice was loud and clear. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly, gazing at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. "Changshanin, you are the hero of the great grassland, everyone knows of your name. You are a man worth entrusting my life to. Age is not a problem. Back then, when old ancestor Giant's son was 1,000 years old, didn't he still marry countless young girls every year?" Fang Yuan's expression sank. "All right, stop fooling around." Yao stomped her feet, raising her voice, "I am not fooling around. Changshanin, after following you for so long, my heart has been deeply attracted to you. Just now, I discovered that I have completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and my everything to you, please accept it." "Young lady, I already have a wife." Fang Yuan sighed, his expression complicated. Yao immediately shook her head, "Your wife has already remarried. Even if you take her back, I don't mind. I don't want the position of the main wife, I can be your concubine." Old ancestor Giant's son had hundreds of thousands of concubines, but he only had one main wife. But Fang Yuan's rejection was firm, "I will not marry again. My heart has already fallen silent, just like this poisonous grassland. You are too young, you cannot understand this feeling. During the days in the belly of the wolf, I could not move at all, I felt extreme pain. When my soul drifted on the vast grassland, I drifted from place to place, but my mental state gradually improved. I recalled my past, I witnessed the life and death of many people. The sufferings and happiness of my past life could no longer enter my heart. I will start a brand new life, I am the new Changshanin, I will not even return to Chang tribe. Then come to my good tribe." Yao's eyes brightened. She was very sincere in her invitation, but Fang Yuan still refused, showing no signs of being moved. "Changshanin, is your heart made of stone? Are you still doubting me? Don't tell me you want me to be like that golem and dig out my heart for you to see?" Yao pleaded softly, her eyes were red, she was so sad that she was about to cry. Roar! At this moment, the sound of a pack of wolves charging could be heard not far away. A large pack of poison-beard wolves was attracted by the flames and rapidly approached Fang Yuan and Yao. However, Fang Yuan's wolf pack was also resting beside the bonfire. The two packs of wolves quickly collided, entangled with each other, and started a fierce battle. "This is 1,000 wolf pack." Yao's attention was drawn over, her expression solemn. In the past, the two of them would choose to retreat when they encountered such a large pack of wolves. But now, Fang Yuan sneered, "It doesn't matter. Today is different from the past. We also have the help of the wolves. Yao, I'll need your help to restrain the 1,000-beast wolf king. My Jin Yuan has been depleted. Once I've replenished it, I'll come back to help you." The young girl nodded, but she didn't move immediately. Instead, she stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. Fang Yuan looked at her. "Hurry up and go." However, Yao pursed her lips and remained motionless with a determined gaze. Fang Yuan could only soften his attitude and said warmly, "All right, let me consider this matter. But I want to know the answer now." Yao immediately replied. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, but on the surface, he sighed and suggested, "If you can kill this 1,000-beast wolf king alone, I'll agree to marry you." "Really? Hee, once a northern plains man says it, even a fierce wind and a horse can't chase after it." At this moment, Yao's eyes shone brightly, and, "Just you wait." The young girl was filled with battle intent, she rushed into the battlefield and went straight for the 1,000-beast wolf king. Looking at her leaving figure, the smile on Fang Yuan's face quickly disappeared, and his gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Gu Yao would be so moved by him. It was simply a matter of deep love. However, love was something that couldn't be reasoned with and couldn't be predicted with common sense. When Gu Yue climbed Qingbai Mountain in the Desolate Inn, he was pursued by the Stone Man. According to U003CU003C, the legends of Renzu 003EU003E, Renzu failed to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and at the final juncture of his revival, he failed and was swept into Luopa Valley by Reverse Flow River. His second daughter, Gu Yue Desolate Inn, knew of this news and tried to save her father. However, to enter the door of life and death, one needed the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu. But these Gu worms were with her father, Renzu. Gu Yue Desolate Inn couldn't enter the door of life and death, but she wanted to save Renzu. She couldn't think of a method, so she could only ask Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu told her two methods. The first method was to enter the space cave and open the space door, directly arriving at Renzu's side. Then, through the space cave, she could escape the door of life and death. But this method could only save Renzu's soul, it couldn't revive him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Qingbai Mountain and find that one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, Gu Yue Desolate Inn would be able to save Renzu and revive him. Gu Yue Desolate Inn knew of the existence of the space cave long ago, but she couldn't find a way to enter it. Moreover, she wanted to revive her father, so she came to Qingbai Mountain. Qingbai Mountain was not tall, it was just a small mound. It was very special, it was made up of billions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually Failure Gu. There was still one and only Success Gu, it was at the peak of Qingbai Mountain. Gu Yue Desolate Inn came to the foot of the mountain and started to climb Qingbai Mountain. Her movement woke up the nearby Love Gu that was sleeping. Love Gu was disturbed from its beautiful dream, it was furious and wanted to take revenge on Gu Yue Desolate Inn. It used its unique power to enlighten a rock. The rock gained life because of love, turning into a rockman. The rockman was tall and mighty, his body was covered in gold, silver, copper, and iron, it was very beautiful and dazzling. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Gu Yue Desolate Inn. He was shocked at her heavenly immortal appearance and was immediately subdued by her beauty. He followed Gu Yue Desolate Inn all the way, looking at her graceful back, his heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not hold back anymore, he ran in front of Gu Yue Desolate Inn and stopped her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling, your figure is so elegant, your temperament is so noble. The moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love, please be merciful and accept my love for you." The rockman had a majestic body, completely blocking Gu Yue Desolate Yin's path. Gu Yue Desolate Yin frowned slightly, she sized up the rockman in front of her, saying coldly, "Love, what is that? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The rockman immediately took the iron pieces from his body and handed them to Gu Yue Desolate Yin with both hands, saying, "Beautiful lady, these are my unyielding spirit. I am giving them to you, this is my love for you." Gu Yue Desolate Yin shook her head in disappointment, she was not interested in these iron pieces at all. The rockman was stunned, he also took off the copper pieces on his body and piled them on top of the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, these are my stubbornness. I am giving them to you because this is my love for you." Gu Yue Desolate Yin was impatient, "Please move aside, I am not interested in your love, I still need to save my father." The rockman saw that the goddess in his heart was not moved, he could not help but panic. He knelt on the ground and made up his mind, he also took off the silver pieces on his body and piled them on top of the copper pieces. "Kind lady, these are my dignity. I am giving them to you, this should be enough to express my love for you, right?" Gu Yue Desolate Yin frowned even more, "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you." The rockman became even more anxious, he also took off the gold pieces on his body and piled them on top of the silver pieces. "Lovely lady, these are my confidence. I am giving them to you because they represent my love for you." Gu Yue Desolate Yin sighed deeply and said, "Rockman, in order to express your love, you are no longer unyielding, put down your stubbornness, threw away your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. But what I see is an extremely ugly rockman. Get up, I will not accept your love for me, I still have more important things to do." It turned out that the rockman had lost his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations, he had become gray and even somewhat comical, he was no longer as gorgeous and mighty as before. The rockman began to cry. He begged Guyua Desolatine, "Then how can I obtain your love?" Guyua Desolatine was anxious, but the rockman refused to get up no matter what. She changed her mind and smiled. "Rockman, since you love me so much, then show me your true heart." The rockman did not hesitate to open his chest, offering his scarlet red heart to Guyua Desolatine. Guyua Desolatine received the heart and immediately kept it. The stone man hurriedly called out, "Can I get your love now?" Guyua Desolatine shook her head. "Even if you give your true heart, you will not be able to exchange for love." "Xianxia, look at what this is." Guyao was covered in blood and wounds. She was panting heavily. She held the head of the 1,000-wolf king in her hand as she stood in front of Fang Yuan. After losing the wolf king, the invading wolf pack was fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He nodded and admitted, "You killed the 1,000-wolf king." Guyao performed exceptionally. She was heavily injured, her face was covered in blood, her primeval essence was also depleted. She stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. "Xianxia, you are a hero, you won't go back on your words, right?" "Of course not. Your love has moved me. From today onwards, you are my wife." Fang Yuan looked at Guyao with deep emotions. He then walked closer step by step. He stretched out his arms and hugged the young girl. The young girl let go of the wolf king's head and threw it on the ground. She passionately hugged Fang Yuan back. Her breathing was rapid, her heart was beating rapidly. She was actually more nervous and excited than when she was fighting the wolf king to the death. In Fang Yuan's warm embrace, her heart was filled with happiness, her pair of beautiful eyes turned red. Suddenly, there was a soft sound. The young girl's expression froze. She struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's embrace. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a sharp dagger stuck there. A fatal blow. Whether it was to the body or the soul. Why? Guyao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Her delicate body swayed, her eyes filled with anger, hatred, shock and doubt. Fang Yuan looked at the young girl and spoke expressionlessly. He said the story in. The rockman saw that desolate Guyue had kept his true heart and could not help but feel anxious. He said, "Heartless girl, your coldness makes me despair. Since I can't exchange for your love, then please return my sincerity to me. Without it, I will die." But Guyue did not return it to him. She watched as he slowly died. "Why? I love you so much, why do you want to kill me?" Before the rockman died, he shouted in confusion. Desolate Guyue looked at him pitifully, her voice was still calm. "Oh rockman, I did not want to kill you. But you blocked my path to success." "Path to success?" Guyao heard this reply and could not hold on any more, collapsing on the ground. The dense aura of death caused her body to rapidly turn cold. The young girl raised her head, revealing a swan-like graceful neck. She looked at the dark night sky and laughed miserably. She only laughed 3 times, but her face was filled with tears. Then she looked at Fang Yuan, her gaze was still as affectionate as before. "Xianxia, I do not know how I blocked your path to success. But even if you kill me, I will not hate you. Maybe you want to take revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you, I hope they can help you in your path to success." Cough cough cough. The young girl coughed out blood. She laughed miserably, pleading to Fang Yuan, "I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace." But Fang Yuan did not move. He looked at the young girl coldly. He looked at the young girl, seeing her expression harden bit by bit, her life slipping away bit by bit. In the end, the flower-like young girl turned into an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Guyao's face and fell into a long silence. Even though it was daytime, the poison grassland was gloomy. Thick dark clouds blocked the light of the sun. Behind the low mound, a humpback wolf was quietly lurking. The hump wolf was huge, comparable to a warhorse. Its entire body was covered in black and long wolf fur, and on its back were 2 thin humps. A pair of wolf eyes shone with a faint light in the darkness. It laid on the mound, motionless, like a stone statue. Even its breathing was extremely slow. At first glance, it looked like a piece of black metal. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long and slender ears trembled. Under its gaze, a gray rabbit came out of a cave at the foot of the mound and started to look for food. Even though there were lush weeds around the cave, the gray rabbit did not care, and rushed out to look for grass in the distance. Rabbits do not eat the grass around their burrows. If they did, the cave they lived in would be exposed. When the hump wolf saw the gray rabbit leave, its eyelids drooped even more, covering a large part of its eyes, leaving only a slit. The gray rabbit ate the grass, while its ears perked up. Once there was any movement, it would agilely raise its head and look around, extremely alert. The hump wolf was very patient. The gray rabbit was happily eating, but it did not move, as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, immersed in the delicious food. When it was full, it started to walk back. At this moment, the hump wolf suddenly moved. It jumped out from the mound, and attacked the gray rabbit. The gray rabbit's path back was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it could only turn and run. Its speed was extremely fast. When it ran, it was as if it had turned into a gray bolt of lightning, moving through the grass. It actually surpassed the hump wolf's speed, and quickly created a distance between them. But after running for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit's explosive power was strong, but its endurance was not as good as the hump wolf's. The two of them chased each other on the poison grassland, life and death at the speed of light. The most common scene in the grassland, the game of death between the predator and the prey. The hump wolf gradually got closer. Seeing that the gray rabbit had already landed in front of it, the hump wolf leapt out and pounced. But at this moment, the rabbit suddenly sped up, its entire body scurrying to the side. He immediately dodged the fatal attack and pulled away from the hump wolf. This gray rabbit was very cunning. The exhaustion just now was just a disguise, and it still had some energy left. The hump wolf missed its target and continued its pursuit. Soon, the distance between the two gradually shortened. The hump wolf pounced again, but it still missed. After 3 or 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted and was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf panted heavily and lay on the ground for a long time before slowly standing up. In this cruel competition, the predators didn't have unlimited glory. Instead, there were many hardships. Hump wolf didn't enjoy the gray rabbit that it had painstakingly caught. Instead, it held it in its mouth and returned to its lair. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and a few newborn wolf pups that needed to be fed. At that time, when the hump wolf rushed back to its lair, it only saw bloodstains and cold corpses. Howl! It threw down the gray rabbit's corpse and roared angrily. The fur on its neck stood up, and its eyes turned red with hatred. A large group of poison-beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. On a hill far away, Fang Yuan crossed his arms, looking down at the battlefield from a high vantage point. A male wolf came after all. He smiled lightly, feeling that his luck had turned for the better. Hump wolf was an outstanding mount in northern plains. Although Fang Yuan had Chang Shanyan's rank 4 wolf sprint goo, it expended a lot of primeval essence. It was much faster and more convenient to ride the hump wolf. When Fang Yuan accidentally found this wolf den, he killed all the weak female wolves and their pups, and obtained a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. He was not in a hurry to leave, but hid the poison-beard wolf and waited for the male wolf to return. The battle between the hump wolf and the poison-beard wolf group had reached its climax the moment it started. The hump wolf's body was huge, and its anger made it even more ferocious when it fought. It waved its claws, and ordinary poison-beard wolves were not its match. But under Fang Yuan's command, the poison-beard wolves were extremely crafty. They did not fight head-on, but cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating, wearing down the hump wolf's battle strength. After an hour, the hump wolf was gasping for breath. It was no longer as valiant as before. Beside it, there were over 60 poison-beard wolf corpses. These were its glorious battle achievements. Of course, if Fang Yuan wanted to kill it, with Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment, he would only need to pay the price of 30 poison-beard wolves. But Fang Yuan wanted to capture it alive, thus he could not help but feel his hands and feet being tied in battle. The time is about right. Fang Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind as he slowly walked down the hill, getting closer carefully. Right now, most of his goo worms had been moved to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through moving perspective cup goo. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fang Yuan flicked his finger, activating the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf. The hump wolf quickly retreated, but the light smoke followed it closely. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fang Yuan. But it met with the obstruction of the poison-beard wolves. After a few breaths of time, the light smoke completely fused into its body. The hump wolf laid on the ground weakly, its body was covered in bleeding wounds, its bloodshot eyes no longer looked at Fang Yuan with hatred, but showed a sense of submission. 100-man soul is indeed useful. If I did not use guts goo, I would need to expend some effort to enslave this hump wolf. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, before activating the wolf smoke goo in his aperture. Wolf smoke goo flew out, turning into thick smoke that enveloped the hump wolf and most of the injured poison-beard wolves. After a while, the smoke dispersed, the hump wolf's wounds were completely healed, it even grew new fur. The injured poison-beard wolves also recovered their vitality. However, even though they were uninjured, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the beast group's battle strength was not just their injuries, but also their hunger. The wolf group had to display their greatest battle strength, they could not be too hungry, or they would become weak. They could not be too full, or their battle strength would be affected. When the hump wolf hunted earlier, why did it wait patiently for the gray rabbit to return after it was full? It was the same logic. Only when the wolf group was in a half-starved state would they be able to fight more fiercely and cruelly. After fighting for such a long time, be it the hump wolf or the poison-beard wolves, they had expended a lot of their stamina, they were hungry. Fang Yuan willed, and the poison-beard wolves started to eat the corpses on the ground. The camel wolf swallowed the gray rabbit into its stomach, and then under Fang Yuan's forceful command, it also ate the dead female wolf and cubs. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and eating them with cold water. 3 days had passed since he killed Guyao. Guyao was bound to die, the moment she saw fixed immortal travel, she was destined to die. Furthermore, she had seen Fang Yuan arrive naked in northern plains, and saw him bury the immortal goo, as well as the scene of him using moving perspective goo. She knew too many things, in Fang Yuan's heart, she was a target he had to kill. But Fang Yuan had just arrived, his battle strength was weak, Guyao could be of help to him in poison grassland. But Guyao could not live, her naivety could be used by Fang Yuan, and others could make use of her as well. Such a burden, with the soul of a normal person, as long as she was hit by someone else's mind-reading goo or memory goo, Fang Yuan's arrangements would become a joke, and the secrets that he had been hiding would be exposed to the public. Fang Yuan's killing was premeditated. As Guyao charged through the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers, the earth-drilling rat group, the shadow crow's obstruction, and found Xianxia changing his skin, finding the snow-wash goo, and burying the earth treasury flower king goo, her value was gradually decreasing. At the same time, her threat level was also increasing. Her love for Fang Yuan made Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xianxia, feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a dagger on his back. A woman in love would naturally try to understand the person she loved, including the present, future, and past. What would happen when she found out the truth? Furthermore, she had a tribe behind her, she was the young miss of the tribe. Being in love with such a person, no matter how low profile Fang Yuan kept, he would become the center of attention. Don't forget that Man Tribe's second young master, Man Duo, was extremely infatuated with Guyao's beauty. If Fang Yuan returned with Guyao, he would definitely become the target of Good Tribe and Man Tribe. Why should he attract so much hatred for a burden? Fang Yuan was not afraid of hatred, but he did not come to Northern Plains for a holiday. His time was tight, it was a race against time. Danghun Mountain was dying step by step, Spring-Autumn Cicada was recovering step by step, but his cultivation was still at rank 4 peak stage. He had to succeed, there could be no failure. Once he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation, not even his bones would be left. The path he walked was destined to be lonely, there were only 2 outcomes, either success or destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the periphery of poison grassland, Fang Yuan took advantage of the fact that there were few people around and it was convenient for him to kill. After killing Guyao, Fang Yuan ordered the poison-beard wolves to eat her up. Her soul was not spared either, it was swallowed by the soul burial toad and was now in the blessed land, completely destroyed by Danghun Mountain. The traces left by the bonfire were also carefully removed by Fang Yuan, not leaving behind any hidden dangers. In short, Guyao had completely disappeared from this world. The only trace left was probably the excrement of the poison-beard wolves. He he he. The so-called beauty, in the end, was just a handful of dirt. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Beautiful young girls were like fresh flowers in this world. They would either be stepped on by the roadside, or wither away as time passed, becoming ugly fertilizer to nourish the soil. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful things are just an illusion. The value of their existence is just for a moment of beauty. The more Feng Yuan experienced, the more he realized the cruelty of the world. Without eternal life, even the most valuable things would be worthless. The so-called immortal reputation, infamy, is just the shallow thoughts of those grandchildren. The so-called immortal spirit is just a tool used by the younger generation to prove themselves. Can people really only prove each other? On Earth, so be it. In this world, even if there is an extremely faint possibility, I will still pursue it. Even if I die on the path of pursuing, and die 1,000 times uglier than Gu Yao, I will not regret it. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind to die. However, only by dedicating his entire life's energy to his pursuit could he die without the slightest bit of regret. Heh. Who could understand the heart of a transmigrator like Feng Yuan? The path he walked was destined to be endless darkness, destined to be incomparably lonely. The direction of his pilgrimage was only the light in his heart, eternal life, a tiny possibility that did not exist. In this world, no one could understand him. And him. After the wolf group finished eating, Feng Yuan got on the hump wolf's back and continued his journey. These days, I have been following Gu Yao's directions. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I go any further, I will see signs of human activity. Hump wolves were natural mounts, the two humps formed a comfortable saddle. Feng Yuan sat between the two humps, inspecting his aperture as he traveled. There were only about 10 gu worms left in his aperture. Other than spring-autumn cicada and moving perspective cup gu, there were only northern plains gu worms. The gu worms that came from southern border and central continent were all sent back to Hu immortal blessed land by Feng Yuan. Not even a single primordial stone was left behind. Southern borders Yuan stone could be used in northern plains, but it was different from northern plains Yuan stone. Gu Yao did not notice it because she was too young and naive. In fact, any gu master with a bit of experience would be able to sense it. It is a pity that moving perspective cup gu is rank 5, but it is suppressed to rank 4 in northern plains, and can only store rank 4 gu. If I can use it to send fixed immortal travel to the blessed land, that would be perfect. Sigh, I hope my arrangements are effective. If fixed immortal travel gu was taken away by other gu immortals, it would be a huge loss to Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had no other choice, he had already done his best to the best of his abilities. The aura of the immortal gu lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel gu will be safe. Next, I will meet northern plains gu masters. I cannot be careless, it is best to subdue 1,000 wolf king during this period of time. I can increase the number of wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes, humans were scarier than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 could intimidate most small fries. Right now, I only have 1 rank 3 wolf enslavement gu and 1 rank 2 wolf enslavement gu. I need to use them carefully. From now on, I will use Chang Shanyan's identity to travel in northern plains, and mainly enslavement wolves. This way, there is another obstacle, I do not have the recipes of rank 3 and 4 wolf enslavement gu. But beast enslavement gu were all expendable gu, after it explodes into smoke, whether it succeeds or fails, it would dissipate. Rank 3 wolf enslavement gu could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement gu could enslave myriad wolf kings or mutated beasts. Without these 2 gu recipes, Feng Yuan would not have large numbers of wolf enslavement gu. Without these wolf enslavement gu, Feng Yuan's wolf group would only be a few thousand at most, it would not be a big deal. With the hump wolf as a means of transportation, the speed of the next formation was at least 3 times faster. Feng Yuan traveled day and night. The dark clouds above his head gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the edge of the poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds scattered into pieces. Rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the dark clouds, forming beams of light that sprinkled down. Injustice. The green grass was flourishing. blue, purple, and yellow wildflowers bloomed one after another. The low-lying hills seemed to be rendered in pure green, without any lines to outline them. There was also a small river beside the hill. Under the illumination of the sun, it flowed slowly and sparkled like a silver necklace. I'm finally going out. Fang Yuan sighed, riding on the hump wolf's back. Poison-beard wolves surrounded him as he walked into the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were in an uproar. They were suitable for hunting in dark environments, but under the sunlight, their battle strength was greatly affected. Fang Yuan did not mind. These poison-beard wolves were just a transition. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Fang Yuan looked back. The poison grassland was still covered in dark clouds, the light was dim and the wind was chilly. On the poison grassland, there were purple-black poisonous grasses growing in strange shapes. Compared to the grassland where the sunlight shone, it was a stark contrast, as if they were two different worlds. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also covered in thick clouds. If I do not deal with it in time, that area might develop towards the direction of the poison grassland. Poison grassland. I will return. Fang Yuan muttered. As he spoke, his body suddenly felt light. Ever since he entered Northern Plains, he had felt uneasy, as if there was a formless restriction shrouding his body. Now that this restriction had been reduced by a portion, Fang Yuan immediately felt that he was closer to this vast world. His aura also rose, from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 initial stage. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh heartily at his joyous mood. His body was gradually adapting to Northern Plains, his cultivation was recovering. This was a great help to his future plans. Northern Plains, I am coming. Fang Yuan shouted, his leg squeezing the wolf's abdomen. The hump wolf started to run, leading the poison-beard wolves into the distance. Kill! Battle cries reverberated on the hill. Dozens of Gu masters and over 1,000 wind wolves were engaged in an intense battle. The battle had already been going on for 15 minutes. These damned wind wolves. Leader Guguang cursed, his expression was malevolent as he waved his saber, beheading a wind wolf in front of him. But after chopping down, his saber broke into two. The half-blade in Guguang's hand had long since curled up. Hell, a wind wolf suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Guguang. Young tribe leader, be careful. Spiral water arrow. The Gu master behind Guguang shouted anxiously. Hearing this shout, Guguang, who had developed a tacit understanding from years of battle, didn't even think before he suddenly bent down. It looked like he was offering his head to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was jumping in the air opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Just as it was about to bite Guguang's head, a blue water arrow with a strong spiral force shot towards Guguang's back. Next, this spiral water arrow fiercely shot into the wind wolf's mouth, killing it instantly. Using this chance, Guguang squeezed the wolf's abdomen, urging the hump wolf to retreating into everyone's defensive circle. Saber Gu, he clasped his hands together, squeezing out the last trace of primeval essence from his aperture, before injecting it into the saber imprint on his palm. Swoosh! Guguang swung his right hand fiercely, and a brand new saber formed in an instant, which he held tightly in his hand. Die! He roared, his voice already hoarse like iron. The new saber was extremely sharp, drawing a cold light in the air, directly cutting a wind wolf into two. However, this small victory could hardly have a positive impact on the overall declining situation. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. There are too many wind wolves, at least 3,000 of them. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope in fighting to the death. Why don't we break through towards the east? The defense there is the weakest. The surrounding Gu masters shouted one after another. Guguang's tiger eyes shone with divine light as he sized up the area, resolutely rejecting. No, there is a puddle in the east. The defense seems weak, but it is actually a facade created by the Wind Wolf King. Once we enter, we will be walking into its trap. Then what should we do? Everyone asked. Guguang gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Turn around, we will go back and break through towards the west. But we still haven't found Lady Guyao. If we return like this, how will we report to Lord Tribe Leader? Guguang snorted. Although Guyao is my sister, for her own selfishness, she disregarded the entire Gu tribe situation and ran away from the marriage. For a mere girl, she is sacrificing us good men, it is not worth it. Send the order, we will break through. Let those dirty slaves stay behind to guard the rear. It is time for them to sacrifice their lives for master. Yes. Everyone quickly conveyed the order. Northern Plains tribes fought all year round. Some of the defeated Gu masters became slaves. Slaves had low status, and when necessary, they would be mercilessly discarded as cannon fodder. Soon, the Gu masters split into two groups. A pair of slaves stayed on the slope, using their lives to obstruct the enemy. The other group, under Guguang's lead, started to break through towards the west. Kill, kill, kill. Guguang charged at the front line, riding a hump wolf as he waved his saber, wild and brave. Protect young master. The Gu masters behind him were all tall and sturdy Northern Plains men. They rode hump wolves and closely gathered around Guguang. Swoosh, suddenly, a huge three-leafed wind blade shot over. Young master. A loyal Gu master shouted in warning, being the first to react. He did not have a trace of primeval essence in his aperture, so he rode the hump wolf to the front, using his body to block the wind blade. Without any surprise, he was cut into two by the wind blade, dying instantly. The wind blade weakened to two leaves, but still slashed towards Guguang. Guguang reacted, quickly raising his saber to block. Bam, the wind blade exploded, the saber shattered, and Guguang vomited a mouthful of blood, falling down from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader. The Gu masters behind him quickly protected him, but this way, they failed to break through the encirclement. An endless stream of wind wolves surrounded them from both sides, once again firmly surrounding them. The wind wolf group quietly opened up a path, and the vigorous and beautiful wind wolf king slowly walked along this path, arriving in front of everyone. Thousand Beast King, its body was huge, like a warhorse. Its body was covered in neat dark green wolf fur, and its eyes were like emeralds. As it slowly walked, it actually gave Guguang and the others a feeling of elegance and nobility. At this time, the slave Gu masters guarding the top of the hill had already been exterminated. Large groups of wind wolves attacked from behind. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence, and the wind wolf king's arrival caused a commotion. Someone wanted to drag Guguang back, but Guguang swung his arm and struggled to stand up, shouting, "What are you afraid of? Even without primeval essence, I still have my fists and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts look down on you. Use our blood to prove that we are brave Gu tribesmen." Everyone was encouraged by him, and their morale rose, as they all had the will to die. The wind wolf king slowed down, and suddenly turned its head, looking towards the east side of the battlefield. The poison beard wolf group did not stop, they charged towards the wind wolf group. Poison beard wolves. Soon, the Gu masters saw the poison beard wolf group, they raised their heads and looked. Strange, don't poison beard wolves only live in poison grassland, why are they outside? The Gu masters were puzzled. They should be driven by a Gu master. Guguang clenched his fists, looking at the approaching poison beard wolf group, his eyes that were filled with despair started to shine with hope. Young master is wise, look over there is someone. A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed far away and shouted. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf and appeared in everyone's vision. We are saved. Everyone cheered. Not necessarily. Guguang squinted, he was clear-headed, there are less than 1,000 poison beard wolves, it will depend on this person's wolf enslavement skill. With his reminder, the Gu masters started to worry. This person should be an enslavement path Gu master, but he does not have many poison beard wolves. Not good, the poison beard wolves are under sunlight, their battle strength is weakened, they are slightly weaker than the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path Gu master does not even have 1,000 beast king with him. With only a few hundred beast kings, how can he block the wind wolf king's charge? Guguang suddenly spoke, no problem, as long as this Gu master gathers the poison beard wolves at one spot and charges through the formation, there is a chance of saving us. These words greatly alleviated everyone's worries. But just as their hope was ignited, Fang Yuan willed, and the entire poison beard wolf group was like a bucket of water that was poured out, crashing onto the ground and scattering. This. Many Gu masters were tongue-tied. It's over. He's digging his own grave. Some people simply closed their eyes. Idiot, he wasted such a chance. Some Gu masters stomped their feet in anger. They were extremely disappointed, they cursed, some even started to hate Fang Yuan. Gu Guang's expression turned pale. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Fang Yuan's appearance gave everyone hope. But this person destroyed this hope with his own hands. The Wind Wolf King held, and the entire pack of wind wolves launched a counterattack. Just as the two wolf packs were about to clash, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a long howl. He was a human, but at this moment, he howled like a wolf. The cry was desolate and wild, like a bonfire swaying in the night wind. The wolf howls covered a radius of 800 steps. All the poison-beard wolves within this range went berserk when they heard the howls. They suddenly exploded with twice their fighting strength. Ah, this is a rank 4 wolf howl Gu. It can raise the battle strength of a wolf group. It is an extremely rare Gu. This person is actually a rank 4 Gu master. Fang Yuan's wolf howl could be said to be earth-shattering, causing the Gu master's expressions to change. Hope blossomed in many pairs of despairing eyes once again. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was clan elder, Rank 4 was clan leader. Even Gu Guang was only at Rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Fang Yuan's cultivation, no one cursed him anymore. Northern Plains Gu masters might be brave, but they were not arrogant and unruly. They were filled with respect towards the strong, and humility towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now that their battle strength rose, they were even stronger than the wind wolves. In just a while, the wind wolf group was forced to retreat, and there were large numbers of wind wolf corpses on the battlefield. Often, 10 wind wolves would die, only one poison-beard wolf would be sacrificed. What kind of exquisite wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a casualty ratio made Gu tribe's Gu master's eyes pop out. Unimaginable. This is the attainment of a beast enslavement master. Who is this person? Many people looked at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a monster. I've never heard of such a hidden expert in the vicinity. Everyone was naturally surprised and overjoyed. Fang Yuan's strength made the Wind Wolf group focus their attention on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded Gu tribe's Gu masters and did not attack, giving these people precious time to breathe. The Wind Wolf King has moved. Gu Guang suddenly spoke, his words made everyone nervous again. The Wind Wolf King had extraordinary intelligence, it held and quickly gathered a large number of elites. Soon, with the Wind Wolf King as the shoulder, this group of elites shot into the formation like an arrow, charging towards the center and attacking Fang Yuan. Enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic, and this Wind Wolf King was a 1,000-beast king. Now that it was charging with the elites of the wolf group, it was simply unstoppable. Fang Yuan's subordinates, however, only had a few hundred beast king poison-beard wolf kings. But Fang Yuan was not shocked, instead he was happy, smiling lightly. As expected, they could not hold it in anymore. The Wind Wolf King's intelligence far surpassed other wolves, but it was still a wild beast, it could not compare to humans. Against other wolf groups, Fang Yuan had to charge himself. But against the Wind Wolf King, Fang Yuan created such a formation, luring the Wind Wolf King to charge. Swoosh, the charging Wind Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a 3-leaf wind blade. The wind blade flew up, breaking through the wolf group and carving out a path of blood, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but shout, the others' hearts were in their throats. Fang Yuan did not move, only when the wind blade was about to reach him did he maneuver the hump wolf to dodge, easily dodging it. The green wind blade brushed past his body. Expert. Fang Yuan's fearlessness in the face of danger and his calm demeanor made the Gu masters think of this term. Fang Yuan willed, several poison-beard wolf kings were already prepared, they ran over and formed a battle formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King was fast, had strong attacks and sturdy defense, it was stronger than any of the poison-beard wolf kings. But no matter how it charged, it could not break through this obstacle. Fang Yuan used his exquisite command to win against the strong, restraining the Wind Wolf King until it could not do anything but howl in anger. Terrifying. The mighty Wind Wolf King has been completely toyed with by this man. This person's beast enslavement skill can match Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping and Ma Zun. Another top-tier enslavement path expert has appeared in Northern Plains. If the wolves under his command were several times stronger, he could even fight against a small and medium-sized tribe by himself. Who is this person? He looks quite old. Gu Guang looked at Fang Yuan manipulating the Wind Wolf King, feeling dazzled and awe. Everyone shook their heads, making guesses. This gave Fang Yuan another layer of mystery. It's about time. Fang Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle situation in his hands. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King wanted to escape, he knew it had lost its fighting spirit. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu, go. Fang Yuan willed, his only rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu flew out, turning into a light smoke that enveloped the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King held, its soul struggled and actually held on to the light smoke, not submitting to Fang Yuan's pressure. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of this contest of souls. As expected, the Wind Wolf King resisted for a while, losing and submitting to Fang Yuan. This person's soul is so strong, he might have 100-man soul. Someone exclaimed. With such enslavement path attainment, it is not strange for him to have 100-man soul. Someone retorted, like Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, they all have 1,000-man soul. After successfully planting the wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan obtained his first 1,000 Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King held, the wolf group immediately stopped moving. The noisy battlefield suddenly quietened down. The remaining 1,000 or so wind wolves changed their allegiance and joined Fang Yuan's side. This way, Fang Yuan's wolf group doubled in size, reaching over 2,000 to 400. My luck is good this time. If not for these Gu masters restraining me, I would have to pay an even greater price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf, slowly walking towards the hill. Gu Guang's group held their breaths. This person in front of them would decide their life and death. As Fang Yuan got closer, Gu Guang stepped out of the crowd and covered his chest with his right hand, bowing deeply to Fang Yuan, saying loudly, "Respected expert, I admire and fear your strength. Right now, our lives are in your hands. Whether we live or die, we will listen to you, we have no objections." He, young warrior, I have seen your battle earlier. You are as valiant as a stallion, it reminds me of myself when I was young. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing heartily and looking at everyone warmly. You are the first batch of people I saw after leaving Poison Grassland. I am very happy to be able to return to this land. Don't worry, I, Xianxia, am not a ruthless person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the Gu masters laughed, completely relaxing. Their primeval essence was lacking. If Fang Yuan wanted to kill them, they would not be able to retaliate. Sometimes, humans were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic Gu master, their outcome might be even more miserable. Right now, everyone was rejoicing. They felt that they had met a righteous expert. Benefactor Xianxia, I am Gu Tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life, please give me a chance to be grateful. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest, I will do my best to entertain you. Gu Guang invited sincerely. Of course, gratitude was a part of it, the other part was because of Fang Yuan's strength. The chance to make friends with such an expert was not only good for Gu Guang, but also for the entire tribe. Gu tribe? Fang Yuan pondered for a while. Alright, I have used up all my Yuan stone, I also need to replenish my Gu worms, I need to rest for a while. He expressed his needs in his words, hinting at Gu Guang. Fang Yuan followed Gu Guang's group towards the west. They had hump wolves and their speed was not slow. Along the way, the group's atmosphere was harmonious. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted to get close to them, he had some ulterior motives. On the other hand, Gu Guang wanted to befriend them, he had respect in his heart. Northern Plains people were brave and fierce, but they were straightforward and forthright. If you did not have strength, Northern Plains people would look down on you, it would be hard to befriend you. But if your fists were strong and hard, Northern Plains people would respect you. When you were angry with them, their passion would let you understand what was called regret not having met earlier. In just 2 days, Fang Yuan and Gu Guang were on good terms. Fang Yuan wanted to use Gu tribe as a springboard to truly integrate into Northern Plains. After all, Xianxia had disappeared for over 20 years, he had to let the people accept his sudden return. At the same time, he lacked yuan stone and defensive goo, he needed to trade for them. Fang Yuan did not find any defensive goo worms on Chang Shanyan's corpse. It should have been destroyed in the battle with Ha Tu Gu. Gu Guang was also filled with gratitude, reverence, and curiosity towards Fang Yuan. Gratitude because Fang Yuan saved his life. Reverence because along the way, Fang Yuan controlled the wolf group and displayed top-notch attainment. Moreover, his casual pointers were able to break through Gu Guang's cultivation bottleneck. He had the demeanor of a senior and the bearing of an expert. Curiosity because Fang Yuan's words touched on the past, his tone was filled with emotions, and his gaze was filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was evidently an expert with a story. Gu Guang naturally had the desire to investigate, but he did not dare to ask. 5 days later, the group returned to Gu tribe's camp. The camp was huge. There was a row of thick mud walls erected on the periphery. The mud walls were 6 feet tall, it was lush and green, dark green vines intertwined and spread, and under the large leaves were clusters of purple grape-like fruits. These were not fruits, but would path divine confusion goo. When attacked by a group of beasts, these purple grapes would explode into liquid. When the liquid fell on the bodies of the beasts, they would lose consciousness and their bodies would sway. They wouldn't even be able to stand properly, let alone attack and fight. Behind the earthen wall was a towering watchtower. There were usually 3 Gu masters stationed on the tower, 1 defensive Gu master and 2 investigative Gu masters taking turns to keep watch. The camp's gate opened and many Gu masters came out to welcome them. The young clan head is back. The young clan head is back. Young clan head just left a few days ago, and he's already back? I heard they encountered a wind wolf pack and almost lost their lives. Luckily they had enslavement path experts to help them. Is that the middle-aged man? All these wolves were following him. Amazing. I wonder which tribe's expert is he from? Before Fang Yuan and the rest even got close to the camp, they met a patrolling Gu master. Therefore, someone had already gone back to report in advance. Because of this, the news was leaked, and many people pointed at Fang Yuan with great curiosity. Some children shouted excitedly and jumped at the back of the group. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf's back, looking at Gu Guang waving to the crowd. Every time he waved, the crowd would cheer. It could be seen that this young man had great prestige in Gu tribe. From the conversations along the way, Fang Yuan had thoroughly understood Gu Guang. He was Gu Yao's elder brother, a typical Northern Plains man. He was forthright and loyal, regarding honor and glory as more important than life. He was courageous and brave. At the same time, the traditional concept of men being superior to women was deeply ingrained in his bones. Thus, he was extremely angry and disgusted with his sister's escape from the marriage. But this anger and disgust did not mean that the brother-sister relationship was shallow. On the contrary, if he knew that Fang Yuan was his sister's murderer, even if he had no primeval essence, he would use his teeth and limbs to take revenge on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had lived in Northern Plains for 500 years in his previous life, and had a deep understanding of Northern Plains people. The group walked along the main path towards the center of the camp. There were many tents around, similar to the Mongolian yurts on Earth. These were the houses that mortals lived in. Many people heard the commotion and lifted the curtains. When they walked out and saw the wolf group beside Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. When they saw the young tribe leader, they quickly covered their hearts with their right hands and bowed to Gu Guang, greeting him loudly. In the southern border, mortals would kneel when they met Gu masters. But in Northern Plains, brave men only kneeled to heaven and earth, their ancestors and elders. Normally, they would not easily kneel, even if they met the tribe leader or elders. These people were all wearing ordinary leather robes. Some had better family circumstances, the women wore jewelry, while the men had gold or purple threads embroidered on their clothes. Some had worse family circumstances, their clothes were tattered and even patched. But this was much better than being a slave. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw that the people kneeling on the ground were all slaves. Most of these slaves did not have proper clothes, their faces were sallow and their bodies emaciated. In Northern Plains, these slaves had very low status and their lives were miserable. In the hearts of Northern Plains people, raising slaves was equivalent to raising cattle and sheep. Slave trade was the most popular in Northern Plains. In Northern Plains, those who lived in tents were mortals. The tents were distributed outside the camp, while the inner area was where the Gu masters lived. If a beast group attacked the camp, the mortals would be the first to suffer. After Feng Yuan's group walked past the tents, they arrived at the Gu masters' area. The Gu masters on the grassland did not live in tents, but in Gu houses. A Gu house was a house made from Gu. A simple Gu house was just a Gu. A more complex Gu house was built by combining many Gu together. In the southern border, large caravans that traveled in the mountains and forests also had Gu houses. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Jia clan's caravan carried a Gu house, using a wood path Gu, 3-star cave. It was 18 meters tall, a giant tree that reached into the sky. The tree roots were thick and strong, the branches were like entangling dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted in the ground. The tree trunk had 3 layers, and on the surface of the trunk, there were windows. Its defense was not something a tent could compare to. When used, the logistics Gu master would plant it and infuse it with primeval essence, causing it to grow. When reclaimed, it would form a seed. But in northern plains, ordinary Gu houses were all towering trees like 3-star cave. Such a tall tree could easily be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. Thus, the first Gu house that Feng Yuan saw was the most commonly seen house lizard Gu in northern plains. This was a rank 2 Gu. It looked like a lizard with different colors, the most common being dark green, sky blue, and milky white. Its body was huge, comparable to a bus on Earth. The 2 eye sockets of the lizard were made into windows. The 2 sides of the lizard also had windows. The lizard was lying on the ground, opening its mouth and revealing a door. After pushing the door open, there was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rooms. At the end of the corridor was a toilet, temporarily storing excrement. When the tribe set off, the lizard would crawl up and move forward with its thick limbs. When there was too much excrement in the toilet, these lizards would defecate, raising their tails and exposing their anus, excreting all the excrement. The families living in the Gu house had at least 1 Gu master. The living environment here was clearly of a higher level than the tent area. At the entrance of the Gu house, there were often big stomach horses with the reins coiled around the lizard's huge teeth. A few families even had hump wolves. After Feng Yuan and the rest passed through these lizard house Gu, they saw the Gu house mushroom forest. This Gu house was formed by planting a large number of mushroom room Gu. Every house was a giant mushroom with a fleshy gray conical roof. It could slide down the rain without attracting lightning strikes. It was also very stable in the strong wind. The mushroom's thick cylindrical roots were the white walls, there were also windows on them. Several mushroom room Gu were placed together, forming a unique small courtyard. Dozens of mushroom room Gu were planted together, forming a grassland, forming a small garden. Those who lived in the mushroom forest were mostly clan elders or wealthy Gu masters. Hearing the movement of Feng Yuan and the rest, the windows of these mushroom rooms opened, revealing the faces of northern plains women and children. Some lively children even ran out and touched the fur of the wind wolves or poison-bearded wolves. They were much bolder than the children of mortals. Benefactor Chang Shanin, our Gu tribe's main tent is in front. Gu Guang spoke. The group came to the center of the camp. There were hundreds of mushroom room Gu here. An old man, who looked very similar to Gu Guang, led a group of Gu masters and welcomed them. Feng Yuan guessed that he was Gu tribe leader, and to show his courtesy, he got off the hump wolf. The old tribe leader quickly walked to Feng Yuan, placing his right hand on his chest. He bowed deeply to Feng Yuan, esteemed expert, you saved my son, that is equivalent to saving the future of our Gu tribe. Please come in, we have prepared high-quality horse milk wine, the cows and sheep are also being roasted. We will also have people to feed your wolf group. All right. Feng Yuan nodded, following Gu tribe leader into the largest mushroom forest. In the mushroom forest, in the largest mushroom room Gu, everyone sat down. The fragrant horse milk wine was placed in a leather bag, held by a beautiful young girl, standing behind everyone. Large amounts of delicacies were served on the table. Not long after, there were people carrying roasted whole sheep and cows to the center of the room. Gu tribe leader personally got off his seat, coming to the center of the room, he used a dagger to cut off the eyes of the cows and sheep, then cut off the meat on their backs and chests. Next, he placed them on a golden plate, holding them with both hands, and personally brought them to Fang Yuan's table. Benefactor, please. Good tribe leader raised his wine cup, standing in front of Fang Yuan, toasting him. Northern Plains people respected good men the most, and were very hospitable. In Northern Plains, if the host toasted to the guest, and the guest drank it all, it was a sign of respect to the host. On the contrary, if the guest did not drink, it was a sign of disdain. When Fang Yuan drank the whole bowl of horse milk wine, everyone in the room cheered loudly, and the atmosphere started to heat up. After Good tribe leader toasted, it was Good Guang's turn to toast, and Fang Yuan drank it all in one gulp. Next, it was the other elders' turn to toast. Fang Yuan drank it all, showing a heroic spirit that made everyone even happier. After 3 rounds of toasts, the atmosphere in the room was already heated up. Benefactor Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? I have acquaintances in Chang tribe. My second daughter is married to Chang tribe. Maybe, we are even relatives. Good tribe leader put down his wine cup, his face was slightly red, but his eyes were shining brightly. Good tribe leader, I know what you want to ask. I am from Chang tribe's Yuan Feng branch, the Shan generation, the only son in the family. My father is Chang Xingchen, and my mother is Chang Chui. Fang Yuan sighed, replying in a melancholic tone. Good tribe leader's eyes opened wide, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. You are really warrior Chang Shanin? When old Good tribe leader heard Chang Shanyin's name from his subordinate's report, he was puzzled. Now, at the banquet, after getting confirmation from Fang Yuan, he was very excited. The group of elders also let out exclamations of admiration. Chang Shanin? Good Guang sat at the side, speaking in a puzzled tone. You are still young, it is natural that you do not know. Good tribe leader sighed, instructing, son, quickly toast to Chang Shanin. He is not only your benefactor, he is also the hero of our northern plains. Old tribe leader. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, putting down the wine cup in his hand. I am not a hero, I am only a wanderer in dire straits. Maybe it is the blessing of longevity heaven that allowed me to escape from the brink of death. But after sleeping for 20 years, when I woke up, everything had changed. I am an unfilial son, I have no face to return to the tribe. Saying so, Fang Yuan's tears flowed down. The elders sighed. Old Good tribe leader quickly consoled him, Benefactor Chang Shanin, what are you saying? If you are not the hero of our northern plains, then who else is? In the past, Ha Tugu's bandits were so savage, countless tribes were robbed by them, the weaker tribes were even slaughtered by them, not even their cows or sheep were spared. You killed them, you got rid of a huge threat for northern plains. Your mother was harmed by scoundrels, it was not because you were unfilial. On the contrary, your virtue and righteousness are widely known, we all know about it. Your return is a blessing for our northern plains' righteous path. Lord tribe leader is right. To think that Sir is Chang Shanin, it is our honor to see the hero today. That's right, the hero Chang Shanin has returned, it is a great blessing for our righteous path. The clan elders praised him one after another. Good Guang's eyes shone, only now did he know that Fang Yuan had such a huge background and so many stories. This further increased his admiration towards Fang Yuan. Let bygones be bygones. Everyone, it is fate that we met, let us drink. Fang Yuan did not want to talk about this, he knew about Chang Shanyin's past, but it was best to avoid it. He had a melancholy air about him. Everyone observed his expression and did not mention the past, only talking about the banquet. After confirming Chang Shanyin's identity, Fang Yuan was warmly received. The banquet lasted from morning until late at night. Many elders were drunk, if not for Fang Yuan pretending to be drunk, he would not have been able to get away. On the second day, Good tribe leader invited Fang Yuan to a banquet. Benefactor Chang Shanin, this is a small gift to thank you for saving my son's life. Before the banquet started, the old tribe leader gifted Fang Yuan 1,000,000 primeval stones. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, he did not expect there to be so many gifts. Good tribe was only a small to mid-sized tribe, they were financially strapped, this could be seen from the layout of the camp and the clothes of the people. He was poor now, these northern plains Yuan stones could solve his urgent need, he immediately accepted it. Good tribe leader, I did not save Good Guang for this money. But to speak the truth, I have clean sleeves and am lacking yuan stones. I will not stand on ceremony. I will definitely repay Good Tribe's kindness. Hearing Fang Yuan's last sentence, Good Tribe leader, Gu Guang and the elders laughed. To be able to befriend an expert like Chang Shanin, to have a relationship with such a hero, it was something that small to mid-sized tribes like them had always wanted to do. The banquet continued, the atmosphere was even more lively than yesterday. Yesterday was the first time they met, but today, both sides were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan toasted everyone, remembering the names of every elder. This made all the elders feel flattered, they felt even closer to Chang Shanin. During the banquet, some were curious about Fang Yuan's experiences. Fang Yuan said the words he had already prepared, in front of everyone. It was probably the same words he used to deceive Gu Yao, but it was more accurate than deceiving a young girl. The main point was his cultivation. Because of his injuries, he had fallen from rank 4 peak stage to initial stage. There were no flaws in his words, everyone exclaimed and sighed, they felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was sighing, he did not care about his past achievements, his gaze was filled with vicissitudes and his tone was melancholic. Good tribesmen saw that the legendary hero had such a painful side, they felt sad and sympathized with him, they felt even closer to Fang Yuan. On the third day, Good Tribe continued to invite guests, showing great enthusiasm. An unfamiliar elder appeared at the banquet this time. He was in charge of Good Tribe's intelligence. When Fang Yuan came to the camp, he was ordered to lead a group to search for Gu Yao. Sigh, it's all my fault. I have an unruly little girl, I have spoiled her too much. This time, she actually ran away from the marriage. Good Tribe leader sighed. That's right, big brother Chang Shanin, you have returned from Poison Grassland. Did you see my sister on the way? Gu Guang asked. Fang Yuan had no hesitation, his expression was very natural as he replied, apologies, I had wolves as my companions along the way. You are the first batch of people I met, so I feel very close to you. Gu Guang was only asking casually, he did not have any expectations. Furthermore, Poison Grassland was so big, it was normal that Fang Yuan did not meet her. Even if he did, it would be a rare thing. There is no news of my insensible sister now, I really don't know where she escaped to. Sigh, now it is troublesome, Man Tribe leader's second son Man Duo is the one who asked for her hand in marriage. Now that she ran away, Man Duo will not be able to get her, he will probably vent his anger on our Good Tribe. Gu Guang frowned, sighing deeply. The other elders' expressions also sank, these days, Man Tribe had been pressuring them more and more. What they did not know was that Chang Shanin, whom they had warmly received for the past 3 days, had already killed Gu Yao. Trees die when moved, but people live when moved. Brother Gu, why are you so reluctant to leave this place? There is only over a year left until the blizzard. Your tribe can move to the north, participate in the Heroes' Assembly and attach to the Huangjin tribe. That way, you can hide in Imperial Court blessed land when the blizzard arrives. Fang Yuan urged. It was not easy to survive in the Gu Master world, the environment was cruel. In southern border, people set up villages and easily attracted beast tides. But northern plains had no mountains to rely on, it would be baptized by the blizzard. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a huge blizzard that engulfed the whole of northern plains. At that time, for several months, the sky would turn dark and snow would fall everywhere. The cold wind was biting cold, like a knife. Pure white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The whole grassland would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time there was a snowstorm, a large number of living beings would perish. Wolves, foxes, eagles, flowers and grasses, as well as humans, were not spared. Especially in the blizzard, large numbers of wild beast goo worms would be born, possessing great offensive power. Often, after a blizzard, a large tribe in northern plains would be reduced to a medium-sized tribe. When a medium-sized tribe was reduced to a small-sized tribe, the losses in population and casualties would be huge. Old Good Tribe leader heaved a long sigh, Brother Shanin, I am already old, I no longer have the ambitions I had when I was young. Attaching ourselves to the Huangjin tribe will drag our Good Tribe into the whirlpool of war. It is fine if we succeed, but if we fail, the consequences will be too severe. Our good tribe will have difficulty moving forward, we cannot afford it. The struggle for the imperial court is not something a small tribe like ours can participate in. Actually, the environment here is not bad, the land is fertile and the plants are plentiful. Especially in the vicinity, there is a Hongyan valley that is spewing out earth fire. During the snowstorm, my clan will move into the valley and we will be able to get through this. But Hongyan Valley was tightly controlled by the overlord force here, Man tribe. If good tribe wanted to enter Hongyan Valley, they would have to discuss with Man tribe. Man Duo's marriage proposal from Guyao was a very good opportunity. For the benefit of the entire tribe, sacrificing a daughter's happiness in marriage was a very good deal for old good tribe leader and Guguang. For the sake of the collective, sacrificing individual benefits, this was the most common phenomenon in the system. But now that Guyao had escaped the marriage, there was no news of her. Man tribe had been pressuring for her, but good tribe could not hand her over. Fang Yuan heard good tribe leader's words and immediately understood the other party's intention. He wanted Man tribe. He understood this very well, but felt pity in his heart. The Heroes' Assembly was his next destination. If the other party migrated, he could still travel together, and the risk would be much lower. At the mention of the Blizzard and the Man clan, everyone's spirits dropped. Brother Shanin, do you really not want to return to Chong tribe? Old good tribe leader asked. Of course not, if I return, wouldn't my impersonation be exposed even more easily? Fang Yuan thought this, but he said, sigh, with my current situation, I have no face to face my fellow tribesmen. Old good tribe leader nodded, expressing his understanding and also some sympathy. Chang Shanin slept for 20 years, when he woke up, everything had changed. His mother died, his wife remarried his brother. Chang tribe became his sore spot, it was normal for him to not be able to face them now. At the banquet earlier, Fang Yuan had mentioned that he wanted to go to the Heroes' Assembly, and at the same time, recover his cultivation. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, just the wolf group in your hands is not enough. Why don't you stay for a few days and rest? The old tribe leader suggested. Fang Yuan nodded, not being polite, I have the same intention, but I will have to trouble everyone. Not at all, it is our honor that you can stay here as a guest. The old tribe leader laughed, expressing his welcome. Guguang also laughed, in a few days, it will be the good day for the nearby tribes to open their markets together. Uncle Chang can go take a look. Like this, Fang Yuan stayed. A few days later, the good tribe broke camp and headed towards the southwest, meeting up with the other large tribes. A huge market was quickly formed between the tribes. Come, have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea, top-grade tea bricks. Su family's horse milk wine, 10 years old, anyone who drinks it will know. Messy stalls were set up everywhere, and the air was filled with fragrances. The sounds of shouting and bargaining rose and fell one after another. Fang Yuan walked among them, the surrounding people were rubbing shoulders with each other, the festive atmosphere was intense. Not only did they sell food, they also sold robes. There were ordinary sheepskin robes, dogskin robes, and slightly higher quality cowhide robes. There were also beautiful fox snow robes, and the wolfskin robes that soldiers often wore. Children lingered around the food stalls, while men squatted in front of the stalls selling ironware to bargain. Women chose agate, gems, pearls, and jewelry made of gold and silver. Continuing to walk inside, Fang Yuan saw a hastily built plaza. In the plaza, there were huge wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cages, there were specialized gu masters guarding. A fat man with a fat waist was shouting with all his might, selling slaves, 5 male slaves for half a yuan stone. Fang Yuan took a glance and knew this was the popular slave trade in northern plains. These people were the other tribes that were annexed after the war. After being captured alive, they lost their freedom and became goods. Inside the cages, there were children who were as skinny as sticks, and men who were chained and kneeling with their heads lowered. Of course, there were women. The fat man shouted for a long time, his forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing that everyone was just watching, he rolled his eyes and opened the wooden cage, pulling out a woman with a face full of dirt. Quickly look, this is a good woman. With a ripping sound, he tore the woman's tattered robe, revealing her breasts. Look, what a plump chest. Next, he turned the woman around and slapped her butt in front of everyone. And look at this, what a fat butt, it can give birth. If I buy it, I can give birth to babies and even do manual labor. During the whole process, the woman's expression was numb, like a puppet, being manipulated by others. The fat man shouted with all his might, finally causing a commotion among the crowd. Someone shouted, "How much is this woman?" 3 taels of primeval stones, only 3 taels of primeval stones. The fatty immediately raised 3 thick and short fingers. 3 taels of yuan stone was not even half a yuan stone. However, the person who had just asked the price shouted, "What? 3 taels? Are you trying to rob me? If I had this money, I might as well save another 2 taels and buy a horse with a big stomach." Fatty's oily face immediately trembled and he spat at his feet. Bullsh *T. Buy a woman to ride on the bed. Buy a horse with a big stomach. Although you can ride it, can it give birth to a baby? Pauper, if you don't want to buy, then scram. The fat man was a rank 1 Gu master, while the person who was scolded was a mortal. He immediately shrunk his head and slipped away. Fang Yuan took a few glances at it with interest before withdrawing his gaze. The slaves that the fatty was selling were only mortals, so of course they wouldn't fetch a good price. But if it was an inhuman, it would be much easier to sell. If it was a Gu master, it would be a high-level slave with the highest price. Looking at these slaves, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hongyun. This person was born as a slave and had heaven-defying luck. First, he participated in the battle as a slave. In the end, his tribe was routed, and he saved the young tribe leader by a freak combination of factors while escaping. Thus, he made a great contribution and was given the surname Ma, no longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in the Ma clan. To make a living, he went out to hunt, but because his skills were not good, he had no gains. On the way back, he tripped over a rock. He smashed the rock fiercely, and found a white-silver relic Gu under the rock. He offered the Gu worm to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic Gu, and was overjoyed. Not only did he heavily reward Ma Hongyun, he even gave him a chance to cultivate. Ma Hongyun opened his aperture and had great aptitude, but he did not have any powerful Gu worms. He was often bullied by the surrounding Gu masters, and once was kicked into the river. In the end, Ma Hongyun, who did not know how to swim, was filled with water, and floated downstream along the rapid river. Downstream, Xing tribe leader's third daughter, Xianxia, was bathing, and was seen by Ma Hongyun. According to Xing tribe's tradition, the beautiful Xing tribe female genius Gu master had no choice but to accept her fate and become his wife. Ma Hongyun obtained great help from Xianxia, and never lacked Gu worms and yuan stone. Xianxia even stole the tribe's treasure Gu for him, and raised his aptitude to a grade. After this matter was exposed, Xing tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry such a poor lad, and secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyun. In the end, this expert had a dispute with someone on the way, and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Xianxia became husband and wife, and was placed in an important position. Xing tribe members were jealous of him, and plotted against him. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and when he was about to be killed by the poison-beard wolves, he found Chang Shanin. After he saved Chang Shanin became his loyal subject. Just like this, relying on his shocking luck, Ma Hongyun climbed up step by step, and even became the lord of the imperial court. After He Lolan's death, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years. Afterwards, he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortals' inheritances, and became a Gu immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When the flames of war burned the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the pillars of northern plains, resisting the central continent army, and was in the limelight. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old already. It is a pity that I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him by Ma tribe after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is one of the Huangjin bloodlines left behind by Giant Sun, and in order to fight for the imperial court, they have been expanding and annexing many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has become a slave of Ma tribe now. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts, and found himself at the entrance of a gambling den. There were couplets on the door. On the left side, show a little courage, get 4 seasons. On the right side, display your skills, get wealth in all directions. On the horizontal side, luck changes. The gambling den's business was very good, and even Feng Yuan was moved. With my many years of experience, I might be able to make a small fortune. This thought made Feng Yuan laugh. He then thought of Ma Hongyun. This extremely lucky lad was cheated by someone, who gave him the lowest quality rock to gamble. But in the end, he actually got a rank 5 gu through pure luck. Feng Yuan still had matters to attend to, and was not in a hurry to enter the gambling den. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den, and entered the central area of the market. This place was much quieter, and the human traffic was much less. Almost all he could see were gu masters. Even if there were mortals, they were the gu master's followers, following beside the gu master with their heads lowered and holding things in their hands. There were also some young masters and young ladies who had yet to awaken their apertures. Although there were no guards, but between mortals and gu masters, there was naturally a clear division between them. The formless threshold formed by the difference in strength, separating the two different lives. Feng Yuan walked leisurely, and everywhere he went, gu masters looked at him with reverent gazes. Those who walked in front of Feng Yuan all stopped and gave way. Behind him, some whispers could be heard. Why is there a rank 4 expert? This person looks unfamiliar, he doesn't seem to be from any of the large tribes. Be careful, every time the market opens, there will be many demonic gu masters coming in to sell their loot. Rank 4 and rank 3 were on different levels. Rank 3 was the cornerstone, and the elders of the large tribes were all at this level. Rank 4 was the expert among gu masters, and most of the tribe leaders were rank 4, thus they could move unhindered in the mortal world. The aura of rank 4 initial stage made his every movement attract everyone's gazes. Some were reverence, some were curiosity, and some were wariness. This place specialized in gu master businesses. There was a gu refinement workshop that specialized in refining gu for gu masters, and also sold unpurchased recipes. Feng Yuan lacked wolf enslavement gu's recipe, and after a few trips, he successfully bought a recipe from rank 1 to rank 3. Rank 4 recipes were always guarded by the large tribes, and were rarely seen in the market. Next, Feng Yuan went to a restaurant. But he did not find any top-quality wine. He came to the largest shop. Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor, please come in. The shopkeeper was a rank 3 old gu master, and he personally came out to welcome him. I need large amounts of wolf enslavement gu. Feng Yuan went straight to the point. Alright, please go upstairs and discuss. The old man led Feng Yuan to a private room on the 3rd floor. To Feng Yuan's surprise, this shop actually had a rank 4 wolf enslavement gu, priced at 70,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan immediately bought it. After some haggling, Feng Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement gu, and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement gu. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands in joy, knowing he had met a big customer. Esteemed customer, what else do you need? Please let me know. What defensive gu do you have here? Feng Yuan asked. The old man reported a list of gu worm names, and Feng Yuan shook his head slightly. There was a rank 4 gu, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary gu worms. Next, Feng Yuan asked about flying gu. Flying gu were rare, because flying techniques were hard to achieve. Under normal circumstances, only outstanding disciples of large tribes would be nurtured from a young age. But this way, they would have the resources of the tribe, and would never lack flying gu. As for other gu masters, they would rarely try flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In the entire market, only my shop has a rank 4 flying cloud gu." But Feng Yuan shook his head. Although flying cloud gu was strong in flying, its turning ability was poor, and its speed was average. It was suitable for gu masters who were not good at flying. To him, it was better to use the rank 3 eagle wings gu, allowing him to turn freely in the air. After buying an eagle wings gu, Feng Yuan asked about the bone bamboo gu and ghost fire gu. He needed these 2 gu to repair the rank 5 gu battle bone wheel. In the end, there were many rank 2 ghost fire gu in the shop. On the contrary, there was not a single rank 1 bone bamboo gu. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly, "Customer, I am sorry. All the bone bamboo goo in the entire market have been bought by the external elder that Man tribe recently recruited. Not only this shop does not have any, other shops also do not have any. Man tribe controlled Hongyan Valley and had won several battles in recent years, expanding rapidly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border was a mountainous area, easy to defend and hard to attack. A long journey would result in huge losses. Southern Border's clans operated slowly accumulating resources. They moved steadily and had pure bloodlines. But Northern Plains was a grassland, battles were frequent. Northern Plains clans flourished quickly, but also declined quickly. A few victories could allow a small-scale clan to expand into a medium-scale clan. A medium-scale clan could expand into a large-scale clan. It could also cause a large-scale clan to split into many smaller clans after a huge defeat. Man tribe had recently annexed Sher tribe. Sher tribe's elder Sher Wu had become Man tribe's external elder. He was a bone path goo master. He was the one who bought all the bone bamboo goo in the market. It was said he wanted to research a new bone path recipe. Fang Yuan noted this person down and asked the shopkeeper about soul path and strength path goo worms. My shop has rank 1 gene strength goo. It can increase a goo master's strength by 1 gene. Each goo is sold for 220 yuan stone. There is rank 2 strength of 10 gene goo. It can increase a goo master's strength by 10 gene. The price is 690 yuan stone. There is also rank 3 strength of June goo. 1 June is 30 gene. Each goo costs 4,550 yuan stone. Although we do not have rank 4 strength of 10 June goo, if esteemed customer needs it, our shop can transfer the goods. Each strength of 10 June goo is sold for 36,000 yuan stone. The shopkeeper's mouth opened and closed as he skillfully listed a long list of prices. At the end, he added, "Of course, these are only gene strength goo and June strength goo. If esteemed customer wants to walk on the ancient strength path and need beast strength goo, our shop also has wolf strength goo. It can increase the strength of a wolf and increase endurance. We also have horse strength goo. It can increase the strength of a horse. It can be used best when running." Fang Yuan had used beast strength goo before, walking on the ancient strength path. Gene strength goo and June strength goo were the mainstream in the last few hundred years in Northern Plains. Right now, the strength path was declining. It was no longer glorious, but there was development. The one who made this contribution was a famous rank 7 goo immortal in Northern Plains, Chudu. He was called Domination Immortal. He was the one who developed Gene strength goo and June strength goo. He even single-handedly refined the rank 6 immortal goo strength, impacting 1,000 caddies. 1 June was 30 caddies. Qian Jun was equivalent to 30,000 gene. According to the legends on Earth, the golden cudgel of the victorious fighting Buddha only weighed 13,500 pounds. Erlang Shan's three-pointed, double-edged saber weighed 25,200 gene. Chudu became a goo immortal 300 years ago. The recipes he researched were widely spread. Soon, it became the mainstream strength path in Northern Plains. Ancient strength path usually used beast strength goo, such as green bull labor goo, biao strength goo, dragon strength goo and so on. Because materials from the olden antiquity era were very rare now, the cost of goo refinement was very high. As for Domination Immortal Chudu's secret recipes, their advantage was that the ingredients were common and easy to gather. The cost was low, and the success rate of the goo refinement was also higher than beast strength goo. Northern Plains was probably the place where strength path was the most popular in the 5 regions. Northern Plains was embroiled in battles all year round. Large and small battles were frequent. And the cost of strength was low. For low-rank goo masters, the increase in battle strength was more obvious. Many Northern Plains goo masters also cultivated strength path. They often fought fiercely and exhausted their jinqi. At this time, they needed to fight. Strength was very important. There was a saying on Earth, war was the catalyst for the advancement of technology. This saying. In this world, it was quite suitable. Northern Plains was also a place where new goo worms emerged endlessly. From that Sherwu elder who joined Man tribe, one could see the trend of Northern Plains goo masters researching new goo worms. Domination Immortal later died in battle. He died at the hands of Feng Jioga, who came to the lower realm from the celestial court. After his death, his descendants called him Afterglow of Strength Path. When news of his death spread, all the goo masters in northern plains cried bitterly. Sigh, the heroes in this world are as many as the stars in the night sky, the geniuses are as many as the carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big, even the size of Earth cannot compare to one of them. Especially in the Great Era 500 years later, dragons and snakes will rise, heroes will compete, old monsters will come out one after another, and new talents will emerge one after another. Countless heroes, ambitious people, different temperaments of the righteous path and demonic path, will collide with each other, engaging in intense battles of life and death. It is truly an unparalleled spectacle and magnificence. I had secretly used old pushing goo earlier. Not only did I get rid of the bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, I even got rid of the remaining strength path beast phantoms on my body. Firstly, these strength path beast phantoms originate from southern border goo worms. They are suppressed in northern plains and are not practical. Secondly, once the beast phantoms appear, my identity will be exposed. My greatest advantage now is Dang Hun Mountain, the 500 years of experience from my previous life, and the blessed land's resources. I am suitable to walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path also has flaws, thus I need to cultivate strength path to prevent beheading the leader tactic. Since I am wearing Chang Shanyan's skin and have to integrate into northern plains, I might as well choose June strength goo. Fan Yuan's thoughts flickered before he made up his mind, ordering the rank 4 strength of 10 June goo from the shop owner. Next, he looked at soul path goo worms. There were many more soul path goo worms than strength path goo worms. There were ghost fire goo, ghost cry goo, ghost face goo, ghost axe goo and others used for offense. There were ghost cage goo, ghost hand goo, ghost hit wall goo used for imprisonment and confusion. For defense, there were ghost divination coat goo, soul shield goo and others. For healing, there were ghost chi goo, ghost sob goo and others. For reconnaissance, there were ghost eye goo. For movement, there were soul flying goo and elusive ghostly goo. There were also ghost soldier goo, ghostly impermanence goo, chi travel ghost, 9-child ghost mother goo and others used enslavement path. This was the aura of the great Tao. Strength path was already declining, while soul path had not declined for a long time. This could be easily seen from here. Strength path goo worms only had June strength goo, and beast strength goo. They were mostly used for offense. There were pitifully few in terms of defense, reconnaissance, and support. It was hard to form a complete set of pure strength path goo. But soul path goo worms were numerous and involved in all aspects. When they formed a set, they could amplify each other and achieve better results. Think of that domination immortal Chu Du. Even though he was a strength path goo immortal, he used other goo worms for defense, reconnaissance, storage, and so on. Fan Yuan came with a goal. He ignored the dazzling array of soul path goo worms and only focused on the goo used to refine the soul. There were no rank 4 goo worms. But there were a lot of rank 3 goo worms. There were divine soul goo, dragon soul goo, ice soul goo, dream soul goo, moon soul goo, general soul goo, grudge soul goo, poem soul goo, horse soul goo, heroic soul goo, chi soul goo, body soul goo, cloud soul goo, wind soul goo, tiger soul goo, and so on. These goo worms could refine the soul. And they all had their own advantages. For example, by refining the soul and forming an ice soul, the goo master would have a huge boost when using ice-type goo worms in the future. Cloud soul and wind soul also had similar effects. If he used dragon soul goo to form a dragon soul, he would be able to use dragon strength goo, dragon scales goo, dragon travel goo, and so on in the future. There would be benefits. Fan Yuan looked around and saw that there was nothing more suitable for him. He chose wolf soul goo in his plan. Since ancient times, enslavement and soul were inseparable. Enslavement path was originally a branch of soul path. Later on, goo masters combined it with immemorial wisdom path and made enslavement path truly independent. Beast enslavement goo and slavery goo were used to control the soul. They were rulers of the mind. If Fan Yuan could refine a wolf soul, it would be of great help to him in enslaving the wolf group. Rank 3 wolf soul goo, 1 sold for 7,700 yuan stone. Fan Yuan went on a shopping spree, emptying the store's inventory and buying all 8 wolf soul goo. Wolf soul goo's effects could be stacked. A rank 3 wolf soul goo was not enough to refine Fan Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild goo worms had their own will and were hard to refine. But the goo worms Fang Yuan bought had already been refined by others. After the transaction was completed, these goo worms became Fang Yuan's. He stored these goo into his aperture. After leaving this store, he went to another store. The important ones were rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement goo, as well as rank 3 wolf soul goo. 1 million yuan stone was not much, but the goo worms Fang Yuan wanted to buy were all common rank 2 and 3. He also wanted to buy rank 4 goo. But this market was too small, there were few rank 4 goo, and none of them were what he wanted. After 3 days, Fang Yuan became a celebrity in the market. Every store knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying goo worms in bulk. On the 5th day, Fang Yuan spent 5 to 600,000 yuan stone lavishly. In the meantime, he would go to the farms and the market. On the farms, many livestock were sold, and the most popular were big-stomach horses. Even mortals needed this kind of horse. And those who bought hump wolves as battle mounts were all goo masters. There were also many goo masters who caught wild beasts to sell, like wild bulls, wild horses, eagles, and so on. And in the grassland, the most commonly seen wolf was naturally among them. Fang Yuan asked around for prices, comparing goods, and gradually found a group of thick-back wolves. Fang Yuan had poison-beard wolves and wind wolves. Poison-beard wolves were hard to replenish, and their battle strength was weakened during the day, they were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves excelled in speed, while thick-back wolves had thick skin and flesh. If they could be replenished and paired with the wind wolves, they would be able to form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found a young mutated beast hidden in a group of water wolves. He immediately bought this group of water wolves without batting an eyelid, obtaining a small bargain. The market lasted for a total of 13 days. After Fang Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, he bought many materials for goo refinement, as well as food to feed the goo worms, and left the market on the 10th day. After this purchase, he only had over 3,000 yuan stone left. He spent money like water. Ge Guang clicked his tongue, inwardly admiring Chang Shanin. His heroic spirit surpassed ordinary people. Fang Yuan followed Ge tribe, returning to their original location and setting up camp. He concentrated on cultivating, using wolf soul goo to refine his soul while refining goo. After 2 failures, he succeeded in refining rank 3 golden back wolf skin goo into rank 4 azure wolf skin goo. Azure wolf skin goo was used for defense, and although it was a common item, it made up for Fang Yuan's lack of defense. On this day, he finished refining his soul and stopped cultivating, when he heard cries coming from outside. What happened? He pushed open the door and asked the guard goo master. After more than a month, Ge Yao's death was finally discovered by good tribesmen. When the news spread, many good tribesmen cried. Although Ge Yao was usually difficult, she had a kind heart and was the beauty of good tribesmen, everyone liked her. She had many suitors and good tribesmen. My daughter, it was I who harmed you. Ge clan's old clan leader was so dejected that he fell ill. Ge Guang became the acting tribe leader, with the other tribe elders assisting him. Good tribesmen were filled with grief, their mood was heavy. Ge Yao's death had a huge impact. Man tribe leader's second son Man Duo fell in love with Ge Yao at first sight, and had been asking for her from Ge tribe. Now that Ge Yao was dead, where would Ge tribe find her? Man tribe was a large tribe, they had expanded rapidly these years, swallowing many small tribes. After several victories, Man tribe's morale was high, and they were even more imposing towards the fallen Ge tribe, constantly pressuring Ge Guang after several negotiations. Ge tribe was a tribe that had migrated here, they were not as large as Man tribe, and after losing their home, they wanted to rely on Hongyan Valley in the blizzard. Thus, Ge Guang was in a very passive situation, he was badly battered. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly opened. On his right palm, there was a wolf soul goo. This goo was only the size of a thumb, it looked like a grey wolf puppet, silently emitting an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul goo. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the wolf soul goo expanded, turning into a grey wolf soul in a few breaths of time. The wolf soul opened its mouth, letting out a silent howl as it charged towards Fang Yuan's body. This collision was silent, but Fang Yuan felt that his body and mind were shaken, he was dazzled. The wolf soul collided with his soul, and the 100-man soul that was originally in human form tumbled, losing its human form, and tangled with the wolf soul, forming a rolling soul fog. The soul fog did not dissipate, but moved around in Fang Yuan's body. Sometimes it showed the wolf head, wolf tail, and sometimes it turned into Fang Yuan's form. After 5 minutes, the soul fog stabilized, turning back into a human soul. However, this human soul had changed again. Fang Yuan's original 100-man soul was exactly his original appearance. His ears, nose, and eyes were exactly the same. However, after using the wolf soul Gu 9 times, although the 100-man soul was still in human form, it had a pair of wolf ears on its head. Its long hair hung down to its waist, and its eyes had turned into a wolf's eyes that were filled with wildness. His entire body became thinner, and his nose became taller. Originally, his 100-man soul was huge, almost bursting out of his skin. But now, it was much more condensed, and the color of the soul had changed from its original pale white to a deeper grayish white. Fang Yuan estimated that by the time he used all the wolf soul Gu he had, his 100-man soul would be condensed to its limit. At that time, his entire soul would become half human and half wolf, commonly known as the soul of a werewolf. The werewolf soul was several times stronger than the original 100-man soul. After obtaining the werewolf soul, Fang Yuan could once again strengthen his soul, raising his 100-man soul to a 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit, there was still 100,000,000-man soul and so on. In theory, the soul can become infinitely stronger. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable, who created the soul path, had a soul that definitely surpassed 100,000,000-man soul. His demon Venerable soul had 1,000 arms and 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fire ears, and a golden mouth. It was unbelievably strong, its might vast and boundless. Even now, this image is still worshipped and superstitious by many people. In southern border, there are many mortals who use clay to make statues that look exactly like it, and worship it. Spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was clearly the first in history. Fang Yuan's current werewolf soul was like an ant under the feet of a giant, it still needed to grow. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was like an iron weight, it was very heavy in his hands. Fang Yuan bought a total of 5 strength of Tenjun Gu. Now that he was using the third one, his strength had risen to 20 Jun, which was 600 Jin of strength. The rank 4 strength of Tenjun Gu was slightly weaker than the same rank beast strength Gu, but it could be stacked. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used a Kunlun bull strength Gu and obtained the beast phantom of a Kunlun bull. But when he used a second Kunlun bull strength Gu, there was no effect, it would not create another beast phantom. But Jun strength Gu did not have this restriction, it could be stacked continuously until it reached its limit. Of course, although Fang Yuan had 600 Jin of strength, he could not use his full strength normally. The common weakness of strength path, Jun strength Gu, still existed. Otherwise, domination immortal Chu Du would not be called the afterglow of strength path, but the rise of strength path. Of course, the same beast strength Gu could also stack their strength. But they needed additional beast fetus Gu. There were many recipes for beast fetus Gu that had been passed down. Even if there were, the materials for Gu refinement were scarce. The cost of Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate could not compare to Jun strength Gu, thus it was gradually eliminated. Fang Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and injected it into Jun strength Gu. The Jun strength Gu flew above his head and let out a profound light. The light covered Fang Yuan's body, slowly and steadily modifying his body. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Next, a voice was heard, Uncle Chang Shanin, nephew Guguang requests an audience. Fang Yuan brought him in, but saw Guguang's face was covered in dust, there was a white bone feather arrow in his shoulder, he was in a sorry state. Seeing Fang Yuan, Guguang knelt on the ground, his eyes were red as he pleaded, Uncle, please save nephew again. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, he had a guess in his heart, but he asked, what happened? Could it be that Man tribe is going to attack Gu tribe's camp? Guguang answered, Uncle is half right, it is Man tribe's trouble. Man tribe leader's second son, Man Duo, heard that my father is bedridden and often unconscious, so he brought a group of Man tribe warriors to challenge me, asking me to hand over my sister Guyao. But my sister is already dead, how can I hand her over? No matter how I explained, that Man Duo kid did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we have to accept the challenge. Right now, he has already killed 3 of our tribe elders and injured 3 others, even I was defeated. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, as expected, Man tribe had been pressuring them day by day, they could be said to be overbearing. Gu tribe was very tolerant, but it had instead encouraged Man tribe's arrogance. Although Fang Yuan had been cultivating all day, he was not working behind closed doors, he was very clear of the outside world's situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shanin has returned to Northern Plains, he needs a bigger stage to appear. I might as well use this chance to announce the return of the hero of the past. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan helped Gu Guang up, saying, I have been staying here for the past few days, I have troubled Gu tribe, I cannot just watch by the side, quickly bring me there. Uncle, nephew thanks you. Gu Guang was overjoyed. The 2 quickly went out, but before they reached the camp, they heard cursing outside. Gu tribe is full of cowards, quickly come out and accept your death. This was the voice of a young man. Man Duo, don't go too far. A Gu tribe elder shouted angrily. He, so what if I bully you? Wolves hunt their prey, eagles bully birds, this is a matter of course. Quickly hand over Gu Yao, otherwise, I will continue to challenge you until I kill all of you. Despicable. If it was the old tribe leader, would you dare to do this? Gu tribe elder retorted. Man Duo was furious, you are the despicable ones, you agreed to the marriage but you can't hand her over now. Going back on your words. I know you are hiding Gu Yao, trying to stall for time. Earlier, you said she was escaping the marriage, now you say she is dead. Do you think I, Man Duo, am an idiot? A little rabbit dares to play with tigers and wolves, you will have to pay with your life. Sure Wu, continue to fight, challenge me. Good tribe, quickly send your people up. Ha ha ha. Good tribe elders were pale, they looked at each other, no one dared to go up. Sure Wu was a burly man with a bald head and a fierce face, he walked up the stage with a sinister smile. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, he had great strength. The elder that Gu tribe sacrificed was killed by him on the spot. He walked around the center of the stage, looking at Gu tribe's huge camp, why is no one going up? Don't tell me you're afraid. Gu tribesmen were furious, countless pairs of eyes spewed fire as they stared at Sherwu. Gutless cowards, let me give you a little more courage. There are 100,000 yuan stones here, whoever dares to win against me, I will give all these yuan stones to them. No one from Gu tribe responded. Sherwu laughed maniacally, Gu tribe, you are just a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Gu Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Sherwu's laughter stopped, his pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not only Sherwu, but Man Duo and the others also had the same question in their minds. Gu tribe still has a hidden rank 4 Gu Master? Man Duo felt something amiss. The reason he came to find trouble this time was to take advantage of the fact that the old Gu clan leader was bedridden. But to think that Gu tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already investigated. Where did this expert come from? With such doubts, Man Duo jumped down from his horse. He changed his attitude, placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Friend, you are not from Gu tribe, why are you here? Fang Yuan looked at Man Duo, he felt this young man was interesting. He first learned of Man Duo's existence from Gu Yao's description. Man Duo was the 3rd son of Man tribe leader, but he had been sickly since young, his aptitude was not good, he was only C grade. He was over 20 now, but only had rank 2 cultivation, he was dark and skinny, like a monkey. In Northern Plains where the strong were respected, where fists were the most powerful, Man Duo was actually doted on by his father, mobilizing the elders to challenge the entire Gu tribe. This showed his methods and courage, he was not an ordinary hedonistic young master. Fang Yuan smiled, I, Chang Shanin, am a guest of Gu tribe, I know the rules of Northern Plains, I should not care about other people's matters. But I just heard that this brother took out 100,000 yuan stone. I am lacking yuan stone recently, how can I not accept money that came to me? Sherwu heard this and wanted to slap his own mouth. My mouth is really asking for it. It actually attracted a rank 4 expert. He was filled with bitterness. Manduo laughed dryly, this is easy, senior lacks yuan stone, this junior is willing to offer 500,000 yuan stone. His meaning was to let Fang Yuan watch from the side. At once, good tribesmen looked nervously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan might be a legendary hero, but how many heroes were there that could not live up to his reputation? Furthermore, there was a saying, a wise man submits to the circumstances. Good tribe was in such dire straits, while man tribe was so powerful. Chang Shanin was an outsider, there was no reason for him to help. At this moment, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. His attitude would decide the direction of the situation. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan smiled proudly, a gentleman takes wealth in a proper way. I feel that the 500,000 yuan stone that came to me is light. But the 100,000 yuan stone that came to me through battle, I feel that it is very valuable. Come, according to Northern Plains rules, I will accept this battle. Fang Yuan walked down the stage. Uncle Chang Shanin. Good Guan was moved to tears, not knowing what to say, he shouted behind Fang Yuan. Good tribe's elders were also filled with emotions. As expected of Chang Shanin, a righteous hero. He is not moved by the benefits, what a righteous person. In this world, there are many who add flowers to embroidery, but few who provide timely help. Chang Shanin will forever be our tribe's guest. Manduo's expression was dark and ugly. He also knew that it was pointless to say anything more, so he simply shut his mouth and looked at Sherwu. Sherwu felt extremely bitter when he felt Manduo's gaze. He had just joined the Man clan not long ago and became an external elder of the Man clan. Naturally, he was eager to make contributions. Although Manduo's cultivation level was not high, he was still the third son of the tribe leader. He also told him that old good tribe leader was seriously ill, so he followed Manduo to challenge. He did not expect to meet Chang Shanin, the other party's aura was only at rank 4 initial stage, while he was already at rank 3 peak stage, there was not much of a difference. However, Sherwu was keenly aware of the chasm in strength caused by the difference in cultivation realms. However, the current situation had already reached a point where it was difficult to get off. If they avoided the battle, they would be strongly despised by the outsiders. In Northern Plains where bravery was revered, it was impossible to survive. Sherwu gritted his teeth and braced himself to enter the arena. Please enlighten me. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, standing on the spot without moving, but his body was rapidly growing light azure wolf fur. Wolf fur covered his entire body, his ears, face, and even his feet and palms. This is azure wolfskin goo. Sherwu's heart sank. Azure wolfskin goo was a common rank 4 goo worm. But even so, this defense was not something a rank 3 goo could easily penetrate. The good tribesmen behind Fang Yuan were all focused, their gazes shining as they waited for Fang Yuan to show his might. Someone even shouted, "This guy killed 3 of our tribe's elders." Sherwu heard this and his heart shook, he complained in his heart, feeling that he was in big trouble, oh no. I had fought 2 battles earlier and my primeval essence is less than 30%. I was not his match even in my peak condition, not to mention now. Seeing Sherwu's stiff movements and flickering gaze, Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This person had already lost his fighting spirit, even if he had 100% of his strength, he would not be able to use even half of it. Moreover, he had fought several battles, his primeval essence was already insufficient. Such an opponent, in Fang Yuan's eyes, was simply a fish on the chopping block. But Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. Why would he kill him? He was an external elder recruited by Man tribe, killing him was like giving Man tribe a slap in the face. Although Fang Yuan was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Although Sherwu killed Good tribe's elder, what did Good tribe have to do with him? Come. Fang Yuan stepped on the ground, activating Wolf Sprint Goo, his whole body shot out like an arrow, leaving behind after images. Sherwu's mind was already in a mess, seeing Fang Yuan's ferocious aura, he quickly retreated in fear. At the same time, he raised 3 spinning bone shields. Clap clap clap, Fang Yuan moved like a shadow, fighting in close combat, attacking fiercely 3 times and destroying the bone shields. Shiwu rolled on the ground, raising 3 more bone shields. Clap clap clap. Under Fang Yuan's lightning-fast attacks, these 3 bone shields broke again. He had 20 Jun of strength now, although he could not use his full strength, it was a piece of cake to break these bone shields. What else do you have? Use them all. Fang Yuan did not attack again, giving Shiwu a chance to catch his breath. Shiwu's forehead was filled with cold sweat, he gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands, taking out 2 iron bone axes. Why yeah. He shouted, holding the broad axe in his hand, he rushed forward to attack. He. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, but did not attack, he placed his hands behind his back, using wolf travel goo to move. His movements were erratic, like a willow leaf in the wind, his broad back and thin waist made him look even more elegant. Shiwu roared, no matter how he swung his axes, he could not catch even a corner of Fang Yuan's clothes, he completely served as a foil to Fang Yuan. Lie down. Fang Yuan sighed lightly, he suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed at the axes. Shiwu's head was spinning from Fang Yuan's movements, and with this force, he lost his balance and fell on his face. Good tribesmen saw his pathetic state and cheered loudly, gradually forming into one voice, kill him, kill him. Shiwu's face was ashen, his fighting spirit was almost completely gone. Fang Yuan had complete control of the situation, he was like a lion teasing a sheep. He felt he was not Fang Yuan's match, the more he felt this way, the more he could not display his full strength, and the worse the situation became. Manduo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it, Shiwu did not even have the chance to display his full strength, he was already scared out of his wits. But even so, this rank 4 Gu master is too strong. With just a casual stroll, he defeated Elder Shiwu. Sigh, Shiwu is going to die. I lost an elder in this trip, I am afraid my brothers will blame me when I return. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan did not attack again. You are just a rank 3, if I kill you with rank 4 cultivation, people will think that I, the great Xianxia, am bullying you. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Xianxia. Don't let this scoundrel off. Behind him, Guguang shouted. But Fang Yuan ignored him. Shiwu reacted and immediately got up, his face was filled with joy after surviving a calamity. Thank you Lord for not killing me, thank you Lord for not killing me. Fang Yuan frowned, get lost. Yes. Shiwu turned around and left. Senior, farewell. Manduo bowed and mounted his horse. The group left dejectedly under good tribesmen's insults. Father, I have failed, I am here to ask for your forgiveness. Manduo knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Man tribe leader had a strong body, he had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair and looked at Manduo. Old good tribe leader is bedridden this time, and you brought several rank 3 experts with you, but you still failed? You did not do your job well, but I heard from my servant that good tribe suddenly invited a rank 4 expert. That is indeed the case. He was the one who defeated the stone martial elder. This person was only testing his strength, but he played around with our strongest elder Shiwu, he is truly unfathomably strong. But I have been in charge of this, it is all my fault for not gathering information, that is why I failed. I am guilty, father, please punish me. Manduo's eyes were red as he choked with tears. Man tribe leader heard Manduo's words and his tone became gentler, stand up, even though you failed this time, you are still my son. Tell me the specifics. Manduo spoke and described the situation that day in detail. But just as he started, Man tribe leader stood up from his chair in shock, staring at Manduo. He called himself Xianxia. Which Xianxia? Are you sure his name is Xianxia? Even if I had 10,000 guts, I would not dare to lie to father. Manduo quickly clarified. Man tribe leader was dazed. Father. Manduo could not help but call softly, is this Xianxia someone with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze, his gaze was solemn, it is hard to say now, he could be a fake. But if it is true, then Northern Plains will have one more person, you can leave first, I will deal with this personally. Man Duo was shocked. His father was a busy man, but he had to deal with this personally. It showed how important Chang Shanin was. Chang Shanin, what kind of person are you? A few days later, in Ge tribe. Thank you for your help in the past few days, Brother Shanin. This is 500,000 yuan stone, please accept it. Old Ge tribe leader had a haggard expression. The pain of losing his daughter made him look like he had aged 10 years. Fang Yuan did not reject it. After saying a few words, he accepted it. I have been staying in your tribe these days. Helping is what friends should do. It's just that I'm indeed short on primeval stones, so I'll take these as a loan. Brother Shanin is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, as expected of a hero of Northern Plains. Old tribe leader was speaking when a subordinate came to report. He even brought an invitation card and a gift box. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words were very polite. It was written in Northern Plains language. The semi-cursive script looked barbaric but not arrogant. The inscription was Man tribe leader's name, Man Tuesday. This was an invitation personally written by Man Tu to express his sincerity. The content expressed Man tribe leader's admiration for Chang Shanin. He also said that the previous matter was a misunderstanding between children, and that Chang Shanin did not kill Man tribe's external elder Shi Wu. This kind of magnanimity made Man tribe admire him even more. Thus, they held a banquet tonight, sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this gift box was an apology from Shi Wu tribe's elder for offending the hero. Fang Yuan opened it and smiled. This Man tribe is really considerate. In the gift box, there were over 100 bone bamboo gu. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, Man tribe had investigated Fang Yuan, and even found out about his purchasing in the city. Brother Shanin, this old man has a presumptuous request. The old patriarch said. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I know brother's intention, don't worry, I will persuade you during the banquet, and try to turn the hostility between Ge tribe and Man tribe into friendship. Ah, thank you Brother Shanin. The old tribe leader was very moved. He stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. There was still some time before the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off and closed the door. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He willed and a ray of light flew out of his aperture. The weak light faded, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 gu was huge, almost reaching the ceiling. Once it appeared, the spacious room immediately became very small. The wheel was covered in cracks, and there were several serious wounds that almost destroyed all the spokes. There was also a deep wound that was extremely serious, almost splitting the entire battle bone wheel apart. Only a white bone was left in the middle. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 gu worm's luck was not good. It was already badly injured by Chang Shanin, and after its original owner Ha Tu gu died, it became a wild gu, eating the corpses and bones of the battlefield to survive. Its injuries were never healed. Later, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 gu, it could not suppress a rank 5 gu. Fang Yuan could only beat it to the brink of death before subduing it. It was precisely because of this that the war bone wheel was on the verge of shattering. When it landed in the room, a few pieces of bone fell from the wheels. It could be said that it couldn't be any more miserable. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo gu from the gift box and used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it. This gu worm was like a bamboo pole made of bone. It was pale white, like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu in his hand. His primeval essence moved according to his will and flowed out of his aperture, all the way up to the bottom of his tongue. The ghost fire gu was residing at the bottom of his tongue. It had already turned into a lump of blue fire. Fang Yuan puffed up his cheeks and lightly spat. With a whoosh, he spat out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire accurately landed on the bone bamboo gu, adhering to its top and quietly burning there. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu's bottom like it was a blue candle. The ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The top of the bone bamboo gu slowly melted under the burning of the ghost fire, turning into a trace of white bone smoke that floated out. Fang Yuan carefully placed the bone bamboo gu near the war bone wheel. The white bone smoke seemed to be attracted to it and floated towards the cracks of the war bone wheel. The war bone wheel shook slightly, the cracks started to repair bit by bit. After a while, the eerie blue ghost fire became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan spat out a second lump of fire, making it burn even more fiercely. After a few minutes, this bone bamboo goo was completely burned. Fang Yuan took out a second bone bamboo goo from the gift box and continued to burn it with the ghost fire, creating white bone smoke. Like this, after using over 30 bone bamboo goo, Fang Yuan had completely repaired the deepest crack on the war bone wheel. A quarter of the bone bamboo goo in the gift box had been used up. To completely repair the war bone wheel, just these bone bamboo goo were not enough. And the war bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest crack had been repaired, but the other injuries were still all over the war bone wheel. It was like a patient. After Fang Yuan's rescue, he was pulled back from the precipice of death. But this patient's life was still in danger, he needed to continue repairing it. You can't become fat in one bite, the war bone wheel's injuries are too severe. But if not for that, I would not have been able to subdue it so easily. But even if I completely repair it now, I do not have enough primeval essence to activate it. There is no need to rush this matter. Fang Yuan got off the bed and stretched his numb limbs, opening the window. It was already night time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It is about time. Thinking of tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan walked out of his room. Walking out of the courtyard, Man Duo and the tribe leader had been waiting for a long time. Man Duo greets Lord Xianxia. Man Duo saw Fang Yuan and immediately bowed, showing great respect. How long have you been waiting? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Man Duo immediately replied, just 6 hours, it is not worth mentioning. It is my honor to stand in front of Lord's door. Senior Xianxia, my father is not far away, he has prepared a sumptuous banquet, we await your arrival. Good tribe's father and son will be accompanying you. Fang Yuan looked at this Man Duo, feeling a slight pity. This lad was indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, Providence made a fool of him, his aptitude was insufficient, he was like his previous self. Alright, then let's go. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf and left Ge tribe camp with everyone. With Man Duo's directions, the group of over 10 people rode hump wolves as they galloped far away. The cool night wind whistled by their ears, the vast grassland seemed to be running behind them. Moonlight poured down like water, it was a good view up close, but from afar, the moonlight looked like smoke. The grass on the ground was lush and verdant. The hills flowed slowly towards the sky. In such a moonlit night, wolves galloped, the land was boundless, the moonlight was beautiful, it was a feeling of freedom. After galloping for a while, they saw a group of hump wolves on a hill. A group of Gu masters were sitting on the wolves' backs. A Gu master was holding a huge flag, the flag was fluttering in the wind, there was a huge man character on it. Seeing Fang Yuan and the rest, this group of Gu masters rode their hump wolves and galloped over. Man Duo saw this and smiled, Lord Xianxia, the previous Fangjing is my father, he is here to welcome you. This was the rule of Northern Plains, if there was a banquet for an esteemed guest, the host would welcome them from 10 li away. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off the wolf's back and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, tonight's moon is as bright as the sun, this is the return of our Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall, he had a muscular body and bulging muscles. He wore a large leather robe without sleeves, his shoulders were exposed and his bronze-colored arms were thick, comparable to an ordinary man's thigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the grassland to fall into darkness. Man tribe leader's heroic laughter faded away, he was very embarrassed. But Man Duo was astute, his eyes turned as he laughed heartily, Senior Xianxia is a famous hero of Northern Plains. Father, you are the hero that we Man tribesmen respect the most. Tonight is the gathering of heroes. Look, the aura of a hero really causes the world to tremble and winds to blow. These words cleverly resolved the awkwardness. When Man tribe leader walked to Fang Yuan, his expression had already returned to normal. Fang Yuan and the rest also got off the wolf's back. Man Tu first bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest and returned the greeting. Next, Man Tu intentionally stared at Man Duo, saying in a reproachful tone, nonsense. How can I be mentioned in the same breath as Lord Chang? Lord Chang was famous in Northern Plains in the past, he was called Wolf King, his wolf enslavement technique was unparalleled in the world. He even killed the rank 5 Gu master Ha Tu Gu and exterminated a group of bandits, eliminating a great threat to northern plains. He is worthy of eternal praise. He, tribe leader Man Tu, why are you being so humble? Fang Yuan also laughed. You are Man tribe leader, ruling over hundreds and thousands of Gu masters. You are a true pioneer, leading Man tribe to consecutive victories and controlling Hong Yen Valley. You are the overlord of a region. My cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage, while tribe leader's cultivation is at the peak stage, far surpassing mine. Although I have wolf enslavement technique, it is only used to control beasts, while tribe leader Man Tu controls humans. The difference between our realms is like heaven and earth. Tribe leader Man Tu is truly a hero. Man Tu was stunned. Wolf King was famous for being arrogant and difficult to deal with, to think he was so talkative and humble. But when he thought about it, he figured it out. This Chang Shanin became famous at a young age. His personality was naturally arrogant. Now that he was middle-aged and had met with a calamity, his temperament had been tempered. It was normal for him to calm down. Man Tu did not expect Fang Yuan to be so easy to talk to, but to be able to obtain such praise from Wolf King Chang Shanin, he was secretly happy. In his heart, he had a higher opinion of Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan's cultivation had fallen to rank 4 initial stage, he had killed the rank 5 Ha Tu Gu, thus Man Tu did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. He immediately smiled. Lord Chang had already reached rank 4 peak stage over 20 years ago. Now that his cultivation has fallen due to his injuries, he will recover sooner or later, and even go up another level. At that time, what can my little cultivation count for? Right at this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. He, both of you are the heroes of Northern Plains. Good tribe leader spoke at an appropriate time. What is even rarer is that when tigers and wolves meet, they did not fight but instead appreciate each other. We are fortunate to witness this grand event. It is like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha, Brother Gu, your words fit the occasion. Please, the banquet is prepared, it is not far away. Man Tu looked at Fang Yuan, making an inviting gesture. He did not set up a banquet in his own camp, but rushed here. Setting the banquet in the wilderness near Gu tribe's camp showed even more passion and sincerity. All right, please. Fang Yuan smiled and agreed, but his heart tightened. In the night sky, the bright moon shone brightly. An enormous dark cloud flew over Fang Yuan's group's head, moving 5,000 li towards the south and arriving above a nameless small hill. The dark cloud covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow. Darkness covered this hill. The dark cloud floated motionlessly, and a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu flew towards the hill and suddenly entered a certain space, vanishing. In a flash, the hill shook slightly, and a red light slowly blossomed. The red light was dazzling like the sunset, condensing into a lump, as if a red sun had risen in the night sky. At once, the surrounding hundreds of li was illuminated in red. From this small red sun, a green jade bridge extended out. A rank 6 Gu immortal, a young man with a round face and fair complexion, stepped onto the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was flushed red as he raised his head and laughed heartily at the dark cloud. Gue Wang, how have you been? Guang, following a hoarse and unpleasant laughter, a figure flew out from the rolling dark cloud. He emitted the majestic aura of a rank 6 Gu immortal. It was Gue Wang. Gue Wang rapidly descended and was about to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a pair of large green-black bat wings stretched out from his back. The bat wings slowly flapped, causing him to float in the air, facing the rank 6 Gu immortal on the bridge. Wanderer Hong Yu, these are the lava bats I promised you. There's a total of 3.5 million of them. You can count them. The Ghost King spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, giving people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly. His hair was disheveled, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were sunken and his eyes were tightly shut. His ears were large and conspicuous, one ear was almost half the size of his head. Loner Hong Yu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark cloud in the sky. His originally brown eyes began to gradually heat up and turn red, like the color of heated wire. His gaze became hot, as if it was solid. After piercing through the dark cloud, he saw the densely packed bats flying in the sky. These bats were dark red in color, emitting a huge amount of heat. Chirping noisily, they crowded together. Loose practitioner Hong Yu swept his gaze across and nodded in satisfaction. There are indeed 3.5 million of them. With these lava bats, my red jade blessed land will no longer need to discharge lava into the ground every month. Not only will it be able to digest the lava, it will also benefit from it. I'll accept all of these lava bats. Heh, 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 heh. The Ghost King laughed a few times, the dark cloud broke, the bat was no longer restrained, and immediately flew out. These lava bats didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they descended rapidly like a black and red waterfall, plunging into the little sun. Every blessed land's door was unique. This little sun was the door to the red jade blessed land. After leading the disorderly bat army into Hong Yu blessed land, Ghost King said, "Loner Hong Yu, since you have accepted these bats, it means that you have agreed to enter Langya blessed land with me." Of course. When have I, Wanderer Hong Yu, ever broken my promise? He would definitely arrive at Langya blessed land in a month. However, the land spirit in Langya blessed land was still there. With just the two of us, we might not be able to break through. Loner Hong Yu said worriedly. You don't need to worry about this, I have also invited the 3 Huahai immortals. Ghost King said. Oh? The 3 Huahai immortals of the righteous path were invited? Loner Hong Yu was slightly surprised. What is demonic, what is righteous? They are just benefits. There were countless secret recipes stored in Langya blessed land. The 3 Huahai immortals are tempted. Ghost King scoffed at these righteous path Gu immortals. Haha, that's true. I still need to make arrangements for these bats. Ghost King, I won't be sending you off. Loner Hong Yu laughed. Ghost King snorted coldly, the pair of green-black bat wings on his back flapped, bringing his body along as he shot into the dark clouds like lightning. The dark clouds rumbled as they flew towards the north, covering the sky along the way. When they were above poison grassland, the dark clouds suddenly stopped. Ghost King stopped and had a puzzled expression. Eh? What's going on? There is the aura of an immortal Gu? He descended with an incredulous expression. The place he was standing at was the place where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao met for the first time. Although the aura of the immortal Gu is extremely faint, it is indeed a genuine immortal Gu. Strange, there is only the aura of an immortal Gu, but no aura of a Gu immortal. Don't tell me this is a wild immortal Gu? No, that's not right, there are traces of humans here. That means, Immortal Gu Master obtained an immortal Gu? Ghost King deduced this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already advanced to Gu Immortal for over 50 years, but he still did not have a single immortal Gu. He only used rank 5 Gu worms. Immortal Gu were extremely rare, many Gu Immortals would not have a single immortal Gu in their entire lives. Don't tell me I, Ghost King, have worked hard for most of my life, and finally, my luck has come today? The allure of an immortal Gu was huge, Ghost King couldn't help but be moved. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the immortal Gu's aura. He wanted to find the melon by following the vine. After a while, he stopped. In front of him was a sea of ghost-face sunflowers. To think that there are so many ghost-face sunflowers growing here. Shoo, 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 shoo. Ghost King sneered a few times, although he closed his eyes, it did not seem to obstruct his vision. With a single thought, the dark clouds that had followed him all the way here began to roll and fall from the sky. Like a giant beast, it bit down on the large patch of sunflowers. In an instant, countless ghost-face Gu flew up and countless ghost cry Gu let out ghostly cries. Nether Ghost Claw. Ghost King stretched his hand forward, a huge green claw shadow formed in the blink of an eye and grabbed these Ghost Cry Gu and Ghost Face Gu. In an instant, countless wild Gu were captured. After a while, the dark clouds rose into the sky again, the sea of sunflowers on the ground vanished, only leaving behind a huge crater. Good harvest. Ghost King was in a good mood. Compared to Immortal Gu, this was an appetizer. Passing the crater, Ghost King frowned. What's going on? The Immortal Gu's aura has become faint? Don't tell me it was sealed? He continued to fly, following the aura of fixed immortal travel, his speed was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his brows rose. The immortal Gu's aura has moved from the ground to the sky. Why is there such a change? He inspected the surroundings. After a few breaths of time, he understood. So this is the territory of Earth spike rats. This mortal Gu master flew into the sky. Heh, his Gu worms are not bad, he actually has a flying Gu. Ghost King snickered, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. He followed the route that Fang Yuan had taken, and was attacked by the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Ghost King snorted in disdain, his body shook as 100 pale wandering souls flew out. Rank 5, 100 Ghost Night Travel Gu, the wandering souls flew everywhere, crashing into the shadow crows and shattering their souls. The shadow crows were unharmed, they fell down one by one, and after landing on the ground, they were quickly eaten by the earth spike rats. Ghost King's wanton slaughter caused the blood energy in this area to thicken, attracting even more shadow crows to hunt for food. At the same time, the entire earth spike rat group was alarmed. Countless earth spikes flew up from the hole, trying to pierce Ghost King. Gui Wang laughed heartily, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Gu and hundreds of Ghost Face Gu. At once, countless wandering souls flew in the sky, mixed with the Ghost Face Gu, flying around. It was like a millstone, destroying everything. Hundreds and thousands of shadow crows fell to the ground like dumplings in a pot. The earth spike rats had a feast, but the flying wandering souls and Ghost Face Gu Master also caused damage to them. Earth spikes landed on Ghost King's body, but were blocked by the black profound light covering his body. Other than that, large numbers of shadow crows attacked with their steel claws. Ghost King did not dodge, he flew straight ahead. If it were any other rank 5 Gu Master, in this situation, they would be attacked every second, and their primeval essence would be expended after a while. But Gu Immortals had immortal essence. A bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into boundless primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for decades, or even centuries. This meant that any Gu Immortal had endless primeval essence. They could use rank 5 Gu endlessly. After sacrificing thousands of shadow crows, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Ghost King did not chase them. After flying past the earth spike rat's territory, he landed at the place where Fang Yuan had landed. Here, Fang Yuan had used dust cover Gu on bright pearl Gu. The aura is fading again. How can a mortal Gu seal an immortal Gu? No, there is another possibility. This immortal Gu is heavily injured, it is on the verge of death. I need to hurry. Ghost King felt a strong pressure, he flew close to the ground. He used another rank 5 Gu worm to accelerate, his speed was extremely fast. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Chang Shanyin and Ha Tu Gu fought. Here, Fang Yuan took out Chang Shanyin's corpse and used Dark Throw Gu to suppress Fixed Immortal Travel's aura. Sensing that the immortal Gu's aura was almost undetectable, Ghost King's patience was reaching its limit. He stopped for a while and used Investigative Gu to check the surroundings. After finding nothing important, he continued his journey. This immortal Gu will definitely be mine. If it's alive, I want to see the Gu, if it's dead, I want to see its corpse. The banquet had been going on for a long time, there were girls singing and dancing, good wine and food were served. In the lively atmosphere, Fang Yuan and Man Tu were already calling each other brothers. Brother Man Tu, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Regarding Gu tribe's matter, I hope you can give me face and make an exception. Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Man Tu showed a difficult expression. After drinking the wine, he said, I do not dare to refuse Brother Cheng's wine. But Hong Yan Valley is small, our Man tribe expanded quickly and has a huge population. If we add in Gu tribe, I'm afraid. Furthermore, Gu tribe went back on their words, they clearly agreed to the marriage but delayed it again and again, even going back on their word. This is truly infuriating. Man Tu's tone was furious, but he had a plan in his heart. He wanted to annex Gu tribe, but he could not find an excuse to do so. At the same time, Gu tribe leader was a rank 4 Gu master. Gu tribe's vitality was still there, Man tribe could not swallow it. So, when Man Duo proposed the marriage to him, he readily agreed. Speaking of Gu tribe's matter, the lively atmosphere of the banquet turned cold. Old Gu tribe leader quickly stood up and explained. Gu Guang sat at the side, looking at his father with bitterness and sorrow. His own sister had died, and his father was extremely sad. How he wished that all of this was not true. But now, he had to prove to outsiders that his daughter was truly dead. What a painful ordeal it was. But Man Tu pretended to listen attentively, not accepting it. Xianxia was a hero of the righteous path, and was a genius Gu master nurtured by Chang tribe. Ever since he killed Hatu Gu's group of bandits, he was praised by the people, his reputation was extremely high, and he was a household name in northern plains. Thus, to protect Xianxia's face, Man Tu pretended to listen attentively. But even if Xianxia's reputation was 5 to 6 times higher, it could not compare to the benefits of annexing Gu tribe. Now that he had finally found a legitimate reason, Man Tu would not let it go so easily. Thus, after he patiently listened to Gu tribe leader's explanation, Man Tu looked at his third son. Man Duo sneered inwardly, standing up. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, before taking out a Gu worm. Senior Chang, please take a look. This Gu was like a dragonfly, but its body was like a stick of sandalwood. The tail of the dragonfly was still burning, emitting smoke. The smoke was colorful at times, colorless at times, colorless and odorless. Don't tell me this Gu is the chase smoke Gu passed down from ancient times? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned, before saying in an admiring tone, Senior's eyes are truly sharp, you are very knowledgeable. Junior is in awe. Indeed, I obtained this Gu by luck. As long as one is infected by this chase smoke, they will not dissipate for half a year. It is very convenient to track someone. After pausing for a while, he continued, to speak the truth, the first time I met Gu Yao, I secretly used this smoke on her. Now, as long as I activate this chase smoke Gu, the smoke can be seen with the naked eye. Man Duo had a pleased expression, continuing, Good tribe leader, if I use this Gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your Good tribe camp, what will happen? If he wanted to annex the Gu family, he naturally had to plan and make arrangements. The chase smoke Gu was suggested by Third Z Man Duo, to think it would be useful now. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu family father and son heaved a sigh of relief. This chase smoke Gu was good, this way, his words could be verified and his grievances could be cleared. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This chasing smoke could infect each other. He had once walked side by side with Gu Yao and even carried her in his arms. If chasing smoke appeared, wouldn't he be exposed? What should they do? Fang Yuan hadn't expected such a turn of events, and his heart sank. His set of Gu worms originated from Xianxia. They were enslavement path Gu worms that were good at fighting in battle, but weak at fighting alone. In this banquet, he was only at rank 4 initial stage. There were also Man tribe and Gu tribe leaders who had higher cultivation level than him. There were even some elders and guards who had rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought his wolf group here, 2 to 3,000 ordinary wolves would not be able to turn this situation around. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts flashed like lightning. Immediately, he laughed heartily, this is great. With the chase smoke Gu as a witness, the truth will be revealed. Nephew, quickly use it. It was impossible for him to delay or refuse to use it. Firstly, it was very strange for an outsider like him to refuse to use the chase smoke Gu, it was almost a confession. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they both wanted to use the chase smoke Gu to confirm some things, the situation was already set and they could not resist it. Thirdly, the chase smoke Gu was in someone else's hands, even if Fang Yuan refused to use it, would Man tribe not use it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to request it, to give an impression that he was open and honest. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man Tu was overjoyed, since brother Xianxia has spoken, son, use it. Man Duo, however, was not happy, he observed Gu tribe's father and son's expressions and saw that they were looking forward to it. Is Gu Yao really dead? Man Duo suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, he willed and activated this chase smoke Gu. Immediately, the colorless and odorless chase smoke in the air turned black. What is going on? This is, as Fang Yuan expected, there was a lump of thick black smoke on his body, and in the brightly lit banquet, it was extremely conspicuous. At once, everyone's gazes were gathered on him, the lively atmosphere stopped, no one made a sound, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan frowned, his expression was just the right amount of surprise and shock, it made people feel that he was an innocent person. As if he felt that he was not conspicuous enough, Fang Yuan stood up under everyone's gazes. He left his seat and walked a few steps. The lump of black smoke on his body followed him, leaving behind a thin trail of smoke in the air. Man Duo's gaze flickered. Man Tu said excitedly, "This means that Brother Chang Shanin has seen Gu Yao before, and even had intimate contact with her." Old Ge tribe leader had a complex expression. His expression kept on changing as he looked at Fang Yuan. Ge Guang was young after all. He could not keep his cool. He jumped up from his seat and stared at Fang Yuan with suspicion, questioning, "Uncle Chang Shanin, what is going on? Could it be that you met my sister Gu Yao in the poisonous grassland?" Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not explain in a hurry. Instead, he walked back and sat on his seat, saying, "To speak the truth, you guys are curious. I am also curious. Why is there such heavy chasing smoke on me?" Man Duo said eerily, "Senior Chang, you are a great hero of Northern Plains. I do not dare to guess your suspicions." Senior Chang Shanin. Ge Guang could not restrain himself, his gaze burning as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and looked at Ge Guang calmly, before looking at old Ge tribe leader. "Brother Ge, you know my character. I will use my reputation as the Wolf King to guarantee you that I have never seen your daughter in poison grassland." Old Ge tribe leader placed his right hand on his heart, his expression solemn as he bowed. "Brother Chang Shanin, I feel like old friends with you. I believe you." Ge Guang, who was standing at the side, wanted to speak but stopped. Fang Yuan knew that just this sentence was not enough to dispel everyone's suspicions. Next, he frowned, showing a pondering expression as he said, "I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left poison grassland. On the way, I subdued many poison-beard wolves. It was cold at night, so I hugged the poison-beard wolf to warm myself. It must be one of the poison-beard wolves that ate Brother Ji's daughter. Thus, my body was also tainted by the smoke." "Is that so?" Ge Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan's explanation was reasonable. He had seen Fang Yuan walk out of poison grassland with his own eyes. When he saved him from the wind wolves, he was controlling the poison-beard wolf group. "It is very easy to prove this. My wolf group is being kept in Ge tribe's farm. Why don't you all go to the farm and check? Wouldn't the truth be revealed?" Fang Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone's heart beat faster. "Then shall we go with Brother Chang's suggestion?" Man Tu looked at Ge tribe father and son. He still did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. Ge clan leader stood up and said, "Everyone, please step forward and be a witness." Everyone boarded hump wolves and went to Ge tribe's farm. Fang Yuan's wolf group was kept here. They were all fat and strong. Under the night sky, the poison-beard wolf group was even more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, everyone found that several poison-beard wolves in the wolf group were tainted with smoke that was even thicker than Fang Yuan's. "Longevity heaven above, immortal ancestors' blessing, my daughter's killer is here." Old Ge tribe leader cried bitterly. He turned around and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. He was about to speak when Fang Yuan stopped him. "Brother Ge, I know what you want to say. I will leave these poison-beard wolves to you," Fang Yuan said. Ge tribe leader was moved to tears. "Benefactor Chang Shanin, thank you. Not only did you save my son, you even brought my daughter's killer to me. You will be the closest friend of my Ge tribe for generations to come." Ge Guang remained silent. It was true that Fang Yuan saved his life, but this evidence could not prove his innocence. If Chang Shanin killed his sister and ordered the poison-beard wolves to devour his sister's corpse, it would be too painful to explain. Man Tu, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. From start to finish, he did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. If Ge tribe found out about the chase smoke Gu, they could easily cooperate with Gu Yao to create this fake show. Thus, his lips twitched. "Old Ge tribe leader, you have wronged Brother Chang Shanin. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such a righteous and respectable person. How could he murder your daughter? In my opinion, we should follow this chase smoke and enter poison grassland, continue to collect evidence and prove Brother Chang's innocence." He used Fang Yuan as an excuse, but the truth was that he wanted to find out if Gu Yao was dead or not. If Gu Yao entered poison grassland, there would definitely be chase smoke on the grassland. But at this time, Ge Guang suddenly spoke. "No need to enter poison grassland. I have a way to prove Uncle Chang Shanyan's innocence." "Lord Father, you prepared a set of precious water path goo worms for my sister in the past. You used the rank 5 clues and clues goo on this set of goo worms and left an imprint on it. My sister also knows about this. If she was killed, she would follow your instructions and not destroy these goo worms, but leave them to the killer. This way, we can find the killer and take revenge for her. Now, you just need to use that clues and clues goo. Gui Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal goo and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal goo is here, there is nothing further. Gui Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No? No immortal goo. The snow-washed goo on the snow willow had been plucked, someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal goo? If the immortal goo continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here. Don't tell me the immortal goo died? Gui Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture. He used investigative goo and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of Poison Grassland is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 goo immortal lady Poison Scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal goo? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal goo, but goo immortals could. Once the immortal goo enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate. This explains everything. This means, Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal goo will be delivered to her door? Damn it, damn it. Gui Wang stomped his feet in anger. He would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal goo than think of the possibility of the immortal goo dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal goo was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Fang Yuan's iron coffin goo. Then, he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Fang Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the goo worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gui Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel goo to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 goo immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hanyu to attack Langya Blessed Land because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal goo. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion. I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then, he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Fang Yuan again. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her goo, then the clues and clues goo would expose him. Fang Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her goo worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard. Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Chang Shanyan's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent, how can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father. Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Gu tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. Brother Gu, your young master's words are so convincing. You indeed have clues and clues goo, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it in front of everyone. This? Old Gu tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, since you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you hiding it? Ha ha ha, I can't wait to be happy. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Old Gu tribe leader observed his expression for a while before looking at Man tribe father and son. Man tribe father and son remained silent, as if they had become bystanders, but their gazes were filled with deep meaning. Alright, since benefactor Chang Shanin insists, then I will offend you. Old Gu tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out clues and clues goo. This goo was shaped like a black spider, it was the size of a fist and had a plump body. Its 8 legs were black and furry, the tips of the legs were hard and shiny, like small horse hooves. Old Gu tribe leader instilled primeval essence into it, and clues goo's body slowly let out a faint white light. As long as a goo master used a goo worm within a radius of 500 li, it would let out a red light and point out the direction. If a goo master kept the goo worm in their aperture, its detection range would only be 1,000 steps. However, from start to finish, it stayed in Old Gu tribe leader's hands without any changes. Seeing this, Gu Guang knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Fang Yuan, I was wrong. I was too eager to prove my innocence and offended you. Please punish me. Please get up, I still need to thank you for clearing my name. What did you do wrong? Fang Yuan smiled, quickly taking a step forward and helping Gu Guang up. Back in time, to the night when Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before the girl died, she cried to him, Chang Shanin. I don't know how I blocked your path to success. But even if you killed me, I don't hate you. Maybe you want revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you, I hope they can be of some help to your success. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed out a mouthful of blood. She smiled bitterly and pleaded to Fang Yuan, I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Fang Yuan did not move, he looked at the girl coldly. He looked at the girl and saw her expression stiffen bit by bit as her life slipped away bit by bit. Eventually, the flower-like girl became a cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Gu Yao's face and fell into a long silence. You actually left all your goo worms to me? What do you mean? It is true that she fell in love with Chang Shanin, but I killed her, how can she not hate me? Her love is just a young girl's love, brewed for a few days. Her hate is the hatred of losing her life and being killed unjustly. It is clear which is more important. Heh. This girl is still too young, her acting is too bad, how can the hatred in her eyes hide from me? Although I lack goo worms, her goo worms are also of high quality, she purposely left them to me, for safety's sake, I cannot take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed and the poison-beard wolves moved out, devouring Gu Yao's corpse. From start to finish, he did not touch the goo worms in Gu Yao's aperture. Seeing this result, Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, he looked at Fang Yuan with endless praise, Brother Chang Shanin, I have finally seen something today. You are indeed the great hero of the grassland, your conduct is like the moonlight tonight, pure like water without any impurities. No matter how dirty the ground is, it will not taint the moonlight. No matter how thick the dark clouds are, it will not obstruct the moonlight for long. Our good tribe owes you a lot, my son was ignorant and rash, but he still suspected you. Our good tribe only has this rank 5 clues and clues goo, it is our apology for today, please accept it, otherwise, I will never be able to rest in peace. Rank 5 goo were hard to find, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu tribe leader handed the clues and clues goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to reject it several times, but Gu tribe leader insisted, he could only reluctantly accept it. This way, he would have a second rank 5 goo from Northern Plains. After that, everyone continued the banquet until late at night, before parting under the moonlight. Mantu warmly invited Fang Yuan to his tribe as a guest. Fang Yuan expressed that he would be leaving soon to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. But before he left, he would definitely pay a visit to Man tribe. Looking at Fang Yuan and Gu tribe's father and son riding the hump wolf away, Mantu's smile faded, turning ugly. It seems that this Gu Yao is really dead. Mantu's tone was gloomy. Lord Father, don't worry. Manduo sneered, this Gu tribe wants to stay in Hong Yen Valley, they need our help, they cannot run away. Being enlightened by his son, Mantu's expression eased up, he patted Manduo's shoulder, you can see this clearly, I was too stubborn. These years, Man tribe has been expanding continuously, it is all thanks to you. Unfortunately, you are only C grade, your aptitude is not good. When father abdicates and your brother takes over Man tribe, you need to assist him. Yes, father, don't worry. Manduo's reply was crisp and clear, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also father's son, why could he not fight for the tribe leader position? why must he give it to his brother? Was poor aptitude the reason why he could not become the tribe leader? No. If brother becomes the tribe leader, he will definitely kill me. Sigh, such a pity. I proposed to Gu Yao because I wanted Gu tribe to become my wife tribe, to become my force. Damn it, the heavens are playing tricks on us. Gu Yao is dead. Unfilial son, kneel. Once in the secret room, only the father and son were left. Old tribe leader's face darkened, he roared at Gu Guang. Father! Gu Guang jumped in fright, although he did not know why his father suddenly became angry, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. Father, I am your son, you can scold me however you want, as long as you can calm down. But I have a small request, after father calms down, please tell me why you are so angry. I will change in the future, I will not make you angry anymore. Gu Guang said. Old patriarch Gu chuckled coldly and stood in front of Gu Guang. He pointed at the bridge of his nose and said, I know you are very unconvinced in your heart. Father will tell you the reason now and let you know how dangerous tonight is. Do you think Man Duo is really interested in your sister's beauty? Gu Guang was dazed, is it not? Gu Yao is the beauty of our tribe, many young men are pursuing her. Ah, Man tribe wants to annex our Gu tribe? Gu Guang gasped. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Sigh, your sister is dead, they are not willing to listen to my explanation, why? It is because they want to use this excuse as a legitimate reason to attack. But I found Chang Shanin to help me. Chang Shanin is a hero of Northern Plains, he has great prestige and has Chang tribe as his backing, Man too does not dare to twist logic, thus he regretfully stopped tonight. Gu Guang was shocked, so there is such a twist behind this? But father, I do not understand, since you saw through Man tribe's intentions, why did you agree to this marriage and betroth my sister to that monkey Man Duo? Old Gu tribe leader bent his finger and knocked on Gu Guang's head, do you not have a brain? Why did you agree to this marriage? Do you think I want to mistreat my daughter? It's all because of the approaching snowstorm. If we can marry into the Man family, we can stay in Hongyan Valley and protect our own tribe as much as possible. We can sacrifice your sister's happiness to protect the entire Gu tribe. This marriage is a transaction. Sigh, it is a pity that your sister escaped and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking his eyes. Father, I understand now. No, you still do not understand. Old Gu tribe leader understood his son very well, he continued to explain in disappointment. Tonight, Man tribe father and son invited Chang Shanin on the surface, and we accompanied him. But the truth is, their true motive is to deal with us. And I will use Chang Shanin as a shield. That Man Duo took out the chase smoke Gu, he is extremely sinister. When all of you were suspecting Chang Shanin, I swore to Chang Shanin that I would trust him. Do you think I am not suspicious? I am not that muddle-headed. Old Gu tribe leader stomped his feet, saying with a bleak tone, but I do not dare to suspect him. We are able to resist Man tribe because of Chang Shanyin's strength. If we suspect him, then Man tribe father and son will have succeeded in sowing discord between us and Chang Shanin. If Chang Shanin does not stand on our side, we might not even be able to return to tonight's banquet. Gu Guang's face was filled with shock. Ah, is the Man clan so daring to kill us? Humph, why do you think you were surrounded by so many wind wolves when you went out to search? In Northern Plains, were there any lack of methods to use beast groups to kill others? But in this situation, the Man clan won't kill us, but they will definitely put us under house arrest. At that time, the Man tribe will use Gu Yao's matter as an excuse to swallow our Gu tribe. Without us, the Gu tribe will be like a group of dragons without a leader. After hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger tonight, and his face revealed an expression of fear. For the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shanin is the murderer, we cannot suspect him. Do you really think I have forgotten the hints and clues, Gu? How could this be? But you had to mention this, what if Chang Shanin is really the culprit? Old Gu tribe leader spoke with deep sincerity. Gu Guang fell into silence. After a long while, he said, that is why father gifted the precious rank 5 hints and clues Gu to Chang Shanin. Is it to mend the crack in our relationship and make him stand on our side? Old Gu tribe leader nodded, you finally have some understanding. Son, although your aptitude is outstanding and your cultivation is high, But to become the new tribe leader of Good Tribe, you are still far from it. Father, it is great to have you here. I will definitely learn from you in the future. Good Tribe can lose anyone, but you cannot. Good Guang said sincerely. Old Good Tribe leader shook his head. Time and tide wait for no man. I am already old. Good Tribe still needs to rely on you. Sigh. After this incident, I have finally understood Mantu's character. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much wealth we have, it will not be enough for him. Now that your sister is gone, we have lost the right to borrow Hongyan Valley. We cannot split up the tribe and join Man Tribe, right? No, Good Tribe cannot be destroyed like this, otherwise, I will be the greatest sinner of Good Tribe. After this night, I have thought it through. I cannot stay here. I will be killed by Man Tribe sooner or later. A few days later, we will set off for the Heroes' Assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will Man Tribe let us off easily? Good Guang asked worriedly. Of course they will not let us off, but we will follow Cheng Shanin. Man too is wary of Cheng Shanin. He will not dare to make a move. Old Good Tribe leader snickered. Then if we use Senior Cheng Shanin like this, isn't it? Good Guang was slightly embarrassed. You idiot. Why not use him? What is wrong with using him? A good hunter is good at making use of everything around them. When we lack strength, we will use intelligence to make up for it. All of this is for the survival of the tribe. Old Good Tribe leader stopped after reprimanding, a complex expression appearing on his face. But this Cheng Shanin is indeed a hero worthy of his reputation. Maybe he has already seen through it, but he is still on our side. Such righteousness, supporting the weak, this is the true role model of the righteous path. He is the light of the world. Son, rejoice that our Good Tribe met such a person. Time passed quickly, several days passed. Inside the room, Fang Yuan looked at the bone bamboo gu in his hand. It was burnt by the ghost fire. He let out a breath of turbid air. This is the last bone bamboo gu. These days, he had been cultivating diligently, using up to 100 bone bamboo gu in the gift box. After his vigorous repair, the 8 most serious injuries on the battle bone wheel were all healed. Although the war bone wheel was still full of scars, it was finally out of danger. After returning the battle bone wheel to his aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, the 4 walls of the aperture were transparent. 90% of his primeval sea was made up of true gold primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in northern plains. He had not adapted to the environment yet, so his true gold primeval essence was only equivalent to initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation had stopped for the time being. Using light gold primeval essence, he could not break through the barrier and become a rank 5 gu master. It is not like there is no way to speed up my adaptation. The most common way is to use third watch gu to speed up my own time. But this way, the gu master's remaining lifespan will be shortened by 3 times. This was a short-sighted move. Fang Yuan naturally would not take it. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan used third watch gu on himself, the flow of the river of time would be 3 times faster. Then, the spring-autumn cicada residing in his body would also recover 3 times faster. Other than his vital gu spring-autumn cicada and the fixed immortal travel gu hidden in poison grassland, Fang Yuan had many gu worms on him now. The first were the 2 rank 5 gu, both from northern plains. One was the battle bone wheel. It was currently being repaired and could not provide any help in the short term. The other was the clues and clues gu. It could be used for reconnaissance and tracking. Good Tribe has quite the foundation. They actually have a rank 5 clues and clues gu. This gu can be used to track gu worms. It is a powerful method to capture wild gu worms and prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, although old Good Tribe leader has this gu worm, he does not dare to search for his own daughter. Fang Yuan was clear about the conflict between Good Tribe and Man Tribe. Man Tribe's third son, Man Duo, had great ambitions. He wanted the tribe leader position. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he set his sights on Good Tribe. He wanted to marry Gu Yao and make Good Tribe his wife tribe, to help him fight for the tribe leader position. Man too might not be able to see Man Duo's true intentions, but he had always been interested in annexing Good Tribe. Good Tribe, on the other hand, wanted to use the marriage alliance and sacrifice Gu Yao. using Man Tribe's Hongyan Valley to survive the once-a-decade blizzard and get through the current crisis. Good Tribe naturally did not want to split up the tribe, but Man Tribe wanted to swallow this fat piece of meat. But they were afraid of being stuck in the meat. After Guyao escaped, Man Tribe used this legitimate excuse to not let go. They might even attack Guguang in secret. As long as they killed Good Tribe leader and his son, Good Tribe would be leaderless and fall into internal strife. It would be easier for Man Tribe to swallow them. Guguang was ignorant, but the old chief of Good Tribe was old and experienced. He gradually understood the situation and realized that he could not satisfy Mantu's greed. But he was in deep trouble, so he could only endure it and stay in the tribe all day long, not giving Man Tribe any chance to do anything. And Chang Shan-yin's arrival gave Good Tribe hope of escaping. Good Tribe leader might have thought of making use of Fang Yuan's Chang Shanin identity when he found out about it. Thus, he warmly received Fang Yuan, and even gave him $1 million as a gift. Next, he made good use of it, borrowing Chang Shan-yin's strength to compete with Man Tribe. That banquet under the moonlight seemed to be a joyous and harmonious affair, but in reality, the competition between the three parties was surging with undercurrents, hidden with the dangers of blades and axes. The result was, Man Tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they not target Good Tribe, they even lost Guyao's legitimate excuse. But this side did not fail, they were still the strongest. On Good Tribe's side, Chang Shanin was sent out. Using his strength, they successfully defended their tribe and temporarily survived this crisis. They succeeded, but they were still in a weak position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant. Using the competition between the two sides, he achieved his original goal of appearing on the stage, and at the same time, he benefited from it and strengthened himself. Man was the spirit of all living things. Battles between people were not just simple and desperate fights. Even in northern plains where people were fierce, there were battles of wits and schemes. As for Guyao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice in the political battle between the two tribes. And according to Fang Yuan's guess, Guyao's escape from the marriage was also very strange. To be able to escape from the Good Tribe camp, which was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, it might have been arranged by Good Tribe leader to probe Man Tribe. Unfortunately, accidents always happen in reality. No matter how good the schemes were, they could not keep up with the changes. Maybe Man Tribe leader's eldest and second son's forces made a move, afraid of Manduo's influence. And hoping for Guyao to die. In any case, Guyao escaped to Poison Grassland and met Fang Yuan, which led to the series of events. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan threw these guesses out of his mind. The foundation of any scheme is strength. Why did Man Tribe not annex Good Tribe? It is because they are not a super tribe. They are only a large tribe with limited strength. Other than using me, the reason why the Ge family was able to turn this situation around was that they were once a large family and had a foundation. If Good Tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he would have taken out traces and clues Gu long ago. The development of the matter was as Fang Yuan expected. A day later, old Good Tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying that he had thought things through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but wanted to migrate the tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fight for a place in the imperial court. Fang Yuan knew old Good Tribe leader's intention. He wanted to use Chang Shanin to escape from Man Tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed readily. If he traveled alone in the grassland, it would be troublesome. With the Good clan traveling with them, the risk would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would be a cover for him. Brother Gu understands, but it is better to leave as soon as possible. Once there are any disturbances, Man Tribe will sense it immediately. Fang Yuan instructed. Old Good Tribe leader's heart shook. Hearing this, he understood that Chang Shanin was an understanding person. Fang Yuan continued, I had agreed to Man Tribe's request and wanted to visit them. But since Good Tribe wants to migrate, to be safe, I will not visit them. Just say that I have been cultivating for the past few days and feel that my cultivation level is showing signs of recovering, so I will go into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now. Brother can find someone to pass it to me. If Good Tribe did not migrate, there was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan visiting Man Tribe. But now that Good Tribe wanted to leave, Man Tribe was not willing to let go of this juicy piece of meat. Man Tribe was wary of Good Tribe and Chang Shanyin's alliance. Man Tribe might put Chang Shanin under house arrest and turn around to deal with Good Tribe. Earlier, when Guguang found the Wind Wolves, it was very likely Man Tribe's handiwork. Man tribe was a righteous path faction. They would not kill Xianxia in consideration of their reputation, but Good tribe was too juicy. They could use all sorts of reasons to put Xianxia under house arrest. Old Good tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words and looked at him deeply. He stood up and bowed. In front of brother, what is this bit of intelligence? I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother is still able to see the whole situation clearly. Heh, it's normal for one to lose oneself in a situation like this. You don't have to worry about it, old brother. As long as we leave this place, the Gu family will have a bright future. Fang Yuan comforted the Gu family patriarch. Then, he wrote a letter on the spot and passed it to the Gu family patriarch. Brother Gu, I still need to continue cultivating, so I won't be seeing you off. Today, I will give the order to prepare for migration. The letter will definitely be delivered. Goodbye. Elder Gu took the letter and left the room. After returning to the king's tent, he immediately summoned the clan elders and gave the order for the entire clan to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's marriage, the elders of Gu tribe all had a bad impression of Man tribe. They all praised Man tribe's wisdom. Gu family's father and son returned to the study room. The old clan leader opened Fang Yuan's letter on the spot. Dad, your behavior is not very good, right? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Hey, today I'll give you another lesson. This is Xianxia's letter to Man too, but he did not use the letter Gu. Do you know why? Gu tribe leader chuckled. Is it because he does not have a letter Gu? No, if he wanted to use a letter Gu, he could have borrowed it from our Gu tribe. Gu Guang thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. Did he do this on purpose? That's right. The reason why he used this ordinary letter is to let us see it. Gu tribe is going to migrate, he will be on the same path as us. This letter is to express his intention to cooperate with us. Come here, let us father and son take a look. Saying so, Gu tribe leader opened the letter. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally, and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Fang Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of Gu refinement materials, as well as third watch Gu and other Gu worms, hoping to trade. So Uncle Xianxia needed these things. Dad, I feel that our Gu tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Gu tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Gu tribe and Man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark. They did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A Gu tribe elder died because of Man duo's challenge, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Gu tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Xianxia. Think about it, Xianxia came from poison grassland, he was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of Gu worms. But now, in this battle, he earned a lot. Just the Yuan stone alone was worth over 1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader suddenly understood. Gu tribe made use of Xianxia, but wasn't Xianxia also making use of Gu tribe? Xianxia looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him, he instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Xianxia. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Ah? Gu Guang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Xianxia is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert, why not? think about it, how much did we give Xianxia? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1 million yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 gu. Gu tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Gu Guang. Why did Xianxia want to make a deal with Man tribe? This was not a deal, but a friendship. Using this method, Xianxia expressed to Man tribe that although he went against the agreement and did not visit Man tribe, and was in Gu tribe, he was not Man tribe's enemy. He did not want to become enemies with Man tribe, but wanted to be friends, thus he could make a deal. Man too was not an idiot, he could understand the goodwill in Xianxia's letter. If Man tribe rejected this deal, it would be rejecting Fang Yuan's goodwill. If they traded according to the price, they would be expressing their dissatisfaction. If they gave it to Xianxia, it would mean Man tribe accepted this goodwill, and was willing to befriend Xianxia. This deal was not the main point was the meaning behind the deal. This kind of obscure and hidden communication was something the righteous path higher-ups often played. Gu tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a thought, this Xianxia is helping Gu tribe not because of his righteous nature, but because he can only obtain the greatest benefits by standing together with Gu tribe. Man tribe was powerful, Xianxia was only the icing on the cake. But Gu tribe was weak. With Xianxia, he was a timely help, an important factor that could tip the scales of strength. This thought made Gu tribe leader's body shudder. He felt a chill in his heart, almost to his bones. Old tribe leader subconsciously denied this guess. If a hero like Xianxia is so scheming, then what justice and light is there in this world? I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. 3 days later. Man tribe's father and son stood on a hill, watching Gu tribe slowly move south. Lord Father, I have something I don't understand, I would like to ask you. Man duo spoke. Speak. You gave all the things you mentioned in the letter to Xianxia, I can understand that. But why did you give 30,000 loads of rations to Gu tribe? Gu tribe, this fat piece of meat, flew away, but we still have to stick to it. This? Man duo had an unwilling expression. Man two's gaze was deep, looking at Gu tribe's departing figures. He only said one sentence, Man Hao, you explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, smiled and explained, Third young master does not need to worry, Lord tribe leader has already made arrangements. If Gu tribe wants to leave like this, they are too naive. Among the 30,000 loads of rations, many wolf lore Gu have already been secretly used. At the same time, tribesmen are already luring them. There are about 3 myriad wolf groups waiting for them. So that's it. Man duo immediately understood, Father is wise. Once Gu tribe cannot resist the wolf groups, we will move out and save them, using this chance to annex them. Even if people question us in the future, these 30,000 loads of rations will show Lord Father's sincerity, it will shut their mouths. But at the end, Man duo's tone was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, continuing, but this way, Gu tribe will also suffer heavy losses, our gains from annexing Gu tribe will be much lesser. We will even need to invest a portion of our wealth to take care of the injured. But Man duo shook his head. Man Hao was not talking about his worries. Gu tribe has that Xianxia. He is called the Wolf King, can these wolf groups stop him? Man two frowned slightly. Man duo's words were what he was thinking, he had the same worry. But Gu tribe left too decisively. Man tribe was a righteous path cultivator, they had to consider the impact of their actions. They could only lure out these 3 myriad wolf groups in a short period of time. If Gu tribe survives the attack of these wolves, then Man tribe can only watch as they leave. But if Gu tribe suffered heavy losses during the attack, Man tribe would have a reason to send troops to save them. The biggest variable in this plan was Xianxia. Third young master, don't worry, although this Xianxia is called the Wolf King, that was 20 years ago. His cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage. During the banquet, we also secretly investigated him. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul. Now, it is only 100-man soul. Brute House said with a disdainful tone. Hee, even if he is the Wolf King, he is just an old Wolf King struggling at death's door. Furthermore, what trump cards does he have? Only over 1,000 wind wolves, over 1,000 poison-beard wolves, and over 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha, against tens of thousands of wolf groups, what can these troops do? In my opinion, his reputation will be ruined soon. Let's wait to annex Gu tribe. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead, a large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them, it seems to be a myriad wolf group. Gu tribe's investigative Gu master rushed over and reported to old Gu tribe leader. Gu tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person. Continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Gu sent by the investigative Gu master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. How many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here, it seems Man tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now, they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers, and many layers of defense. And Gu tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. My son. Gu tribe leader softly called. Lord Father, your son is here. Gu Guang immediately received the order. Go and invite Lord Changshanin over. This was a battle of life and death for Gu tribe. Old Gu tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Gu Guang happily called out and bowed. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tone slightly anxious. I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is it? How is the situation? There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu tribe's higher-ups stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles, or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu tribe is so honored. I am also at ease. Old tribe leader of Gu tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other, it's only right. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Gu tribe leader led Fang Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fang Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fang Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know, we had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly, there is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded, and their speed is slow. Gu tribe Gu masters ride hump wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals, how can there be future Gu masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman, I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, Gu tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right, we can dig a canal and draw the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly, yes, Guchui Team 1, Guxiang Team 7 and Gumi Team 18, immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes. The investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old Tribe Leader bowed towards Fang Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fang Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of good Tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all. At once, Gu Tribe's elders' gazes towards Fang Yuan also faintly changed. They were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, Old Gu Tribe Leader started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear and used yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, they would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies, their whole bodies were dark green and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs, there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy, about a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped, the ground started to tremble. Fang Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, Gu tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air, all of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave, some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall, trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king. Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Ge tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Ge tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man tribe used goo worms to conceal themselves and used investigative goo to observe from afar. Heh, they are fighting. Elder Man Hao laughed in schadenfreude. Ge tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Ge is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Ge tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses. Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man Tu, and was the eldest son of Man tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Ge tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man Hao had already submitted to Man Hong and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. Young tribe leader? Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing, Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Man Duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him, and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although Man Duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient. He is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 goo worms on their bodies, and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Ge tribe's frontline. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Ge tribe's defensive line. He. Seeing Ge tribe goo masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man tribe, now they are suffering. Eh? Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his goo worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 wolf king was implanted with wolf enslavement goo. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king into Ge tribe's camp, and gathered at the feet of a goo master. Looking at this goo master, Man Hong squinted, is this wolf king Xianxia? Yes. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong sneered, Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Xianxia. Xianxia has made his move, he is truly extraordinary. Ge tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man tribe's goo masters, even Ge tribe's goo masters were looking at Fang Yuan. Just now, Fang Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 wolf king as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Xianxia. On a tall hill, Ge tribe leader stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts, the former wolf king, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Fang Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these wolf kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly, it was the time for a great battle. Ge tribe had made ample preparations, they had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Ge tribe's goo masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Ge Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Ge tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold, all of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity, the opportunity is already in front of me, how can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, "Everyone, follow me." Gu Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the group of Gu masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble, the tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Gu masters beside him. This was a 100 wolf king. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Gu masters continued to use Gu worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Gu masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. "Wolf enslavement Gu, go." Fang Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke, landing on the 100 wolf king's body. The wolf king roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. "100-man soul, suppress," the wolf king whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet. The 100 wolf king was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out. "Healing Gu master." Fang Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a Gu worm to heal this 100 wolf king. "This damned beast. He killed my brother." A young Gu master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. "Gu can." Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 wolf king, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next, he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times, before raising his head and wiping his tears. "Go, let's continue killing wolves." "Okay. Let's follow Big Brother Gu Can." This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. "Let's go to the next stop." Fang Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 wolf kings broke through the earth wall and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fang Yuan rushed to the scene. "I am Wolf King Chang Shanin, all Gu masters listen to my commands." With Gu Guan beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. "These 300 wolf kings, what Gu worms do they have?" Fang Yuan asked. Immediately, someone reported. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. First group, lure the 100 wolf king on the left and let it enter the second line of defense. Fang Yuan ordered. "Let it go?" A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. "I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders." "Yes." Second group, you are in charge of restraining the wolf king on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu. "Yes." Third group, follow me. Fang Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the wolf enslavement Gu. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the wolf king suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded, "Why does it still have a firelight Gu? Young tribe leader, please forgive us, this is the first time this wolf is using this Gu." The subordinate quickly reported. "Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight Gu. Use all methods, I will come back later." Fang Yuan saw that he could not deal with this wolf king in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another wolf king, using another wolf enslavement Gu. This wolf king's defensive Gu was destroyed by the Gu masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Gu Guang had already succeeded. The 100 wolf king's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. "Good binding." Fang Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement Gu. The 100 wolf king watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fang Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 wolf king at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 wolf kings were split up and subdued by Feng Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Feng Yuan, waiting for his orders. They had already found out that as long as they followed Feng Yuan's orders, they would have the least casualties. This Chang Shanin does have some skill. Outside the battlefield, eldest Zi Manhong looked at Feng Yuan's performance through the investigative goo, his expression turning grim. His soul is 100-man soul, it is not hard for him to subdue these 100 wolf kings. However, this alone was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. We still need to see his wolf enslavement skill. Man, how consoled. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 2 yuan stone in his hands, replenishing his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement goo did not expend much primeval essence, but the crucial point was the soul. Feng Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings, using his 100-man soul to suppress the 100 wolf kings. The collision between the souls caused Feng Yuan's soul to tremble and become restless, the vexed feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he ignored it, he would feel dizzy, and in more serious cases, his soul would be damaged, he would lose his memory and his intelligence would drop. Feng Yuan closed his eyes to rest, calming his heart and soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized, all the vexed feeling vanished into thin air. Everyone, follow me, and continue the battle. Feng Yuan rode on his hump wolf, Guguang, and the rest followed closely behind. Like this, after a while, Feng Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and over 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Hell, Feng Yuan's actions thoroughly angered 1,000 wolf king. Seeing its subordinates surrender to someone else, this 1,000 wolf king roared and led its wolf group to charge towards Feng Yuan. 1,000 beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, and had several hundred beast kings as its subordinates. On its body, there was a rank 3 goo worm. Disregarding the wolf group, it needed at least 3 goo master groups with good coordination to hunt a single 1,000 beast king. Perhaps 3 rank 3 goo masters would be needed to barely fight one of them. Seeing the 1,000 wolf king leading its group to attack, Guguang and the rest's expressions changed. Most of them were rank 2 elites, only Guguang was a rank 3 goo master. Young tribe leader, don't panic, we are here to lend you a hand. At this time, 3 good tribe elders flew over. Feng Yuan had made an agreement with good tribe's higher-ups in the main tent, he needed good tribe's help. Haha, with your help, this wolf can be captured. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. A fierce battle immediately broke out. This 1,000 wolf king's attacks were berserk, as it pounced, bit, and clawed, it could actually produce wolf phantom images. It rampaged on the battlefield, tyrannically and unreasonably, wreaking havoc to its heart's content. But Feng Yuan's side was even more powerful. There were 4 rank 3 goo masters, 1 rank 4 goo master, and several rank 2 elites. After paying the price of light injuries to 2 elders, Feng Yuan finally found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo. The rank 3 wolf enslavement goo turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, and landed on the 1,000 wolf king's body. Feng Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a stalemate of over 10 breaths of time, the light smoke successfully landed and completely fused into the 1,000 wolf king's soul. This was the first 1,000 wolf king that Feng Yuan had subdued in this battle. As soon as the 1,000 wolf king surrendered, the 200 wolf kings under its banner, as well as thousands of ordinary turtleback wolves, also followed suit. Such a large number of turtleback wolves rebelled and entered good tribe's camp, wiping out the entire battlefield. The whole wolf group only had 15,000 wolf kings, and now Feng Yuan had taken one. This time even the myriad wolf king sensed something amiss and held. A huge 4-leaf wind blade spun rapidly and flew towards Feng Yuan. 3-claw water dragon goo. A tribe elder roared and pushed with both hands, a light blue water dragon flew out and collided with the wind blade, immediately shattering into pieces and turning into rain. Fist stone goo. The second elder punched with his right fist, and instantly a huge rock condensed in the air like a tightly clenched right fist. As it flew over, it was cut off by the wind blade. Lightning net goo. The third elder threw out a large net with lightning coiling around it, temporarily trapping the wind blade. The wind blade was continuously weakened, and after falling into the lightning net, it continued to spin, and although it finally cut the lightning net, it was already at the end of its tether. It flew in the air and gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a move during the whole process. Good Tribe's Gu masters were extremely careful to protect Fang Yuan, even though he was a rank 4 Gu master and had a higher cultivation than them. The safety of an enslavement path Gu master was extremely important. When fighting, there would often be other Gu masters protecting them. Myriad Wolf King's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone. Don't tell me this Myriad Wolf King is going to join the battle now? But soon, his eyes dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King's attack on Fang Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 Wolf King. This 1,000 Wolf King's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu worm. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, wolf enslavement Gu smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest, follow me. Fang Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 Wolf King, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big, Fang Yuan did not believe that all the Wolf Kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Fang Yuan had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 3,000 Wolf Kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were Poison Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The Myriad Wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Fang Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Good tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shanyan's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero. This ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path, it is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The Myriad Wolf King hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned. Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this Myriad Wolf King might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the Wolf King to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the Myriad Wolf King suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat, I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize, wait for my reinforcements. Fang Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord. We are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Fang Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light, everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand, everyone, follow me. Fang Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Fang Yuan willed and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, Thunder Boar in a pig group and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild goo insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank 4 investigative goo. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Fang Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now, this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement goo by Fang Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch goo. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go! Fang Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care goo, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shanyan's investigative goo. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot, looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care goo, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the goo masters. Fang Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Fang Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm, with wolf groups huddled together. Fang Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for goo worms. If there were any rare goo worms, Fang Yuan would keep them himself, to prevent them from being destroyed in the battlefield. Of course, his main focus was still the wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo was a one-time consumable goo. After capturing so many wolf kings, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of wolf enslavement goo. Normally speaking, a beast king's body would have a corresponding beast enslavement goo. As expected, Fang Yuan found a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo from these wolf kings. 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. As for the other goo worms, they were ordinary, and there were 1 or 2 premium goo worms, but Fang Yuan was not interested in them, thus he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf smoke goo, Fang Yuan activated this rank 4 healing goo. This goo was specially used to heal wolf injuries. Wolf smoke shrouded the whole farm, not dispersing for a long time. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture. It rapidly descended, and soon reached the bottom. Healing so many wolves at once consumed a lot of primeval essence. After his primeval essence reached the bottom, Fang Yuan took out Yuan stone and quickly recovered. Like this, he healed them twice. Fang Yuan saw a good tribe leader leading a group of elders, hurriedly rushing to the front lines. Not long after, intense explosions could be heard from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fang Yuan saw that the unmoving myriad wolf king had also entered the battlefield. Good tribe leader and the rest were fighting it with all their might. Once the myriad wolf king appeared, its influence was huge. The wolf group attacked even more crazily under its lead. Good tribe's second line of defense was thus broken through. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of the good tribe goo masters successfully retreated. They retreated to the third line of defense. At once, the atmosphere of the battle was extremely heavy, and everyone was panicking. The third line of defense was the final line of defense, behind it were the mortals with low battle strength. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no time to heal anymore. He recovered 90% of his primeval essence in his aperture. Fang Yuan looked around. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves became light injuries. The light injuries on the wolves were completely healed. Wolf howl gu, Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out an angry howl like a wolf king. The wolf group in the farm, under the effect of the gu worms, had their bodies swell up, their spirits were roused, and their battle strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, riding on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the wolf group held together. Hell, right now, the setting sun was like blood in the sky, strong winds blew, and the battle flags fluttered. The wolf howl could be heard even in the clouds, spreading for 1,000 liu. Chang Shanin is finally making a move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expressions became solemn. Good tribesmen were overjoyed. Chang Shanin, it is Lord Chang Shanin. We still have Lord Chang Shanin. Lord Chang Shanin is coming to reinforce us. Everyone hold on. Move aside, quickly open up a path for Lord Chang Shanin. At once, good tribesmen's morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf, waving his hand as 10,000 wolves charged through the simple fences of the farm, but they did not go to reinforce the north, but to the south. Like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water gushed out. The entire wolf group quickly charged out of the camp, with the 1,200 beast kings as the arrowhead, charging into the battlefield. The wolf group had fought for a long time, they were already exhausted. Under the charge of such a large force, there were countless casualties. With just one charge, Fang Yuan caused the turtleback wolves in the southern battlefield to collapse. Wolf enslavement gu. Wolf enslavement gu. Wolf enslavement gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left, charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king held, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 wolf enslavement gu, Fang Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fang Yuan's command. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the gu masters turned around and joined Fang Yuan's army under its call. The gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shanyan's method? So powerful, using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The gu masters stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage, anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable, using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation. This was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad wolf king battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 wolf kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 wolf kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 wolf kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these wolf kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time, he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time, he only mobilized 8,000 wolf kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad wolf king, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Changshanin is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad wolf king became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 wolf kings surrounded Xianxia. The myriad wolf king already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf taming technique. Seeing the myriad wolf king being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf taming technique. Now, he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 wolf kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad wolf king's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the myriad wolf king felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad wolf king was exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 wolf king. Wolf King. Lord Changshanin is the true wolf king. Looking at the myriad wolf king's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted. Wolf King. Wolf King. Wolf King. After this battle, everyone felt that the title Wolf King was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered, some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero, and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had always looked down on Changshanin, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Gu tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Gu tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad wolf king's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad wolf king would be my subordinate. What a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu were not sold. Many Gu worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached rank 4 and above. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them, and there were also relic Gu. Thus, in the market, Fang Yuan only bought rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and did not buy a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. I have large numbers of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu now, I do not lack them. As for rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With a rank 4 Gu, he could directly control the myriad wolf king, and indirectly control the wolf group through the Wolf King, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant and could be enslaved with rank 3 Gu. But once it matures, it would need a rank 4 Gu, otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a rank 4 wolf enslavement goo. At this time, a goo master who was searching the myriad wolf king's corpse shouted. Oh? Old Goo tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed. Haha, a treasure goo goes with a hero. This goo was prepared for you, Brother Chong. Although the myriad beast king's body had a higher chance of having a rank 4 beast enslavement goo, Fang Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a myriad wolf king died, it was a pity, but he obtained a rank 4 wolf enslavement goo. This goo worm came at the right time. Fang Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this goo worm, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Goo tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this rank 4 goo as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead. Mixed together, it faintly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm. The sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to northern plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Fang Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive but was useless. But cultivation. It was only a portion of his strength. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Goo. This goo was also rank 4, but compared to the rank 4 beast enslavement goo, its value was much lower. Because it was easy to refine and its cost was low. It was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Goo's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Fang Yuan activated it, it floated above Fang Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Fang Yuan's body, engraving the Tao mark of a certain strength onto Fang Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Goo suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Fang Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Goo was also an expendable goo. This was the third strength of Tenjun Goo that Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger, and more sturdy, so that it can hold more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out Wolf Soul Goo. This is the last Wolf Soul Goo. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The Wolf Soul Goo exploded, turning into a grey wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Wolf Soul Goo, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Fang Yuan frowned, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom, a soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Fang Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolfman soul. The whole wolfman soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Fang Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. 2 sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolfman soul was formed, Fang Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the wolf king's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the wolfman soul, Fang Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the wolf kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a wolfman soul, I can still subdue 3 times the wolf kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big, and there are so many wolf groups. On the way to the heroes' assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. 2 hump wolves were carrying Good Tribe's investigative goo masters, one old and one young. Huff huff huff, so cold. The young goo master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old goo master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. Uncle, this is my first time scouting, I lack experience. The young goo master mumbled and swore, damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are Good Tribe's eyes, we need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best, it can invisibly urge you to continue scouting. The old goo master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the turtleback wolf group's defensive battle. The old goo master's partner had died on the battlefield, the young goo master had replaced him, he was still immature and needed the old goo master's guidance. Uncle. The young goo master was about to speak. Shoo. The old goo master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. What is that? The old goo master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative goo, but he did not see anything. Lad, quickly use your hand-ear goo to listen. The old goo master ordered. Yes. The young goo master did not dare to be careless, he quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young goo master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young goo master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed, Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended and I was too nervous. The old goo master sighed. He had looked again and there was no abnormality, he felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and wolf king Xianxia. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid. When the young man talked about Feng Yuan, his eyes flickered and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help. The old goo master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Who is it? The old goo master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump thump thump, a series of sharp bone spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack. The old goo master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young goo master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old goo master's heart twitched, he did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal goo from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue, standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness, leading was Man Tribe's external elder Sherwu. He looked at the 2 corpses in front of him and said proudly, Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Elder is mighty. With Elder, these investigative goo masters of Good Tribe are practically useless. Several accompanying goo masters immediately flattered him. Sherwu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Good Tribe's main group. Good Tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here, Good Tribe cannot escape this calamity. I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Good Tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attack the camp. Although Good Tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley, and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man Tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man Tribe's Gu masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Gu tribe. At the same time, Man Tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A huge plot had already started against Gu tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Gu tribe's camp. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! The investigative Gu master on the tower shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several signal Gu were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves, 10,000 night wolves. Gu tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to tribe leader. The investigative Gu masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Gu tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Gu masters deserve to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night, but with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Gu masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp, it is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Gu tribe leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man Tribe's Gu masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Gu tribe leader could only shout, quickly send my order, all Gu tribe's Gu masters are to gather in the main tent. The night wolf group's speed was extremely fast, rushing to Gu tribe's camp. The wolf group is here. Block them, we must block them. Quick, activate light ball Gu. A Gu master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball Gu towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong, with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 Wolf King held and charged over. Oh my God! The Gu master only had time to scream before he was killed by the Wolf King. The night wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Gu tribe's Gu masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Gu tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing Gu tribe leader's plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Gu masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Gu masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Gu tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Gu tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Gu tribe declined in my hands, I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Gu tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting, some had lifeless expressions and some were panicking. Gu tribe is not finished yet, everyone, there is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Fang Yuan charged into the main tent. Gu tribe leader's eyes brightened, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. Brother, speak quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked anxiously. Fang Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, Gu tribe is in chaos now, we simply cannot defend ourselves, the situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival. Wolf King, what do you mean? Gu tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, Brother Gu, have you forgotten that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu? He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued, here in the main tent are the elites of the Gu family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current and take down the myriad wolf king. In the battle formation, I will subdue the myriad wolf king and the situation will turn around. The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know, Gu masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so, they still suffered huge losses. Now, they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the myriad beast formation and assassinate the myriad wolf king amidst the myriad wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Xianxia suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. Crazy, this is too crazy. An elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Old Gu tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Gu tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Gu masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This night wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes, but if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Cheng is right, this is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke, looking at the hesitant people. He felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity, he wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Gu tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder, what are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu tribesmen so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the Gu tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Xianxia, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud, even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Guguang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then, the young patriarch of the Gu clan roared, "No! Gu tribe's bravery is still here. Gu tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. Oh Wolf King, other people are afraid of death, but I, Guguang, am willing to die with you." These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. "At worst, we will just die, what's there to be afraid of? Bullshit Night Wolf Group, I will kill you. Wolf King, young tribe leader, count me, Guda, in the charge." Not only did these people agree, but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of Good Tribe's men. Fight to the death, fight to the death. Count me in, I also want to fight. A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In Northern Plains, which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally, he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Gu tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be Man tribe's sneak attack, and Chang Shanin might not be able to subdue the myriad Wolf King. Even if everyone charged, what if the Night Wolf King did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fang Yuan's plan had too many loopholes, it was not reliable at all. Damn it. Good tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless, they could only fight now. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. For Good tribe, for tomorrow. At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar, the morale rose sharply and the morale of the troops could be used. Fang Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong, Good tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. "Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Good tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad Wolf King." Everyone accepted the order. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, Good tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Good tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad Wolf King, it would be a profit no matter what. "Everyone, follow me and charge." Fang Yuan shouted and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings also gathered. "Brother Chang, why are there only these? Where's your myriad Wolf King? Where's your wolf group army?" The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, why should he sacrifice his own Wolf King to reduce Good tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world, all living beings were equal, no one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings, putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class. And class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Fang Yuan needed Good tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Good tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him, they would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Good tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aide for an outsider? Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Fang Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Ge tribe leader, Brother Ge, don't worry, the situation is chaotic now, the ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad wolf king to regroup, and soon, we will have reinforcements. Ge tribe leader looked deeply at Fang Yuan and was about to speak. But Fang Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, everyone, Ge tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me. Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill. Kill these wolf cubs. For Ge tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Ge Guang followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Ge tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear, remember, you are Ge tribe's young tribe leader. Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp and towards the night wolf myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Especially the Gu masters at the periphery, their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, fist stones, golden awls, all kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks, fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl, with a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of 100 wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad wolf king saw through Fang Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, charge, charge, charge. Speed up, if we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the myriad wolf king, we can turn defeat into victory. A moment later, 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence, we can only activate self-detonation goo, for the tribe. An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Ge tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised? Brother Ge, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me and kill, we will take revenge for our dead elders. Fang Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. Quick, protect Lord Changshanin. Ge Guang immediately shouted. Wolf Wangda, you are the key to our victory, please retreat to the middle of us, we will protect you. Kill all these beasts. The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot, they had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Ge Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader, follow behind me. Ge Guang shouted loudly, after charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Ge tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him, follow behind me, don't forget you are our Ge tribe's young tribe leader. This old man. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only 2 clear-headed people. You guys go, I will restrain these damned wolves. The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Ge tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Ge tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall Elder's life be in vain, we must turn defeat into victory. Fang Yuan shouted. Come, beasts, let this old man play with you. Ha ha ha. The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad wolf king. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The Night Wolf King spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan shouted. Asterisk roar, asterisk the wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf Guards. The Gu Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu Masters died, they used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Gu Master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Gu Masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Gu had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died, and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Good tribe leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered, Gu Guang. Bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chang, don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these Wolf Kings. Gu tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Fang Yuan shouted again, Brother Gu, don't be in a daze, quickly destroy the Night Wolf King's Golden Shield Gu. Once we enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be saved. Chang Shanin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Gu Guang back, this was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary, he hit it really deeply. Even Fang Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so many years, he was smart and capable, he was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Gu was a rank 2 Soul Path Gu. To advance, there was a rank 3 Ghost Fire Gu. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 Ghost Fire Gu residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged, the coldness was bone-chilling. The Gu Masters had no choice but to retreat, the tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it. Gu tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Gu. This Gu was not an attack Gu, to be precise, it was a storage Gu. It was specially used to store flames. This old guy has a lot of good Gu. Fang Yuan was inwardly astonished. Gu tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth and other parts. Rank 4, Vine Claw Gu. Gu tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Good tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Good tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape, his 5 fingers were all torn off. Wolf King! The old tribe leader roared. Fang Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, "Brother Ge, be careful." Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolf Skin Goo and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Good tribe leader. Slap. With a crisp sound, he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. This? I can dodge. The old tribe leader was shocked. Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda. The academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that Good tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam bam bam, the old tribe leader dodged and continuously used goo worms to bombard the area. One man and one beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon head drill. The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly, he shouted and activated 3 goo worms at the same time, using his killer move, a 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield goo on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drill's might did not stop, piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury, its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Goo Masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. This is a rank 4 bravery Goo, damn it. Where is Chang Shanin, Chang Shanin? The old tribe leader shouted. Wolf Wangda is unconscious, we are saving him. The academy elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the wolf group. Of all times to fall unconscious? Of all times to fall unconscious. The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted, then we won't wait for Chang Shanin anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the wolf group will also collapse. Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the Golden Shield Goo's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Goo Masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Goo Masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking. Exchanging injury for injury, it depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Goo Masters were in a mess, only the old tribe leader was holding on. Hold on, hold on. The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, be careful. An elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the Night Wolf King pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. Retreat. The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam, at the next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Old tribe leader. Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Good tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive Goo crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam bam bam, the Night Wolf King's claws slammed again and again. The wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Good Tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used goo worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the Night Wolf King's brutal attacks. Old tribe leader. Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Good Tribe leader in its eyes. It endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. Father. Gugwang saw this and immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bravery Goo's effect faded, the Night Wolf King's battle intent dissipated, and it let go of old Good Tribe leader, being forced back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fang Yuan was excited as he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf Enslavement Goo. Wolf Enslavement Goo turned into a large cloud of smoke and enveloped the Night Wolf King. This Night Wolf King's battle intent had faded and it was heavily injured, its consciousness was close to going crazy, and now it was fighting with Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul was already stronger than 100-man soul. The Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of resistance, but from Fang Yuan's wolfman soul, it felt a similar aura. The feeling of resistance thus fell sharply, and under the pressure of Fang Yuan's soul, it did not last long before the smoke fused into its body. Success! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Wolf Smoke Goo. He rushed to this battlefield and breathed out a large amount of wolf smoke, wrapping the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's severe injuries quickly stabilized. It let out a long howl, and with this howl, the Night Wolf group was in chaos for a while before turning around and retreating. Good Tribe's crisis was resolved, but the surviving Goo masters did not have much joy of victory. They gathered around a deep pit. In the deep pit, old Good Tribe leader was lying down. Several Goo masters were lying beside him, doing their best to heal him. Old Good Tribe leader's body had already turned into a pile of mud, but with this healing, half of his body gradually recovered. But it was useless, his injuries were too severe, and as the healing Goo master's primeval essence was used up, the faint hope of saving old tribe leader completely disappeared. Father, father. Gugwang knelt on the ground. Gugwang knelt on the ground, grabbing old Good Tribe leader's hand and screaming in pain. Old clan leader. The rest of the elders also had tears streaming down their faces. The old tribe leader's face flushed red as he grabbed Gugwang's hand. My child, be careful. He was about to say Chang Shanyan's name, but at this moment, Fang Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked in. Brother Gu. His face was full of grief, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hot tears trickled down. The old tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply. His mouth moved a few times and he had to change the topic. Son, from today onwards, you are the tribe leader of Good Tribe. Father. You can't die. I still have many shortcomings. I still need to listen to your teachings. Good family still needs you. Gugwang called out, tears flowing down his face. The old chief was like a fish on the shore, panting weakly with his mouth open. His eyes were unfocused, and his senses were quickly disappearing like the ebbing tide. The smell of death. It was incomparably dense. But I'm worried. I really have too many things that I can't let go. The obsession in his heart made the old clan leader muster the last drop of strength. He grabbed Gugwang's hand tightly, and his unfocused gaze focused in an instant. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook Gugwang's hand with slightly turbid air. Son, you need to remember that you are the Good Tribe leader. For the tribe, don't be rash. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After saying this, the old tribe leader's body stiffened. Then he fell down with his head facing upwards. His life was far away from him. This Good Tribe leader who gave his all, ascended to the position at the age of 38, and died in battle at the age of 87, gave his all for Good Tribe, and shed his last drop of blood. In defending Good Tribe, in the bitter battle against the wolf group, he sacrificed himself heroically. Father? Father! Gugwang shouted, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But the truth was the truth, since it had already happened, it could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader, on the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone, as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached, in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Man 2 finally received a letter Gu from the front lines. As long as we swallow Good Tribe, our man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter Gu and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Man Duo sat at the side, waiting for a long time. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Originally, the Night Wolf group had already charged into Good Tribe camp, but Good Tribe leader and Xianxia worked together, gathering all their high-rank battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Xianxia subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Good Tribe has made a comeback. Xianxia, it's Xianxia again. Man Duo fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet, there is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Oh? Tell me. Our man tribe lost twice, the true reason is because of Wolf King Xianxia. This person is truly amazing, as long as we get rid of him, Good Tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Man Duo said. What plan do you have? Tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Man Duo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Xianxia subdued the Night Wolf King, this is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Good Tribe. Xianxia is already a fierce beast beside Good Tribe, as long as he has any bad intentions, Good Tribe will be in danger. Good Tribe leader is such an astute person, he will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Good Tribe suspect Xianxia, driving a wedge between them. Man 2 sighed with regret, this plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier, Good Tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Good Tribe leader has already been succeeded by Guguang. What? Man Duo was stunned, that old fox actually died? How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Good Tribe leader, Good Tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Xianxia, the others could not compete with him. Moreover, Good Tribe had gone through 2 battles, while Xianxia's wolf group had increased to over 20,000, the strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fang Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. Good Tribe leader is dead, but the Wolf King is still alive, he has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Man Duo asked unwillingly. Man 2 snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time, we listened to your plan and mobilized the tribe elders, we have already overstepped our boundaries. Xianxia, our man tribe lost to this person. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Man Duo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Man 2's eyes, we have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Good Tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Xianxia, then I will be waiting to see the Great Wolf King become a joke. A few days later, Fang Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the wind wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 wolf kings and 100 wolf kings. After the battle, Fang Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult, after accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Good Tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died, a large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained, even old Good Tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Good Tribe can truly escape from Man Tribe's control. A few days later, Guguang visited Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Good Tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Good Tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 gu in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here. Gu Guang said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Gu Guang took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Fang Yuan took the impermanence bone gu and asked with concern. Are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough yuan stone. Most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Sigh, especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Gu Guang said this and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze flickering. Fang Yuan chuckled, I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our Good Tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. He, no matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate Good Tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for Good Tribesmen. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Gu Guang was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Good Tribe along the way. I think Good Tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard, don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, nephew will take his leave. Seeing Gu Guang leave, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Good Tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but lived in the heart of the iron shell flower. The petals of the iron shell flower were as hard as steel, and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, an iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. 2 investigative gu masters rode on hump wolves, running from afar. Brother, your iron feather arrow gu has 100% accuracy. Sigh, the food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. The 2 talked about Good Tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Fang Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky, to a huge tribe like Good Tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Good Tribesmen started to panic. The 2 investigative gu masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Good Tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved horned running bulls pulling carts filled with goods. Gu masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house gu, moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their 4 limbs and moving around. Fang Yuan was inside a lizard house gu, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that, he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every Gu master had a glorious side, they all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Gu, slowly moving up and down. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture, the true gold sea rippled slightly, the crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he could already break through to rank 5. But now, Fang Yuan was in northern plains, his cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Gu worms. His vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was wolf smoke Gu, specially used to heal wolf groups' injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone whale still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also snow wash Gu. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for clues and clues Gu, it was like a cuttlefish swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu, most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3, and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of 10 Jun Gu. Fang Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu, but now he had used 3, only 2 were left. A Gu worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was wolf swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Fang Yuan still had 1 storage Gu. It was shaped like a cup, it was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally, its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture, in Fang Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil, it was wolf care Gu. In his throat, there was wolf howl Gu. Under his tongue, there was ghost fire Gu. On his chest, there was an azure wolf tattoo, it was azure wolf hair Gu. On his back, there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo, it was rank 3 eagle wings Gu. The bone bamboo Gu and wolf soul Gu that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint Gu, used for movement. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned, it was buried under poison grassland. Xianxia's set of Gu worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level, he could bully the weak, but against experts, he was still lacking. What enslavement path Gu masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Fang Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters, it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot, they would target Fang Yuan first. Back then, Xianxia was able to kill Ha-Tu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white-eyes wolves. Fang Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Xianxia's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck, I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of immortal Gu gruel mud, there are very few complete Guts Gu. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had used Impermanence Bone Gu, turning all his bones into Impermanence Bones. A human's body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fang Yuan's skin bag even sturdier, it was no longer a problem to contain 1,000-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region's suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 Jun Gu to nurture 30 Jun of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food. Or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy, and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for Gu tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves, it was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources, only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Fang Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage, that was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them, and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But who immortal blessed land was in central continent, and whole Earth Gu's range was limited to one region. That is to say, whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in central continent. But outside of central continent, it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in black heaven. But its range was huge, and it could cross the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient Gu worms were needed. 1 or 2 of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low, there might not even be 1 success in 100 attempts. Fang Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate Gu when he transacted with Crane Gate, this was one of the reasons. There was another important reason, that was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the Blessed Land by Fang Yuan, it had been lingering on Tianti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in black heaven to form. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was its own domain, it did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way, the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Danghun Mountain was dying, its power was greatly reduced. If the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the Blessed Land, it would be even worse. This way, Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Xianxia Blessed Land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Xianxia Blessed Land. In the dark night, the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse, and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long and had an average width of 5,000 li. The 2 ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here, it was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds, one of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu Immortal, Gue Wang. Xianxia Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hong Yu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. Time passed bit by bit, several figures stood silently on the dark clouds. Other than Gue Wang and Loner Hong Yu, there were 3 female immortals. These 3 immortals were all beautiful and graceful, they were Hua Hai's 3 immortals. The green-clothed woman had a cold expression, she was Fairy Qing Sua. The yellow-clothed woman was petite and fair, she was called Fairy Huang Sha. The pink-dressed woman was charming and charming, she was called Fairy Fan Meng. The 3 of them stood together, separated from the Ghost King and Loner Hong Yu by a distance, clearly separated from each other. Fairy Xianxia stared at the crescent lake below, while Fairy Xianxia and Fairy Finmeng conversed softly, their gazes sweeping towards Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Not mentioning Gui Wang's ugly appearance, the three beautiful immortals were disgusted by him. Loner Hongyu, in order to refine Gu in the past, he killed his parents and betrayed his brothers. This made the three righteous path female immortals despise him greatly. But Xianxia Blessed Land was no small matter. The Gu immortal who had once lived inside was the famous #1 refinement path immortal of all times, Long-Hair Ancestor. This person was extremely skilled in refinement path. He had rank 8 cultivation and was one of the few refinement path geniuses in history. He had lived for a long time. He had lived through 2 generations of venerables, thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortal. What did this mean? That was to say, the 2 rank 9 Gu immortals had not lived as long as him. Even thieving heaven and giant sun, the 2 venerables, were in awe of his refinement path talent and admitted defeat. They had even once asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long-Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only a summary of historical events, it did not include those legends and stories. But such a person could not resist the river of time. He eventually died of old age. According to rumors, after he died, he turned into a land spirit and continued to refine Gu in Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land was Long-Hair Ancestor's residence, thus it had a vast number of Gu worm recipes, including immortal Gu recipes. Although the 3 Huahai immortals did not like Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu, the allure of immortal Gu recipes was enough to make them abandon their righteous path identities and secretly cooperate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the void above the crescent moon lake shattered, revealing bright lightning. The earth disaster has begun, the Ghost King shouted excitedly. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the center of the crescent moon lake. Without a doubt, this was the sign of an earthly calamity, causing a hole to appear in the blessed land. Loner Hongyu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hole without blinking. The 3 Huahai immortals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also quickened. Immortal Gu were hard to find, these 5 Gu immortals did not have any immortal Gu. Of course, there were still rank 5 Gu worms, and there were many of them, each of them was of high quality. But no matter how many mortal Gu there were, they could not compare to an immortal Gu. Gu immortals' desire towards immortal Gu was even greater than a lustful wolf seeing a peerless beauty. Rumble. In the sky above the lake, thunder kept exploding and lightning kept striking. It even formed lightning, water, and lightning that poured down like a torrential rain. The second hole, the third hole, the earthly calamity created one hole after another, appearing one after another. This is the earthly calamity, myriad lightning rain, such terrifying power. Loner Hongyu's eyes revealed shock as he saw this. If it landed in our Huahai Blessed Land, even if we 3 sisters join hands, we might not be able to resist it, right? Xianxia Blessed Land is indeed Long-Hair Ancestor's possession. Can we really obtain the immortal Gu recipe this time? The 3 Huahai immortals looked at each other, their faces pale. Earlier, the Ghost King had given them many benefits, the 3 Huahai immortals had rushed over excitedly. Now, the 3 felt that this trip would not be easy. It would not be easy to barge into Xianxia Blessed Land. All Gu immortals were geniuses among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Be it the 3 Huahai immortals or the Loner Hongyu, they became vigilant. The Ghost King saw everyone's expression and laughed hoarsely. This dog's head heaven and earth has always wanted to maintain balance. The blessed land has fortune, so heaven and earth send down calamities and tribulations, using all methods to wear down this fortune. The better the management of the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Look at this myriad lightning rain, its power is simply on par with those blessed lands with secret forbidden lands. Think about it, how many recipes are stored in this Xianxia Blessed Land? There are bound to be many immortal Gu recipes, otherwise why would the wretched heaven send down such a powerful calamity and tribulation? The immortals' hearts jolted at these words. Thinking of immortal Gu, these people's gazes became heated. The Ghost King is right. I have also entered some blessed lands, some of them are ownerless blessed lands that are about to be destroyed, their earthly calamities are nothing more than a drizzle. But blessed lands are very important, which Gu Immortal doesn't want to manage them well. Loner Hongyu smiled bitterly. The better the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortal cultivation is not easy. Ha ha ha, cultivation is defying heaven. The wretched heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to defy heaven. Ghost King added. Your words are somewhat biased. Immortal cultivation is actually following heaven's will. We use Gu worms to learn the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. We manage blessed lands in place of heaven and earth, nurturing countless blessings and bringing blessings to all living beings. Fairy Xianxia retorted, her voice was crisp and sweet. Loner Hongyu stopped speaking. Considering the situation, he did not want to continue on this topic. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. It had been differentiated since the immemorial era, and even now, there was no clear difference. Ghost King chuckled. He pointed at the hole below and said, Everyone, the earthly calamity is getting more and more intense. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we might as well take action now. All right. Loner Hongyu immediately expressed his support. Ghost King, please go first. The three immortals reached a consensus. Ghost King chuckled, taking out a bead of green grape immortal essence and activating a Gu worm. It flew into the hole with the green grape immortal essence in its mouth. When this Gu worm entered the blessed land, it was unknown if it was suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, but it instantly lost contact with Ghost King. But Ghost King's green grape immortal essence was also sent into Xianxia blessed land. It immediately exploded and started to consume the immortal essence in Xianxia blessed land. To Gu immortals, every bead of green grape immortal essence was extremely precious. Normally, Gu immortals would focus on accumulating, they would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that the Ghost King had taken the lead, the other four then followed suit and threw one each. Ghost King threw the second bead, and according to the sequence, the others also threw the second round. After a Gu immortal died, although they formed a land spirit, they could no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence in the land spirit's hands decreased as time passed. While Ghost King's group had 4 people, they had the advantage in numbers. But after 100 rounds, this Xianxia blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Other than Ghost King, the other immortals were hesitant. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Although he died, he left behind white lychee immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape. Immortal essence cannot compare to 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Fan Meng's turn, she held a bead of green grape immortal essence, but did not immediately throw it. Ghost King's gaze flickered with a sinister light. He sneered, Fairy, what is there to fear? Long-hair ancestor was a person from thieving heaven demon Venerable's era. He tried to prolong his life, struggling at death's door until giant sun immortal's era, when he finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, he had also experienced the eras of spectral soul demon Venerable and paradise earth immortal Venerable. The former Xianxia grotto heaven had already fallen to a blessed land. How much white lychee immortal essence is there now? I'm afraid only some immortal water remains. Loner Hongyu also chuckled, Ghost King is right. You guys have seen the earthly calamity earlier. Xianxia blessed land has so many recipes, many of them involve immortal Gu. The fortune is too great, every calamity and tribulation is so intense. No matter how much white lychee immortal essence there is, it will be used up soon. This world has always been like this, the courageous die from overeating while the cowardly die from starvation. Everyone has already thrown in so much immortal essence, are you going to give up? Maybe you are not far from success. Ghost King tempted. The 3 female immortals looked at each other, and Fairy Xianxia said, What the 2 of you said is correct, but the immortal energy of us 3 sisters is also saved bead by bead. It's not something that grows out of nowhere. How about this, let's throw in another 50 rounds and see the situation. After another 50 rounds, Xianxia blessed land finally showed signs of not being able to hold on. Gui Wangda was overjoyed and laughed wildly. The 3 female immortals had always felt Ghost King's laughter was hoarse and ear-piercing, but now they only felt joy when they heard it. It was as if they could see immortal Gu recipes waving at them. After another 30 rounds, the 4 immortals' immortal essence entered the blessed land and expanded, affecting each other and causing a chain of explosions. But the blessed land finally showed no signs of movement. This meant the blessed land's immortal essence was exhausted. Everyone, I'll be going first. Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Xianxia blessed land through the hole. Oh no! Loner Hongyu shouted loudly, afraid of falling behind. He turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic Pathgu masters are truly devious and crafty. Huahai's 3 immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The 3 immortals entered the blessed land and could use all their rank 5 goo worms at will. Xianxia blessed land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Xianxia said excitedly. The 3 immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the blessed land. The blessed land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions, there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. This is cloud soil. It is like stepping on solid ground. The soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil. Fairy Xianxia stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly. This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor. Fairy Fan Meng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Xianxia felt extremely blessed. Ha ha ha, these are all mine. Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Several days later, carriages rumbled and horses neighed. Good Tribe's group arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp near the sparse horseshoe forest. Good Tribe's higher-ups finally let out a sigh of relief when they got here. Water and grass were plentiful here. There were large numbers of beast groups. They could hold a proper hunt and replenish their rations before setting off. We finally arrived here. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. That night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt and left Good Tribe's sight. There was no moon tonight, but the sky was filled with stars. The wolf group galloped in the night wind, devouring any small or medium-sized beast groups they encountered. The wolf group held in excitement. They had been half-starving these last few days. They could finally eat their fill tonight. Even with 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully controlled the wolf group's movement. Although the wolf group was huge, Crescent Lake also had hidden dangers. There were even larger water wolf groups, 3-horned rhino groups, as well as thousands of mutated beasts, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of insects. Of course, these insect groups and beast groups had their own territories, unlike the beasts and insects on the grassland that moved around. Crescent Lake had plentiful water and grass. They did not need to move around to look for food. As long as Fang Yuan and Good Tribe did not invade their territories, they would not find trouble with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan followed the lakeside and headed east, arriving at a stone forest. This stone forest was very ordinary. There were stone pillars of gray-white, purple-black, greenish-yellow, and other colors, separated from each other, quietly standing upright. There were many stone forests around Crescent Lake, but this one was rather special. If someone looked down from above, they would only see the gray-white stone pillars. They would find that the stone pillars formed the word thieving. Speaking of this stone forest, it had a huge origin. It was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo for him. He made a bet with him, winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Long Hair Ancestor lost and had no choice but to admit defeat, agreeing to refine goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had always wanted to enter the legendary Void Gate. He asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine an immortal goo, Space Escape Goo, which could allow people to enter the Void Gate. He took out the secret recipe that he had spent his entire life studying. Long Hair Ancestor was rather excited when he saw it. He felt that the recipe was very good and correct, but there were still some areas that could be improved. After discussing with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was very happy. Long Hair Ancestor's refinement path attainment was much higher than his. The two immortals worked together and spent 21 years to finally refine Space Escape Goo. But even though this goo was refined and thieving heaven demon Venerable could use it, he could not enter space door no matter what. The demon Venerable was disheartened. The proud long-hair ancestor also suffered a huge blow. Later, long-hair ancestor. There was no progress in his research with the giant sun immortal. Space escape goo became long-hair ancestor's only failure in his life. It was said that before long-hair ancestor died, he couldn't forget it either. His good friend, immortal Yen, could not bear to see his old friend pass away like this. Thus, he spent 50 years of his lifespan to perform a divination for him. Even after countless years. After 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was spectral soul demon Venerable. The second was paradise earth immortal Venerable, and the third was great dream immortal Venerable. As for the problem of space escape goo, it would be solved by great dream immortal Venerable. Immortal Yen was a rank 8 wisdom path goo immortal. He was proficient in divination and often hit the nail on the head, thus he was called immortal Yen. And the prophecy he deduced was the famous prophecy of 3 venerables that was known by later generations. As expected, the world continued to change and develop. After giant sun immortal, spectral soul demon Venerable really appeared. After the demon Venerable died, a rank 9 male goo immortal appeared. He belonged to the righteous path and was called paradise earth immortal Venerable. Right now, paradise earth immortal Venerable had died of old age. The prophecy of 3 venerables was more than half correct. Only great dream immortal Venerable had yet to appear. Moreover, long-hair ancestor was both happy and sad when he learned of this deduction. He was happy because the problem of space escape goo could finally be solved. He was sad because he would not live to see that day. After long-hair ancestor died and turned into a land spirit, he only had one obsession, that was to see great dream immortal Venerable. As long as she could solve the problem of space escape goo, the whole of Xianxia blessed land would belong to her. Back then, when long-hair ancestor refined space escape goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable, he obtained a failed product and could not find any problems with it. He was greatly ashamed and agreed to refine 9 more goo for thieving heaven demon Venerable. The materials for the goo refinement were all provided by him. Thieving heaven demon Venerable then asked long-hair ancestor to refine 6 more immortal goo. Before thieving heaven demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritance in the 5 regions and made an agreement with long-hair ancestor to leave the remaining 3 goo refinement opportunities to his inheritor. After long-hair ancestor agreed, the 2 agreed on a secret code. More than 10 years later, one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances was suddenly opened and revealed to the public. The contents of the inheritance was a riddle and the answer pointed to Xianxia blessed land. Northern Plains became a craze for guessing riddles. Countless people tried to solve and excavate them. Rumors spread, but no one succeeded. Next, Ma Hongyun was defeated in the battlefield and was forced to flee to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered an ambush that had been planned for a long time. In a panic, he escaped to this stone forest and unexpectedly found a passageway in the stone forest. Through this secret passageway, he entered Xianxia blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code, the land spirit of Xianxia refined 3 goo worms for him according to the agreement. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the 2nd time. Fang Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun. I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you, I want to tell you in front of your face, I love you, I was wrong." At this time, the enemy had already arrived, his saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished. He had entered Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Fang Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyan is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path Gu immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyan's wife. She helped him plan and scheme. But right now, she was just a little girl. Fang Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once used a mysterious Gu worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement, that was to say the word want. The moment Fang Yuan said these two words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room, there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Xianxia has come to pay respects. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. You are Xianxia? The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Fang Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. Your skin is quite interesting. It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire Gu and medicinal strength Gu. And some. The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Fang Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin Gu's recipe just by observing. Lad, do you want to exchange for this Gu worm recipe? I will use a Gu worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a Gu worm recipe of the same level. Oh, right. Secret code, right, secret code. Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then? That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin Gu's recipe, I cannot exchange it now. You are actually not exchanging? Why? The land spirit was furious. A heavy pressure descended from the air. Fang Yuan could not move, his bones creaking from the pressure. But he sneered, not minding it. I naturally have my reasons for not exchanging. You don't need to know. The land spirit laughed eerily. Hee, even if you don't want to exchange, I will imprison you here, peel off your skin, and after some research, I will be able to deduce this human skin Gu's recipe. No, you won't do it. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. I am the Demon Venerable's descendant. Before completing the agreement of 3 Gu, you cannot do anything to me. According to Earth's understanding, the land spirit was equivalent to an intelligent program. It was just that the land spirit that long-hair ancestor had transformed into had high intelligence and was good at scaring others. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyan was scared by him and lost the precious opportunity to refine immortal Gu, only refining 3 rank 5 Gu. After that, Ma Hongyan was filled with regret. After becoming a Gu immortal, every time he thought of this matter, he would wring his hands and sigh. You. The land spirit glared at him, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, as if he was angry enough to kill someone. But Fang Yuan was unmoved. The land spirit stared for a long time, and suddenly, like a deflated balloon, his whole body became dispirited. Next, he sullenly got off the cloud bed and walked towards Fang Yuan, pulling his sleeves and begging softly, "Young lad, do a good deed and exchange this recipe." Fang Yuan was speechless. What situation was this? The change in attitude was too fast. "Young lad, please have some tea. This is high-quality cloud smoke tea, quickly have a taste." Land spirit of Xianxia sat beside the cloud bed and personally brewed a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat on the land spirit's previous seat, speechlessly looking at this clown land spirit in front of him. After Fang Yuan chatted with the land spirit for a while, he understood this land spirit was extremely fond of collecting secret recipes, and would do anything to get an exquisite recipe. If it was someone else, the land spirit would have already extorted them. But towards Fang Yuan, the descendant of the demon venerable, he could not intimidate him, and could only use soft words to beg. "Handsome young lad, is the tea nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, you can exchange for the human skin goose recipe." Land spirit of Xianxia smiled fawningly, winking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan drank his tea silently. The image of the sage-like, mysterious and powerful land spirit of Xianxia in his heart was rapidly collapsing. "Young lad, do me a favor, have pity on an old man like me. I live here alone, how depressing, how lonely, how thirsty. I can only look at these recipes to relieve my boredom. Could it be that you have the heart to cruelly reject a pitiful old man like me?" Land spirit had the image of a white-bearded, white-haired, white-browed grandpa, looking at Fang Yuan anxiously. "Hey, can you have some self-awareness? You are a land spirit, not a human." Fang Yuan's eyes twitched. "Young lad, whatever you say is true. As long as you give me the recipe, I will do anything you want." The grandpa winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan resisted the urge to kick this guy down, and shouted, "No, I won't exchange." Land spirit of Xianxia's body froze for a moment, then he burst into tears and rolled on the ground. "No, I want it. I want the recipe, I want the recipe. Young lad, you are too cruel, too savage, too heartless. You actually won't exchange, will you die if you exchange? You can change now. Really, really, seeing is believing." Fang Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. The mysterious and powerful image of the land spirit of Xianxia that he had in his heart had been shattered into pieces. Then, he was ruthlessly trampled into dregs. However, this also showed the innocence of the land spirit of Xianxia. The old land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground a few times and cried for a long time, but Fang Yuan still did not let go. He had to stand up. His face was covered with tears and snot, and even his white hair, beard and eyebrows were smeared with it. "Young man, your conscience is very bad. It's too cruel. No wonder you're the heir of the demon lord." The old man looked at Fang Yuan with a bitter expression. He looked like a woman who had been abandoned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally couldn't stand such a gaze and shuddered. He sighed and said, "Forget it, I can give you the recipe for the human skin goo. But that will have to wait until the time is right." "Young man, you're too good. You're really a good person. When will the time be right?" The land spirit jumped 3 feet high and was extremely happy. He, 500 years later. The old land spirit grandpa's raised eyebrows immediately relaxed. "So long, this is my biggest concession. Why, you don't want to exchange?" "Of course, how can I not exchange? Looking at 500 years, I can also wait. Young man, I will always wait for you. This is our lifetime promise," the old man said affectionately. Fang Yuan covered his face and sighed deeply. "I still have the recipe here, I want to exchange it for a connecting heaven goo." Hearing that Fang Yuan had a request for him, the land spirit of Xianxia's expression immediately changed. He straightened his body and slightly raised his head, showing an arrogant expression. "Oh, you want to exchange for connecting heaven goo," he spoke slowly and continued, "To tell you the truth, young man, I have a huge amount of recipes here. If I have the recipe that you took out, I will not exchange it." Fang Yuan smiled confidently. "Old man, you are already outdated. Bring me a pen and paper, I will write one for you." Halfway through, Fang Yuan stopped writing. "Write, quickly write, what else is there?" The land spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes shining brightly. He had already confirmed that this was a brand new recipe that he had never seen before. "This is a rank 5 recipe, where's your connecting heaven goo?" Here. The land spirit waved his hand and moved a connecting heaven goo to the table. After Fang Yuan finished writing this recipe, he refined the connecting heaven goo and stored it in his aperture. At the side, the land spirit happily looked at this recipe. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo developed by goo masters in the Great Era 500 years later. In that chaotic era of the 5 regions, the flames of war burned the whole world, all kinds of new goo emerged. In such chaotic times, rank 9 goo immortals would often appear. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, although he had forgotten a lot, he still had a large number of recipes in his mind. These recipes, to exaggerate, were simply ahead of an era. The land spirit had naturally not seen them before. Do you have divine sense goo here? Fang Yuan asked after keeping the connecting heaven goo. Yes. Do you want to trade? Do you have a goo worm recipe? The land spirit grandpa was surprised and happy. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, spreading out the pen and paper and started writing. But this time, halfway through writing, the land spirit laughed. Young man, I also have the secret recipe for this goo worm of yours. Oh? Fang Yuan stopped writing with a shocked expression. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. The land spirit was simple: if he said he had, then he had; if he didn't, then he didn't. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this. The land spirit Xianxia grabbed at the air. A cowhide recipe was moved over and placed on the table. Fang Yuan took a look. It was really so. It seems that although the goo worms in my memories appeared 500 years later, they might not be brand new goo worms. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled and said to the land spirit, "Don't worry, if this one doesn't work, I still have another one." But this time, Fang Yuan only wrote a third when the land spirit clapped and laughed. "Although I do not have this goo worm recipe, I have a similar one. Take it and take a look." Saying so, he gave Fang Yuan a recipe. The similarity was as high as 90%. Fang Yuan immediately understood, this recipe of mine is very likely a goo master's modified old recipe. Young man, this recipe of yours is not worth much, I will not trade it. The land spirit said. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. When long-hair ancestor was alive, he liked to collect recipes and research them. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times, and had lived for a long time. He had collected countless recipes and could be said to be a master of recipes. And in Fang Yuan's own era, it had not reached its most intense moment. At least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. These goo worm recipes in Fang Yuan's memories, compared to Xianxia Blessed Land's accumulation of countless eras, seemed shallow. Take a look at this one. Fang Yuan continued writing. But these recipes were not originally in Xianxia Blessed Land, they were modified from ancient recipes, they could not enter the land spirit's eyes. Fang Yuan was helpless. In his memories, there were some goo worms. He was sure they were new goo worms, but these goo worms were very important, each represented huge benefits. Each goo worm could change the situation of a battle. Once they flowed out of Xianxia Blessed Land, the loss of benefits was a small matter. The key was to change the course of history, and to Fang Yuan, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Land spirit, take a look at this recipe. Fang Yuan thought for a while and wrote down the Stargate Goo's recipe. The land spirit looked at it and became interested. The more Fang Yuan wrote, the more interested he became. I have never seen this goo worm recipe before, it is quite strange, quite strange. The old grandpa smacked his lips, unable to contain his joy. This was a rank 5 goo recipe, Fang Yuan thus successfully exchanged for divine sense goo. Young lad, this Stargate goo is interesting, it actually has the effect of crossing regions. The 5 regions are separated by a barrier, but it ingeniously borrowed the power of Black Heaven. This goo worm, in history, has only been the whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo. Once you use this Stargate, it can be on par with these 2 goo worms. Did you conceive this goo? The land spirit asked. Of course. Fang Yuan admitted without hesitation. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for impersonating someone else. Then, he shamelessly boasted, the previous few recipes, some of them were developed by me, or modified according to the recipes. This action no doubt deepened the relationship between him and the land spirit of Xianxia. Young friend, you have talent in refinement path, I have a whole new level of respect for you. The land spirit grandpa no longer called Fang Yuan young lad, but called him young friend instead. But this Stargate goo also has its drawbacks. It needs to be activated by drawing starlight at night. Other than that, the success rate of this goo refinement is also low. But if you add some supplementary materials, the success rate can be increased by 30%. Next, the land spirit listed the names of several materials. Fang Yuan frowned as he listened, he had never heard of these materials. From the looks of it, if it wasn't an archaic material, then it was something extremely obscure and rarely used. The land spirit continued, it seems that this stargate goo is best matched with starlight fireflies. With starlight fireflies, there will be starlight, and stargate goo can be used anytime and anywhere. What? Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped, quickly asking, starlight fireflies, what are starlight fireflies? You don't know about starlight fireflies? That's right, this goo group was rare even in immemorial times, and had already gone extinct since the Olden Antiquity era. When the immemorial Nine Heavens still existed, most of the starlight fireflies lived in Orange Heaven. The land spirit revealed a secret. Fang Yuan was immediately disappointed, since they are already extinct, what's the point of talking about them? The so-called extinct is only referring to the mortal world. Recently, I saw a group of starlight fireflies during the transactions in jewel yellow skies. It seemed to be Star Lord Wanxiang's goods. The land spirit recalled. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. The reason why he exchanged for connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo was to impersonate a goo immortal and transact in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for resources and breaking away from the trade blockade of Crane Gate. The land spirit's words increased his interest in starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled craftily, land spirit, I have many recipes here. But I will only exchange for starlight fireflies. The land spirit shook its head, this cannot be exchanged. Why? I don't have starlight firefly goo. The land spirit replied as a matter of fact. Fang Yuan said snappily, if you don't have starlight firefly goo, can't you use connecting heaven goo and buy it from jewel yellow skies? The land spirit looked strangely at Fang Yuan, why do I need to buy starlight firefly goo? If you don't buy starlight firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? The land spirit shook its head and stubbornly said, your recipe can only be exchanged for the goo worms in the blessed land. Fang Yuan was speechless, the land spirit was too stubborn, it couldn't even understand this point. It was not a human after all, it was just a land spirit, it couldn't even be flexible. Eventually, Fang Yuan's lips were about to break from persuasion, but it still didn't work. The land spirit was stubborn. Fang Yuan could only give up, but he suddenly had a thought, wait, land spirit, you said I will only exchange for the goo worms in the blessed land? Yes. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 immortal goo. A nature goo nurtured by heaven and earth, it was refined by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus and Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce primeval essence and provide great help to a goo master's primeval essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence and had great uses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this goo to become the person with the most immortal essence among all Rank 9 goo immortals. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was heavily guarded, it was a famous treasure in the world. But after 100,000 years, it was stolen by an extremely daring Rank 7 goo immortal. This Rank 7 goo immortal was the descendant of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had interacted before. After the Demon Venerable disappeared for hundreds of years, Long Hair Ancestor tried to refine goo. Eventually, it was refined into a Rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Later, according to his preferences, he raised it to Rank 8. Immortal goo were unique and had the same name. After the 6th transformation, the name would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. If they were promoted from the 6th to the 7th revolution, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Long Hair Ancestor died, his obsession combined with the power of heaven and earth and turned into a land spirit. This Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also left in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was later discovered by a soul path goo immortal called Gui Wang by chance, causing the first wave of attacks. In the end, they were all captured by the earth spirits. But news of Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gui Wang, attracting even more goo immortals. After that, they organized a second wave, a third wave, and so on. Until the seventh wave, the Celestial Court specially sent several rank 7 goo immortals to descend with immortal goo. After a fierce battle, the Heavenly Monarch's army was destroyed. Xianxia blessed land finally broke apart, but the goo immortals also suffered heavy casualties. This was where Feng Zhouge died. The vast amount of secret recipes in Xianxia blessed land were all stored in the Celestial Court. Because of this, Middle Continent's strength skyrocketed, and with the power of one continent, it fought back against the 4 major regions. With the memories of his past life, Feng Yuan was well aware of what was going to happen next. Now that Feng Yuan suggested using immortal goo recipes to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit rejected without hesitation, of course not. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence. That's why I have the capital to resist the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I can use this immortal essence to refine goo. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will definitely not be exchanged. I see. Feng Yuan nodded. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed. But the land spirit's next words. It ignited his hope again. However, I have other immortal goo here. It depends on what secret recipe you have. A rank 7 recipe could only be exchanged for a rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 8 recipes can be exchanged for rank 7 and rank 6 immortal goo. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with divine light. He knew that in Xianxia blessed land there was a rank 7 beast enslavement goo. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Long-hair ancestor had used this goo in the past. He had subdued many desolate beasts and even buried several ancient desolate beasts under the foundation of the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts as guards, the whole of Xianxia blessed land was impregnable. It withstood 6 waves of goo immortals' frenzied attacks until the 7th wave. This beast enslavement goo is extremely important, the land spirit will definitely not exchange it. But long-hair ancestor had refined many immortal goo in the past. He definitely does not only have beast enslavement goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated. After thinking about it, he started to write down the recipe. The old grandpa land spirit was standing beside him. He had his hands behind his back, staring at it. After looking for a while, he laughed. This is second aperture goo, right? Eh? Don't tell me you also have this recipe? Feng Yuan stopped writing. Of course, my Xianxia blessed land has countless recipes, there are thousands of immortal goo recipes. The land spirit said proudly. With such wealth, no wonder the Celestial Court came to attack. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. If that's the case. He pondered for a while before changing to another piece of paper and continuing to write. This time, he wrote the rank 6 recipe of blood deity. The land spirit's eyes shined with a strange light when he saw the beginning of the recipe. But gradually, the light dimmed down. After Feng Yuan wrote 3 lines, he said, "This blood path recipe of yours might be mystical, but it is an incomplete recipe. Although it is made up for some flaws, it conflicts with the laws, the chances of success are very small. With this recipe, you cannot exchange for an immortal goo." Feng Yuan sighed. The blood god's recipe that he had obtained back then was also incomplete. After painstakingly researching it and asking other goo immortals to repair it, he obtained this recipe. He also knew that this recipe was not completely correct. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity back then was also because of this. Later, he coincidentally obtained the correct recipe of spring-autumn cicada. Thus, he gave up on blood deity and refined spring-autumn cicada instead. But spring-autumn cicada was related to his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Xianxia blessed land did not have this recipe, Feng Yuan would not take it out to exchange for a goo. He exposed it in 3 kings blessed land because he was in a deep predicament and wanted to take a gamble to obtain shocking benefits. In the current situation, he was not in a desperate situation and did not need to take the risk. But this way, Feng Yuan could not continue writing down this blood deity's recipe. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes. But most of them were incomplete. Blood deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes, one was second aperture goo and the other was spring-autumn cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Fang Yuan was silent. After pondering for a while, he asked, Land Spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I? The Land Spirit shook its head, no. You can only exchange for the goo worms I have now. Fang Yuan was not resigned and asked, Land Spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo. Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it. But when I will refine it and when I can succeed, that is hard to say. The Land Spirit suddenly reacted. At this time, he had become smarter. Little friend, you are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Here, you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as one attempt. If it is refining immortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you. The Land Spirit suggested. Fang Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyan wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus, he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyan became a goo immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langya blessed land were. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hongyan's awkwardness was also Fang Yuan's awkwardness. Fang Yuan was immortal now, even if he had an immortal goo, he could not use it. Little who immortal Land Spirit could use immortal goo, but whether it was Grotto Heaven goo, Connecting Heaven goo or Stargate goo, they could not bear the immortal goo. That is to say, even if Fang Yuan had an immortal goo, he could not bring it back to Hu immortal blessed land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal goo, that was Fang Yuan had to provide the immortal goo's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal goo were unique, if others already had the same immortal goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it. According to the Land Spirit's words, if the immortal goo refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal goo 6 times in the past. One was because Long Hair Ancestor had pride and disdained purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent and had great abilities. He had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused Long Hair Ancestor to lose large amounts of precious goo refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that Long Hair Ancestor was dead and turned into a Land Spirit, although he would not play tricks when Fang Yuan refined the immortal goo, he was after all a Land Spirit and not Long Hair Ancestor himself, his goo refinement ability would be reduced. Then, should he waste such a precious chance to refine a Stargate goo, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then and refine 3 immortal goo. But to Fang Yuan, there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal goo recipe. Secondly, he did not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ability, he could not guarantee the immortal goo refinement. If the goo refinement failed, he would have wasted a good opportunity. It would be better to refine a rank 5 goo. Finally, he was immortal, he could not even use immortal goo. Although immortal goo had great value, they were of no help to him, and if he brought them out, it would attract trouble instead. He might as well use a rank 5 goo. Even a rank 5 goo was not suitable for Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using a rank 4 goo was just right. Of course, I can keep these 3 opportunities and not use them for the time being. In any case, this opportunity is already in my hands, even if Ma Hongyan comes personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance appears, it will not affect me. But right now, I really need Stargate goo. Fang Yuan fell into hesitation, feeling very troubled. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength, he urgently needed goo worms that could modify his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, the burden of feeding the wolf group was extremely heavy. Without the clan's support, he could only maintain around 30,000 by himself. In terms of soul, the Wolfman's soul had already been refined, he only needed to go to Dang Hun Mountain and use Guts Gu to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation realm, he clearly had the conditions to break through, but because of the foreign region's suppression, he could not break through to rank 5. His current situation was like a person playing chess, all the pieces that could be moved had been moved to a point where they could no longer move. He had already fallen into a deadlock, a deep bottleneck. If there was no external help, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly accumulate and break through when the time was right. But because he had spring-autumn cicada, what he lacked the most was time. At the same time, if he wasted time and missed some fortuitous encounters, the advantage of rebirth would be gone. These 3 opportunities are indeed very precious. But if I keep them for later, it might seem like I am making full use of these 3 opportunities, but it is delaying my development. The specific situation needs to be analyzed. I cannot blindly imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Ma Hongyan's choice is wasting these 3 opportunities. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through. Fang Yuan said slowly, this time, I will trouble you to refine Stargate Gu for me. As for the other 2 opportunities, I will leave them for later. You really want me to refine Stargate Gu? Do you know you are giving up a precious opportunity to refine an immortal Gu? Maybe you can take a gamble. Use that blood deity's recipe from earlier. Land Spirit persuaded Fang Yuan. He was very fond of recipes, although blood deity's recipe was incomplete, he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, I will refine Stargate Gu. Alright. In this world, there is no strongest Gu worm, only a Gu worm that suits you the most. You cannot use immortal Gu, but it seems the Stargate Gu is very useful to you. I will refine this Gu for you now. Land Spirit Grandpa said as he willed and 5 Gu immortals were teleported over. These 5 Gu immortals, one was ugly, one had a rosy face, one wore green clothes, one wore yellow clothes and one wore a pink skirt. They were Gue Wang's group. They attacked Langya Blessed Land and threw out their green grape immortal essence to expend Langya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. But the result was that the land spirit purposely showed weakness and made a fool out of him. Langya Blessed Land had the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, it never lacked white lychee immortal essence. Gue Wang and the others did not have any immortal Gu, so the land spirit lured them into the blessed land. By the time these 5 reached the cloud building, the land spirit had already sealed their rank 5 Gu. Ghost King and the rest sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly used all of their celestial elemental energy, but in the end, they were still no match for the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit didn't even summon a desolate beast to capture the 5 immortals alive. For the 5 immortals to be able to cultivate to this stage, they all knew how to adapt to the situation. They immediately chose to save their lives and submit to the land spirit. When they realized that they had been teleported over, they quickly reacted and bowed at the land spirit. They said in unison, "Greetings, land spirit of Langya." The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard and returned to the state of an otherworldly master that Fang Yuan had seen him for the first time. "This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shanin, come and greet him." Land spirit introduced. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heir? The 5 immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The disdain he had for Fang Yuan's mortal identity instantly vanished without a trace. What kind of person was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 Gu immortal, from immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity, medieval antiquity, recent antiquity, and now, there were only 10 Gu immortals in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 Gu immortal, this identity caused the 5 immortals to feel envy and jealousy after their initial shock. Why don't I have such good luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, too heaven-defying. He actually became Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once set up many inheritances. It is said that the greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances he inherited. The 5 immortals' thoughts surged as they bowed to Fang Yuan. Gu immortals bowing to mortals was like elephants bowing to ants. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was unperturbed. Even if a rank 9 Gu immortal bowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he bowed to a mortal beggar, he would not feel any humiliation. In his opinion, but anyone who could die was equal. It was just a slight difference between dying earlier and dying later. The so-called status and class, nobility and lowliness, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools waiting for death. They were all fake tricks played by them. This kind of trick made a portion of the fools feel that they were living quite well. In fact, those fools who thought they were noble and had status were merely deceiving themselves. Those fools who thought they were lowly were even more pitiful. Kings, marquises, generals, and nobles all had guts. All living beings were born equal. Why should they lower their heads to others? Only eternal life, is what we should pursue. If we cannot live forever, what difference is there between a rank 9 goo immortal and a pile of shit in a toilet? I am also a super idiot, but I am an idiot who does not want to be shit. These mental activities and aspirations were not worth mentioning to others, they were even more disdainful. Facing the 5 immortals' greetings, Feng Yuan indifferently accepted them. He looked at the land spirit of Xianxia. Land spirit, aren't you going to refine the goo yourself? Of course I am going to refine the goo myself, but using these 5 as assistants, it can be considered making use of trash. The land spirit snickered. Being called trash and being ignored by Feng Yuan, the 5 immortals' expressions turned ugly. They were filled with anger, but they were in a predicament and could not act out. They could only helplessly lower their heads and listen to the land spirit's instructions. But the first goo refinement with the help of long-hair ancestors' land spirit and the help of the 5 immortals, ended in failure. This Stargate goo is hard to refine. It is not a mistake on our part, but it has a certain success rate to begin with. The land spirit explained, then said to Feng Yuan, don't worry, Stargate goo is only rank 5, it will definitely succeed for you. Then I will wait and see. Feng Yuan was half lying on the cloud bed, he was not in a hurry. The time flow in Xianxia blessed land was 36 times that of the outside world. A month here was less than a day in the outside world. The land spirit inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Feng Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal, you. Clumsy, big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine goo anymore, quickly go and brew tea for little friend. The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Xianxia. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Xianxia, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan said, I don't like drinking tea, do you have wine here? I only like to drink top-quality wine, this is the grand Xianxia blessed land, don't tell me you don't have any? How can there not be? Pegasus wine and Destitute wine are both top-quality wines, which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste. Feng Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Xianxia became the maid that poured wine for Feng Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth, it was mellow and soft. As for Destitute wine, it was plain, like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge after effect, often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining goo, Feng Yuan only had a small taste, before putting these 2 jars of wine into wolf swallow goo. The second goo refinement also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, I don't believe it, continue refining. The land spirit naturally noticed Feng Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation, he chose to ignore it. Young master, please be merciful and save this servant. Seeing the land spirit and the others refining goo for the 3rd time, Fairy Xianxia, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Feng Yuan. Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green, her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender, her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men, even women would feel their hearts soften. If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life, I will listen to young master's orders. Fairy Xianxia softly begged again. This was a female Gu immortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man, he would have already been extremely excited, his third leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Fang Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder, they died in Xianxia blessed land, none survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Xianxia was beautiful, in Fang Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit, he he he. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Xianxia opened her mouth to beg again, she was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment, she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Fang Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Xianxia. You are too noisy, get lost. Fang Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Xianxia, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Fairy Xianxia was kicked to the ground, her expression was blank for a while before she reacted, I was actually rejected. Is he still a man? Intense anger and humiliation attacked her prideful heart, causing her expression to distort and her gaze towards Fang Yuan became extremely resentful. Hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered and climbed up from the cloud bed, walking towards Fairy Xianxia and raising his leg towards her face. With a muffled sound, Fairy Xianxia was kicked to the ground again, her head hitting the ground with another heavy sound. All of her rank 5 Gu worms were taken away. Her immortal essence was also expended, and with Xianxia blessed land suppression, how could she be Fang Yuan's match? You! Fairy Xianxia's lungs were about to explode from anger, her front teeth were broken and her mouth was full of blood. She let out a low roar and her expression was ferocious. Compared to her pitiful appearance just now, she was like a completely different person. Humph, just a mere beauty, how dare you tempt me? If you look at me again, do you believe I won't kick all your teeth out? Fang Yuan's dark eyes were deep and cold. Fairy Xianxia's body trembled, her fists were tightly clenched, as if she had used all her strength to stand up. But she still lowered her head and did not look at Fang Yuan again. On the other side, the Stargate Gu's refinement had failed again. Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger, his expression turning even more pale. He had also noticed Fairy Xianxia's matter. Walking over, Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan, little friend, don't be angry. I have just captured this little thing and have not taught her well. You can play with her first, let her dance, take off her clothes, you can play with her however you want. Hee hee hee, the materials are all used up, I will go buy some first. Hearing this, Fairy Xianxia felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. An intense feeling of humiliation hit her heart like a tsunami. Let me take off my clothes and dance? This suggestion made her feel incomparably cold and fearful. Ever since she was young, she had never been treated like this. A Grand Gu immortal was toyed with like this, Fairy Xianxia felt she might as well die. Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu at the side seemed to have been aroused. They licked their dry lips and stared at Fairy Xianxia with burning gazes. Fairy Fin Meng and Fairy Xianxia, who were usually like sisters to Fairy Xianxia, were silent, as if they did not hear anything. Gue Wang and Loner Hongyu were extremely disappointed. Fairy Xianxia and Fairy Fin Meng let out a breath of turbid air, their expressions complex. Fairy Xianxia's heart was finally at ease, she completely relaxed and almost collapsed. Her hatred towards Fang Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I escape, as long as I make a comeback, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. Hee hee hee, little friend is indeed the demon venerable's successor. The land spirit laughed dryly and took out connecting heaven goo. This connecting heaven goo was activated and turned into an oval mirror, flying above the land spirit's head and embedding in the air. The mirror was pitch black, but suddenly the image changed and blossomed into a bright yellow color. The land spirit activated divine sense goo, sending wave after wave of divine sense into the mirror and receiving wave after wave of divine sense. At the same time, the mirror's surface changed continuously, showing images of materials one by one. The land spirit seemed to have reached an agreement. He took out 2 immortal yuan stones and threw them into connecting heaven goo. The mirror's surface rippled as the immortal yuan stones entered it, while the materials were spat out by the mirror. I bought 20 sets of materials this time, I don't believe I can't succeed. The land spirit said fiercely. At the final stage of the goo refinement, starlight shone brightly and converged into a pair of oval stones. Done. The land spirit laughed heartily, taking these two sapphire-like goo worms and personally handing them to Feng Yuan. This is Stargate goo, I have completed one agreement. How do I know if I can use it or not? Feng Yuan held this pair of Stargate goo and asked. The land spirit immediately blew his beard and stared at him, as if he was greatly insulted. Are you doubting my goo refinement ability? If I can't, you can come and exchange for it. Alright, then I will take my leave. Feng Yuan was extremely straightforward, expressing his intention to leave. The land spirit stared at him fiercely. You are leaving just like that? Then you still have 2 chances left, are you not going to use them now? Of course I will keep them. Where is the exit? The land spirit waved his sleeves and teleported the 5 immortals away, his expression becoming much more relaxed. Do you still have any goo worm recipes? You can write them out for me to see. No more. If I have it, I will naturally exchange it with you. Feng Yuan evaded. I feel like you have a lot of stuff in your stomach. The land spirit looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously and mumbled. Fine, I'll wait for you to come again. After saying that, the land spirit waved its long sleeves again. Feng Yuan's vision blurred. When he looked again, he found himself standing in the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he had been sitting on, and behind him was the purple stone pillar. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the temperature had dropped so low that one's breath would turn into mist. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It gave Feng Yuan the illusion that it was a dream. Looking at the night sky, although they had been sitting in Xianxia blessed land for quite some time, only 1/36 of the time had passed in the outside world. The Stargate goo, Divine Sense goo, Connecting Heaven goo in his aperture, as well as the 2 jars of top-quality wine and wolf swallow goo were proof, causing Feng Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had planned to use these 3 chances, but who knew that the land spirit could also use recipes to exchange for goo? Thus, I still have 2 chances left. If I can use Stargate goo this time, it is definitely worth it to use 1 chance to refine goo. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not stay any longer. He left this place and returned to the wolf group. This was a crucial moment. To prevent any unforeseen events, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the grass beside the lake under the protection of the Wolf King and started writing a letter. The letter was quickly written, and he activated moving perspective cup goo. After a while, he successfully moved the perspective cup using the space aperture, taking out a rank 4 goo and a letter from the cup. This goo looked like a dried-up small fish. It was called dried pond goo. It was a water path goo, but it had a special effect. It was specially used to increase the effectiveness of other goo worms. Once this goo reached northern plains, it was immediately demoted to rank 3. Feng Yuan took out the letter and glanced at it, nodding his head in satisfaction. It seems that while I was not in the blessed land, Little Who Immortal was very diligent. She did not forget my instructions and refined 20 dried pond goo. Very good. Immediately, Feng Yuan wrote back, praising Little Who Immortal a few sentences. Master praised me, I am so happy. Little Who Immortal's face flushed with happiness after receiving the letter. Master, I miss you so much. Little Who Immortal laid on the table and continued writing. Master is not here, I am feeling anxious and uneasy. Master, are you okay? Master, I will send another dried pond goo. Little Who Immortal used her tender hands to fold the letter properly, before putting it into moving perspective cup goo. At the same time, she put in a dried pond goo. After a while, moving perspective cup goo slowly flew up and entered the space aperture. After completing the exchange with the other cup, it was sent to Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan immediately took out the dried pond goo and looked at the letter. Next, he absorbed Yuan stone and replenished his primeval essence, activating moving perspective cup goo again. After doing this several times, he took out a total of 8 dried pond goo. Using 8 dried pond goo together, the effects will stack together. It should be at the level of rank 4. Immediately, these dried pond goo were crushed by Feng Yuan, turning into 8 rings of light that coiled around the moving perspective cup goo. At the same time, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal crushed 8 dried pond goo and superimposed them on Moving Perspective Cup goo. Moving Perspective Cup goo was a rank 5 goo, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus, it could only transfer rank 4 goo worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond goo, Moving Perspective Cup goo's effect rose to rank 5, and could transfer rank 5 goo worms. Fang Yuan waited for a while before taking out Connecting Heaven goo and solemnly placing it into Moving Perspective Cup goo, before injecting his primeval essence. Successfully activating, the 2 cups completed the exchange in the space aperture, and the cup with Connecting Heaven goo landed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Little Hu Immortal cheered, and immediately took out Connecting Heaven goo. Traces of cracks appeared on Moving Perspective Cup goo. Although dried pond goo could multiply the effect of goo worms, it was like draining the pond to fish, burning the forest to hunt. Although its power rose sharply, the goo worm would also be destroyed due to the excessive power. Next, he sent Divine Sense goo into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the cracks on Moving Perspective Cup goo intensified. Fang Yuan was silent, and took out Yuan Stone, quickly replenishing his primeval essence. Next, he took out one of the blue gem-like Stargate goo and sent it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Stargate goo was not an immortal goo, but a rank 5 goo, allowing Fang Yuan to use Moving Perspective Cup goo and send it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After sending the Stargate goo into the Blessed Land, the Moving Perspective Cup goo was already badly damaged, full of cracks and on the verge of breaking. At this level, it could still be used one last time. Fang Yuan stored this cup in his aperture, not using it again. He started to wait. The Moving Perspective Cup goo was refined by him, and had his own will. But he had already lent it to Little Hu Immortal, thus Little Hu Immortal could also use it. The previous few times, he had used Moving Perspective Cup goo. This was because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was several times faster than in Northern Plains. If Little Hu Immortal rashly activated it, Fang Yuan's side might not be ready yet. Huff, it is up to Little Hu Immortal now. If she fails, then she will send another set of Moving Perspective Cup goo for the last time. I hope she succeeds. Before Fang Yuan left, he had only refined one set of Moving Perspective Cup goo. But before he left, he told Little Hu Immortal. During this period, Little Hu Immortal and Crane Gate made several transactions, exchanging for many goo refinement materials, and had already refined the second set of Moving Perspective Cup goo. Time was getting harder to bear. Be it Connecting Heaven goo or Divine Sense goo, they were both rank 5 goo, and consumed a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master would only need a few breaths of time. Thus, only goo immortals or land spirits could consume immortal essence to use them. As for why he did not use Moving Perspective Cup goo in Xianxia Blessed Land, that was because Fang Yuan did not want to expose the goo worm. Once it was exposed, the land spirit of Xianxia might demand the corresponding recipe. Time passed by minute, but in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the time flow was several times faster. The night wind was cold, causing Fang Yuan to feel uneasy. He stood up from the ground and started to pace. The night sky was filled with stars, and there was ample starlight. The Stargate goo in Fang Yuan's hand did not move at all. Am I going to fail? That cluster of starlight firefly goo in jewel yellow skies was bought by someone else? As time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank. He stopped pacing, and stood on the grass with his hands behind his back. Looking afar, Crescent Lake rippled with light, it was tranquil. The wolves around him were either standing or crouching, with different expressions. He could not help but think of the time when he caught the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain. He laughed in spite of himself, no longer worrying about his gains and losses, and his gaze became clear again. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience, all the worries, all dissipated like the wind. He looked up at the night sky, and let out all the turbid air in his chest, suddenly feeling that his current life was so beautiful, putting everything into the highest pursuit of his life, with no distractions and no regrets. His heart was clear, like a mirror that was not tainted by dust, like this crescent lake that was bright and tranquil. Ever since rebirth on Qingmao Mountain, he had been racking his brains, and now he had an epiphany. This epiphany could not be explained clearly, but it lingered in his heart, eventually turning into a sentence: "Tonight's starry sky is really beautiful." This was a heartfelt emotion. Saying this, Fang Yuan's whole body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he felt like he was floating in the air. His aura also seemed to have changed. The original dark dove aura disappeared, turning into a fresh and cheerful aura. His originally dark and deep eyes were now shining with a clear light, like a newborn, or like the stars. The Stargate goo in his hand started to vibrate, the vibration increasing. Fang Yuan let go of his hand. The sapphire-like Stargate goo slowly flew into the air. It attracted a large amount of starlight, and condensed it. The scene was brilliant like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. A moment later, the starlight formed into a huge circular door. The Stargate goo was finally successful. Fang Yuan looked at it quietly, his lips curled into a smile, showing happiness, but his eyes were calm. He calmly stepped into the Stargate, the starlight in front of him converging into a whirlpool, bringing his body along. After more than 10 breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, jumping into his embrace. Fang Yuan chuckled, rubbing the land spirit's head. Yes, I'm back, he said lightly. After several months, Fang Yuan finally entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit was very happy. Because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had spent several months in Northern Plains, but to her, it had been more than a year. Fang Yuan first inspected the Stargate behind him. This Stargate was even smaller than the one in Northern Plains. It was only the height of a person, barely allowing Fang Yuan to enter and exit. The one in Northern Plains Crescent Lake was huge, tens of feet tall and wide. Stargate goo is not separated into mother and child, it consumes too much primeval essence, even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths of time. Only immortal essence can sustain it for a long time. Little Hu Immortal activates one, and I activate the other one in my hand, so I do not need to expend primeval essence. However, the activation of Stargate goo not only requires immortal essence, but also large amounts of starlight to condense into a door. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions, it is filled with stars and starlight. But here in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the starlight is too weak, and the starlight comes from a group of starlight firefly goo. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the group of starlight firefly goo flying in the air. Starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo, it was small and looked like a normal firefly. But what they emitted was true blue starlight. This group of starlight firefly goo originally had over 500. But because of the activation of Stargate goo, 32 had died. And to maintain Stargate goo, one would die in 3 breaths of time. Over 500 starlight firefly goo might seem like a lot, but they could not maintain the Stargate for long. Thus, Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to stop activating the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated, turning back into an oval-shaped blue gem. Little Hu Immortal stretched out her dainty hand and beckoned this precious Stargate goo into her hand. Master, for you. Little Hu Immortal held the Stargate goo with both hands, raising her head and opening her big watery eyes, handing the Stargate goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rubbed her little fox ears, smiling warmly. I will leave it with you, take good care of it. In the future, if I need it, I will send a message to you through moving cup exchange goo. Yes, Master. I will take good care of it. Little Hu Immortal solemnly placed the Stargate goo into a small pocket on her clothes, patting the pocket. As for the Stargate goo in Northern Plains, it was on the ground, guarded by the myriad wolves. Master, there are 2 more immortal yuan stone here. I listened to your instructions and used the immortal goo's recipe to buy the starlight firefly goo. Little Hu Immortal presented the treasure again. Ordinary yuan stone was the size of a duck egg, and was an oval-shaped gray-white stone. The immortal essence stone was also the size of a duck egg, but it was not oval in shape. Instead, it was the shape of a pearl. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, yet it also had a jade-like luster. If primeval stones were mortals, then immortal essence stones were goo immortals. Immortal yuan stone. In immortal yuan stone was, and could. Yuan stones. In. Immortal yuan stones. Mortal. Goo world, immortal yuan stones. In. Yuan stones. In. In. Fang Yuan sighed with a smile. These two immortal yuan stones were extremely valuable, even 200 million yuan stones could not be exchanged for them. These two immortal metastones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million immortal metastones couldn't be exchanged for them. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan only had 60 or so immortal essence stones in his possession. Fang Yuan put away the immortal yuan stones. Alright, let's return to Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal happily agreed, then grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and teleported to Danghun Palace. Quickly activate connecting heaven goo. Fang Yuan ordered. He was not at ease leaving the other Stargate goo in northern plains. Fang Yuan had to make good use of his time and settle Hu Immortal Blessed Lands matters. Little Hu Immortal quickly activated connecting heaven goo. Whole earth goo was connected to the blessed land. Once it was planted, it could not be changed. Similarly, connecting heaven goo could only connect to one grotto heaven. Fang Yuan's connecting heaven goo was connected to jewel yellow skies. It could not be changed anymore. Little Hu Immortal expended a bit of immortal essence. The entire body goo turned into a boundless round mirror that was embedded in the air. In the round mirror, the scene of jewel yellow skies was displayed. This grotto heaven was empty, with a yellow light that resembled a lemon. There were no mountains, plants, or beast groups like ordinary grotto heavens. Above the blessed land was the grotto heaven. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded in, it was the famous immemorial 9 heavens. Verdant Great Sun refined fixed immortal travel goo and flew to the 9 heavens. In the azure sky, he plucked a jade bamboo in the jade sky. In the blue sky, he collected the 8-pointed diamonds in the starlight fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens were white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later, Renzu's sun wreaked havoc in the world. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple heavens were destroyed one after another, until now, only white heaven and black heaven were left. The origin of jewel yellow skies was related to yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a rank 8 goo immortal known as Daoist Many Treasures who unexpectedly obtained a fragment of yellow heaven. After he fused it into his grotto heaven, it formed jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies was a very special grotto heaven. It was completely empty. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, or fish, only treasures. Jewel yellow skies had a rank 8 immortal goo, treasure light goo. Rank 1 to rank 3 treasure light goo were very common. Rank 4 and 5 treasure light goo were usually only possessed by large forces. There was only one treasure light immortal goo above rank 5, and it was in jewel yellow skies. Treasure light goo was used to test the value of items. The higher the value of the item, the brighter the treasure light that would appear. In Xianxia City, the treasure light on both sides would be tested during the battle, to evaluate the value of the goo master's goo worms, and from there, to estimate the goo master's battle strength. Treasure light goo's main use was not only to appraise, it could also be used to search for treasures. Treasure light goo's detection range was very small. It often needed to be paired with other goo worms to expand its detection range. Back then, Daoist Many Treasures used the immortal goo treasure light to find countless treasures. As time passed, the name Many Treasures came into being. Little Hu Immortal continued to activate connecting heaven goo. The mirror surface kept changing, showing the images of all kinds of items. Goo worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, mineral veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of resources were sold. Suddenly, the image froze, showing a group of starlight firefly goo. Master, it is that Star Lord Wanxiang who sold it. Little Hu Immortal said to Fang Yuan after using divine sense goo to communicate. Starlight firefly goo cannot reproduce. I need large numbers of ordinary starlight fireflies. Ask him the price. Fang Yuan nodded and said. Little Hu Immortal said a few words, before turning to Fang Yuan and reporting, Master, Star Lord Wanxiang said he is not selling. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, instead he laughed, he, there is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. Those who are not selling are usually those who do not have high profits and are not tempted. Saying so, he wrote down the immortal goo remnant recipes in his memory on several pieces of cowhide, before throwing them into connecting heaven goo. These cowhide were very ordinary, but because they recorded the immortal goo remnant recipes, they were priceless. After entering jewel yellow skies through connecting heaven goo, each piece of cowhide shone with 10 to 10 feet treasure light. These treasure lights were of all colors, beautiful purple and red. It was very beautiful. Tell him, the price can be discussed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said to Little Hu Immortal. He was not afraid that Star Lord Xianxia would not be tempted. The temptation of immortal goo to goo immortals was incomparably huge. Although these were remnant recipes, even so, they were still goods in high demand. Among the older generation goo immortals who had cultivated for many years, which one of them did not have dozens of goo immortal remnant recipes, but these remnant recipes were usually not sold. When the remnant recipes of the same immortal goo were combined, the correct recipe would be deduced. After refining the immortal goo according to these recipes, others would not be able to obtain them. Because of this, immortal goo remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if there were, they were only exchanging remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Fang Yuan used the most incomplete recipe in his memory. The treasure light was only 3 feet, and he exchanged it with Star Lord Xianxia for a lump of starlight firefly goo. At the same time, Star Lord Xianxia also gave Fang Yuan 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Now that there were so many recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 feet. Star Lord Xianxia could not help but be moved. After these remnant recipes were thrown in, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in jewel yellow skies. A large number of divine senses surged in. Little Hu Immortal used divine sense goo to receive the information until her face turned pale. Master, many goo immortals sent their divine senses asking us how much these remnant recipes are for sale. Fang Yuan laughed. Send your divine sense over and tell them, these remnant recipes are for sale, but they have to come one by one. First, we need at least 100,000 starlight fireflies. Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately, a female goo immortal called Fairy Yao Guang called out, saying that she had nurtured many starlight fireflies in her blessed land and was willing to exchange them. Fang Yuan chuckled. Sure enough, Star Lord Xianxia could not sit still and changed his attitude. Soon after, a third goo immortal called Di Yuan said he had starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no goo immortal spoke up. He could not help but sigh. These starlight fireflies are worthy of being immemorial worms. They are already so weak after being in this world. With a competitor, everything would be easy. Fang Yuan calmly sat on the fishing platform, letting the 3 parties bid. This was a blatant scheme, but which goo immortal was a fool? The 3 did not compete viciously. Instead, they negotiated and each offered over 33,000 starlight fireflies. These 3 groups of starlight fireflies entered connecting heaven goo, each shining with a treasure light. Among them, Fairy Yao Guang's group had the weakest treasure light, only 18 feet. Di Yuan's group, however, had a treasure light of 20 feet. Star Lord Xianxia's treasure light was the strongest, 23 feet. This was because there were many starlight firefly goo in his group. It seems this Star Lord Xianxia has nurtured a large number of starlight firefly groups. I remember. Now, after Stargate goo appeared, Star Lord Xianxia sold starlight firefly goo and earned a large number of immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled a piece of information. 500 years of memories were too much. Fang Yuan could not remember many details clearly. Now that he saw this, his blurry memories became clearer. After Stargate goo appeared, the price of starlight firefly goo also rose. In the future, jewel yellow skies did not even sell starlight firefly groups, they only sold starlight firefly goo. Goo could not reproduce, only ordinary insect groups had this ability. Immediately, Fang Yuan used 3 recipes and obtained 100,000 starlight fireflies. As long as he nurtured them slowly, Fang Yuan would not need to spend a large amount of money to purchase starlight firefly goo, he could produce them for his own use. Although he bought 100,000 starlight fireflies, the transaction was far from over. Fang Yuan still needed to solve the feeding problem of these insects. Starlight fireflies feed on star fragment grass. I have a large amount of star fragment grass seeds here, I can sell them to you. Star Lord Xianxia was the first to transmit his divine sense. I need the grass seeds, but also your cultivation experience. Let's see how strong the treasure light is first. Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense to Star Lord Xianxia, Fairy Yao Guang and Di Yuan through Little Hu Immortal. Soon, 3 documents entered jewel yellow skies, shining with all kinds of treasure lights. This time, it was not Star Lord Wan Xiang, but Fairy Yao Guang's document, shining with the brightest treasure light, reaching 6 feet. I love planting grass the most. The starlight fireflies are a small group that moved here for the reproduction of star fragment grass. Choose my document, I will not let you suffer a loss. Fairy Yao Guang transmitted. Fang Yuan pondered. He had already forgotten about it. After all, he did not use it in his previous life, nor did he need Stargate Goo. But now, with the reminder from Land Spirit of Xianxia, connecting Heaven Goo, Star Lord Wan Xiang and the others, his memory regarding this goo was becoming clearer. In his memory, once Stargate Goo appeared, everything related to Starlight Firefly Goo became a secret, no one would sell it. Land Spirit of Xianxia obtained Stargate Goo's recipe. It might refine it into Stargate Goo and sell it in jewel yellow skies. Once Stargate Goo is placed in jewel yellow skies, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these secrets. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made a decision, letting Little Hu Immortal transmit his divine sense. I want all 3 of your documents. I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to settle the transaction. Immortal Yuan Stone's purchasing power was very high. 1 Immortal Yuan Stone was divided into 3 parts, each of the documents was bought, leaving 1/4 of the stone. Fang Yuan opened the 3 documents, and saw many matters written on them. Star fragment grass can only be grown in the sky, on clouds. Thus, we often use high-quality cloud soil to plant it. Star fragment grass likes yin and hates yang. Too much sunlight will kill star fragment grass. But it cannot lack light completely, the amount needed is about. If starlight fireflies live in star fragment grass and help to spread seeds, it will spread faster and grow better. Among the 3 documents, Di Yuan's was the simplest and most reliable, Star Lord Wan Xiang's was the most innovative, and Fairy Yao Guang's was the most detailed. Fang Yuan used their strengths to make up for his weaknesses, and quickly memorized everything, becoming an expert in cultivating star fragment grass. He laughed in his heart, with these, I can become the biggest starlight firefly goo seller in the future. When Stargate Goo becomes popular, I will make. It's time to buy wine. Fang Yuan could not forget about the top-quality wine. He had already collected 3 top-quality wines, and only 1 was left. Goo, he, and goo was, it. It was mainly used by goo immortals to refine goo. It was also used as a good beverage to enjoy life. But just as Fang Yuan was about to buy the goo, the whole of jewel yellow skies went into an uproar, countless divine senses surged. Immortal goo, someone is selling an immortal goo. Little Hu Immortal shouted. The mirror flashed and an immortal goo's image appeared. Divine travel goo. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This immortal goo being sold was the divine travel goo he needed. Someone was a step ahead of him and snatched the rights to divine travel goo. I was still a step too late. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing lightly. He needed divine travel goo to refine second aperture goo. But in 3 Kings' blessed land, the situation forced him to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. According to, one needed to drink 4 types of top-quality wine to obtain divine travel goo. Fang Yuan had been collecting good wine, but now, someone was a step ahead of him. Without the divine travel goo, the second aperture goo is only 1 step away from completion. Fortunately, I still have decades of time. Speaking of which, it was because I was too high profile when I refined goo on Sancha Mountain that everyone in southern border knew about it. So it is not strange that someone was a step ahead of me. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, he had already expected this. The process of him using divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo was witnessed by many goo masters. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Southern Border's goo immortals were not fools, how could they not take action? It was just that Fang Yuan had placed his hopes on the infighting between goo immortals, thus he had been working hard to collect them. There were always some things in a person's life, even though there was not much hope, they would not regret it if they worked hard. If they did not work hard, they would not even have a sliver of hope. The matters of the world are often unsatisfactory, I am already used to it. But since the other party put this divine travel goo in, it means they have the intention to sell it. Let's take a look first. Fang Yuan was indifferent and did not worry about personal gains and losses, his mind was also calm. Even though Jewel Yellow Skies was the largest trading market for goo immortals, there were very few transactions involving immortal goo. The number of immortal goo transactions in history could be counted on one hand, and most of them were settled by goo immortals first before using Jewel Yellow Skies as the intermediary, using the treasure light to verify the authenticity and ensure the safety of the transaction. Most of these transactions were immortal goo exchanging for immortal goo. But the goo immortal who sold divine travel goo, Old Man Inkstone, had an unusual request. I want to use this divine travel goo to exchange for second aperture goo's recipe. The information contained in this request was too huge, it attracted a lot of attention. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the divine senses of all the goo immortals were fluctuating, interacting with each other. Divine travel goo. To think I could see this legendary goo worm today. Although it is an immortal goo, divine travel goo's effect is too random. Back then, even Renzu Crown Prince was in danger because of it. It is even more dangerous for us puny goo immortals. But divine travel goo is after all an immortal goo. With it on me, if I have nowhere to go, I can take a gamble when I am in a desperate situation. Rather than discussing divine travel goo, I want to know second aperture goo's recipe more. That's right, I have heard of second aperture goo long ago, but to think there really is such a goo recipe? Second aperture. Hee, mortals still can't understand the value of this. But for goo immortals, who wouldn't be moved? Fang Yuan had already stood up from his seat, concentrating on connecting heaven goo in the air. He had second aperture goo's recipe in his hands, he only needed a thought to exchange for this goo. But this Old Man Inkstone who sold divine travel goo is probably targeting me. He directly asked for second aperture goo's recipe, and the timing to sell divine travel goo was neither early nor late. He chose the time when I was doing the transaction. Amazing. This goo immortal's path was likely immemorial wisdom path, he was skilled in deductions and deductions. Right now, I am activating connecting heaven goo and doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, he has already deduced it. Wisdom path was an extremely mysterious path among goo masters. It had existed since the primordial era, and it had been passed down until now. Their numbers had always been very low. The founder of Wisdom Path was the immemorial antiquity era's star constellation Immortal Venerable, the second-generation master of the Celestial Court. She had lived for 19,000 years, the second oldest among rank 9 goo immortals. Before her death, star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced everything that would happen in the next 3 million years. She calculated that after his death, the Celestial Court would be without a ruler for a long time. The universe would be in turmoil and 3 demon lords would appear. Thus, she set up 3 traps specifically to deal with the 3 demon lords. He also instructed his descendants to act accordingly, ensuring the peace of the Celestial Court for 300 years. After her death, heaven and earth indeed shook, eras changed, 3 great eras appeared, and 3 demon lords appeared one after another. The 3 demon lords were invincible in their respective eras, they attacked the Celestial Court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and failed at the last moment. The Celestial Court thus remained standing. Wisdom Path goo immortal. Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes as he muttered. It was not a good thing to be noticed by a Wisdom Path goo immortal. Wisdom Path goo immortals knew about heaven's secrets, they were most skilled at making arrangements and schemes. They often tricked people without leaving any traces, and plotted against people without batting an eyelid. They were the most difficult type of enemy to deal with. My limelight in the southern border is really too great. I attracted the attention of a Wisdom Path goo immortal. In this life, I advanced bravely, taking risks and sprinting along the cliff. I was too fast, even with my mortal body, I attracted the attention of a goo immortal. This situation was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once, Fang Yuan seemed to see a pair of eyes filled with wisdom and scheme staring at him through connecting heaven goo. The air was filled with a formless pressure. But Fang Yuan's current state of mind was different, he raised his head and laughed heartily, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good, with a Wisdom Path goo immortal scheming, it is no doubt more interesting. Just a mere divine travel goo, just a mere second aperture goo, how can they entice me? The 500 years of experience in his previous life had nurtured an intuition towards hidden dangers. Feng Yuan had a vague feeling that this divine travel goo was highly likely to be the bait thrown by Old Man Inkstone. Although immortal goo are good, I vow to live forever, these so-called immortal goo are only tools for my cultivation. At the same time, southern border, life and death blessed land. An old man wearing a black robe, emitting the eerie aura of a rank 7 goo immortal, was quietly sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were pitch black without any white in them. He stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air, sensing the countless divine senses in the jewel-yellow skies, expressionless and motionless. It was Old Man Inkstone. In front of the old man, killer ghost Dr. Chojio was kneeling. He looked at connecting heaven goo for a while, his expression disappointed. Supreme Master, it seems that Feng Yuan did not take the bait. Old Man Xianxia faintly smiled, not showing the slightest bit of anger. This little fish is indeed a bit interesting. He is able to give up and abandon, he is just a mortal, but his spirit surpasses most goo immortals. But he is too daring, he actually turned you into his slave, offending our shadow sect. This is courting death. Chojio quickly kowtowed. Thanks to the return of Supreme Master, Grand Disciple was able to avoid the miserable fate of being enslaved. Old Man Inkstone nodded. Little Grand Disciple, I have already done something to the slavery goo in your body. I have calculated that Feng Yuan will definitely participate in the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain. At that time, you can be a spy beside him and wait for an opportunity. Yes, Supreme Master. You can leave, call your junior sister by Ningbing over. An immortal goo floated in the air, emitting a beautiful light. The lemon-colored light enveloped by Ningbing's entire body and entered her aperture. The walls of her aperture were already covered with yellow-green light vines, densely attached to them. A moment later, Old Man Inkstone took a deep breath and stored the immortal goo back into his aperture. Alright, your aperture has been activated by my everlasting goo. It can protect you for 3 months. According to your cultivation speed, you will need to come to me 3 months later to reinforce your aperture. So many days had passed since the battle at Xianxia Mountain. Bai Ningbing's aptitude had been restored to 100%, returning to the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, one of the 10 ultimate techniques. 100% primeval essence brought great pressure to the aperture. If not for Old Man Inkstone using the everlasting goo to strengthen his aperture, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. Although Elder Inkstone had saved her life, Bai Ningbing did not show any sincere gratitude. Instead, she just stood there with a straight back and a frosty expression. After Old Man Inkstone removed the immortal goo, she opened her blue eyes, her gaze was cold and her expression indifferent. She was no longer an ignorant child who had just come out into the world. By Feng Yuan's side, she learned many things. Elder Inkstone had approached her through Chojio. It was obvious that he wanted to make use of her. Her joining the shadow sect was just a transaction at best. Elder Inkstone's attitude was very gentle. He smiled faintly and said, Bai Ningbing, as long as you sincerely submit to the shadow sect and make a new oath of the sea, I will be able to help you. I'll make a move and turn you into a man. There's no need. You help me suppress my aperture and I will temporarily join the shadow sect to help you deal with Feng Yuan and obtain the fixed immortal travel from him. This is a fair deal. It's better for me to take back my manly body myself. Only then will it be exciting enough. How could I, Bai Ningbing, rely on others for protection? After saying this, Bai Ningbing turned and left. It wasn't until they walked out of the secret room that Bai Ningbing's cold face finally loosened. Her brows furrowed and her gaze turned cold. She did not like this rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal Inkstone, she felt that he had an ulterior motive. Although the other party was a goo immortal, Bai Ningbing was not afraid of death. A person who was not afraid of death, why would he fear goo immortals? However, the other party's goal was the same as hers. They both wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, so Bai Ningbing agreed to the deal and temporarily joined the shadow sect. Feng Yuan, with this thought, Bai Ningbing could not help but recall the situation at the Three Kings' Paradise. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan flew in defiance of heaven, refining an immortal goo with immortal body. After that, the Three Kings' blessed land collapsed. Everyone was in chaos as they escaped from Xianxia Mountain. The winds of assimilation blew and eventually leveled the entire Xianxia mountain to the ground. The name of Little Beast King was mentioned by tens of thousands of people. Very quickly, it spread like wildfire in the southern border. Fang Yuan went missing, and the Gu Immortal's orders were sent to all the forces. Bai Ningbing, who was traveling with him, naturally became the target of all the forces. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they all wanted to capture her. If not for Wei Yang's loyalty and intentionally letting Bai Ningbing go, and meeting Choujiu when she was on the verge of death, Bai Ningbing would have already become a prisoner. After Choujiu healed her injuries, he proposed to her to join the Shadow Sect and deal with Fang Yuan together. Bai Ningbing's scheme against Fang Yuan failed, and was even more convinced that Fang Yuan had a prophecy and deduction Gu. When she heard that Choujiu had a wisdom path Gu Immortal who could also make deductions, she could not help but be moved. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not resigned to losing her life and letting Fang Yuan live. It was truly a huge failure in life, it was not exciting at all. Thus, she agreed to Choujiu and temporarily became a member of the Shadow Sect. Together with Old Man Inkstone and Choujiu, they used the Immortal Gu Si Oath Gu to set an agreement. Once they killed Fang Yuan, she would leave and regain her freedom. At the same time, the entire Shadow Sect could not deal with her directly or indirectly. When Bai Ningbing's figure disappeared, Old Man Inkstone's expression slowly turned gloomy. Bai Ningbing had a demonic nature, even a wisdom path Gu Immortal like Old Man Inkstone found it hard to control her. This child is lawless, he was only forced by the situation to ally with me, he is not someone who will stay under others for long. Old Man Inkstone's gaze was extremely deep. But it is not a problem, I have planned for so many years for the sake of eternal life, why would I be afraid of this small fish? Humph. Old Man Inkstone snorted coldly, and looked at the connecting Heaven Gu's mirror. Right at this time, a divine sense was transmitted to him. I have the second aperture Gu's recipe here, exchange it for your divine travel Gu. The owner of the divine sense called himself Old Immortal Xianxia. He. Old Man Inkstone laughed loudly. The fish had taken the bait, who said his bait was only for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only a small fish, Land Spirit of Xianxia was the real big fish. Xianxia blessed land, legend has it that there are countless recipes stored here. From a grotto heaven to a blessed land, it can be said to be the #1 blessed land in the world. More importantly, there are many immortal Gu stored here. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the first, I must obtain it. Old Man Inkstone's eyes shone with an incomparably hot light, filled with greed and desire. He had started planning a long time ago. Even the second aperture Gu in Land Spirit of Xianxia's hands was secretly arranged by him, purposely falling into the Land Spirit's hands. With Land Spirit of Xianxia's love for collecting recipes and refining Gu worms, he would definitely refine second aperture Gu. Now, it is the opportunity one have been waiting for. Old Man Inkstone sneered as he transmitted his divine sense, agreeing to Land Spirit of Xianxia's exchange in jewel yellow skies. Divine travel Gu fell out of the mirror, even with many Gu worms amplifying the effect of connecting Heaven Gu, it still caused it to be full of cracks and completely destroyed after a few breaths of time. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not care about this connecting Heaven Gu, there were still several connecting Heaven Gu left in the blessed land. Land Spirit looked at the divine travel Gu in his hands with a fiery gaze, laughing loudly, I have wanted to refine second aperture Gu for a long time, haha, this is great. He immediately took out another connecting Heaven Gu and communicated with jewel yellow skies, starting to search for Gu refinement materials without restraint. He, you have fallen into my trap. Through connecting Heaven Gu, Old Man Inkstone saw this scene and laughed heartily. Regarding Immortal Gu, this heavy transaction naturally attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had also been paying attention to it. Who bought Divine Travel Gu? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he immediately asked Little Who Immortal. It was Old Immortal Xianxia. Little Who Immortal replied crisply. Land Spirit of Xianxia, just as I expected. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, concentrating on connecting Heaven Gu. After a while, he sensed that Land Spirit of Xianxia had started to wantonly buy Gu refinement materials, his eyes flickered with cold light. Humph, so many Gu immortals selling precious Gu refinement materials at the same time, and especially selling them to Land Spirit of Xianxia, this is clearly a trap. Although land spirits have intelligence, their obsession is deeper and can be easily used by Gu immortals. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Metal Path Gu Immortal Tai Jia Zi selling Gu refinement materials, Soul Path Gu Immortal Wang Gan Yang, Wood Path Gu Immortal Fairy Tan Xiang, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong. These names were very familiar. Weren't they the Gu immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Xianxia Blessed Land? At once, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He realized a huge conspiracy that was buried in history and unknown to others. So that's it. In the 500 years of my previous life, Xianxia Blessed Land withstood 7 waves of attacks before finally falling. So there was a mastermind manipulating this from behind the scenes, plotting against us all along. Earlier, Fang Yuan was only a spectator, but now that he was involved, he discovered the truth. This old man Ink Stone is selling divine travel Gu not only for himself, but also for Xianxia Blessed Land. 7 waves of attacks, how many times did he organize? If he is a southern border Gu immortal, then why are these northern plains Gu immortals listening to his orders? Is he simply making use of them, or directly ordering them? There was no doubt that the Wisdom Path Gu immortal old man Ink Stone was part of an organization. An organized Gu immortal, just this information gave off a formless pressure. Fang Yuan still did not know that this organization was the shadow sect that he had heard of before, but this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and mysteriousness of this organization. An organization that could span between southern border and northern plains, how huge would it be? But Fang Yuan had never heard of such an organization, he had never heard of it in the 500 years of his previous life. How mysterious was such an organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the fact that Old Man Ink Stone is a southern border Gu immortal. Maybe I just happened to be here? Thinking about it, could the first wave of attacks also have been arranged by Old Man Ink Stone? Were the remaining waves of attacks also his handiwork? At least, the 7th wave of attacks was made by Celestial Court, it was definitely not Old Man Ink Stone's doing. Fang Yuan was certain of this. Celestial Court was high and mighty, it originated from Central Continent and had a strong foundation, it was not something that southern borders Earth immortals could interfere with. Among the 5 regions, the largest Gu immortal organization, since ancient times, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's strength was suffocating. Only rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals could enter it. This could be determined from the results. After Celestial Court made a move, they took away all the recipes in Xianxia Blessed Land. In my previous life, where was Old Man Ink Stone at that time? Old Man Ink Stone, this was a mysterious person hidden in the depths of history. Behind him, there was an extremely mysterious organization that spanned across at least northern plains and southern border. Wisdom Path Gu immortals, mysterious organization, Celestial Court, the road to eternal life is truly filled with dangers. When I get rid of these obstacles one by one, how carefree will it be? The more difficulties there were, the more enemies there were, the higher Fang Yuan's fighting spirit soared. The path he walked on, from the start, was destined to be lonely, destined to be enemies with the world. Celestial Court and mysterious organization, they were like 2 giant beasts that occupied this path. At the same time, this dark path was filled with thorny traps, full of schemes and plots. This was an extremely difficult path. It seemed that since ancient times, no one had reached the end. And Fang Yuan was fighting alone. This was his expedition, his holy war alone. The source of all the motivation was the simplest, the most greedy, the most disdainful, and the most incomprehensible, dream. Regarding eternal life, it seemed to be an unrealistic dream. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had never considered it. He only knew that even if he failed and died, he would not feel any regret. Today, through a transaction, he had discovered a shadow vortex that was originally hidden. Next, he looked at his own path, it was extremely dark, extremely dangerous, almost every step was a dead end. Since there is no path, I will create one myself. Fang Yuan smiled, his gaze was filled with divine light as he cleared his chaotic thoughts, looking at connecting Heaven Gu again. Relic Gu could directly increase the aperture's foundation and raise a Gu Master's realm. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were bronze, red iron, silver, gold and purple crystal Relic Gu. Relic Gu were mortal Gu, there were no rank 6 and above immortal Gu. Among them, bronze, red iron and silver relic goo circulated in large numbers in the mortal world. But for yellow gold relic goo and purple crystal relic goo, because they could directly affect the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 goo masters, and indirectly affect the power structure of a force, they were strictly restricted by all the large organizations and rarely circulated in the market. But in jewel yellow skies, there were yellow gold relic goo and purple crystal relic goo. No matter how many purple crystal relic goo a goo immortal used, it would not increase their cultivation. But purple crystal relic goo were still very few in number. Because yellow gold and purple crystal relic goo, other than increasing cultivation, were also used in large numbers to refine immortal goo. They had an important catalytic effect in immortal goo recipes. Other than refining goo, if a goo immortal had descendants, they would collect many relic goo for their descendants or clan to use. Thus, in jewel yellow skies, rank 1 to 3 relic goo were sold in batches, rank 4 yellow gold relic goo were few, and purple crystal relic goo were even fewer. Yellow gold and purple crystal relic goo were widely used in immortal goo recipes. Feng Yuan had used them to refine spring-autumn cicada and second aperture goo. The blood deity immortal goo remnant recipe he mentioned also needed large numbers of relic goo. But when it came to immortal goo, the price would always be high. But this situation was much better than the mortal world's restrictions. Feng Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal relic goo, and spent a lot of money to buy an immediate success goo. This goo was much more expensive than purple crystal relic goo, and could increase the success rate of goo refinement. Next, Feng Yuan bought large numbers of low-rank goo and goo refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath concealment goo and so on. Although jewel yellow skies could detect treasure light, just by looking at the height of the treasure light, it could not tell if the goo worm had been tampered with. Therefore, it wasn't very safe, so Feng Yuan decided to try his best to refine it himself. After selling all the remnant prescriptions in his hands and purchasing a large amount of resources, and deducting the administrative fees for jewel yellow skies, Feng Yuan had a total of 28 pieces of celestial yuan stone in his hands. Of course, these immortal goo remnant recipes could be repeatedly sold, but the corresponding treasure light would continue to decrease. The treasure light would only return after a certain period of time. The transaction in jewel yellow skies first depended on the treasure light. The stronger the treasure light, the higher the price. The decrease in the glow of the treasure represented a decrease in the selling price. After all, the more people knew about an incomplete recipe, the lower its value would be. If he continued to sell them, Feng Yuan's profits would decrease. The goo immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they were making a loss. Delaying the sale for a period of time was beneficial to both the buyer and the seller. The seller's price remained the same, but the buyer had gained a lot of precious time to research the remnant recipe. After all, immortal goo were unique. In this way, the most precious recipes I have are the spring-autumn cicada, second aperture goo, and blood deity's remnant recipe. The other remnant recipes will be sold again. Of course, it will take at least a few months. This time was naturally referring to the 5 regions time. As for other recipes, like refining fixed immortal travel from divine travel, everyone knew about them. If they were placed in jewel yellow skies, there would not be a single inch of treasure light. Rockmen, I still need to supply Crane Gate as much as possible. This is also to prevent Crane Gate from finding any clues, to ease the conflict and delay as much as possible. Now that Danghun Mountain was dying, the production of guts goo was getting lower and lower. Every transaction caused the Rockmen's numbers to decrease greatly. Crane Gate's patience was also wearing thin. There would be a battle sooner or later. Feng Yuan could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, they will only think that I am trapped in Hu immortal blessed land and think that I am a trapped turtle. They would never have expected that I would go to northern plains and even return. Even that old man Inkstone would not expect this. Wisdom Path goo immortals were good at deductions, but they did not make baseless guesses. Instead, they used all the clues and traces to trace back to the source and make deductions. Feng Yuan's core goo was spring-autumn cicada. Its greatest advantage was rebirth. In his 500 years of memories, Stargate goo, moving perspective cup goo and others were goo worms that were ahead of the 5 regions by an era. I cannot sell remnant recipes for now. Rockmen can only supply Crane Gate, but I still have something to sell. Feng Yuan had a plan. This item was none other than soil. The soil in jewel yellow skies was a rare item. For example, cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil, and so on. Many blessed lands produced soil and sold it to jewel yellow skies to exchange with other Gu masters. The soil that Feng Yuan sold was naturally not ordinary, it was gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity descended, Danghun Mountain was plotted against and was contaminated by gruel mud immortal Gu's power, the whole mountain gradually turned into mud. But in this world, fortune and disaster were interdependent. The mud that Danghun Mountain turned into had the power of gruel mud immortal Gu. In the eyes of some Gu immortals, this was an essential material to refine gruel mud immortal Gu. Sure enough, after Feng Yuan put the soil into jewel yellow skies, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. What day is it today? There are so many good items. Gruel mud, this is the true gruel mud, it has an intense immortal Gu aura. Unfortunately, I do not have the recipe of gruel mud immortal Gu, this mud is useless. The Gu immortals' divine senses surged, many people sent out their divine senses to bid against each other. I need the immortal Gu recipe of gruel mud, I will not exchange for anything else. Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense under Feng Yuan's command. This harsh request immediately made the Gu immortal sneer. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal Gu recipe? Your way of thinking is too greedy. Gruel mud immortal Gu is a one-time consumable Gu, the recipe is clearly more important than the Gu worm. You are actually shamelessly saying you want to exchange for the recipe? This is too unrealistic, I advise you to exchange for it, otherwise this pile of mud can only exist in jewel yellow skies with no one interested in it. But Little Hu Immortal continued, I am not asking for the complete immortal Gu recipe, I will take the one with the brighter treasure light. The Gu immortals stopped talking and started to observe. After a while, a Gu immortal took out an incomplete recipe, the treasure light was 12 feet long. This naturally did not enter Feng Yuan's eyes, he stared at the mirror and smiled, instructing Little Hu Immortal, as long as the other Gu immortals take out an incomplete recipe, we will add half a kilogram of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Fox Fairy immediately replied in a crisp voice. There was a lot of gruel mud in Hu Immortal blessed land. From start to finish, all the gruel mud was cleared out of Danghun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal, it was not expelled from the blessed land, but moved to the western part of the blessed land. These last years, the gruel mud in the blessed land continued to transform, the amount was increasing, it was about to form a mud lake. The calamity of the past had become the current capital. In jewel yellow skies, the divine senses of the Gu immortals started to ripple. Every time an incomplete recipe appeared, Little Hu Immortal would throw out half a kilogram of gruel mud. This attitude was clearly telling others, we have plenty of it here. One by one, the incomplete recipes were thrown out, the treasure light also strengthened. From the original 10 feet, it had already risen to over 20 feet, and was still rising. Feng Yuan watched for a while, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. His soul came from Earth, his marketing methods far surpassed this world's. On Earth, businesses were launched, but here in jewel yellow skies, immortal Yuan stone could only barely act as currency, most of the transactions were still at the primitive bartering stage. Feng Yuan's method could be considered as creating momentum, attracting more Gu immortals to sell the gruel mud immortal Gu's remnant recipe. Of course, this was only a small trick at best. Next, Feng Yuan instructed Little Hu Immortal to take care of the other matters and make arrangements. It is about time, it is time to go back. Feng Yuan had been keeping track of the time. The time he spent in Hu Immortal blessed land was reduced to 1/5 of the time he spent in northern plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often to visit. Little Hu Immortal brought Feng Yuan to the western part of the blessed land, and under the illumination of the starlight firefly Gu, she activated the Stargate Gu again. Feng Yuan carried many Gu refinement materials and low-rank Gu worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of another Stargate and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Just as he had expected, it was already close to dawn, dawn was breaking in the horizon, a trace of white appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to appear on the pure lake water. The air was extremely fresh, the flowers and grasses around his feet were covered with dew, and there were already flocks of birds fluttering their wings on the lake's surface. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, feeling joyful. By snatching Ma Hongyan's fortuitous encounter, Fang Yuan had obtained the help of land spirit of Xianxia. In Xianxia Blessed Land, he used one of the fortuitous encounters to obtain Stargate goo and other goo. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he used connecting Heaven goo to solve the problem of lacking resources. This way, the pawns that were already gone have a new path of development. The whole chessboard has been revitalized. The sky gradually brightened. Under the escort of the wolf group, Fang Yuan returned to Good Tribe camp. I am going into closed cultivation to refine goo. Outsiders are not to disturb me. He instructed before locking himself in the lizard house and starting to refine a new goo. No matter where the goo refinement materials came from, the goo worms refined in the same place would belong to that goo. That is to say, although most of the materials in Fang Yuan's hands came from Central Continent, as long as they were refined in Northern Plains, the new goo worms would be Northern Plains goo and would not be suppressed. The first thing he needed to refine was Moving Perspective goo. Moving Perspective goo was a rank 5 goo. The original set was refined in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was on the verge of breaking. It could only be used once more. Through jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan now had materials. He naturally wanted to refine a pair of Moving Perspective goo. At the same time, beside Crescent Lake, Yan tribe's 9 goo masters were riding hump wolves and galloping rapidly. Stop, there are wolf footprints here. Yan tribe leader suddenly reined in his wolf's head, looking at the large wolf footprints in front of him with a bewildered expression. There are so many wolves, this is a myriad wolf group. The other goo masters also exclaimed. Good Tribe camp is not far away. Do you think this myriad wolf group is heading towards them? Not good. Look at these wolf footprints, there are poison beard wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, night wolves, and so on. Wild wolf groups are all singular. With so many wolf groups mixed together, it can only mean that this wolf group is being controlled by a goo master. Yan tribe leader frowned. Good Tribe was once a large tribe, but now that they have migrated, they are no longer as prosperous as before. It is not possible for them to raise such a large beast group. It is very likely that this beast group is the work of a demonic goo master. We are going to ask for help from Good Tribe. Let's go check the situation first. If Good Tribe is in trouble, we will quietly retreat. If we can do them a favor, we will attack the wolf group from the front and back. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone shouted. Go, to Good Tribe. The hump wolf galloped again, carrying the group towards Good Tribe camp. Halt. The patrolling Good Tribe goo master saw Yan tribe's group and shouted. Yan tribe's group stopped their hump wolves. As an elder spoke, this person beside me is Yan tribe leader Lord Yan Tianji. He is here to visit Good Tribe leader. Yan tribe? Good Tribe's goo master's expression changed. That's right, our camp is just 100 li away. Lords, please wait a moment. According to Northern Plains time, Good Tribe had just arrived at Crescent Lake, and had only set up camp for a day. Good Tribe's camp was currently under construction. Sir, the wolf pack's tracks have entered the Good Tribe's camp. An elder whispered to the Yan tribe's leader, Yan Tianji. Yan Tianji nodded, his gaze solemn, to think that this enslavement path goo master is from Good Tribe. It seems we made the right decision. We can invite strong reinforcements to deal with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Good Tribe might not help us. An elder said worriedly. Yan Tianji sneered, as if he had Good Tribe in his grasp. Humph, Good Tribe is also participating in the Heroes Assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. I will use Lu Tribe's name to ask for help. Do you think Good Tribe won't help? Just as they spoke, the simple camp's door opened, and Good Tribe's new tribe leader Gu Guang led the elders out to welcome them. Yan tribe leader's presence is our Good Tribe's honor. Please come into the main tent. Gu Guang invited warmly. Why is he only a rank 3 goo master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation level, Yan tribe's people looked down on him. After inviting Yan tribe's group to the camp for a banquet, after drinking a few cups of wine, Yan tribe leader looked at the elder beside him. The elder said, to speak the truth, Good Tribe leader, we are here to ask for your help. Ask for help? The elder continued, that's right. Our tribe's young lady, Yan Shui'er, was captured by Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu is despicable and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a water path goo master, and has great battle strength in the lake. Our tribe's several rescue attempts have all failed. This time, we are here to ask for Good Tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu. Could it be the water demon Hao Ji Lu? When Guguang thought of this person, his expression changed slightly. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and was infamous in northern plains as a sinister and cunning demon. Guguang frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Everyone has the right to punish people of the demonic Tao. As a member of the righteous path, the Gu family should have done their part, but unfortunately, they were powerless. My old father died on the battlefield, and I took over the family in the face of danger. The Gu family has already suffered heavy losses, and can no longer support the nobles in eliminating the water demon. What? Clan leader Guguang is unwilling? Hearing Guguang's words, the Yan clan elders' faces all sunk. An elder sneered and said, "Gu clan leader, you are indeed too young and don't know some things. I'll tell you now. Our clan's first young Miss Xianxia was engaged to Lu Wenwu a long time ago, so she is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. If we can't save our clan's young miss, the Lu clan will pursue this matter in the future. Even your clan will have to bear the blame." Guguang's expression changed. There were several super clans in northern plains, and among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was like his name, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent and lofty ambitions. This time, he had led a group of retainers and separated from Lu tribe, establishing his own tribe, and was one of the most popular candidates for the lord of the imperial court. Lu Wenwu's forces were extremely strong, and Yan Shui'er was his fiancée. If Good Tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely make things difficult for Good Tribe during the Heroes' Assembly. But Good Tribe was already extremely exhausted, and their higher-ups' battle strength was greatly reduced. If they were to face the water demon again, Good Tribe would have to swallow the bitter fruit alone. Guguang cared about his tribe's benefits, and was not willing to provoke the water demon for no reason. But he was also worried that if he did not help, he would attract Lu Wenwu's hostility. Guguang felt extremely troubled. Yan tribe leader saw Guguang's hesitation and smiled. "The righteous path has always been united. I believe Good Tribe will not leave us in the lurch. Good Tribe has outstanding strength, there is no need to hide it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf tracks. As long as Good Tribe sends out an enslavement path Gu master, our Yan tribe is willing to pay 3,000 yuan stone in advance." Guguang was secretly furious. Just 3,000 yuan stone, were they trying to get rid of a beggar? He restrained the anger in his heart and smiled bitterly. "You might not know, but this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of my Good Tribe, and is not under my command. It is Lord Xianxia." Xianxia? Yan tribe leader was stunned, inwardly wondering why this name was so familiar. Guguang then explained everything he knew about Feng Yuan's origin, identity, and so on. Yan tribe's people were overjoyed. "Xianxia, he is actually still alive. I remember now, he is of the same generation as me. He was once famous in northern plains, and was a genius enslavement path Gu cultivator that everyone paid attention to. Great! Heaven is really helping us. Chang tribe has already attached itself to young master Lu Wenwu. We will explain the reason to Xianxia, he will definitely help us." Yan tribe leader was the most straightforward. "Guguang tribe leader, please introduce us." Guguang smiled bitterly. "If I could introduce him, I would have done so long ago." Lord Xianxia returned early in the morning and announced that he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. "If we disturb his Gu refinement, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Yan tribe leader stood up. "Xianxia is of the same generation as me, I have heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yan tribe are both under young master Lu Wenwu, we are on the same side. Young master Lu Wenwu is Xianxia's master. Moreover, this matter is very important. Even if we disturb the Gu refinement, it is not a big deal. Bring me there." "This?" Guguang hesitated. Yan tribe leader's expression turned stiff. "Good tribe leader, please don't delay. If we do not save her in time and something happens to my daughter, young master Lu Wenwu would blame us." Guguang could only grit his teeth and agree. "All right, I will bring you there now." "Water demon Hao Ji Lu?" Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at the Yan tribe Gu masters in front of him. "Brother Chang, you slept for 20 years, you might not know. This water demon is a rising star. He obtained a mysterious fortuitous encounter and is now 35 years old, a rank 4 upper stage expert. Yan tribe leader introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing, Northern Plains is vast, there are many formidable heroes. Since Yan tribe is asking for help, I will make the trip. Yan tribe's group's expression changed. Chang Shanyan's words. What did he mean by asking for help? He was making himself look like a lowly person. Lord Chang Shanin, why do you need to boost the morale of others and belittle our own? That water demon is crafty, he hid in Crescent Lake and took our tribe's Missy as a hostage, that is why we could not capture him. An elder said with some dissatisfaction. Lord Chang Shanin, your Chang tribe has already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. This rescue is a chance for you. Another clan elder spoke with a tone of thinking for Fang Yuan's sake. The leader of the Yan family smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Chang, with your help this time, a mere water demon is nothing. Fang Yuan chuckled, it is only right for me to make a move. This time I will fight alongside you. Yan tribe's group was overjoyed, good, then let's set off. Old man from Yan tribe, did you bring the 10 million primeval stones I wanted and that backwater battle goo? Water demon stood on the shore of Crescent Lake, looking at the people in front of him. Vigilantly. Of course I brought it. Where is my daughter? Yan Tianji said as he took out 2 goo, a rank 5 storage goo and a backwater battle goo. Backwater battle goo was also a rank 5 goo worm, it could greatly amplify the effect of water path goo worms. In the mortal world, it was priceless and extremely rare. Looking at these 2 goo, Water Demon's gaze immediately became heated. He had the appearance of a young man with fair skin, broad shoulders and a thin waist, he had a rather handsome aura. His sideburns were already white, giving him an aura of maturity and vicissitudes. Return my daughter to me, and I'll give you everything you want. Now, I want to see my daughter. Yan Tianji reiterated. Water Demon snorted and snapped his fingers. Swoosh. In the lake behind him, waves surged as a huge scallop emerged from the water. This scallop was the size of an elephant, its shell was shiny like silver. The 2 shells slowly opened, revealing a young girl inside. The young girl was tied up tightly, her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. When she saw Yan tribe leader, tears flowed down her cheeks as she started to struggle intensely. Water Demon sneered, you saw your daughter, hand over the goo worms. Don't play any tricks, your daughter's life is in my hands. If something happens to her, how will you explain it to Lu Wenwu? He he he. Damn it. Despicable scoundrel, fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yan tribe's elders gritted their teeth. Yan tribe leader's expression was grim as he threw the 2 goo to Water Demon. Water Demon cautiously jumped, he did not catch them with his hands, instead letting the 2 goo fall on the ground. You didn't do anything to your goo, right? Water Demon squinted, staring at Yan Tianji. Yan Tianji's expression was ashen, go ahead and refine them. Water Demon snorted, all of you, retreat 30 steps. Yan tribe had no choice but to retreat. Water Demon stared at Yan tribe's goo masters, before squatting down and picking up the 2 goo worms. He first inspected them, there was no problem. Next, he carefully started to refine the backwater battle goo. Inside the backwater battle goo was Yan Tianji's will. Now that he cooperated with Water Demon, this demon soon succeeded in refining backwater battle goo. Water Demon chuckled, good, Yan Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will count the yuan stones, if the number is correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry, I don't want to go against Lu Wenwu, your daughter is still a virgin, I have not even touched her hand. Humph. Yan Tianji snorted, not speaking. He took out his will and cooperated with Water Demon to refine the storage goo. Water Demon sent his thoughts into the goo and found a large number of yuan stones, he was overjoyed, he could not suppress it and showed it on his face. Right at this time, a goo flew out of these yuan stones and crashed into his body at lightning speed. Rank 4, Immobilization Goo. Do it. Yan Tianji suddenly shouted. The group of elders shot out like lightning and surrounded Water Demon in an instant. Oh no. Water Demon held on to the storage goo, for a moment he could not move, he could only watch as he was surrounded. Kill. Yan Tianji shouted. In an instant, Yan tribe's Goo masters attacked at the same time, using all sorts of attacking methods. Water flow, starfire, white bones, firebird and other attacks were unleashed together, attacking Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Water Demon's face shone with all sorts of colors. These attacks were brilliant and dazzling like fireworks, beautiful and deadly. Water Demon was in danger, but he did not dodge, instead revealing a cold smile. His pupils suddenly burst out with a piercing eerie light. The eerie light shone brightly, covering a Yan tribe elder in front of Water Demon. The Yan family elder immediately let out a muffled groan as he felt dizzy. This was Water Demon. He activated rank 3 I Strike Goo. His gaze contained an attack, bypassing normal defensive methods and directly attacking the Goo Master's soul. The Yan tribe elder who was attacked quickly retreated 3 steps, calming his mind. Merely rank 3 I Strike Goo could only catch the Yan tribe elder unprepared, and cause light injuries to him. It could not change this dangerous situation for Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. But Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's sneer became more intense. He activated rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, pouring it into a Goo worm in his aperture. Rank 4, Position Swap Goo, swoosh. With a soft sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared at the Yan tribe elder's position. As a replacement, that Yan tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original position. Oh no! Oh no, stop! Yan tribe's other Goo masters cried out in shock. This sudden change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to stop, but the attack was already completed, they could not control it. That Yan tribe elder was scared out of his wits, crazily activating his defensive Goo worm. But this Goo only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing. Academy Elder. The patriarch of the Yan clan, Yan Tianji, roared as he watched his own people being engulfed by the brilliant attack and turned into a pile of minced meat. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. It seems Yan tribe's Goo masters are a group of stupid pigs, actually killing one of their own. Hee hee hee. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu raised his head and laughed, mocking them to the extreme. Water Demon, my Yan tribe is irreconcilable with you. Hao Ji Lu, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Only then will I be able to vent my hatred. Kill, chop this demon into pieces. Yan tribe's Goo masters were so angry their necks turned red as they roared. But even though they were shouting, they did not attack. Water Demon actually had a rank 4 position swap Goo. This was out of their expectations. Rank 4 position swap Goo was a special type of movement Goo. One had to make contact with the opponent to be able to change positions. However, the use of Goo worms was not only about choosing a suitable Goo worm for oneself, but more importantly, the essence of the Goo worms was the mutual coordination between the Goo worms. As long as he succeeded, he could make contact with the opponent. Of the position swap Goo. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to make contact with the opponent. Ji Goo. With such a Goo worm, Hao Ji Lu was not afraid of being surrounded. Tribe Ji of Yan, they were Goo, and was not. Ji Lu. Yan tribe Goo as, demon, of. They water Yan Goo. Using this Goo consumes a lot of primeval essence. How many more times can you use it? Let me tell you, we have invited the righteous hero Wolf King Xianxia. You are surrounded by the wolf group, you have nowhere to go. At the crucial moment, Yan Tianji stood up, his words were like a stimulant, raising everyone's morale. Wolf King Xianxia? Hao Ji Lu's gaze concentrated, looking at Feng Yuan who was on the wolf. Feng Yuan had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes shining brightly. He was riding on the hump wolf, surrounded by the wolf group. He was like a towering mountain. Although he was silent, he gave Hao Ji Lu a sense of pressure. Wolf King Xianxia, I have heard of your name since I was young. You did not die? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu concentrated on guarding against Yan tribe Goo masters while probing Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stood 300 steps away from Water Demon, looking at him with a calm expression. Water Demon's heart shook. Although I Strike Goo had a wide attack range and could attack as long as one looked at it, the further the distance, the weaker the attack. 300 steps was the effective attack range of I Strike Goo. Beyond that, there was no threat. Feng Yuan's position made Water Demon feel very uncomfortable. This distance was very mysterious. If Water Demon took another step, he would be able to attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan seemed to be hinting for him to do so. Hao Jilu felt even more pressure. If this person is really Chang Shanin, I cannot use I Strike Gu to deal with him. I Strike techniques are used to test the soul of both sides. Enslavement Path Gu masters have always had strong souls. Are you really Chang Shanin? What proof do you have? Your Yan tribe randomly pulled out someone to impersonate Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Jilu mocked. Yan Tianji immediately sneered, Water Demon, you have eyes but failed to recognize the real person. Is Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we fight later, I will show you the power of Wolf King. Lord Chang Shanin, it is up to you. Kill this Water Demon, get rid of a scourge for the people. The other Yan tribe elders called out one after another, attempting to use Fang Yuan as a weapon. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was already in position, surrounding the battlefield tightly, he knew the time was ripe. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He nodded slightly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, your reminder is good, it is time to attack. The moment he said that, the wolf group howled and opened their mouths, baring their sharp claws and teeth as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. In an instant, 10,000 wolves charged towards the group of Gu masters. The majestic army caused everyone's expression to change. Chang Shanin, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Yan Tianji roared in anger, feeling bewildered. Quickly stop. We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yan tribe and your Chang tribe have already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders defended against the wolf group's attack as they shouted crazily. Precisely because of this, I am dealing with you. Go in peace, I will send Chang tribe's clansmen to accompany you in the future. Fang Yuan said hatefully, a twisted expression appearing on his face at the right time. Next, he shouted angrily, I swore long ago, I will take revenge for the grudges back then. Back then, Chang Shanin dealt with Ha Tu Gu and the other bandits alone. Chang tribe did not send anyone to help. This matter is fishy indeed. Water Demon Hao Jilu's heart jumped as he thought of something. He did not expect such a change. While dodging the wolf group's attack, he shouted anxiously, Wolf King, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What? Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Water Demon Hao Jilu was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever dared to judge him like this, and no one had ever looked down on him like this. Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay the price. Water Demon Hao Jilu roared and pushed with his palms. Rank 4, Waterfall Gu, primeval essence poured in crazily, water vapor filled the air and with a rumble, a huge water current was formed out of thin air. The water current was extremely rapid, like a waterfall crashing down from the sky. The light silver water carried a biting cold might as it ruthlessly smashed into the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves were killed or injured. The water current spread and swept away all the wolves around Hao Jilu. At the same time, Yan tribe's Gu masters activated a Gu worm together. This was the rank 5 wind barrier Gu, forming a huge wind. The wind was like a veil, carrying traces of green as it spread around everyone. The wolf group's attacks were all blocked by the formless wind. Many of the wild Gu on the Wolf King's body attacked the wind barrier and disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? On the Moon Lake, Yan Shui-er, who was taken as a hostage, was dumbstruck as she watched the intense battle on the shore. She had never thought that the situation would develop like this. She, who was the center of the battle, had now become a bystander. The hump wolf continued to retreat, carrying Fang Yuan and Water Demon Hao Jilu away. Idiot. Looking at Water Demon Hao Jilu who was charging towards him, as well as the Yan tribesmen who were defending the formation, Fang Yuan sneered. Water Demon Hao Jilu and Yan tribe leader Yan Tianji were 2 rank 4 Gu masters. There were also Yan tribe's higher-ups, more than 10 rank 3 Gu masters. They could be said to be very strong. But the strength of an enslavement path Gu master was that they could fight one against many. Back then, Xianxia led a wolf group and challenged above his rank, killing rank 5 Gu Master Ha Tu Gu and even exterminating a group of Ha Tu Gu's subordinates. Why? Because he was an enslavement path Gu Master. Now, the wolf pack in Fang Yuan's hands had already taken shape and reached a certain scale. The size of the wolf pack had reached more than 30,000. Not only were there many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, there was also a night wolf king and a young mutated beast, the white-eyed wolf. Such a scale, although it was not even half of Xianxia's wolf pack at his peak, it was enough to annihilate 2 to 3 Gu tribe combined. Right now, they were only dealing with 20 over Gu masters. This was nothing more than a small display of strength. As expected, after fighting for a while, water demon Hao Ji Lu was gasping for breath, and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt tired. Damn it. This kind of wolf taming technique is really hard to deal with. It's clearly just some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water demon Hao Jiliu's gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. It was not that he had not fought with enslavement path Gu masters before, but how could those enslavement path Gu masters compare to Fang Yuan? Is this the Wolf King's beast taming technique? Being in this place is simply like sinking into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Water demon Hao Ji Lu fended off the attacks of the wolf pack, and his heart was already filled with awe. Splitting a trace of his consciousness into his aperture, Hao Ji Lu inwardly complained. That intense charge earlier, using a series of powerful moves to carve out a path, had caused his primeval essence to be greatly expended. Right now, his aperture only had less than half of its peak. Once the primeval essence was exhausted, a Gu master's battle strength would rapidly fall to rock bottom. Hao Ji Lu had to consider the long term, and had no choice but to restrain his attacks. This way, his momentum would completely disappear, and he would be completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Water demon Hao Ji Lu, rank 4 Gu master, uses water path Gu worms. His attacks are powerful, and is proficient in fighting one against many. In his early years, he roamed northern plains, committing many crimes, and had a bad reputation. He captured Yan Shui'er, and after successfully extorting Yan tribe, he participated in the Heroes' Assembly and offered Yan Shui'er to He Lulan. He Lulan was overjoyed, and entrusted him with an important task. After entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, Hao Ji Lu was ranked as He Lulan's third valiant general in terms of merit and rewards. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze dark. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Hao Ji Lu was also a character, but after being active for 8 to 9 years, he was also killed by Xianxia. Powerful attacks often mean that the primeval essence expenditure is huge. Hao Ji Lu is no longer a concern. At this moment, he is probably secretly thinking of an escape route. He is proficient in escaping underwater. It will not be easy to capture him today. After all, I have too few water wolves. But my main target is not him, but Yan tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze towards the Yan tribesmen. Yan tribe's Gu masters were proficient in defense. This was famous in northern plains. As expected, these Gu masters' defense was extremely good. The rank 5 wind barrier Gu was like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone. Yan tribe's people are really naive. Even though they are surrounded, they still want to preserve their strength and watch from the sidelines. No wonder history said that Yan Tianji was too conservative and lacked initiative. Since they want to stall for time, that is what I want. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, purposely slowing down the wolf pack's attack. Time slowly passed. Hao Ji Lu and Yan tribe's Gu master's primeval essence was also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared in the forest. Lord Xianxia, we are here. Gu tribe's current tribe leader, Gu Guang, led Gu tribe's Gu masters and rushed here. You came quite quickly. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently with deep meaning. Gu Guang was pierced by the light in Fang Yuan's eyes, and subconsciously lowered his head, feeling both respect and fear. This is the Wolf King's heroic nature, to think that I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we rushed here. One must know how to repay kindness. Lord has saved our good tribe time and time again. Lord's revenge is our good tribe's revenge. Shortly after, Gu Guang replied. In Good Tribe camp, Fang Yuan could not make a move, so he agreed to Yan tribe on the surface. After he gathered the wolf pack, he used a Gu worm to send a letter back. Gu Guang received the letter and opened it. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Lord Changshanin wants to make a move on the whole Yan tribe? He cried out involuntarily. Continuing to read, Fang Yuan explained the reason in the letter. Back then, Changshanyan's mother was secretly poisoned, and in order to find a gu worm that could cure the poison, Changshanin entered poison grassland and was ambushed by Ha-Tu Gu and a group of strong enemies. The whole matter was a scheme. Chang tribe's internal strife was an attempt to suppress Changshanin. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Changshanin was saved by Ma Hongyun, but did not return to the tribe, instead relying on Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, Changshanin helped Ma Hongyun become the lord of the imperial court, so he made a move on Chang tribe, eliminating all of the higher-ups of Chang tribe and becoming the tribe leader himself, taking revenge. Now that Fang Yuan was dealing with Yan tribe, this reason was used by him, and he wrote it in the letter, convincing Gu Guang. Originally, Gu tribe and Chang tribe were related by blood. When old Gu tribe leader met Fang Yuan for the first time, he said that his second daughter was married to Chang tribe. But after Gu Guang received the letter, he made a prompt decision and chose to stand with Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your leadership. Fang Yuan was riding on the wolf's back, indifferently commenting, then waved his hand. You don't need to participate in this battle. You lead Gu tribe's Gu masters and stand guard at the periphery. But remember, if you block one Yan tribe elder, you will have a chance of winning when we attack Yan tribe camp. Yes, Junior will remember Wolf King's instructions. Gu Guang quickly responded, and led the Gu masters to the periphery of the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe's Gu masters coming to reinforce, Yan tribe's Gu masters were shocked and furious. Gu Guang, you despicable and shameless person! A Yan tribe elder shouted furiously. Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. You are going against our Yan tribe, you are going against young Master Lu Wenwu. You will not have a good ending. Another tribe elder cursed loudly. Gu Guang laughed coldly, his heart filled with disdain. Using the name of young Master Lu at death's door, what use is that? We can't stay here any longer, we need to charge and break out of this encirclement. Yan tribe elder realized the severity of the situation, his face turning ashen as he shouted. Go! Yan tribe's people joined hands and started charging, trying to carve out a path of blood. Pellet Fire Gu, Golden Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Exploding Thunder Gu, Fire Claw Gu and others were activated. At once, fireballs and snowballs flew continuously, Golden Silkworm turned into a ray of light and rampaged, Blue Frost Breath was spat out, tornadoes wreaked havoc in the wolf group, thunder rumbled and explosions occurred everywhere, and claws made of flame scratched and slashed continuously. Under Yan tribe's fierce attacks, Fang Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy casualties, but they continued to advance without any regard for their own safety. These Gu masters are all mortal experts, made up of rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, his thoughts turning as he mobilized the wolf group. He had the werewolf soul, so mobilizing this wolf group was much easier than the 100-man soul. It was as smooth as the Wolf King personally commanding them. Seeing the wolf group dying one by one, Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he did not move. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, so what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to deplete the primeval essence of these high-ranked Gu masters was a profitable trade. Yan tribe's Gu masters' greatest weakness was that they had too few people. Although they were all experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure on the battlefield. The battlefield was already under Fang Yuan's control, following Fang Yuan's rhythm, they simply did not have the time to recover their primeval essence. Terrifying, there is actually such a terrifying wolf-controlling skill in this world. A Yan tribe elder's face was pale. Are we going to die here today? The aura of death was already assaulting their senses. Changshanin, if you kill us, aren't you afraid of young Master Lu Wenwu taking revenge? Some tribe elders placed their hopes on pressuring Fang Yuan. It is time. Fang Yuan willed, Night Wolf Myriad Beast King led more than 10 Night Wolf 1000 Beast Kings and joined the battle, blocking in front of the Yan tribesmen. Under the wolf group's attack, Yan tribesmen suffered their first casualty. Wolf Howl Gu, Fang Yuan held towards the sky, letting out a wolf-like howl. Within the range of his howl, the wolf group's battle strength rose sharply. Wolf smoke grew. Soon after, he let out thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield, rapidly healing the wolf group's injuries. Yan tribesman turned pale with fright. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's face also turned pale as paper. Earlier, Fang Yuan was only making arrangements, but now that he made a move, he immediately turned the advantage into victory. Dozens of gazes filled with hatred, fear, anger, and coldness shot towards Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he led the hump wolf and slowly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the Yan tribesmen. To prevent the enemy's decapitation tactic, Fang Yuan had many wolves around him, including a white-eyes wolf. Although it had not matured completely, it had battle strength surpassing 1,000 Wolf King. Seeing Fang Yuan's action, the trapped Gu masters felt their hearts sink to rock bottom, their fighting spirit dissipating as they felt like they had fallen into a demon's hands, unable to escape. Time slowly passed. Yan tribesmen were like they were stuck in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Fang Yuan had used the cannon fodder wild wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence, and now the results were starting to show. Yan tribesmen elders died miserably on the battlefield, an aura of grief and indignation shrouded the center of the battlefield. Changshanin, I will not let you off even as a ghost. A clan elder shouted, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Fang Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to become a ghost, your soul will be the nourishment for my Danghun Mountain. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Yan tribesman's battle hall elder shouted. Come on, you coward, you coward. He tried his best to provoke Fang Yuan, stirring up the little remaining true essence in his body and launching the last attack of his life towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked on expressionlessly. With a thought in his mind, the wolf pack immediately surged forward like a tidal wave, strangling the battle hall elder's tragic charge midway. After the wolf pack dispersed, his broken body was left in the same place. White bone broke through the surface of its body and blood gushed out. Its angry eyes glared fiercely at the sky. Battle hall elder. Yan Tianji let out a deep roar, his entire body shaking. As the elders sacrificed themselves one by one, the intense grief attacked his heart again and again. Now, he was almost numb. Changshanin, you will die a horrible death. You are a hero of the righteous path, yet you dare to plot against your comrade. You won't have a good ending. Young Master Lu Wenwu will definitely avenge us. Yan Tianji's face was filled with hatred, and it was almost twisted. If it was possible, he wanted to eat every inch of Fang Yuan's flesh and drink every drop of blood from Fang Yuan's body. Humph, the roar of a loser is like the cry of a wild dog before its death. Hoping for others to help you take revenge is the mentality of a weakling. Fang Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King was like a bolt of black lightning, charging forward and sending Yan Tianji flying. Yan Tianji's primeval essence was expended, he was smashed into pieces by this collision. He was like a kite with its string cut, flying far away, drawing a trail of blood in the air. When he landed on the ground, the front of his body was already smashed, he was no longer breathing. Lord! Guguang brought a group of elders and rushed over excitedly. Wolf King is mighty. After this battle, Yan tribe's higher-ups are all dead. In Yan tribe camp, only a rank 3 elder is left to control the situation. The letter Gu sent by Yan Tianji and the rest were all intercepted by us. Yan tribe is still in the dark, this is the best chance to attack. Gu tribe's battle hall elder cheered. It is a pity that water demon Hao Ji Lu escaped. Wolf Wangda's people, should we continue to chase water demon or attack Yan tribe camp? Guguang asked. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently, of course we will attack Yan tribe camp. A clam Gu rotated its body, moving rapidly in Crescent Lake. Puff, the clam suddenly drilled out of the water, opening its shell and spitting out 2 people hiding inside. These 2 were a man and a woman, the man was water demon Hao Ji Lu, while the woman was Yan tribe's young Miss Yan Shui'er. Huff huff huff. Hao Ji Lu breathed roughly, looking behind him with lingering fear. Seeing that there were no pursuers, his heart relaxed. This was a floating island in Crescent Lake. Hao Ji Lu had chosen the 3rd escape route when he was surveying the environment. Wolf King Changshanin. Hao Jilu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anger, fear, and wariness flashed in his eyes, a complex expression mixed together. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. Rank 4 upper stage cultivation was enough for him to roam unhindered in northern plains. But after meeting Fang Yuan today, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path Gu master? This should not be his peak condition. Back then, Chang Shanin could kill Ha Tu Gu and exterminate the entire bandits. How strong must he be? Hao Jilu thought of this and felt difficulty in breathing. Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement skill made him think of Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, there will no longer be 3, but 4. Fortunately, he did not have many water wolves, otherwise I would have to die today. Thinking of the dangerous situation when he escaped, Hao Jilu felt a lingering fear. But why do I feel that Chang Shanin purposely let me go? Hao Jilu had a sharp mind. Recalling the scene back then, he felt something fishy. It is a pity that Yan tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Chang Shanin. It is not realistic for me to continue extorting. But forget it, I have already obtained the backwater battle Gu. This mission is a success. Next, I should follow the original plan and gift this Yan tribe's Missy to young Master He Lulan as a meeting gift. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard in northern plains was a difficult test for demonic Gu masters who often moved around alone. Adding on the lack of cultivation resources, Hao Jilu wanted to rely on a force through the Heroes' Assembly. If he was lucky enough to enter the imperial court, not only would Hao Jilu be able to keep his life, his cultivation would also rise to a higher level. This time, there were a few hot contenders for the imperial court. After thinking about it, Hao Jilu decided to place all his bets on the hottest contender, young Master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous reputation had already spread far and wide. If Hao Jilu offered Yan Shui'er to He Lulan, she would definitely be valued. Because Yan Shui'er was not only beautiful, she also had a special status. She was young Master Lu Wenwu's fiancée. And Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's greatest rivals in this imperial court contest. Bringing his rival's fiancée into his harem, this was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yan tribe was still around, this gift would be even more valuable. It is a pity, Wolf King killed Yan tribe's higher-ups. He will definitely deal with Yan tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu looked at the dazed Yan Shui'er and whistled. He teased her frivolously, "Little beauty, speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I did not save you, you would have died in Chang Shanyan's hands." Yan Shui'er's thick eyelashes flickered, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. What do you mean? Humph, what's the point? Chang Shanin killed your father and a group of elders. He will definitely annex Yan tribe. The wolf group should be on their way to Yan tribe camp now. He, a young lady like you will soon become a loner. No way. Yan Shui'er shook her head, her face pale. She tried to deny it, but her rationality told her that Hao Jilu's guess was correct. Chang Shanin is a righteous path hero. How could he do such a thing? She was not willing to face such a cruel reality. Her pearl-like tears flowed down her fair and tender face. A beauty's tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was a pitiful sight. Righteous path hero? Hao Jilu sneered. Sometimes, righteous path heroes are scarier than us demonic path heroes. Hao Jilu, was only extorting and kidnapping, but once Chang Shanin made a move, he destroyed your Yan tribe. But he had a reason. He had the slogan of revenge, and he was the victor. Once Yan tribe is destroyed, who can refute him? Humph, this is the dog-sit way of the world. Yan Shui'er was dazed for a while. She suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Hao Jilu's pants, begging, "I beg you, save our Yan tribe." My fathers. Letter Gu have all been intercepted. Yan tribe is without a leader now. They are in the dark and do not know the danger. The world was mysterious and cruel. Yan Shui'er had never thought that one day, she would kneel on the ground and beg the person she hated the most. My father is dead. I am the next tribe leader of Yan tribe. Hao Jilu, help me send the letter and inform them in advance. As long as our Yan tribe is not destroyed, I will be the tribe leader. I can make the decision and appoint you as Yan tribe's external elder. Yan tribe's resources will be provided to you for your cultivation. Yan Shui'er stated her price. These words made Water Demon Hao Ji-Lu's heart palpitate. External Elder? Yan Tribe's resources. It seemed like a good suggestion, but when Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji-Lu's mind, his body shuddered. Humph, you want to tempt me? His expression changed. He slapped Yan Shui'er. Yan Shui'er covered her burning face, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was stunned by the slap as she looked at Hao Ji-Lu blankly. Don't worry, I have already found a good home for you. He he he. Hao Ji-Lu laughed coldly, picking up the dazed Yan Shui'er and throwing her into the clam goo. The two shells of the clam closed. Hao Ji-Lu stepped on the water surface, taking one last look at the shore. At the location of Yan Tribe's camp, the flames of war had already reached the sky. Yan Tribe is finished. Hao Ji-Lu was gloating in his heart, but also feeling cold. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak, there was always a higher mountain, there were experts above experts. Yan Tribe was a huge force to him, but to Chang Shanin, it was just a piece of juicy meat. In the upcoming Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains will be in an uproar, heroes will fight for supremacy. I wonder how many people will die. The flames of war raged as the wolf group charged forward like a tide. The encirclement of Yan Tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yan Tribe was good at defense, but because of the success of the sneak attack, coupled with the fact that Yan Tribe had no leader, the camp was already in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, along with human and wolf corpses. Brothers, hold on, hold on. At the center of the camp, Yan Tribe's remaining forces were still resisting stubbornly. But the wolf group surged forward relentlessly, the entire defense line could no longer hold on and was on the verge of collapse. Kill all these invaders. Despicable Good Tribe, I curse your entire tribe to be exterminated. Other than these curses, there were also the weeping of the old, weak, women and children. Looking at their relatives and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yan Tribe Gu masters exerted all their strength to squeeze out traces of strength from their bodies. In their hearts, there was only one thought that was supporting them: defend, we must defend. Behind me are my wife and children, my parents and parents. If we cannot defend, they will lose their lives to the wolves. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the defense line and charged into the camp. Oh no! Be careful! Dodge! The Gu masters at the front line stared angrily and shouted, but it was too late to save them. They could only watch as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and slaughtered the old, weak, women and children. Beast, you are courting death. Right at this time, a Gu master lying on the ground with only one arm and one leg left, who knew where the strength came from, leapt up and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The 1,000 Wolf King bit down on his waist, almost cutting him in half. The Gu master foamed at the mouth, laughing bitterly and proudly. He hugged the wolf's head and shouted, "Evil beast, die with me." Saying so, he self-detonated, blood splattering everywhere as he perished with the 1,000 Wolf King. The people of the Gu clan who were surrounded saw this scene. Someone immediately sighed and said, "The Yan clan's son is actually so brave." Fang Yuan nodded lightly. Although Yan tribe was not aggressive enough, they were good at defense and were very united. Attacking this camp had cost him a large number of wild wolves, and it had far exceeded his original estimation. However, Fang Yuan didn't feel any heartache. He snorted coldly, "So what if you're brave? Failure usually meant eternal damnation." This was the cruelty of the imperial court struggle. Alright, go and persuade them to surrender. These words made Good Tribe's Gu masters shudder. If they lost, this Yan tribe would become Good Tribe in the future. But when they looked at Fang Yuan, they felt relieved. With the Wolf King here, the Gu family could be considered to have found a backer. He still had to rely on the Wolf King's guidance in the future. The fierce battlefield gradually quietened down. The pack of wolves stopped attacking and slowly retreated, opening up a path. An elder of the Gu family walked out from the crowd and came to the front of the Yan family. "Everyone, surrender." Good Tribe's Gu master shouted, "Northern Plains heroes submit to circumstances." Bullshit. I will never surrender to a shameless sneak attacker. Come, cut off my head. Yan Tribe's son would rather die than surrender. Some Gu masters shouted, but there were also some Gu masters whose gazes were unfocused and hesitant. Good Tribe's Gu master sneered, "If you don't surrender, it won't be a problem to kill you." But have you considered the wives and children behind you? These people will die tragically here because of your stubborn resistance. You are the ones who harmed them. Once he said this, Yan tribe's broken camp quietened down. The bleak wind blew on everyone's faces. The Yan clan Gu masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them, and most of their expressions softened. The only Yan tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, "Our Yan tribe is willing to surrender." Lord Elder, Yan tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters cheered. Victory, victory! The outcome has been decided, we have annexed Yan tribe. Even though they were at the same place, the two sides' situations were as different as clouds and mud. Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yan tribe, but this time, they succeeded in one fell swoop. As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hongyan Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Changshanin. Gu Guang thought of this and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yan tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. Sitting on the hump wolf, Fang Yuan sized up the entire Yan tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke, corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yan tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yan tribe Gu masters were shackled, their Gu worms were taken away, their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives, strictly guarded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yan tribe is exterminated, next is the heroes' assembly. Of course, before that, I need to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land, if I am lucky. 3 days later, it was another night filled with stars. Fang Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup Gu to communicate with Little Hu Immortal, before using Stargate Gu to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path Gu master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle, to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Fang Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. That was to raise them. These wolves will reproduce in the blessed land, and after a few months, they will give birth to wolf cubs. Fang Yuan raised these wolves in the western part of the blessed land. The wild beasts in this world had strong reproductive abilities, and adding on the fact that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had 6 times the time flow of northern plains, Fang Yuan could completely replenish his own troops in the future. This way, the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land became the breeding ground for the wolf group. And the northern part was almost cut off by Fang Yuan. The eastern part was shrouded in dark clouds, and there were tens of lakes with abundant water vapor. And the southern part was the gathering place of the Rockmen. At the center was Danghun Mountain, which was dying after being hit by the Gruel Mud Gu. Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions, quickly come and see. Seeing Fang Yuan again, Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, and dragged Fang Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up. Little Hu Immortal called out. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, and saw a large expanse of light blue clouds. Traces of starlight sprinkled down, like a dreamy veil, swaying along with the wind. The scenery was beautiful and strange, like a painting. Fang Yuan looked carefully, and found that this cloud was not blue in color, but had large amounts of star fragment grass planted on it. The star fragment grass was dark blue, and among the grass, there were starlight fireflies flying, and the specks of light gathered into a sea. And among the starlight fireflies, there was even starlight firefly goo, giving off the true radiance of starlight. Not bad. Fang Yuan evaluated. Little Hu Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, and rubbed her head against Fang Yuan's hand, saying innocently, "Master, I want to touch you." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, and stretched out his hand, rubbing Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's snow-white tail immediately curled up in joy, and the two furry ears on her head also gently drooped down, as a blissful blush appeared on her face. Fang Yuan bought a lot of star fragment grass from Connecting Heaven Gu. But this grass was very special. It could not be planted on mortal soil, and could only be planted in clouds. During the transaction, Fairy Yao Guang had suggested to Fang Yuan to buy cloud soil to cultivate star fragment grass. But Fang Yuan did not accept her suggestion, because in Hu Immortal Blessed Land there was a large-scale dark cloud. This dark cloud was formed when Fang Yuan eliminated the earthly calamity's influence, and water and fire clashed, forming a large dark cloud. The dark cloud did not disperse for a long time, and covered the eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was not a small problem. Over time, the light would be blocked, and the ecology of the entire eastern part would be affected. But now, Fang Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass, and it turned the disaster into a blessing. Not only was it recycling waste, it also saved Fang Yuan the expenses of buying large amounts of cloud soil. Right now, there were large patches of star fragment grass planted on the dark cloud. Starlight fireflies lived among them, and the eastern part of the Blessed Land was filled with starlight. It was a beautiful sight. As long as I properly cultivate the star fragment grass, the starlight firefly group's reproduction is guaranteed. In the future, there will be more and more starlight firefly goo for me to use. If I can nurture them to a high level, there will be a surplus of starlight firefly goo, and I can sell them in jewel yellow skies in the future. During the Five Regions War, starlight firefly goo will be one of the most sought-after goo. Fang Yuan looked at the beautiful future, and brought Little Hu Immortal back to Danghun Mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, he took out burial soul toad goo. During the process of killing Yen tribe's higher-ups and taking over Yen tribe's camp, he had been using burial soul toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He let out all the souls in the burial soul toad. These pitiful souls, the moment they came out, they were turned into the purest nourishment by Danghun Mountain's mystical power, nourishing the whole of Danghun Mountain. By tomorrow, Danghun Mountain will be filled with guts goo again. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. One of the reasons why he devoured Yen tribe and collected a large number of souls was because of this. As for tonight, it will be time for me to advance to rank 5. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's cultivation was no longer restricted by the region, and was a true rank 4 peak stage. He had been at the peak for a long time. Adding on his great aptitude, the time for him to advance to rank 5 realm was already ripe. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, the 90% primeval sea surged with waves. The true gold color was dazzling, shining on the aperture walls. These aperture walls were not ordinary. They were crystal clear, smooth and full, containing a sense of vitality. This was the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. On the true gold sea, waves continued to surge, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Then wave after wave, the waves washed over the crystal wall. At first, the crystal wall was like a reef on the sea, unmoving. But gradually, the crystal wall could not bear the pressure, and cracks appeared on it from the attacks of the primeval essence wolf tide. As time passed, the cracks increased and became bigger. The primeval sea slowly decreased, and the crystal wall also became full of cracks, becoming extremely fragile. But it was still a step away from breaking through. Fang Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes closed, his mind almost completely focused on the aperture. He had 90% aptitude, belonging to a grade, and had deep accumulations. This time, he could break through to rank 5 realm with his own foundation. Right now, the primeval sea was only left with 20%, and the waves on the sea were gradually weakening, showing signs of calming down. But suddenly, the true gold sea that had been accumulating burst out with a soaring wave. This wave was majestic and ferocious, surpassing any of the previous waves. It was like a tsunami, rising and fiercely smashing on the aperture walls. Boom, with a soft sound, the aperture walls finally could not bear the pressure, and were smashed into pieces by this huge wave. Large numbers of crystal wall fragments fell into the sea like shattered icebergs, turning into essence and slowly disappearing. After a while, the crystal wall fragments all fell off, leaving behind a light membrane that enveloped the surroundings. The light membrane shone brightly, its aura was strong, surpassing rank 4 peak stage crystal wall, showing the true aura of a rank 5 initial stage goo master. What followed was a trace of light purple primeval essence, forming at the bottom of the sea. Once a goo master turned into green copper primeval essence, rank 2 into red iron primeval essence, rank 3 into silver primeval essence, rank 4 into gold primeval essence, and rank 5 into purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a trace of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From today onwards, Fang Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Ever since rebirth, I have wandered around and finally became a rank 5 goo master. In Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sighing in relief. Rank 5 goo masters, in this mortal world, were absolute overlords, the true peak realm. The number of people who could cultivate to this level was more than 1 in 10,000. If it was someone else, they would probably be wild with joy. However, Fang Yuan had already experienced it once in his previous life. At this moment, he was not ecstatic, but gratified and looking forward to the future. Compared to my previous life, it is a great achievement to be able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. Fang Yuan was only in his 30s now. Cultivating to rank 5 at this age was definitely a top genius in the 5 regions. But rank 5 realm is not my end, it is a starting point. Next is to advance to Goo Immortal again. If it were those genius Goo masters, they would also be hesitant when talking about advancing to Goo Immortal. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience, he was very confident in becoming a Goo Immortal in the future. After advancing to Goo Immortal, the danger of Spring-Autumn Cicada's death can be completely resolved. Fang Yuan looked at Spring-Autumn Cicada again. Ever since rebirth, Spring-Autumn Cicada had fallen into a deep slumber, absorbing the water from the river of time to recover. Right now, it had mostly recovered, and a faint pressure filled Fang Yuan's entire aperture. All along, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a guillotine hanging on Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this giant guillotine would get closer to Fang Yuan's neck. Spring-Autumn Cicada gave Fang Yuan a huge threat of death, forcing him to take risks and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only when he reached rank 6 Goo Immortal realm, could Fang Yuan's aperture hold Spring-Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and calmness, and would no longer be as pressured as now. Light purple primeval essence was constantly being produced in the aperture, settling under the remnant yellow-gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan came back to his senses, slowly standing up and walking out of the secret room, arriving at another room. In this room, there were several large jars. The jars were filled with green liquid, and there was a purple crystal relic goo floating in each of them. There were a total of 6 purple crystal relic goo. Most of them were bought by Fang Yuan or Little Who Immortal from Jewel Yellow Skies these days. Purple crystal relic goo could raise a rank 5 goo master's cultivation by an entire realm. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money for these purple crystal relic goo. Fang Yuan only needed 3 purple crystal relic goo to raise his cultivation to the peak realm. But at this moment, he looked around and saw that the jars were different. One of the jars had turbid green water, one had a mixture of green and yellow, and 2 of the purple crystal relic goo had tiny black fur growing on them. The remaining 2 jars had clear green water, without any changes. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic goo had been tampered with in some way. Fang Yuan used his 500 years of experience to find out that there was something fishy about these relic goo. Only 2 of the purple crystal relic goo in these 6 jars could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the purple crystal relic goo from the 2 jars with clear green water and used them. After using the 2 relic goo, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan then took out the 2 purple crystal relic goo with tiny fur growing on them, and used them on himself. The 2 relic goo worked together, and finally raised his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan went from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing a huge leap. Moreover, the relic goo was mystical, and his foundation showed no signs of instability. A goo master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. In theory, as long as they had enough relic goo, a goo master's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But in reality, very few goo masters did this. Firstly, relic goo could only advance a goo master's small realm. Every rank's large realm required the goo master to break through themselves. Using too many relic goo would make cultivation too easy, and instead cause ordinary goo masters to be biased, making it harder for them to break through large realms. Secondly, a goo master's cultivation realm did not mean everything. To survive in this cruel world, one needed schemes, wisdom, fortuitous encounters, experience and training. With a sudden increase in strength, if one did not have sufficient mental control, they would be like a baby waving a large knife, harming others while harming themselves. Thirdly, relic goo's value was very high, and few goo masters had such conditions to cultivate so extravagantly. Even for those goo immortals' descendants, if they had such conditions, their elders would not be so eager to help them grow. Finally, there was an even more important point, that was aptitude. Without aptitude, no matter how many relic goo one had, it was useless. Fang Yuan could advance to rank 5 smoothly not only because of his experience, but also because of his great aptitude. Consuming relic goo continuously and raising his cultivation rapidly, perhaps only Fang Yuan could do this. If it were any other rank 5 goo master, no matter how talented they were, like Shang clan, they would have to take it step by step. After all, goo masters had to undergo large amounts of goo worm training in their cultivation. No matter how high their cultivation was, if it could not be converted into battle strength, they would only be a human target. His previous life's experiences were Fang Yuan's greatest wealth, allowing him to smoothly control this explosive strength. Looking at the time after this breakthrough in cultivation, a night had passed unknowingly. Fang Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace and arrived at Danghun Mountain. As he expected, many guts goo started to grow on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and squatted down, casually crushing one, but only got a pile of yellow mud. Ever since Danghun Mountain was affected by the gruel mud immortal goo, it had gradually deteriorated, and a portion of the guts goo had turned into yellow mud. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had already expected this, and crushed another 7 to 8 guts goo. But during this process, he only got 2 intact guts goo. Through the power of the goo worms, his wolfman soul was slightly strengthened again. The gruel mud immortal goo's power has eroded even deeper. I remember back then, out of 10 guts goo, at least 4 or 5 were intact. But now, only 3 or 4 are left. Fang Yuan sighed. These yellow mud, although they were all gruel mud and could be sold in jewel yellow skies. But compared to the original guts goo, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. It could be said to be a huge loss. But fortunately, these guts goo all belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts goo were useless goo, with the huge number, Fang Yuan's soul could advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, I am rank 5 peak stage. The next step is to charge towards goo immortal realm. But this is difficult. I need to make a lot of preparations and plan slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With the rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was greatly alleviated. The urgent matter now was to save Danghun Mountain. He could not watch Danghun Mountain perish like this. Preserving Danghun Mountain would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to goo immortal, it would still be useful. After plucking the guts goo on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Danghun Palace and cooperated with Little Hu Immortal, activating connecting heaven goo. In jewel yellow skies, waves of divine senses intertwined with each other. The moment connecting heaven goo was activated, a large amount of divine senses gushed towards Little Hu Immortal. They were all about the price of the gruel mud. Fang Yuan sold large amounts of gruel mud to jewel yellow skies, attracting the interest of many goo immortals. Using these gruel mud and relying on immortal goo recipes, one could refine gruel mud immortal goo. Although this goo could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal goo. In an environment where immortal goo were scarce, goo immortals flocked towards Fang Yuan's gruel mud immortal goo. For these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was the recipe of the immortal goo. At first, these goo immortals only took out tattered remnant recipes. The treasure light was not even 3 meters. But after these days, the recipes these goo immortals took out had already reached 3 to 4 meters. Connecting heaven goo was embedded in the air, images of wolves flashing in the mirror. Suddenly, the image froze and a turtleback myriad wolf king appeared. The turtleback wolf had a broad body, its whole body was dark green and its eyes were eerie blue. Just like its name, each turtleback wolf had a turtle-like carapace on its back. The shell was very heavy, about a third of the turtleback wolf's weight was concentrated inside. Besides defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the ability to store nutrients. Among ordinary wolves, this type of wolf had the strongest defense. And the myriad beast wolf king that appeared in connecting heaven goo was no doubt even larger, 10 times the size of an ordinary turtleback wolf. Its round turtle back was towering, its bronze-colored turtle shell was shiny, giving people a feeling of abundant battle strength and strength. Right now, I have close to 30,000 wolves in my hands. Among them, there are 3 main wolf groups. They are turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. Every wolf group has close to 10,000 in number. Besides these, there are also a small number of poison-beard wolves from poison grassland. Over 100 water wolves were bought because of the white-eyes wolves. Feng Yuan originally had over 30,000 wolves in his wolf group. But after several battles, the losses were not small, and now there were only 27,000 wolves left. Excluding the old, weak and sick who had migrated to immortal blessed land, the number of wolves he had left was less than 25,000. This way, he needed to replenish them. Ordinary enslavement path goo masters would need to organize people to capture and replenish their beast group. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, they could not devour a beast group that was too big. But after Feng Yuan obtained connecting heaven goo, it was like he was standing on the shoulders of goo immortals. He had one more choice than ordinary goo masters, to purchase beast groups in jewel yellow skies. The vast majority of blessed lands nurtured wild beasts. These wild beasts multiplied too much, causing pressure on the blessed land's ecology. The goo immortals in charge of the blessed land would sell them in jewel yellow skies. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure on the blessed land, they could also gain some benefits. Similarly, many goo immortals wanted to nurture their blessed land and replenish the ecology. They would buy some wild beasts to raise in the blessed land. Therefore, the trading of beasts in jewel yellow skies was very normal. In jewel yellow skies, there were a wide variety of wolves for sale. Northern Plains night wolf, wind wolf, water wolf, poison-beard wolf, turtleback wolf, southern borders lightning wolf, ash wolf, blood wolf, two-headed wolf, western deserts silk wolf, pearl wolf, sand wolf, tyrant wolf, eastern seas ink wolf, greedy wolf, red wolf, goldback wolf, central plains white-eyes wolf, star wolf, pervert wolf, blood wolf. Among them, there were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also exotic beasts such as white-eyed wolves, tyrant wolves, and greedy wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves with goo immortal battle strength. However, according to what Feng Yuan knew, there was a desolate beast, peach wolf, buried in Langya blessed land. Among the 3 largest wolf packs in my hands, the night wolves already have a myriad beast king. If the wind wolves and turtleback wolves also have a myriad beast king as their leader, I wouldn't need to control so many 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, which would greatly reduce the burden of taming beasts. This would reduce the burden on my soul and allow me to take in even more wolf packs. Feng Yuan did not intend to change the wolf packs, that would be an unnecessary move. He decided to expand the wolf pack in his hands. Little Who Immortal transmitted his divine sense and inquired about the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The goo immortal who sold it called himself Southern Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of grass. Grass was a specialty of northern plains. Each stalk of grass was shaped like an upright flute. When the wind blew, the sound of the wind would enter the flute holes on the grass and produce a pleasant flute sound. Grass itself was a common material for goo refinement. At the same time, in large patches of grass, some sound path and wood path goo worms would gradually grow. Feng Yuan did not have any grass on hand, although he knew the location of the grassland. The season was not right, the grass was still seeds buried in the soil and had not grown. Feng Yuan knew of this situation, but he did not give up. Instead, he asked Little Who Immortal, "Ask if the other party accepts Immortal Yuan stone." Little Who Immortal transmitted her divine sense, and after a few exchanges, she reported, "Master, He said he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he wants 2 immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan sneered, this price was too high. Immortal yuan stone was very rare, and turtleback wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, but there was a process of haggling in the transaction. After some haggling, Fang Yuan used 1 immortal yuan stone to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves from Southern Sea Turtle Immortal, as well as 1 turtleback myriad wolf king. After the transaction was concluded, Fang Yuan bought 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He also added 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison beard wolves, and 6,000 water wolves. A total of 2.5 immortal yuan stone was consumed. This was not the end. The wolf pack entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a severe test to the original ecology. It would have many effects. At least, Fang Yuan had to replenish the food for these wolves, otherwise these wolves would starve to death due to insufficient food in the Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land also had many wild beasts. For example, wild rabbits, pheasants, and so on. But these animals were the food source of the fox pack. Hu Immortal raised a large number of foxes in the Blessed Land. There were red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. These fox packs suffered heavy losses in the 6th earthly calamity, but they still managed to preserve their seeds. After many years of recuperation, they gradually expanded in scale and recovered some vitality. If there was insufficient food, the wolf pack and fox pack would inevitably prey on each other, causing severe internal friction. The gains would not make up for the losses. For these fox packs and wolf packs, Fang Yuan chose food in jewel yellow skies. Golden carp, green jade crucian carp, fat mudfish, which one should I choose, eh? There is actually fish roe of air bubble fish. While Fang Yuan was choosing, he unexpectedly found a Gu Immortal selling the fish roe of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. But the fish roe of air bubble fish still attracted the attention of some Gu Immortals, resulting in a bidding war. Fang Yuan decisively raised the price to 1 immortal yuan stone. There are only over 20,000 fish roe, someone actually bid 1 immortal yuan stone. This person is crazy. Even if they are hatched, there will be over 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, they are not worth 1 immortal yuan stone. The Gu Immortals sent their mocking and disdainful divine senses. Air bubble fish were difficult to hatch, they only had about 30% survival rate. In their opinion, Fang Yuan's price was too high. If my memory is not wrong, at the end of this year, when 2 Gu Immortals fought in the air bubble sea, intense poison invaded the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. By then, the price of air bubble fish would have risen by more than 10 times. Fang Yuan snickered as he obtained these fish roe. Those who could become Gu Immortals were undoubtedly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Other than some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most Gu Immortals were elites among elites. If Fang Yuan did not pay such a high price, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these fish roe. In the future, when the 5 regions war erupts, the price of air bubble fish's fish roe would have risen by 100 times. Air bubble fish was a specialty of Southern Sea. It was rather peculiar. Its translucent belly was round like a round bubble. The front of the bubble was decorated with 2 sesame black dots. They were the eyes. The fins and tail were very small, providing weak movement. Air bubble fish were different from other fish. They mostly swam up and down. If they were forced into a corner, to avoid their natural enemies, they would float out of the water and into the sky. Some mature air bubble fish would even float in the sky all year round, devouring the tiny insects in the air and not entering the sea to live. The greatest use of air bubble fish was to increase the production of Gu worms. Air bubble fish would swallow the worms into its belly, and these worms would receive protection and nourishment inside, gradually evolving into Gu before drilling out of the fish's belly and flying out into the wild. Precisely because it could increase the production rate of Gu worms, air bubble fish became an item that all great Gu Immortals chased after during the 5 regions war. These air bubble fish can be slowly nurtured, although there is only a 30% success rate, as long as I take care of them carefully. After a few decades, I will be able to feed myself. After 100 years, I will be able to form a scale of at least 500,000. Like Starlight Firefly Gu, they will definitely be in high demand during the 5 regions war. The fish roe of air bubble fish was an unexpected gain, it could be considered a small surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose the fat mud fish. Although the fat mud fish is the easiest to raise, this fish will eat the fish roe of air bubble fish. When it is hungry, it can even fill its stomach with mud. In comparison, the golden carp and the green jade carp, one eats gold while the other eats jade. They have no interest in the fish roe of air bubble fish. Fang Yuan did not lack gold and jade, because there were large groups of rockmen living in Hu immortal blessed land. These rockmen lived at the bottom of the cave and ate mud as food. After a long time, all kinds of metals, jade and other minerals would condense on their bodies. But gold is harmful to the growth and reproduction of air bubble fish, it will reduce the perfunctory rate. But the warm jade does not have this drawback. So I will choose the green jade carp. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, before finally deciding on the fish species. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had also managed a blessed land. Because of his rich experience and the many setbacks and mistakes he had experienced, the choices he made now were very wise. With the green jade carp, the food of the water wolf group was settled. Fang Yuan bought large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shell flour to use as food for the night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. And because of the poison-beard wolves, Fang Yuan chose some earth-skin pigs. These pigs could reproduce very easily, they could eat meat and grass, they could survive in the eastern part of the blessed land. Finally, Fang Yuan bought many goo worms as well as a large number of goo refinement materials. He spent a total of 8 immortal yuan stone, hundreds of thousands of yuan stone. I spent 8 immortal yuan stone in one go. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary yuan stone, but immortal yuan stone. Earlier, he had sold the remnant recipes and his memories and obtained 28 immortal yuan stone, now he only had 20 left. Although I can sell the remnant recipes, they will get cheaper the more I sell them. I lack a way to make profits, and the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo will only see results after 100 years. I will have to carefully plan my usage of the immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan sighed, handing connecting heaven goo to little Hu immortal, letting her handle the wolf group and fish group, as well as the arrangement of iron shell flour and air bubble fish roe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan went into Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he had just bought to refine goo. After a day and a night, Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace with an exhausted expression. He went to Dang Hun Mountain. During this period of time, many guts goo had grown on Dang Hun Mountain. But the number was less than half of the first time he collected them. Fang Yuan crushed them one by one. Most of the guts goo were useless to Fang Yuan because of gruel mud immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had slaughtered Yan tribe and collected many souls, there were many guts goo. Relying on the huge amount of souls, Fang Yuan's soul had improved by a lot. This level of strength is more than 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before 1,000-man soul. After feeling it for a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes with a joyful expression. This degree of improvement was quite great. If it were an ordinary goo master, they would need at least 10 years of accumulation. But with the help of the guts goo, Fang Yuan did it in less than half a day's time. No wonder Dang Hun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of soul path by spectral soul demon venerable. The item in my hand, Dang Hun Mountain's value is only lower than spring autumn cicada. No matter what, I cannot let it be destroyed. Spectral soul demon venerable had once evaluated that in this world, there were 2 sacred lands for soul path goo masters. One was Dang Hun Mountain, used to strengthen the soul. The other was Luopa Valley, used to refine the soul. The soul needed to be strengthened and also refined. Fang Yuan used guts goo to strengthen the soul, his progress was extremely fast. But he did not have Luopa Valley to refine the soul, thus he could only use wolf soul goo instead. Wolf soul goo could turn a goo master's soul into a wolfman soul, it had the effect of refining the soul. The production of guts goo was getting lower, Fang Yuan only used an hour to collect them for the 3rd time. Most of the guts goo were yellow muddy water, using a small portion of guts goo, Fang Yuan raised his soul to 6 times its original size. Little Hu Immortal was still busy. Activating Stargate goo again, Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains. Stepping out of the Stargate, the first thing Fang Yuan saw was the faithful wolf pack surrounding him. Using the Stargate to communicate with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan placed the poison-beard wolves and water wolves into the Blessed Land, and placed the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King into Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished 3 wolf packs, expanding the size of his wolf pack to 60,000. Fang Yuan did not return to Good Tribe immediately. He took out the half-finished product and started refining it on the spot. After spending half a day, when the first rays of dawn illuminated Crescent Lake, he obtained the rank 5 breath concealment goo. The 5 regions were different, be it goo worms or goo masters, they would be suppressed in other regions. Different from goo worms, humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were full of intelligence and had strong adaptability. As long as a few years passed, the goo master would be able to adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth, no longer being suppressed. And to prevent goo worms from being suppressed, Fang Yuan could only refine goo in Northern Plains. No matter what the materials were, or what goo worm was used, as long as the goo refinement was successful, the new rank 5 breath concealment goo would be born in Northern Plains, and it would obtain the recognition of Northern Plains, no longer being suppressed by the other region. Back then, Fang Yuan obtained the rank 2 breath concealment goo from southern border Ziyu Mountain. Using this goo, he refined it all the way to finally form the rank 5 breath concealment goo. At rank 5, the appearance of the breath concealment goo did not change much. It was still a small purple leaf, but the purple color was deeper, with a faint metallic luster. Using the breath concealment goo, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 4 middle stage, and Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now rank 5 peak stage, but due to the other region's suppression, when he returned to Northern Plains, he would only have the aura of rank 5 initial stage. If he returned to Good Tribe like this, it would definitely raise suspicions. At the same time, if he reached a critical point one day and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would also raise suspicions and suspicions. Using the breath concealment goo, he could finally make up for this loophole. Leading the wolf group, Fang Yuan returned to Good Tribe. As expected, the Good Tribesmen were pleasantly surprised and shocked. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was a beautiful place with large numbers of beast groups. It was not hard to explain why Fang Yuan had such gains. Fang Yuan placed a portion of the wolf group in the camp, while the other portion was placed outside, letting them roam freely. Returning to the giant lizard goo house, Good Tribe leader Gu Guang brought his 2 trusted aides and immediately came to greet him. "Congratulations, Lord, for this hunt, your strength has risen greatly." Gu Guang had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes, but his face was filled with excitement and joy. This entire day and night, he had been cleaning up the battlefield with the Good Tribesmen, gathering the resources and accepting the surrendered people. He was so busy that he did not have time to sleep. Seeing Good Tribe's strength growing in his hands, Gu Guang was excited, and his respect towards Xianxia deepened. He was an understanding person. He knew that without Xianxia, Good Tribe would not be where it was now. "My luck was good, I did have some gains." Fang Yuan sat on the chair, nodding slightly as he looked at Gu Guang, who was standing. His strength had grown by far more than this. His cultivation and soul had both risen sharply. If this was spread, Gu Guang and the rest would be shocked to the core. In Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used up an immortal goo refinement opportunity to obtain Stargate goo, thus reviving the whole situation. Fang Yuan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Every time he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have unimaginable improvements. Such an extent of improvement, it would be hard to convince the world. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. Fang Yuan now had a blessed land. It was like he was developing on the foundation of a goo immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth. Together with his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he was able to digest the sudden increase in strength, thus he was able to move with ease. Fang Yuan had risked his life and walked a tightrope on a cliff to obtain this enormous wealth, forming a deep accumulation. Finally, at this moment, his accumulation burst forth, forming a surge in strength. "Lord, this time we annexed Yan tribe, we obtained over 6,340,000 yuan stone, 1 rank 5 goo, 27 rank 4 goo, as well as several rank 3, rank 2, rank 1 goo and so on. Other than that, there were over 2,000 goo refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves, and some big stomach horses. There were also thousands of lizard house goo, over 100 mushroom forest goo, and over 7,000 captives. Gu Guang reported with an excited tone. Fang Yuan listened quietly, because Yan tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Fang Yuan in a surprise attack. Gu tribe's gains were huge. Especially the number of captives, it actually reached over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters, many of them were willing to surrender. Gu tribe obtained these replenishments, and the entire tribe's strength rose by more than 3 times. Lord, this is the list of items that we have sorted out, please take a look. You can take whatever you want. Gu Guang respectfully handed a list to Fang Yuan. These resources were not essential to Fang Yuan. Now that he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the attraction of Yuan stone to him had fallen to rock bottom. On Qingmao Mountain, the days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones were long gone from him. But he lacked immortal Yuan stone. To him, the more immortal Yuan stone, the better. Unfortunately, Yan tribe did not have any Gu immortals. How could they have immortal Yuan stone? The reason why Fang Yuan helped Gu tribe was because he wanted to use them as a pawn to cover for him and interfere in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Xianxia so early. The longer he managed it, the more useful it would be during the 5 regions battle. According to the rules of the grassland, half of the spoils of war here are mine. But the things here are not suitable for me, I will leave them with Gu tribe for now. Fang Yuan handed the list to Gu Guang. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang quickly received it. My wolf group will be fed by Gu tribe. The expenses inside will be paid from the spoils of war. Fang Yuan said. Gu Guang shook his head, saying sincerely, Lord, our Gu tribe is where we are today because of you. How can I, Gu Guang, not know how to repay kindness? Our Gu tribe will be in charge of feeding the wolf group. We do not need a single cent from Lord. Junior feels that my talent is shallow, I cannot control the whole Gu tribe. In the days to come, I hope Senior can give me more pointers and teachings. He. Fang Yuan laughed, looking deeply at Gu Guang. This young man in front of him had gone through many experiences. Although he had only been the tribe leader for a short period of time, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, he had experienced life and death situations, he had made great improvements. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment, it was not easy to survive. Precisely because of this, there were many geniuses in the human race, emerging endlessly. Gu Guang, you are not bad. Since that's the case, I'll be an external elder of the Gu clan. Fang Yuan's words caused Gu Guang's body to shake, before wild joy appeared on his face. He quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Junior is bold enough to request Senior to take the position of Gu tribe's supreme elder. Supreme elder? Fang Yuan muttered. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan with a sincere gaze. He knew that Gu tribe had come this far, only by relying on Xianxia would they be able to walk steadily and further. Only then could they gain more benefits. If not for Xianxia, with just his rank 3 cultivation, he would not be able to suppress the swelling Gu tribe. Alright, I will do it. Fang Yuan agreed. Gu family's current situation was also part of his plan. Gu Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master, he had just taken up the position. Fang Yuan made Gu tribe swallow up Yan tribe, but he could control this person even more. And controlling this person meant controlling Gu tribe. What? Yan tribe was exterminated by Gu tribe? At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang tribe leader heard this news and looked at Bei tribe's envoy in shock. Bei tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master with a face full of wrinkles, white hair and a gloomy gaze. He was an enslavement path expert with some fame in Northern Plains, his name was Bei Chaosheng. Precisely. This matter has already been known by many tribes, not long later, it will spread throughout Northern Plains. Because your tribe is located in a remote area and surrounded by several large beast groups, you did not hear the news immediately. Oh? Hearing that Bei tribe, Jing tribe and Pei tribe had formed an alliance, Wang tribe leader raised his brows. In Northern Plains, it was not strange for tribes to form alliances. The battle for the imperial court was imminent, and things like alliances would happen more and more often. I have a question. Gu tribe was originally weaker than Yan tribe, how did they swallow the bigger tribe? Wang tribe leader asked. Bei Chaosheng smiled, Good Tribe could swallow Yan Tribe because of one person. I wonder, has Lord Wang tribe leader heard of the name Xianxia? Xianxia? The Wang clan leader frowned slightly. When he suddenly heard this name, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Shortly after, his brows relaxed as a surprised expression appeared on his face. Xianxia, could he be the Wolf King who killed Hatugu back then? Hee. Tribe leader is knowledgeable, I am in admiration. Bei Chaoxing cupped his fists. It was because of this person's interference that Good Tribe won. Who could have expected that the hero of Northern Plains back then was still alive? No one knows what had happened all these years. He was very low profile when he appeared, and with his own strength, he forced Good Tribe to swallow the bigger tribe. Of course, this was also because Yan Tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Xianxia, and were all killed in one fell swoop. This caused Good Tribe to have the upper hand when they attacked Yan Tribe camp. Bei Chaoxing spoke frankly with assurance. He was actually very clear about the inside story. In fact, after Yan Tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who escaped and came to Bei Tribe to seek protection. With such an informant, Bei Tribe naturally had a clear grasp of the information. Wang Tribe leader frowned even deeper. Back then, Wolf King could kill the rank 5 Gu master Ha-Tu-Gu by himself, and also slaughtered all the bandits. Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. With our strength, how can we deal with such a strong person? Rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of small to medium-sized forces. Rank 5 Gu masters were the peak of mortals. Thus, back then, when Xianxia killed Ha-Tu-Gu, it caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains. A person's shadow is like a tree's bark. Xianxia's deeds had spread in Northern Plains for so many years, it was natural for one tribe leader to be wary. Bei Chaoxing laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is normal for tribe leader to be worried. The Wolf King was indeed an extraordinary character. But times have changed. The Wolf King of today is definitely not as powerful as he was in the past. Oh? I would like to hear the details. As everyone knows, the strength of an enslavement path Gu master lies in their formation. The Wolf King had just returned, and the wolf pack was nowhere near as large as before. There wasn't even a single exotic beast. Currently, he only had ordinary wind wolves, night wolves, and turtleback wolves. Previously, they had also fought with the Yan clan, and they had already suffered great losses. His battle prowess isn't that great. Bei Chaoxing continued. Furthermore, Wolf King attacked Yan tribe for no reason. This is the demonic path's action, massacring commoners. It is against the rules of Northern Plains. He is no longer the hero of our Northern Plains, but a demon that everyone wants to kill. This time, we are punishing the sinners who started the war, the criminals who invaded at will. We are the righteous ones, but the Gu family has committed many crimes and is extremely evil. The Heroes' Assembly has yet to be held, the Imperial Court contest has yet to begin, but they already started a war between tribes. They are simply too daring, their crimes cannot be forgiven. Looking at the history of Northern Plains, how many people who have touched the bottom line like this have a good ending? Bei Chaoxing's words were filled with passion. As expected of Bei Tribe's lobbyist, his words were filled with the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang Tribe leader was also a shrewd person, he was not someone who would be easily moved. His gaze flickered as he said hesitantly, even so, the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. In a battle between dragons and tigers, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there will definitely be huge casualties. Bei Chaoxing shook his head, smiling unconcernedly. He. The Wolf King might be strong, but 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Good Tribe has just annexed Yan Tribe, they have eaten too much and are extremely arrogant, they are not stable. As long as Wang Tribe joins us, with our 4 tribes working together, would we be afraid of a mere Good Tribe? Wang Tribe leader pondered for a moment. I am not afraid of Good Tribe, but the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. He has mysteriously disappeared for so many years, who knows what happened, maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. He definitely has a motive for coming out this time. Such a person definitely has trump cards that he has not used yet. Bei Chaoxing sneered, any kind of reputation is also made up by bragging. Why must Wang Tribe leader boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Why fear the Wolf King? He is already past his prime, even if he has trump cards, he is only an enslavement path Gu master after all. Since he is an enslavement path gu master, we have methods to restrain him. Honestly speaking, our Bay tribe also has enslavement path gu masters. Our tribe's grass soldier army also has a place in northern plains. We can completely face Changshanin head-on. Other than this, Xing tribe has the famous lightning spear battle formation, and Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yan Fei is a famous fierce general in northern plains. Right now, he has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if the Wolf King has thousands of troops, Lord Pei Yan Fei can sweep through them unhindered, directly attacking the enemy's base and killing him. Everyone knew that enslavement path gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. As long as the leader was beheaded, the army would immediately fall into chaos, collapsing and escaping. Hearing Bai Chaoxing's words, Wang tribe leader was still hesitant. He could only say that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it for a few days. Bai Chaoxing's eyes flashed with disappointment. This is an important matter. It is natural for Lord Wang tribe leader to consider it. But this matter cannot be delayed. If Good tribe is allowed to recover and slowly digest their gains, when we fight again, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Lord tribe leader, please consider it clearly. Wang tribe leader nodded. 3 days at most. During this period of time, please stay in our clan and accept our hospitality. Bai Chaoxing heard Wang tribe leader's words and could only take his leave. Just as he left, a person came out from the guest hall. This person was thin, his skin was yellow, he had 3 strands of beard on his chin, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was Wang tribe leader's right-hand man, Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, who was an expert in strategy. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bai tribe and participate in this alliance? Wang Dadao asked worriedly. He, of course not, don't worry about morality. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a sigh of relief. Tribe leader is wise, you were not bewitched by others. The battle for the imperial court is imminent, there will be years of chaos. Our priority is to preserve our strength. Bai tribe, Pei tribe and Jing tribe, these 3 mid-sized tribes' intentions are clear. Yan tribe is Lu tribe's in-laws. Yan Chui'er is Lu tribe's young master Lu Wenwu's fiancé. It seems that they want to be Lu tribe's lackeys. They want to curry favor with young master Lu Wenwu, but they also want to share the risk and drag our tribe down with them. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large tribe, we need to be cautious in our every move. The battle for the imperial court is full of dragons and snakes. Who will be the final victor? We need to observe carefully and choose who to rely on. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a terrifying blizzard that would bring disaster to a region. Only by entering the imperial court could one obtain protection and not be affected by the blizzard. But the number of spots in the imperial court was limited. There were too many people who wanted to stay. They had to go through intense battles, survival of the fittest. Only then could the ruler of the imperial court be decided. Although Wang tribe was a large tribe, their foundation was shallow. They did not have the heart to fight for hegemony. They only wanted to rely on the right person, become a hero, and stay in the imperial court, avoiding natural disasters. If we cannot enter the imperial court, then after the blizzard, Wang tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. From a large tribe, we will fall to a mid-sized or small-sized tribe. There is a huge possibility of our tribe being exterminated. But if we can enter the imperial court, with the resources provided by the imperial court, we can recuperate, and if we are lucky, we can even have the qualifications to compete for the next imperial court overlord position. Wang Dadao said with a serious expression. This matter concerned the survival of Wang tribe. Everyone in Wang tribe was extremely cautious. Then, what should we do with this Bai Chaoxing? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dadao stroked his beard, pondered for a while and said, we should treat this person well. 3 days later, tactfully reject his invitation to form an alliance. At the same time, secretly send a letter to Good tribe, express goodwill to the Wolf King, and inform them of this matter. Let them fight each other, we will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there is a chance, we don't mind being the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Ha, virtuous words, I like it very much. Wang tribe leader couldn't help but laugh loudly. Looking at the letter in his hand, Good tribe leader Good Guang had a worried expression. Beside him, the elders of Good tribe were also silent. In Good tribe's tent, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Bei tribe, Pei tribe, and Jing tribe have already joined forces to punish my tribe. They are currently recruiting allies. Today, Wang tribe also came to inform us. I'm afraid the allied army will soon invade. Elders, do you have any good plans? Guguang asked. This is not good. My tribe has just swallowed Yan tribe. Although morale is high, we haven't had the time to digest the results of the war. Once the enemy invades, these Yan tribesmen who surrendered will not have second thoughts. At that time, they will work together, and our good tribe's annihilation will not be far. Then why don't we retreat? Retreat? To where? We have a camp now, we can still defend it. Once we retreat, there will be no place to defend, and we will be surrounded and intercepted by the other tribes? The elders discussed among themselves. Guguang glanced around in disappointment. The elders were all talking one after another, but no one was able to come up with any reliable suggestions. Instead, the atmosphere in the tent became even more stifling. Their fighting spirit was faintly dissipating. All right, don't say any more. He raised his hand and stopped the elders' discussion. I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Lord Wolf King Xianxia has already agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him over for this. Guguang said. This matter was originally kept a secret, but now that he said it, it was like a cardiac stimulant, causing the elders' morale to rise. Wolf Wangda's man has become our tribe's supreme elder? Good, good, this is a joyous occasion. With Wolf Wangda's man, we have a chance of survival. The stifling atmosphere in the tent was swept clean, and the low morale rose rapidly. This was the use of experts. In times of danger, they were the pillars that could support the world. Fang Yuan was invited into Good Tribe's main tent. Oh, 3 tribes have formed an alliance to deal with us? Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze shone, asking, which 3? Immediately, an elder answered, reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, they are Pei tribe, Bei tribe and Jing tribe. After pausing for a while, this elder added, Pei tribe leader Pei Yan Fei has rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he is a famous general in northern plains. Although Bei tribe is a mid-tier tribe, they have nurtured 2 enslavement path Gu masters. And although Jing tribe was established not long ago, their lightning spear battle formation has extraordinary power. Fang Yuan nodded, he heard a familiar name, that was Pei Yan Fei. This person was indeed a fierce general in northern plains. After joining Lu Wenwu, he immediately became the 3rd fierce general under Lu tribe. In the following battles, he would often charge into the enemy's formation alone, charging left and right, disrupting the enemy's formation. He would be invincible as he killed the enemies. Leader. As for Bei tribe and Jing tribe, although Fang Yuan did not have any impression of them, it did not hinder him from estimating their strength. Any one of these 2 tribes had the strength of Good tribe in Hongyan Valley. Bei tribe had 2 enslavement path Gu masters, this meant they could face Fang Yuan's wolf group head-on. And Jing tribe started with lightning spear battle formation, this was Jing tribe's special ability, it could not be underestimated. However, I need a large number of souls to irrigate Danghun Mountain and strengthen my soul. The alliance of 3 tribes should be able to kill a lot of people, right? He. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Now that the 3 tribes have formed an alliance, the situation is dire. Uncle Xianxia, where should our good tribe go? Guguang asked earnestly. Fang Yuan raised his brows, his voice filled with killing intent, what else can we do? Since they want to kill us, we will strike first and kill our way over. You must know that the best defense is offense. What? Offense? Hearing this, Good Tribe's higher-ups were shocked. They had discussed earlier, some suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one suggested attacking. This idea was too radical and risky. After all, the alliance of 3 tribes was much stronger than Good Tribe. And Good Tribe had just taken in Yan tribe's captives, they had internal problems. Attacking directly? Isn't that a little too crazy? The elders looked at each other, and from their gazes, they could feel the same thing. But because of Fang Yuan's might, they did not dare to say it. Immediately, everyone fell into silence. Guguang hesitated for a moment before speaking meekly, Uncle Xianxia, now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, are we still going to attack first and give up our camp? Precisely because we are attacking first, we can attack first and give up our camp? Fang Yuan snorted, you all think so, so do the enemies. Tonight, in the middle of the night, we will gather our elites and carry out a night attack. Bei tribe, which tribe? The Bei family, followed by the Jing family. The Pei family is the furthest from my home, Gu Guang replied. Good tribe, everyone, this is tribe, Jing tribe is Bei tribe. Bei tribe. Bei tribe is with Bei tribe. Good, we will first destroy Bei tribe, then Jing tribe, and finally Pei tribe. This battle will be intense, everyone should be mentally prepared. After annexing 3 tribes, our good tribe will grow stronger. The elders looked at each other, inwardly speechless, sighing in admiration at Fang Yuan's ambition. With good tribe's current situation, they still wanted to devour the enemy alliance that was 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was something the elders did not even dare to think about. Seeing everyone still hesitating, Fang Yuan waved his hand, let's do it, you can go and make arrangements. Yes. Everyone could only agree. That night, the night wind howled, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Good tribe camp's gate was wide open, the wolf group was like a long river, surging and gushing. Countless Gu masters were mixed among them, all of them leaping and running, their shadows flickering, their hearts filled with killing intent. Good weather, really good weather to kill. Fang Yuan sat on a mutated beast's back, laughing heartily. This mutated beast was that white-eyes wolf, it was an infant, but Fang Yuan used a time path Gu worm to accelerate its growth. Right now, the white-eyes wolf's body was several times bigger than before. Its body was white like snow, its body was smooth like water, it was a divine steed, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf. But its current battle strength was only equivalent to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild Gu parasites on its body. Wild Gu parasites on a beast king's body needed time. During the long process of a beast king's growth, several wild Gu would take the initiative to join it. But this white-eyes wolf grew too fast, it lacked the foundation of time, and was always by Fang Yuan's side, thus it did not have a single Gu. Fang Yuan simply used it as a mount, keeping it by his side. Sometimes, he would use its vision to scout. The army moved quickly, charging towards Bei tribe. Bei tribe's camp was set up on a hill. The hill was originally covered in a dense forest, but Bei tribe had chopped it down and built a tall camp wall. On the wall, there was a watchtower, its bright light illuminating the camp. On the surface of the wall, there were sharp wooden spikes. Several Bei tribe Gu masters stood at intervals, giving off a heavy atmosphere. Lord, are we really going to attack? The army stealthily approached. Gu Guang sized up the wall, his heart pounding, he had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan, however, smiled, we will win this battle. Why does Lord Supreme Elder say that? An elder did not understand, asking. Fang Yuan pointed at the wall, precisely because the wall is sturdy, Bei tribe Gu masters are lazy and only have a few Gu masters guarding it. The fact that we can sneak this close is proof. Furthermore, this light is too bright, Bei tribe wants to scare off the rascals. This is a false bravado, they are trying to show that they are heavily guarded, but they are exposing themselves instead. Hearing this, Good tribe's hearts calmed down. Fang Yuan instructed again, later, I will send the wolf group to destroy the wall, you will send Yan tribe's surrendered members to attack, and Good tribe's Gu masters will act as the guards. If anyone tries to escape, kill them on the spot. His cold voice caused everyone's heart to shake. As soon as he said this, without waiting for the elders to reply, Fang Yuan waved his hand, and 2 myriad wolf kings led the wolf group and charged out of the shadows. In a few breaths of time, they charged into the light. Wolves, why are there so many wolves? Bei tribe's Gu masters rubbed their eyes, feeling incredulous. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Someone reacted and shouted, activating a Gu worm to send a signal. Block them, reinforcements will arrive soon. The Gu masters shouted with all their might. But Fang Yuan's attacks were so fierce, like 2 iron fists that had been accumulating strength for a long time. A myriad wolf king's battle strength could not be underestimated. A myriad wolf king usually required a rank 4 Gu master and a group of rank 3 experts to deal with it. The 2 myriad wolf kings, under Fang Yuan's control, disregarded their own safety and unleashed their strongest attack. Bam bam bam, every collision caused people's hearts to palpitate. The sturdy city wall was like a fragile piece of paper, swaying in the wind. Especially the turtleback myriad wolf king, with its thick skin and sturdy body, it posed the greatest threat to the city wall. Bay tribe's Gu masters quickly retaliated, but their scattered attacks were all blocked by the myriad wolf king's wild Gu. When the reinforcements from the Bay family hurried over, they saw the entire city wall collapsing. 2 myriad wolf kings led an endless wave of wolves and charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king. Turtleback myriad wolf king. Bay tribe leader saw this scene from afar, and his eyes widened in shock. These were 2 different kinds of wolves, and wild wolf groups would never cooperate like this. This could only mean one thing: someone was manipulating them from behind the scenes. Who was the mastermind? Bay tribe leader did not think much, and a name popped up in his mind: Wolf King Xianxia. Xianxia. Bay tribe leader gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spewing fire. But his anger could not stop the wolf group's invasion. Ordinary wild beasts were still fine, but under Feng Yuan's command, their strength and intelligence were matched. Bay tribe tried their best to block them, forming several defensive lines. When the wolf group charged, Feng Yuan disregarded the casualties and continued to attack. The good tribe Gu masters following behind the wolf group almost became spectators. Rank 4, Grass Puppet Gu. Bay tribe leader frantically activated his primeval essence, pouring it into the grass under his feet. The grass instantly grew to a person's height, turning into a grass puppet holding a green leaf sword. This was the Grass Sword Elite Soldier. Large numbers of Grass Sword Elite soldiers supported the front line, charging towards the wolf group. The Grass Sword Elite Soldier support successfully blocked the wolf group's charge. They formed a battle formation around the king's tent. Like blue boulders, they resisted the tide-like attacks of the wolf pack. But this situation was only temporary. When Bay tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the Grass Sword Elite Soldier had no more replenishment, and the boulder gradually shrunk, finally submerging under the wolf group's feet. Retreat, we will retreat towards Xing tribe. As long as we are alive, Bay tribe will have a chance to rebuild. Bay tribe leader saw that the situation was hopeless, and decisively chose to retreat. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan rode on the white-eyes wolf, laughing loudly as he looked at the Bay tribe higher-ups fleeing. Lord, we won. Gu Guang said excitedly. We only won by a third. Leave some people to clean up the battlefield. We will chase after them. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and countless wolves held together, changing their direction and charging towards Xing tribe. They are chasing us. Bay tribe's escaping Gu masters were scared out of their wits by such an army. No, Xianxia next target is Xing tribe. Someone realized. Not only did he attack my tribe, he also wants to attack Xing tribe? Someone shouted angrily. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up, they will catch up soon. Someone shouted anxiously. Bay tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left, so he could only change his direction and enter the dense forest. Feng Yuan led the army, not caring about these people, and advanced towards Xing tribe. He did not chase us, he really went to Xing tribe. Bay tribe higher-ups breathed roughly, standing in the forest, looking at the 10,000 wolves running with lingering fear. Prepare the lightning spears. Xing tribe leader went to the front line and shouted. The army led by Feng Yuan, after suppressing Bay tribe, charged towards Xing tribe camp without stopping. A fierce offensive and defensive battle broke out in an instant. Feng Yuan used 2 myriad wolf kings to attack together, breaking through Xing tribe's 2 defensive lines in one go, but at the third line, he was finally stopped. The ones stopping the wolf tide were Xing tribe's famous trump card, Lightning Spear Corps. These rank 2 Gu masters stood on the third wall in a row, condensing into a strong and valiant aura, forming a flesh-like wall. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, these Gu masters immediately stretched out their right hands and took out their primeval essence from their apertures, pouring it into the lightning imprint on their right palms. This was the sign of the lightning spear Gu. Next, Gu tribesmen saw the lightning emitting from these Gu masters' palms, instantly forming blue-silver spears. Each of these spears was 4 feet long, completely condensed from lightning, flickering with lightning and emitting a sizzling sound. Shoot! Xing tribe leader shouted again. Buzz, in an instant, 580 lightning spears flew out, drawing dense arcs in the air. The bright lightning illuminated the battlefield. The blue light shone on everyone's face. The only difference was that Guguang and the others had ashen expressions. Jing tribe leader, however, had a proud smile. The lightning spears shot down like a rainstorm, landing on the charging wolf group. Even the tough armor of the turtleback wolves would be pierced by the lightning spears. Not to mention the wind wolves and night wolves with even weaker defenses. The lightning spears shot out in unison with extraordinary might, clearing a large area of the battlefield in an instant. The originally dense wolf tide suddenly became sparse. Over 500 wolves fell down at the same time, turning into corpses. The wolf group's offense stopped. Ha ha ha, look, this is my tribe's lightning spear corps. With such a strong army, who dares to look down on my tribe? This is my tribe's strongest flesh wall, so what if there are more wolves? Seeing this, Jing tribe's Gu masters shouted excitedly, their morale surging. In contrast, Gu tribesmen had grim expressions. Chan Shanin. Jing tribe leader used sound amplification Gu and amplified his voice by several times, covering the noises of the battlefield. You have invaded my clan for no reason. The hero assembly has yet to begin, but you have already acted so unscrupulously and started a war. You are simply lawless. You slaughtered so crazily, you will definitely be punished by the tribes of Northern Plains. You haven't made a bigger mistake yet, so it's not too late to regret. Quickly retreat. Otherwise, I will expose your viciousness to the public, and turn you and the good tribe behind you into rats that everyone in Northern Plains wants to kill. Jing tribe leader warned. Supreme Elder. The elders of Gu family looked at Fang Yuan and hesitated. Fang Yuan's crazy attack was indeed against the rules. Although the alliance of the three clans wanted to deal with the Gu family, it did not become a reality. The evidence collected by the Gu family alone could not prove anything. Although Northern Plains Gu masters loved to fight, they did not fight crazily, there had to be a reason for everything. The more legitimate the reason, the more awe-inspiring it was, the better. Moreover, the contest for the imperial court had yet to begin. The tribes were restraining each other. Back when Gu tribe was in Hongyan Valley, Man tribe's strength far surpassed Gu tribe, but they did not make a move. Instead, they schemed and created a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a legitimate reason to annex Gu tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the rule of the game between Northern Plains tribes. Fang Yuan had led Gu tribe to invade the alliance of the three clans. He had clearly broken this rule. Without a legitimate reason, it was a lack of righteousness. Gu tribe's vile invasion would cause them to be isolated in diplomatic relations, and they might even become the target of all the tribe's vigilance and hatred, or even attacked together. Thus, Gu tribe's higher-ups were very worried. It was only because of Cheng Shanyan's strength and prestige that they did not oppose him openly. Now that the wolf group's attack was obstructed, Gu tribesmen started to worry. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he rode on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, staring at these Gu masters on the city wall. Lightning Spear Corps is indeed not ordinary. His gaze flickered as he saw some clues. Jing tribe's entire Lightning Spear Corps had over 500 people attacking, but the true crucial figures were the 100 or so support Gu masters who were hiding in a corner and being heavily protected. These Gu masters used their Gu worms to strengthen the Lightning Spear's power, or condense the Lightning Spear's power into an even stronger attack method. Fang Yuan's gaze moved to the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These two Wolf Kings had no choice but to retreat because they were personally attacked by the Jing clan leader and the combined forces of the Lightning Spear Corps. Their bodies were already riddled with injuries. The Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu was killed. Its body was covered in blood, and some of its wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Although these wounds were mostly healed by Fang Yuan's Wolf Smoke Gu, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's battle strength had indeed fallen by a level. Retreat? Could it be that if they retreated, they would not pursue the matter? Fang Yuan sneered. This retreat was the true dead end. Only by continuously attacking forward and destroying the alliance of the three tribes would there be no more victims in the future, and the negative effects of breaking Northern Plains' righteous path rules would be reduced to the minimum. Right now, Gu tribe was like an arrow that had been shot, there was no turning back. Gu tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted and could not see the situation clearly, but Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was an experienced veteran, and his heart was like a flickering candle. Everyone, the crucial moment has arrived. Everyone in Ge tribe, charge forward and fight to the death. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he mobilized the remaining forces in his hands. Hell, the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King led the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. This Myriad Wolf King had been intentionally hidden by Fang Yuan in the periphery. He did not bring it into Ge tribe camp, and even when attacking Bei tribe, he restrained himself and did not use it. The third Myriad Wolf King. Seeing this Wind Wolf King, Ge tribe and Jing tribe's Gu masters' expressions changed. Ge tribe's higher-ups showed joy on their faces. But Jing tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy rock pressing down on their hearts. Cold killing intent flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the three Wolf Kings rushed to the front lines. Seeing the three Myriad Wolf Kings attacking together, Jing tribe leader's expression was ashen, and he attacked with a furious roar. Killer move, Thunderbird. The primeval sea level in his aperture fell by a large amount, and the three Gu worms were used together, quickly forming a huge lightning bird in the air. The huge bird flew towards the turtleback Myriad Wolf King, blocking it. Lightning Spear Corps, attack together! Jing tribe leader shouted again. Hundreds of lightning spears shot towards the sky. The support Gu masters attacked together, and the lightning spears converged together as they flew. In the blink of an eye, they formed a lightning snake. Eagle Claw Gu, a rank 3 elder suddenly made a move, targeting the lightning snake in the air. The lightning snake immediately grew 2 sharp claws, like steel. Rhinoceros Horn Gu, the second Jing tribe elder attacked, and a sharp golden horn appeared on the lightning snake's forehead. Silver Scale Gu, the third elder added a layer of sturdy silver-colored scales to the lightning snake's body. This fully armored lightning snake swam in the air, like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it dived down valiantly, and fought with the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been blocked by this killer move, and suffered heavy injuries. This was the killer move, Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Every aspect had great knowledge. In terms of using Gu, there were killer moves. Some Gu master experts would ingeniously combine many Gu worms, and use them consecutively in a short period of time, forming an even more effective attack. This was the killer move. Ordinary killer moves were used by a single Gu master. For example, Jing tribe leader's killer move, Thunderbird. Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed by hundreds of Gu masters working together. It condensed the strength of hundreds of rank 2 Gu masters, and several rank 3 experts into one attack, and its attack was naturally fierce. With the Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon blocking, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King could not be counted on for the time being. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a Myriad Wolf King, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, under his control, charged forward crazily. Block it, block it. Even if we die, we have to block it. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers, and sisters are behind us, we cannot fail. This Myriad Beast King has already lost its defensive Gu, we have great hope. Jing tribe's Gu masters were roused, and burst out with fierce attacks. Countless attacks, like fireworks, landed on the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's body. This Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu had already disappeared. Immediately, its flesh was torn open, and it let out a miserable howl. The intense pain caused the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes to turn blood red, its killing intent surged, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Damn it! Seeing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King charging into the Lightning Spear Corps and slaughtering Jing tribe's most precious trump card, Jing tribe leader was about to vomit blood from anger. But he could not split himself, he was using all his strength to restrain the turtleback Myriad Wolf King. To protect their home and family, Jing tribe's Gu masters burst out with extremely strong battle strength. Die, beast! A rank 3 elder disregarded his own safety and flew up, stabbing at the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes with both hands. The Night Wolf King could not dodge in time and its eyes were pierced. Under the incomparable pain, it opened its bloody mouth and bit this rank 3 elder's waist. The rank 3 elder's body was cut into 2, but his expression before death was a smile. He squeezed out the last trace of primeval essence, and successfully heavily injured the Night Wolf King. Such a situation was not rare. To resist the Night Wolf King, many Jing tribe Gu masters disregarded their own safety, and chose to sacrifice themselves to protect their home. Truly a warrior, Fang Yuan praised, and sneered. In his mind, the Night Wolf King transmitted an intense desire to retreat. But Fang Yuan did not allow it, and forcefully ordered it to continue attacking. The Lightning Spear Corps suffered disastrous losses in the battle with the Night Wolf King, and less than 10% survived. Without any decent resistance, Gu tribe's Gu masters moved out one after another, and soon created an opening. The scales of victory fiercely tilted towards Fang Yuan's side. As time passed, the gold and silver lightning dragon dissipated in the air, and the Wind Wolf King lost its obstruction, and under Fang Yuan's control, it surrounded and attacked Jing tribe leader. Next, the wolf group rushed into Jing tribe camp like a tide, and mercilessly slaughtered the old, weak, women, and children. Miserable cries, shouts of despair, and screams of being violated resounded in the battlefield. In a dark corner far away, close to 10 people looked at the battlefield. They were the higher-ups of Bei tribe who escaped. The Jing family is finished. Bei family head Bei Chaochuan sighed. To think that Chang Shanin still has a third myriad wolf king. An elder exclaimed, voicing out everyone's thoughts. They did not expect Fang Yuan to still be hiding his strength. In the battle against Bei tribe, this myriad wolf king had been hidden and did not appear. With 3 myriad wolf kings, Jing tribe is only a mid-sized tribe. Even with the Lightning Spear Corps, it is normal for them to be defeated. But Chang Shanin is truly sinister, to be able to endure to this extent. Such a temperament is fearsome and terrifying. So what? Jing tribe leader killed the Night Wolf myriad beast king with his last attack. Now, Chang Shanin only has 2 myriad wolf kings left. Some of the remaining Bei tribe elders sighed while others sneered. Capturing a myriad beast king was not an easy task. To them, Fang Yuan's loss was very heavy. But the truth was, Fang Yuan could use the blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Replenishing the myriad wolf king was just a matter of thought. This Chang Shanin is really crazy and cruel. He could have made the Night Wolf myriad beast king retreat from the battlefield, but in the end, it was forcefully commanded by him, causing the myriad beast king to die in battle. An elder said, feeling a chill in his heart. Bei tribe leader squinted. The situation of the battle was still vivid in his mind. If not for such a forceful attack, the battle situation would not have been decided so quickly. Gu tribe cannot afford to fight a big battle with a small force. Chang Shanyan's action was very wise. It is a pity that Jing tribe leader is also dead. This person is rank 4 upper stage. He is an expert, if he could survive. Bei tribe leader sighed again. This was also because Jing tribe leader was too obsessed with fighting. He used all his strength and fought too fiercely. After a long battle, his primeval essence was greatly consumed. When he wanted to escape, he was surrounded by the Night Wolf myriad beast king and did not manage to escape. And Jing tribe's Lightning Spear Corps was almost completely slaughtered. Only a few of them were left. These 2 incidents were fatal blows to the morale of the entire Jing family. With the death of the clan leader and the death of the army, the Jing clan lost the ability to resist and immediately showed the scene of complete defeat. The Gu family members rushed into the camp and started a massacre. The Jing clan had lost all will to fight. The remaining people fled with all their might, wailing and begging for mercy. Sometimes, there would even be a scene of a rank 1 Gu master chasing after 2 or 3 rank 2 Gu masters. It was not that these rank 2 Gu masters did not want to fight. It was just that his quintessential essence had been consumed in the battle with the wolf pack, and his consumption had been too severe. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Seeing the tragic state of the Jing family's camp, everyone from the Bei family fell silent. They couldn't help but recall the scene of their campsite being captured. All of them gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists. Their hearts were filled with rage and desolation. Chaotic times were coming. The snowstorm natural disaster that occurs once every 10 years in northern plains would create a huge commotion with many heroes vying for supremacy. At that time, the entire northern plains would be affected. Today's scene was only a prelude. Humans were as lowly as grass, drifting from place to place. Small and medium-sized tribes were like duckweed, swept into the whirlpool of war. All of them had no control over themselves and would be torn to shreds if they were careless. Even large tribes had to tread carefully like they were treading on thin ice. Only those super tribes had Gu immortals in their ancestors and had blessed lands, having an unshakable foundation that would last for thousands of generations. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence has already recovered. We wanted to reinforce Xing tribe, but now they have already failed. We might as well go back and save our tribesmen. At this time, an elder suggested. That's right, Chang Shanyan's appetite is too big. He broke into our camp and then attacked Xing tribe. At this rate, he might even go and deal with Pei tribe. We can use this chance to rush back. Good tribe left behind more people than us, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters. There is only one rank 3 elder. The elders couldn't help but be moved, looking at their tribe leader. Although they were few in numbers, they had at least rank 3 cultivation, and the tribe leader was rank 4. With great strength, they would definitely be able to cause a huge impact. There was a high chance of saving their tribe. However, the young clan leader of the Bei family shook his head and rejected it decisively. No. Although Good Tribe has few people left behind, we can take back our camp, but so what? We have too few people. News of this battle will definitely leak. After Chang Shanin receives the news, if he comes back, can we defend? Can we escape with our tribesmen? The elders were speechless. Bei Chaochuan was right. During their first defense, their strength was intact, but it was broken by the wolf tide. Not to mention now. Let them become captives. Don't worry, look, after the battle ended, Good Tribe restrained their tribesmen and did not slaughter the captives. They want to increase their strength. Their appetite is too big. Bei Chaochuan snorted coldly, continuing, our tribesmen will stay with them for now. In the short term, it will consume their rations, forcing them to send out more people and divert more energy. An elder's eyes shined with bright light. Then why don't we attack their base directly? Good Tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now. They have mobilized almost all of their strength. Their main camp will definitely be defenseless. We'll burn, kill, and loot. We'll burn all their provisions and increase their burden. We'll let them have a taste of being attacked and killed. Good idea. That's right, this is a good idea. I will let Good Tribe taste the pain of being destroyed. The clan elders shouted excitedly one after another. Fools. However, the Bei family's clan leader reprimanded them. His cold gaze was like a knife that sliced through everyone's faces. Are you all pig brains? If we burn their rations, our tribesmen will be the ones to suffer. Do you think they will not kill the captives to reduce their expenditure? If they recognize us, what if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Bei Chaochuan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with wisdom. He said solemnly, true revenge is not a momentary pleasure. Attacking Good Tribe camp is just a small matter, it will not affect their foundation. Only by killing Chang Shanin and destroying Good Tribe's main force can we turn the situation around. We need to use our strength where it matters most. These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is truly wise. With Lord Tribe Leader here, our tribe has hope. We will listen to Tribe Leader's arrangements. All the elders looked at the patriarch with admiration and love. Bei Tribe Leader Bei Chaochuan was also an outstanding person. When he was young, he was ostracized by his brothers. He was the least favored candidate for young master. He rarely fought and disguised his strength, showing that his cultivation level was low. Thus he was often ridiculed by his brothers during banquets and gatherings. Bei Chaochuan was skilled at enduring silently. He watched his brothers fight amongst themselves while he accumulated his strength. When Bei Tribe Leader fell ill, he finally found his chance. At that time, Bei Tribe Leader needed a Gu to heal his injuries due to the backlash of a Gu worm. But when the tribe investigated, they found that this Gu was living in a spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king. There were 80,000 spirit rhinoceros beasts. The tribe had no way to deal with them. In despair, Bei Chaochuan snuck into the beast group's habitat alone. After many days of observation, he found that occasionally, this spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king would leave the group and roll around in a muddy swamp to play. When it was tired from playing, it would sleep. The mud was as smelly as a cesspit, and there were many maggots. Bei Chaochuan hid in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. His hard work paid off. He finally waited until the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king came to play. But the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king was huge. When it rolled around, it stepped on Bai Chaochuan's calf and crushed his leg bones on the spot. Bai Chaochuan endured it silently without making a sound. When the myriad beast king was tired from playing, it fell asleep. Only then did he secretly steal that wild goo worm from the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king's body. Bai Chaochuan obtained the wild goo worm and risked his life to leave his brother. Without stopping, he hopped back to the tribe and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was shocked. Bai Chaochuan's action was filled with filial piety. He was courageous and had meticulous schemes. The whole tribe looked at him in a new light. His brothers were also extremely astonished at his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he shed tears of excitement, saying, "The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted on my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I am struggling at death's door and luckily survived, but because as a father, I am moved by his filial piety. As the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of the tribe." On the spot, Bai Chaochuan was appointed as the acting young tribe leader. After Bai Chaochuan obtained this position, he no longer hid his abilities. He handled the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner and fought for everyone's approval. On the other hand, he suppressed his brothers and sisters and stabilized his position. He did not give other competitors any chances. Eventually, he successfully became the tribe leader. He worked hard and led Bai tribe to grow stronger. They passed many difficulties and reached this day. Even though Bai Chaochuan was only in his 30s, he had deep authority in Bai tribe. All the elders respected him. "Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, Elders, we have gained complete control of Xing tribe's camp. We have obtained a lot." The elder in charge of cleaning up the battlefield reported excitedly. "My initial estimate is that we've obtained at least 8 million yuan stones from this battle. There are thousands of goo worms, among which there are over 100 rank 3 goo. There is also a goo house secret room. We are still unraveling it." Hearing such a result, everyone in the Goo family was overjoyed. After taking over Xing tribe, their gains were even greater than Bai tribe's. Xing tribe was a mid-sized tribe. They had deep foundations. Even though they had suffered losses, the resources that were left behind were still huge. "Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Clan Leader, what should we do next?" After the elder finished reporting, he immediately asked. Good tribe looked at Fang Yuan. The night wind whistled, and the wolf groups howled. Pei tribe and Ge tribe were engaged in an intense battle around the city walls. Fire, golden light, lightning, green vines, all kinds of attacks converged into a dazzling display of fireworks. A corner of the pitch-black night sky was lifted. "Kill, break through the city walls, and exterminate Pei tribe. Beat them all, kill all these Ge tribe scoundrels." The commanders on both sides shouted with all their might, raising the morale of both sides. The thick smell of blood lingered in the whole battlefield. Large numbers of severed limbs and corpses were everywhere. The lives of Goo masters who were respected in the past were as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more wolf corpses. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he saw the turtleback myriad wolf king at the front line being pushed back again. Because they attacked Bai tribe and Xing tribe, the news inevitably leaked out. When Fang Yuan led Ge tribe to attack Bai tribe, the other side had already made strict preparations. After losing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, Fang Yuan only had Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Originally, the two kings could pose a threat to Bai tribe's defensive line. But because there was only one person, Fang Yuan could only send one Myriad Beast King to attack. This person was Bai tribe's current leader, Pei Yanfei. In this battlefield, he was the center of attention, even more so than Fang Yuan's two Myriad Wolf Kings. Pei Yanfei was 8 feet tall and had a grand appearance. His eyes were sharp, and he had a broad back and a thin waist. Right now, he was charging left and right in the wolf group, sweeping everything in his way with the demeanor of a fierce general. His most eye-catching feature was his pair of black eyebrows, shining with a dark light. The center of the eyebrows was thick, while the sides were sharp. The tips of the eyebrows were raised like the wings of a swallow. These eyebrows were not natural, but were formed from 2 rank 4 swallow wings goo. Precisely because this person was unstoppable on the battlefield, Fang Yuan had to send a wolf king to protect himself to guard against his sneak attack. This way, only the turtleback myriad wolf king was left to charge at the front line, and the impact on Pei tribe's direction was greatly reduced. Ah! An elder of the Gu clan let out a blood-curdling scream before he died. With this scream, his head flew into the sky and was harvested by Pei Yanfei. Another elder died in Pei Yanfei's hands. Gu family's people's eyebrows twitched when they saw this scene. Pei Yanfei didn't find trouble with Feng Yuan directly. Instead, he charged into the wolf pack and killed 3 elders of the Gu tribe. In this way, not only would he not be entangled by the myriad wolf king, but he would also be able to indirectly restrain the wind wolf myriad wolf king. It could be seen that he was not only brave but also intelligent. Who else? Pei Yanfei activated Swallow Wings Gu, flying into the air as he shouted. His voice directly drowned out the howls of the wolves and clearly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Gu tribe was silent, while Pei tribe's Gu master's morale rose. What a fierce general! Feng Yuan exclaimed softly. Pei Yanfei had extremely strong flying skills and was an expert at flying at low altitudes. Although she had not reached the level of a flying master, she was not far from it. He was a metal path Gu master, his attacks were sharp and ordinary people could not block them, and he also had outstanding movement ability. He dashed left and right in the battlefield, his speed was extremely fast, like a heavenly steed flying in the sky, he could do as he pleased. Often, those who were stronger than him could not match his movement ability. Those who could keep up with his rhythm did not have his battle strength. Several times, when Feng Yuan slightly moved the wind wolf myriad beast king to the front lines, Pei Yanfei would go around in an arc and directly attack Feng Yuan. Good tribesmen were unable to block him, and Feng Yuan could only move the wind wolf king back. This wind wolf myriad beast king's battle strength was slightly stronger than Pei Yanfei's, but it was a wild beast after all and lacked intelligence. Even with Feng Yuan controlling it, it could not compare to Pei Yanfei in terms of agility. I have too few myriad beast kings in my hands, it is already difficult to deal with one Pei Yanfei. The wolf group scale is not that big. A truly mature beast group has at least 100,000. Right now, Northern Plains' 3 great enslavement masters, Ma Zun, Yang Ping and Jiang Baoye, each have hundreds of thousands of beast groups. They even have a mutated beast group as their trump card. Feng Yuan looked at the battlefield and had the thought of expanding his beast group. Although his beast group was at initial success, after 3 consecutive battles, their strength was clearly too weak. Especially their high-level battle strength, they were severely lacking. In the Gu Master world, the ones who could truly control the situation were high-level Gu Masters. Feng Yuan thought as he mobilized 1,000 Wolf King and 100 Wolf King, leading the wolf group to form a concentrated wave of attacks, pushing towards Pei tribe camp. The wolf group held with an aggressive momentum like a tsunami, causing the Gu Masters on the city wall to become nervous and hurriedly mobilize everything. This attack is fierce, quickly bring the reserve team to defend together. Earth Path Gu Masters, quickly repair the city wall. Hold on, you must hold on. Don't be stingy with your primeval essence. Bam bam bam, large amounts of flames shot down, causing explosions among the wolf group. Golden flying spears and arrows were as dense as fish, covering the entire area in waves, causing severe casualties to the wolf group. Several elders worked together, forming 2 to 3 small tornadoes that wreaked havoc among the wolf group, sending many wolves flying up to 50 to 60 feet in the air before crashing to their deaths on the ground. Let's attack too. Good tribesmen also counterattacked. Ghost Flame Gu, 2 to 3 balls of pale blue ghost fire sprayed onto the city wall, causing many Gu Masters to suffer as their bodies were enveloped by the cold ghost fire. They let out the most miserable cries. The ghost fire had no effect on their bodies, but directly burned their souls, causing intense pain. Fist Stone Gu, a huge stone, shaped like a tightly clenched iron fist, broke through the air and let out a roar like that of a lion or tiger. Then, it heavily crashed onto the city wall. A deep pit immediately appeared on the city wall, spider web-like cracks rapidly spreading out. Several Gu Masters on the city wall could not even stand steadily and fell down from the impact. Lightning Net Gu, a large net made of lightning flew into the sky and landed, covering a section of the city wall. The Gu Masters on the city wall were bound by the lightning net, some used defensive Gu to resist tenaciously, while others were already burned to ashes, dead beyond death. The intense battle caused large numbers of casualties in a short period of time, and also caused the Gu Master's primeval essence to be expended rapidly. Thus, after a while, they stopped. Pei tribe and Gu tribe's Gu Masters stopped and retreated. Some even sat on the spot, using this time to recover their primeval essence. The opportunity is now. Fang Yuan, who was riding on the white-eyed wolf's back, his eyes brightened. While both sides were gasping for breath, he attacked. Wolf Smoke Gu, Wolf Smoke surged and covered the battlefield, quickly healing the casualties and recovering the wolf group's battle strength. Wolf Howl Gu, Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, and after a mournful howl, the wolf group howled and their battle strength surged. Another group of wolves rushed to the battlefield, and the remaining wolf groups also gathered together, forming a new wave of attack. This wave of attack headed straight for a section of Pei tribe city wall. This section of the city wall was smashed by the huge fist stone, creating a deep hole and was in imminent danger. Hell, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also rushed over. The Gu Masters on the city wall struggled to get up, launching all kinds of attacks, but Turtleback Myriad Wolf King forcefully endured the attacks, and with a loud bang, the city wall collapsed. The city wall collapsed, and a gap immediately appeared in the defensive line. Countless wolves swarmed in, causing large numbers of casualties to Pei tribe's Gu Masters. Not good. Pei Yanfei, who had been roaming around Fang Yuan, looking for an opportunity, saw this and could no longer remain calm, immediately activating Swallow Wings Gu and rushing back to help. Rank 4, Golden Coat Gu, his body burst out with a golden light, and after it dimmed, it condensed into a suit of armor. Rank 4, Swallow Wings Gu, a pair of swallow wings grew on his back, and with 2 pairs of swallow wings, his speed doubled. Rank 4, Rainbow Transformation Gu, with a snap, he clasped his palms above his head, and his whole body stretched out like a golden arrow, tearing through the sky. Rainbow Transformation Gu activated, turning his 2 pairs of swallow wings and his whole body into a golden halo. 3 Rank 4 Gu were activated together, finally forming a killer move. Pei Yanfei's signature killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike, his body turned into a rainbow, turning into a golden meteor, emitting blazing light like a fragment of the sun, forcing everyone to squint their eyes. The golden rainbow drew a breathtaking arc in the air, then with lightning speed, it fiercely struck the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King, under Fang Yuan's command, turned its body at the crucial moment, and aimed its sturdiest tortoise shell at Pei Yanfei. Boom, the golden rainbow struck the tortoise shell, and with a loud sound, a boundless golden light blossomed. At once, the Gu Masters on the battlefield closed their eyes, but even so, their eyes were stimulated to the point of shedding tears. The light soon dimmed, and everyone tried their best to open their blurry eyes. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's entire tortoise shell was completely pierced by Pei Yanfei, forming a hole. From the left side of the Wolf King, one could see its right side. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King let out a mournful howl, suffering such a heavy injury, its battle strength fell to its lowest point. As for Pei Yanfei, his face was pale as he floated in the air. Clamorous exclamations could be heard at this time. Good tribe's Gu Masters had repressed expressions, while Pei tribe's morale was high, shouting the mighty tribe leader's slogan. Lord, Pei Yanfei fought bitterly for a long time, and now he used his killer move to heavily injure the Myriad Wolf King. He has little primeval essence left. Now is the best time to attack. Gu Guang suddenly shouted excitedly. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Gu Guang was right, Pei Yanfei had fought for so long, he did not have much primeval essence left. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. But Fang Yuan had his 500 years of memories, and knew that Pei Yanfei still had a mystical Gu called pulling firewood from the cauldron Gu. This Gu was rank 5, and could allow the Gu Master to erupt with large amounts of primeval essence, but after that, their cultivation realm would fall. Of course, just this alone was not enough for Fang Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our tribe camp, Xing tribe camp, and Bei tribe camp? Fang Yuan turned around and asked. Gu Guang quickly replied, no. End of chapter 487. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.